Chapter 51 White Pagoda. At the junction of the suburbs of Hanzhou and the highway into the city, there is a small town surrounded by a development zone, and the three characters of White Pagoda Town can be vaguely recognized on the road sign. This place has only experienced one round of joint concentrated search and rescue, and the rescue team has not even completely cleared the area before being urgently transferred back to the city. Since then, White Pagoda Town has not sent out any signals for help from survivors. Even though helicopters have circled over it several times, no trace of a living person has been found. Bida Town is separated from the city by a several-meter-high iron fence. Obviously, its name comes from a white tower building standing here. This tower is said to be the tallest building in the whole town, next to a half-abandoned railway. It was originally a product of political achievements. When the local tourism industry was developed more than a decade ago, it made a lot of money from tourists. Residents praised it to the sky, and regarded it as a cash cow in their hearts. Later, the leadership team was changed. Someone proposed to demolish this place and build a replica of the Yellow Crane Tower, a famous tower like the Tinwang Pavilion. But soon after the reconstruction plan was approved, the infection broke out, and cities all over the world fell into decline overnight. No one cared about the White Tower here anymore. Zombies were entrenched in this town. They became anxious and angry because they had not eaten living people for a long time, and they searched everywhere for even a trace of fresh blood and flesh. The horrible howling sound was blown away by the fierce cold wind, and fell into the ears of those hiding in the corner, like the trumpet of death blowing in front of its army. Xue Liang stood in front of the barbed wire, stretched out his hand and pressed it, and seemed to have smelled the blood splashed on the iron net mixed with the smell of rust. We didn't pass by here when we entered the city, because this is the largest development zone in the suburbs. Almost all the floating population nearby gather here to work during the day, so there are a lot of zombies. We have formulated several versions of rescue plans, but none of them have been implemented, Xue Liang said, and suddenly grabbed the fence on the wire mesh, and pushed himself up with his legs. He squatted on the edge of the fence, smiled and stretched out his hand to Luo Qin. Come up. Luo Qin didn't have his amazing skills, so he could only move a few bricks in frustration, and climb up holding Xue Liang's hand. There was almost no place to stand on the fence. He trembled and clung to it, asking for help from Xue Liang, who had already jumped to the other side. Lizzie, you must catch me. Xue Liang opened his arms to him, as if to give him a hug. Jump. Luo Qin closed his eyes and jumped down, but was caught by Xue Liang in time and landed steadily in his arms. Their cheeks rubbed against each other, and Xue Liang hugged his back tightly with both hands. The feeling of ironing her fingers was very clear. Luo Qin's face was burning, and he jumped to the ground in a hurry, pretending to be relaxed and tidying up his clothes. The place where the two climbed over the fence was relatively hidden, just blocked by the White Tower and the debris around it, so they would not be noticed by the group of wanderers. But Luo Qin could not imagine anything crazier than this. He and Xue Liang climbed over the barbed wire in the safe zone, and now they were stepping into the territory of zombies without any preparation. In the distance was an army of living dead that could not be estimated by the naked eye. As long as they made a little noise by accident, those things would swarm in and tear them into pieces. Luo Qin turned around and looked at the semi-abandoned White Tower behind him, which was located on the provincial road. The door was covered with reddish-brown rust, and a lock was stubbornly guarding the door. Xue Liang stretched out his hand and pulled, and the lock immediately broke into two pieces, as if it had become as brittle as a piece of paper. Go up and take a look, he suggested to Luo Qin. The tower was indeed very high, and the stairs were very steep, as if you were not careful, you would slip and fall into a bottomless place like Alice's rabbit hole. Xue Liang followed Luo Qin slowly, always on guard against the clumsy guy in front of him turning over and falling from the top. I tell you, Luo Qin, Xue Liang said with a smile, if you accidentally step on the air and fall down, we will both die. I'm not afraid. You will catch me, Luo Qin said confidently. Xue Liang felt that Luo Qin was simply too confident. Impossible. If you fall down, I will move aside, let you experience it. Luo Qin suddenly screamed, and his body shook as if he was about to fall down. Xue Liang quickly reached out to hold his waist, and whispered, be careful. Look. Luo Qin turned around and smiled at him. What did I say? Xue Liang was stunned for a moment, and let go of him somewhat unhappy. Get up. It took them nearly 20 minutes to climb to the top of the tower. When he reached out and pushed open the small window on the top of the tower, Luo Qin saw the entire Baida town in full view. Tens of thousands of zombies wandered between the streets and houses, moving slowly like ants, searching. He shuddered, and subconsciously looked toward Shui Liang. Did you see that? We mechanically repeat these tasks every day, killing these zombies, like cutting watermelons. After killing one, there is the next one, without a chance to rest. Shui Liang looked out the window, and said, Many of the recreated humans I lead have never killed anyone before, or even a chicken. But reality is like this, dragging people forward. Now many of them have become numb to killing zombies. Just like I said, it's just cutting watermelons. The wind on the top of the tower seems to be colder than below, and it makes people more sober. Luo Qin zipped up his down jacket to the top and exhaled a breath of hot air. A cloud of white quickly spread in the air with his breath, and condensed on the glass. I heard from Zhu Yin that you go to him every few days just to ask about my business? Shui Liang looked into the distance and asked casually. Luo Qin didn't expect him to say it so bluntly. While cursing Zhu Yin for being so careless in his heart, he nodded timidly. Well, I did ask some questions. Why didn't you ask me directly? Shui Liang tilted her head and looked at him. Do you think I won't tell you? No, well, yes. His intuition told him not to lie to Shui Liang. It was useless. You ask me, I won't lie to you. Shui Liang said. Every word I said, I have never lied to you. Luo Qin felt a warm current flowing through his heart, making him feel a little shaken again. Nothing, I just want to know what you were like in the past. I always hear them describe you in the past, whether it's Nian Yu, your brother and sister, or Zhu Yin, I could only piece together your past from their words. Luo Qin said, remembering Bai Wu Luo once said that Shui Liang already had someone he liked, although he didn't know who it was, and he had never seen him get too close to anyone after returning to Hanzhou. It was as if he always kept a proper distance from the people around him, and it was difficult for you to cross that invisible barrier and touch him. I used to be a second-generation rich man. Shui Liang looked at him and smiled. The same kind as you. Luo Qin was helpless. Do you remember my joke? I was just kidding. I don't even know who my parents are. I'm not kidding. Shui Liang smiled. And then said, my biological father, who has been dead for several years, used to be very successful in real estate. He personally undertook 1/3 of the Hanzhou reconstruction plan that made a sensation across the country. When I was in elementary school, his company's finances had already had big problems. The accountant colluded with the boss of another real estate company to falsify accounts and fled abroad with public funds, causing the capital chain of several buildings under development to break. And they became insolvent overnight. After he died, the company really collapsed. The bank took away 2 office buildings for debt collection and auctioned them off to Yuanshan, which is the Yuanshan building you see now. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang's expression, and it seemed that he was not joking at all. As if he was telling the truth, Shui Liang said, in those years, I could clearly feel the disparity in life. Not only from having no worries about food and clothing to having to save even a meal for the next meal, but also the change in human relations. Memories are like a tap that has been turned on. The trickle gradually turns into a gushing waterfall, and the past is swept in like leaves swept by the autumn wind. He remembered that there was a period of time when the atmosphere at home was more gloomy than usual, and his father was more irritable than before, often causing unrest. At that time, the Shui family had just lost their eldest son, and the company's finances suddenly ran into problems. Various accumulated problems caused the entire building to collapse like a mountain, and it tilted heavily towards one family. Soon his father also died unexpectedly, and no one took up the remaining burden, crushing their originally comfortable life. I suddenly realized when I was very young that, in fact, when you are in high spirits, most of the people around you are just asking for something from you, and you satisfy them, control them, and maintain a balance. Once the situation of one party is reversed, this balance will be broken immediately. Shui Liang said, everyone stays away from you, fearing that they will be affected by your bad luck, and afraid that you will ask them for help. Luo Qin listened quietly, but his heart was very tight. During that time, I missed my brother very much, but I didn't even know where he was buried. When Shui Liang talked about his brother, his expression softened a little, but the brother in his memory, his face seemed to have blurred, only a gentle voice, and a hand that was always extended to him. The atmosphere at home at that time made Shui Liang depressed and scared. Only this person had ever given him a sense of security. My father married my mother after divorcing Aunt Jing-chun. The relationship in my family was very complicated. My brother lived with us, but Aunt Jing-chun sometimes took us out to play. When recalling some things, there was only the regret and sadness of an abrupt end. Xue Liang was the same. What happened later was something he never wanted to recall in these years. After the scar that had not yet completely scabbed was uncovered, he felt not only regret, but also remorse and guilt that never disappeared from his dreams. My brother's death was actually related to me. Xue Liang lowered his head dejectedly. When I was in elementary school, one day I told him that the school would hold a parent-teacher meeting on the weekend, and I wanted him to go. My brother told me with embarrassment that he had to go on a business trip that weekend, and asked if he could wait until next time. Luo Qin could feel that Xue Liang's narration in this part, which was different from the unbearable experience just now, was filled with a kind of indifferent warmth and sadness. He listened quietly, and did not respond. I don't know why I was possessed that time. I had to make him go. And I had to turn down work to go. And I even said harsh words to him. I said if he didn't go, I would never talk to him again. Then he remembered that his brother went to a business trip in advance to attend the parent-teacher meeting. When he heard that his brother would be back on the day of the parent-teacher meeting, he was so happy that he refused to sleep and counted the date on his fingers every day. In the end, on the day of the parent-teacher meeting, his brother still didn't come. He returned home angry and sad, but found many unfamiliar faces at home. His brother died. This was the darkest day, the only sentence that Xue Liang engraved in his mind. Chapter 52 Tracking. If I hadn't pestered my brother, and insisted that he attend the parent-teacher conference for me, he wouldn't have gone on a business trip early, and wouldn't have died in that accident. After Xue Liang finished saying this, there was silence for a long time, and the surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of a grain of sand rolling across the top of the tower could be clearly heard. On the day he went on a business trip to the branch company, there was an explosion in the laboratory over there, and he and several experimenters all died. When those people came to my house, Aunt Jing-chun was there too. She cried so sadly, but she just went with Yuanshan's people to deal with the funeral, and after coming back, she never mentioned the incident, as if nothing had happened. No matter how I asked, she never said a word to me. So you have been obsessed with investigating it yourself, right? Luo Qin asked softly. Xue Liang nodded. After I went to high school, I accidentally came across some rumors about the accident through Zhao Fenglu's relationship. I investigated for several years, but made no progress. Until my health became worse. I had to sign an experimental agreement with Yuan Shan, and push myself into the pit. Fortunately, some things are easier to investigate than before, so it's not a loss. But Jing Chun's reaction can explain the nature of your brother's death. It is definitely not as simple as a laboratory accident. She may not be without this obsession, but she hid this from you, Luo Qin said. No one wants you to fall into this fire pit. Xue Liang hesitated for a rare moment. He looked at Luo Qin with some disappointment in his eyes. Do you also think that I did something wrong? I shouldn't be so obsessed. Luo Qin shook his head. No. No matter what you choose, I support you. If you have decided how to leave, take me with you. He put his arm around Xue Liang's shoulders and pulled her towards him. You are the only friend I have in this world, Liqi, and I only believe in you. I am not willing to accept this. I really am not willing to accept this. Xue Liang's voice was depressed. Luo Qin, I think my brother died unclearly. He was so wronged. Li Muqi must know something. He is a scary person. You should not have anything to do with him. Xue Liang reminded him more than once that Li Muqi was not a good person, and should have less dealings with him. Luo Qin was very curious. This man looked like an ordinary businessman. What kind of ability could he have that made Xue Liang so afraid? Suddenly, there was a fierce gunshot not far away. The two looked out the window at the same time, and saw that the zombies had already moved. A dark mass began to move in the direction of the gunshots. Several buildings lit up with flickering fire, and after several rounds of explosion-like noises, the gunfire quieted down. Xue Liang narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, subconsciously touching the tactical knife on his waist. A few seconds later, a yellow smoke slowly rose from between the buildings. Was the distress signal sent from the south of the city? Zhang Qingyao climbed up from the ruins of the high-rise building and saw that the dusk in the sky had sunk slightly, and the blood-red sunset slowly slid along the sky towards the distant mountains. It was about to get dark again. The main power supply stations in Hanzhou had already entered emergency shutdown mode. All electricity was concentrated for the use of materials in Yuanshan. Even the army could only get a small share of the limited electricity. The lights of several police cars parked not far away were not on. Several special police used emergency flashlights to illuminate the search and rescue team, hoping to rescue as many materials as possible before it got completely dark. Yes, Captain Chung. The subordinate came out from behind the rubble and sent him the positioning information. This is the signal flare smoke image we just observed. The location is Baida town. Chung Qingyao looked at the time. It was estimated that it would take until dark to get there. So he said to his subordinates, after searching this batch of materials, "You will retreat first. Please contact Lieutenant Bai Wulua for me. Just say." The subordinates looked at him eagerly, waiting for him to finish the second half of the sentence. "Just say I begged him to come and help me." Chung Qingyao smiled inside. Remember to emphasize the word beg. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to the deputy captain Jiang Mo, who was bowing his head to tie up supplies, and said, "Xiao Mo, you can go back first after you finish these." TSK. Jiang Mo stood further away after hearing this, with a look of disgust on his face. "I don't understand you too. Abandoned garage in Baida town. The distress signal just now is over there." Shui Liang picked up a small stone at hand, and threw it hard towards the southeast direction outside the window. "There are still survivors in Baida town. There was a lot of noise just now. The zombies have already surrounded them," Luo Qin said. "Even if there are still survivors, I guess there is not much chance of survival." Shui Liang hesitated for a while, and said, "You stay here and wait for me, lock the door from the inside. Except for my voice, don't open the door if there is any movement." Luo Qin didn't know what he was thinking. It seemed that he didn't hear what he said, but stared out the window. His sight fell on the zombie that flashed by not far away. "Did you hear that?" Shui Liang turned his face and asked again. "Luo Qin?" Luo Qin came back to his senses and nodded mechanically. "Okay. But can you do it alone? I'm afraid there are too many zombies. I have sent the location to Chung Qingyao. He will bring people over. Don't run around. Wait for me to come back, or wait for Chung Qingyao to arrive." Shui Liang stood up, touched his pocket, found a military dagger. "Take this, just in case." Luo Qin took the knife, looked at him, said nothing. "You are not allowed to go," Shui Liang said. "Damn." Luo Qin rolled his eyes. "How do you know what I'm going to say?" "How can I not know you?" Shui Liang said as he climbed out the window, and before leaving, he stuffed the rusty metal window sash back tightly, for fear of letting a fly in. Even though it was freezing cold, and there were no flies, Luo Qin climbed up to the second floor, opened another window, and saw Shui Liang through the gap as he crossed the street and disappeared behind a residential building. The cold wind rushed in from the window he opened, and his fingers became numb and painful as if they were pricked by needles. He thought to himself, "It's so cold. How can the living people here last so long?" Suddenly, Luo Qin found that a group of people appeared from nowhere on the street where Shui Liang had just walked. They were wrapped up tightly, and their faces could not be seen. But the weapons they carried did not look like those of civilians. He immediately became alert and pushed the window open a little more. The conversation of those people was just wrapped in the cold wind and blew into his ears. That man was led away. "Let's follow him." "Are you sure he is the only one? Didn't he have another car parked on the other side? Did you search it?" "I asked them to search it, but they found nothing. But the car has a military license plate, so I guess this man must have something valuable," one person said. "They will be back soon. I don't know if there are accomplices on the other side. I have to ask them to search this block again. Don't miss any." Luo Qin squatted down, his heart pounding. He took out the knife Shui Liang had left for him, gripped it tightly in his hand, listened to the group of people walking away slowly, then rushed downstairs quickly, pushed open the closed door of the garage, and slipped out. He couldn't stay here. If their companions came here to search, he would probably die without a burial place. He followed those people from a distance, watching them swinging their knives at the zombies blocking the road, while they were chopping. They were laughing and talking to each other, as if what was splashed on them was not living flesh and blood. Luo Qin only felt the stench of corruption coming all the way. The zombies that were chopped and killed piled up into a meat mountain, lying on the side of the road, and these people stepped on them without paying any attention, and didn't care if their trouser legs and boots were stained with dirt. Across this village and town is the chemical plant in the development zone, facing the white tower from a distance, and the two are almost at the same height. But at this time, A circle of barbed wire has been opened around the chemical plant, which is stained with coagulated blood and minced meat. Several zombie bodies that have been dead for a long time are hung on the iron net, fixed with iron wires for fun, and posed in various strange and obscene postures. The only iron gate in and out of the chemical plant was locked from the inside immediately after those people entered. For some reason, Luo Qin always felt that Shui Liang would not go through the door. The other parties seemed to be keen on climbing over various walls and roofs, and would not be willing to go through the door even if there was one. Luo Qin looked around and saw that the zombies nearby were attracted to the barbed wire by the noise of the group of people. So he planned to find another way to enter the chemical plant. He looked up and saw a small building on the left. There was a shaky billboard on the roof. The color-printed cover on it had been damaged for the most part, revealing the steel frame structure inside. He bent over and slipped into the building, gently closed the door with his hand, and climbed up the narrow stairs. The balcony door on the second floor was not locked. He tried to turn the door handle, but when he opened the door, he was faced with a rotten human face. Luo Qin cursed loudly, and instinctively raised his leg to kick the zombie that was close to him. The monster on the opposite side was kicked away by him, and roared angrily. Luo Qin rushed forward quickly and stabbed the zombie's neck with a knife. The zombie lost its ability to move instantly, although its mouth was still opening and closing. Its body was completely motionless. Luo Qin got up from the ground in a mess, rushed to the billboard, and tried to kick it off the roof completely. Just after kicking twice, the zombies below were attracted by the sound. They seemed to be sensitive to sound. The sound of Luo Qin kicking the billboard was like a thunder explosion, causing the zombies to change direction and surround the small building. Now Luo Qin had no way out. The streets and alleys were almost completely blocked by zombies. Now he had no choice but to cross the barbed wire and enter this gloomy-looking chemical plant. The billboard was finally kicked loose. Luo Qin used all his strength to break it off, sat for a while, panting, and soon heard the sound of zombies banging on the door downstairs. Without further ado, he immediately pushed the steel frame of the billboard toward the wire mesh. When the billboard fell, it hit the dilapidated iron staircase on the right side of the small building. The iron parts fixed on the wall made a fragile sound, as if they were ready to be separated at any time. The billboard was finally stuck between the staircase and the wire mesh, and was swayed by the wind. Luo Qin gritted his teeth, jumped down to the stairs, stepped on the billboard with one foot, and tried to adjust his balance. Under the suspended billboard was a group of zombies, who gathered at the sound and desperately reached out to him. He knew that he was alone at the moment. If he fell, he would be completely finished even if the King of Heaven came. He swallowed his saliva, and finally took the second step. After he put all his weight on it, the billboard shook violently. Luo Qin had to squat down to lower his center of gravity, holding the iron frame of the billboard tightly with both hands, and move towards the wire mesh step by step. He had just taken a few steps, and suddenly heard a creaking sound of parts falling off behind him. And then his feet sank, and the billboard slid down along the fragile stairs. Luo Qin's mind was blank, and he just felt that he was falling down. He suddenly felt a burst of strength in his body, and rushed towards the wire mesh like an explosion. A second before the billboard collapsed completely, he successfully reached out and grabbed the edge of the wire mesh. At the same time, the iron staircase, which finally couldn't hold up, finally fell off the building, and fell into the zombie group with the billboard. "Get up!" Luo Qin shouted at the bottom of his throat, and suddenly exerted force with his arms, struggling to climb over the railing. But he didn't step firmly and fell down, falling on the concrete floor on the side of the chemical plant, and he landed on his head first. He lay on the ground dizzy and felt that his skull was smashed to pieces. After lying there motionless for more than 10 seconds, Luo Qin spat out the dirt in his mouth, staggered to his feet, touched his head first, and after confirming that it was not smashed, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was no movement in the chemical plant. Luo Qin walked around here and finally found the external staircase leading to the second floor. He stepped on it with lingering fear, waited for a while, and did not hear the horrible sound of parts falling off, then climbed upstairs lightly. Luo Qin had just climbed to the iron door on the second floor when he heard a shocking gunshot in the chemical plant. He squatted down and kept silent for a few seconds, and found that the shot was not aimed at him. So he carefully raised his head and looked inside from the narrow ventilation hole on the iron door. Chapter 53 Token of Love. Shui Liang twisted a zombie's neck with his backhand, and then quickly grabbed the edge of the wire fence and climbed up. He heard a cry for help from the chemical plant, which seemed to be from a living person, so he prepared to go and see. It was almost dark, and it would be unsafe to continue moving forward. But that terrified scream was really weird, and there was no movement inside after that, and there was not even a shadow of any living creature in the fence of the chemical plant. He had imagined many possibilities, but this was the most abnormal situation at the moment. He hid the knife in the hidden layer of his combat suit, and it was attached to his waist through a layer of cloth. The compound of the chemical plant was empty, not even zombies. He felt something was wrong, and always felt that the cry for help was not simple. Besides, the barbed wire here was obviously set up after the virus outbreak. There were no wire fences or other decorations outside the chemical plant before. If it was not to block the things outside, it was to trap the inside. Behind him, there was a constant sound of zombies scratching the barbed wire. Shui Liang ignored it and walked straight to the gate of the chemical plant. The red door, that was originally locked, had been unchained by someone using a tool. At this moment, a crack was opened, and a half-length iron chain hung alone on the door, stained with red stains. Shui Liang leaned sideways through the crack of the door, with his right hand on his waist, and quickly searched the entire first floor. It seemed that there had been no signs of activity here for a long time, and the ground was covered with dust. The last bit of afterglow of the setting sun shone in from the window, covering the empty space in front of him. He took 2 steps forward carefully, and suddenly heard a few soft sounds of fabric rubbing behind the paint bucket a few meters ahead, as if something was hiding there. Shui Liang walked around carefully, and found a dark shadow curled up in the corner of the wall covered by the paint bucket, which seemed to be shivering. "Hello?" he asked tentatively. The dark shadow slowly raised his head, revealing a pale face of a living person. "Are you okay?" Shui Liang stretched out his hand to the man and asked. "Can you stand up?" The other party did not speak, hesitated for a moment, and still held his hand. Shui Liang felt that the man's hand was thin and cold. Not like a normal person's body temperature. But it might be because he had been outside for too long in the cold weather, and his body entered a state of hypothermia. Shui Liang pulled the person up, and found that it was a middle-aged woman with a haggard face. She looked up at Shui Liang and whispered, "There are a lot of those things outside. I'm scared. I'll take you out." Shui Liang comforted her. But his hand suddenly moved up along the woman's wrist, and found that the muscles of this person's forearms were very developed, and her tight figure was wrapped in that very deceptive large coat. The woman screamed and shouted, "What are you doing? Help!" Before she screamed, there were several clicks of the bolt being pulled around. The lights on the first floor lit up brightly. Dozens of camouflaged strong men appeared in every corner of the chemical plant, and their guns were all pointed at Shui Liang. "Don't move." The woman took the opportunity to twist her wrist, and actually dislocated her arm. Then she slipped away from Shui Liang's hand like a fish. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Shui Liang stood still, looking at the woman with a smile. "You are very skilled. You are not afraid of those zombies, right?" The woman stepped back a few steps to the back of a man, and connected her wrist expressionlessly, and then said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Stay still." She waved her hand, and an iron cage fell from Shui Liang's head, instantly covering him. Shui Liang looked at the iron railing in front of him, which was thicker than his wrist, and nodded thoughtfully. "I see," he said. "Robbery. You finally understand, kid," the woman sneered. "Hand over your stuff." Shui Liang spread his hands. "Do I look like I'm carrying anything valuable? Then I'll kill you." The woman didn't bother to talk to him anymore. She took out a gun from the waist of the person next to her and raised her hand to shoot. Shui Liang suddenly thought of something, and waved his hand quickly, saying, "Hey, wait, I remembered. I have another one here." He rolled up his sleeves, revealing a mechanical watch on his wrist, which seemed to be worth a lot of money. "This is the most valuable thing on me. I'll give it to you. Please spare me." The woman came over without saying a word, grabbed his watch, and pulled it off with force. The action was a bit rough, and even scratched the skin on his wrist. The other party pulled the watch away, and suddenly saw the half-red line exposed in Shui Liang's sleeve, and stopped again. "What is this?" "This is left for me by the person I like. Don't take it away. Right?" Shui Liang lowered his voice and said, "It's a token of love. I only have this one." "Huh?" The woman pouted. "You are still a romantic." Then the woman searched his body again. But she couldn't find the knife in the lining of his clothes after searching up and down. Xue Liang breathed a sigh of relief. But when he looked up, he saw Luo Qin sneaking out from behind the second-floor staircase and making a strange gesture to him. Xue Liang? He took advantage of the fact that no one around him was paying attention and quickly winked at Luo Qin, signaling him to leave quickly. Luo Qin stretched out his hands and made a gesture of breaking something in two towards him. Xue Liang frowned in confusion, indicating that she had no idea what he was gesturing at all. The most fatal thing was to talk off topic. Luo Qin made another okay gesture and turned around and ran upstairs. Xue Liang didn't know what this person was up to, and could only shake his head helplessly. On the other side, the gang of bandits who blocked the road had already sat together in groups of 2 or 3 to prepare dinner. They took off their masks and protective gear, and Xue Liang discovered that many of them had European and American faces. And that woman seemed to be the medium for communication between these people. As for why these people got together and occupied this ghost place together, it was still very puzzling. A white man with a body as strong as Mount Tai came up to the woman and asked in English whether to kill Xue Liang now. The woman's profile looked very gloomy under the flickering bonfire. She glanced at Xue Liang and said in a hoarse voice, "No. We want to keep him. Break his legs, and let his screams attract others. In this way, we can get a lot of supplies, and get twice the result with half the effort. Those police are too annoying. They come to search and rescue every few days, and it's not easy to do it." Xue Liang's expression changed, and he asked the woman, "Is this the purpose of your arrest? Use living people as bait to lure other survivors. How do you think we survived until now under the eyes of those flying bugs? With the few supplies we found in the store?" The woman said, "You will be of some use before you die. Just like these wood for burning." She picked up a piece of wire and poked the bonfire. Sparks burst and splashed on the cement floor, bounced a few times and went out, just like the lantern seen by the window on New Year's Day, which soon disappeared in the cold night. "I hope this one won't be like the previous ones, who died after being tortured a few times." Another person on the side laughed wildly, as if he was facing a sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and he found slaughtering interesting. He was almost starving to death, and he still wanted to follow the signal to save people. This kind of person is not fit to live, and it's better to die. So that's how it is. Xue Liang's eyes turned cold, and there was a hint of murderous smile on the corner of his mouth. "I originally wanted to spare your lives, but now it seems that it's not necessary." "What?" The woman looked at him in confusion, but the next second, all the lights in the chemical plant went out. The robbers immediately became agitated. The woman yelled at them to be quiet in the dark, then turned on a flashlight and walked towards the direction where Xue Liang was locked up. She slowly approached the cage, but found that several iron bars on one side had been broken, and the person inside had disappeared without a trace. He ran away. Catch him. More than a dozen flashlights dazzle people, but there was no sign of Xue Liang on the entire first floor. The woman checked the door, which was locked from the inside, indicating that he had not left from the first floor. Either he is still here or... The woman looked up at the stairs leading to the second floor and waved her hand and said, "Ethan, bring your people up with me. Others keep an eye on the first floor. Don't let him go." A black man and several others followed her to the second floor, and they rushed straight to the power supply room to check the switch, and found that all the lines were cut off as expected. She and several others immediately started the backup power supply, and the chemical plant lit up again in an instant, and the lights were so bright that everyone couldn't open their eyes for a while. The woman walked out of the power supply room and shouted to the first floor. They ran from upstairs. "Follow me." However, she was only answered by dead silence. The woman felt something was wrong and rushed downstairs immediately, only to find that everyone who stayed on the first floor had fallen in a pool of blood. She quickly checked the injuries of her companions and found that everyone was killed by a knife. The wound was on the artery of the neck, and blood was spurting all over the floor. Only one person in the corner was not dead yet, but he was already barely breathing and could not say a word. He pulled the woman's collar, pointed at the door with all his strength, and then died. The woman turned her head and saw that the door lock had been broken, and it was shattered into powder and scattered all over the floor. It was impossible. How could it be possible? Someone was trying to escape from the second floor, and he must have passed by her just now. But she didn't feel it at all, including the strongest player around her. Everyone was unaware of this, and let a young Asian child slip away from under the noses of so many people. And how did the other party kill more than a dozen well-trained killers on the first floor in such a short time? And then break the door lock and escape? She screamed frantically. Impossible. He can't do this. Unless he is a monster. Unless he is a monster. Yes, a monster. She suddenly stopped talking, and her eyes turned from angry to vicious. Take all the weapons you have, and make sure you have enough ammunition. The woman stood up and walked quickly to the door. It's time to hunt. This way. Xue Liang crushed the head of a zombie with one foot, and looked out from the corner. It seemed that there was still a long way to go to get to the White Tower through the zombies. It was already night outside. It was dark with only moonlight. It was difficult to force through. As for Luo Qin, he hadn't come to his senses yet. Xue Liang had just carried him in the factory like carrying vegetables. He jumped down from the second floor in the dark and told himself to wait a while. The moment the lights in the chemical plant came on again, Luo Qin was blinded by the light and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw dozens of corpses lying on the ground in front of him. The scene was so bloody that he almost vomited. To be honest, it was the first time in his life that he faced such a miserable scene. All the things they had experienced together in Shining before never made him realize Xue Liang's real terrifying strength like now. When Luo Qin first heard the word undead evil spirit from the mercenary a few months ago, he only focused on the word undead. Now it seems that evil spirit is the word that the other party really wants to use to describe Xue Liang. Luo Qin? Xue Liang noticed something was wrong with him, and waved his hand in front of his eyes. Are you okay? Luo Qin blinked, and subconsciously grabbed his fingers. I'm fine. Those people are dead? Did you kill them all? Xue Liang was stunned when he asked this, and his eyes suddenly flickered. Killed. But there are still a few left. After he finished speaking, he hesitated and added, You just get used to it. I've always been like this. It's been so long. How can you not get used to it? Luo Qin smiled. Thank you, bodyguard brother. Xue Liang made an expression that was hard to describe, but it was immediately diluted by a helpless smile. He held Luo Qin's hand tightly, and whispered, Let's go, before he finished the last word. Xue Liang suddenly felt a tearing pain from the deepest part of his heart, and he fell forward with a muffled groan. Fortunately, he raised his hand and held the wall in time, so he didn't fall directly to the ground. What's wrong? Luo Qin was shocked, thinking that he was injured just now, so he hurriedly helped him hide in a nearby house. The windows on all sides were open, and the pale moonlight shone in from the window. Luo Qin then used the light to see that Xue Liang's face had begun to turn red. His brows were tightly knitted together, and he silently endured the pain. He reached out and touched Xue Liang's forehead, and found that she had a severe fever, even worse than the last time in Shining. Why do you have a fever? Luo Qin hurriedly took off his down jacket and wrapped it around Xue Liang. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, could it be that serum? Xue Liang nodded with difficulty. It seems to have worked. Fuck. Luo Qin cursed. Is it serious? I don't know. Help me up first. I can't stay here. Xue Liang propped herself up, but her legs felt weak. That woman is still nearby. She's not easy to deal with. If it was Xue Liang as usual, dealing with the pursuers would be as easy as cutting vegetables on the chopping board. But at this moment, he even had difficulty standing up. And with Luo Qin, who was unarmed and didn't know how to fight, the two of them were almost like fish waiting to be slaughtered. You can't walk. Luo Qin supported him. Where else can we go? Xue Liang's vision began to blur, and the pain from his brain became more and more obvious. When he spoke, he felt a strong sense of suffocation, and he felt a heavy pain in his lungs every time he said a word. Go back to the chemical plant. Luo Qin kept repeating to him to hold on, and asked him if he was still awake every few steps. Xue Liang put one hand on Luo Qin's shoulder and gently pinched his neck. I'm fine. Don't be afraid. Keep going. After he said this, he fainted completely. You ungrateful bastard. Get out of here. Pain. You still have the nerve to sleep? I spent so much money to let you play the piano, and you actually slept secretly. Get out of here. If you dare to play a wrong note for me at the party tomorrow and embarrass our family, I will chop off your hand. My head hurts. No. My whole body seems to hurt, and my throat seems to be pinched. From the darkness came a vulgar curse. Almost all the vicious words in the world were thrown at him. A beam of light shone from the center of the field of vision, and then was quickly blocked by something. An iron door closed in front of Shui Liang, and the deafening sound when the door was slammed hard was like the roar of a beast. No, the beast was outside the door. A real beast. Chapter 54 Beast. This narrow, musty room was almost airless, and Shui Liang felt like he was about to suffocate. He cried and banged on the iron door, begging the beast to let him out, but there was no sound outside the door, and all that was left was the endless silence in this dark iron room. Brother. Save me, brother. I won't be lazy anymore. I'll go play the piano right now. Don't lock me up. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I really won't dare to do it again. He cried, and kept begging the beast for forgiveness. He was enveloped by fear and anxiety. It seemed as if countless pairs of blood-red eyes were staring at him in the darkness behind him, ready to pull him into the abyss at any time. Help! Help! Luo Qin yelled with red eyes. Lizzie! Wake up! Shui Liang's body trembled suddenly. He opened his eyes, and reached out to push Luo Qin, who was calling him. Go away! Hey! Luo Qin was pushed off the bed without any defense, and fell flat on his face, in an extremely embarrassing posture. Shui Liang stared at his hand blankly, then turned his gaze to Luo Qin, and hurriedly pulled him. I didn't mean it. Shui Liang really didn't mean it. The familiar fear and oppression in the dream made him instinctively very alert. When he woke up, he found that he had slapped Luo Qin. At this time, he was still groaning in pain on the ground, unable to get up. Luo Qin was pulled up from the ground by Shui Liang, patted his pants, and smiled foolishly. It's okay. It's okay. Shui Liang pulled him over and touched him worriedly, confirming that he was really okay, and then let him go. The two of them just stared at each other silently in the dark room. Although they couldn't see each other's faces, they could feel the awkwardness in the air. What is this place? Shui Liang lowered his head and covered his face. The pain deep in his brain came again. He tried not to recall the disturbing dream just now, but the more he tried to avoid it, the more he couldn't control the flashbacks in his mind. He pressed his temples tightly with both hands, and his fingertips could feel the nerves throbbing wildly. You fainted. I could only carry you to this small hotel to hide, Luo Qin said. I was chased and bitten all the way, and I was almost dragged down by zombies when I went upstairs. I was scared to death. I feel better now, Shui Liang said hoarsely. His throat was as dry as if he hadn't had water for 10 days or half a month, and the mucous membrane was about to evaporate. Do you have water? I'm so thirsty. There's some in the lobby on the first floor. I'll get you a bottle. Luo Qin pointed in the direction of the door. Wait for me. No. Shui Liang struggled to get out of bed. Didn't you say there was another one outside? Only one? By the stairs. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and shook it. In his hand was the dagger that Shui Liang had given him for self-defense. This knife is really useful. I used it to cut the wire before, and it broke immediately. I'll go with you. Shui Liang was still worried, so he got up from the bed and walked to Luo Qin, and confiscated the knife from his hand. Why are you taking it away? Luo Qin reluctantly pulled it. Can't you give it to me? Shui Liang didn't even turn his head. It depends on your performance. The corridor on the second floor of the hotel was quiet, without any lights, and no sound of zombies. The two closed the door and walked quietly to the stairwell. Luo Qin suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was very familiar, and couldn't help but joked. Do you still remember the first time we met? Shui Liang suddenly turned back and looked at him, which made Luo Qin stunned. I said the first time we met, in Shining. He thought he had said something wrong, and always felt that Shui Liang's reaction seemed wrong. He stared at him without saying anything, and his eyes made him feel creepy. Oh, you said a few months ago? Shui Liang reacted, nodded calmly. It's okay. Go on. Luo Qin continued. When I escaped from your school, your dormitory building had a corridor like this. I always feel that the situation now and then, halfway through. He held back the word seems, because what happened later was really not worth remembering, especially in the current more serious situation. Wait. Shui Liang suddenly stopped, stretched out his hand to stop him. There is something in front. There seemed to be a chewing sound in the darkness, and then the two saw a black shadow flash to the ceiling at the same time. Shui Liang immediately pushed Luo Qin back, whispering, Get out of the way. Ah! A roar that shattered the eardrum sounded from above, and the zombie on the ceiling pounced towards this side, like lightning. Shui Liang blocked it with his sword. but his arms were unable to exert much strength for a moment, and he was knocked to the ground by the thing. Seeing the bloody mouth coming towards his neck, Luo Qin rushed over regardless of everything, and used all his strength to use his shoulder to forcefully push the zombie away, blocking Xue Liyang. Xue Liyang quickly got up from the ground, and when the thing tried to turn around and launch a second attack, he stabbed the knife into the bloody head. I don't know if it was because he was not in good condition at the moment, and lost his aim. The zombie struggled even more than before. Xue Liyang pressed the zombie's neck with his knees with difficulty, and cut off its head with a knife. Xue Liyang stood up shakily, and his body leaned to the side. Luo Qin reached out to support him, and anxiously said, "What's wrong with you?" "I want to vomit." Xue Liyang's face turned pale, and he spat out 2 words for a long time, and then he leaned against the wall and retched desperately. Luo Qin noticed that his side face was scratched in the fight with the zombies. The long wound ran across his cheek, and blood dripped down, flowing into his collar and staining it red. Unfortunately, he hadn't eaten for a long time, and couldn't vomit anything. After suppressing the churning feeling in his stomach, Xue Liyang took a few deep breaths and said, "Let's go." Luo Qin almost carried him to walk, and he had to stop and rest after walking a few steps. Xue Liyang was breathing very fast, and his physical strength was overdrawn, and he was weaker than before. Luo Qin didn't care about anything else. He put Xue Liyang against the wall and squatted down. "I'll carry you." "No need." Xue Liyang shook his head. "You can't carry me." Although he looked thin, his muscles were actually very dense. He was more than 1.8 meters tall, and even Luo Qin had to look up slightly to look at him. If he pinched Xue Liyang's arm, he would not think I can carry him. Luo Qin was unmoved and shook his palm. "Come on." Xue Liyang had no choice but to lie on Luo Qin's back. At first, he was a little worried that Luo Qin's waist might be broken by him, but he didn't expect Luo Qin to stumble for a moment, and then he actually carried him up. The stairs of the small hotel were very narrow, and an adult male could only barely step halfway up. Luo Qin carried Xue Liyang downstairs in the dark. The two of them weighed nearly 300 kilograms together, and every step caused the wooden stairs to creak, which was as loud as gunfire in the silent night. "Isn't it heavy?" Xue Liyang asked hesitantly. Luo Qin carried him for a long time, and he didn't even breathe hard, which really surprised him. "Can I tell the truth?" Luo Qin asked. Xue Liyang suddenly became alert, and raised his voice. "No, it's not heavy. Go to hell." Xue Liyang smiled, and punched Luo Qin. If it were normal, this punch would be enough to make Luo Qin roll down the stairs and fly out of the window. Forget about others. "I think it's heavy." Luo Qin smiled. "I don't think you're heavy. You're not heavy at all." Xue Liyang looked at the back of Luo Qin's head, which was furry, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to stroke it. After stroking it, he felt something was wrong, and patted it again, saying, "Look at the road." Luo Qin was hit so hard that his brains almost came out. He sniffed inexplicably, and didn't dare to speak. The lobby on the first floor was originally the registration desk of the small hotel. In the narrow space of more than 10 square meters, there was a half-person high counter, and a folding bed. There was a freezer next to the bed. As the power supply in this area was cut off, it had stopped working long ago. It was also looted by the survivors. It was unknown how much supplies were left. Loken climbed over the counter, opened the door of the freezer, and found that it was almost empty. He reached in and fumbled for a while, and finally took out a bottle of mineral water from the corner and handed it to Xue Liyang. "Drink it quickly." Xue Liyang took it but didn't move for a long time. Luo Qin climbed up the counter from the other side in confusion, looked at him and asked, "Why don't you drink it?" Xue Liyang fiddled with the bottle in his hand for a few times, looked at Luo Qin hesitantly, and finally surrendered and handed the water back. "Unscrew it for me." Luo Qin suddenly realized that after Xue Liyang had health problems, he actually needed his help to unscrew the bottle cap. He just took the bottle of water with a smile. And suddenly he had a bad idea. "You can unscrew it, but we have to negotiate conditions." Xue Liyang was stunned for a moment, and felt that this person had bad intentions. "What conditions?" "I want to join the army." "No," Xue Liyang said firmly. "I don't want to drink it." "Oh, don't. Then I'll change it." "Change it." Luo Qin hurriedly grabbed him. "Don't refuse to drink water." Xue Liyang sighed, grabbed Luo Qin's sleeve, and whispered, "Give it to me." I'm really thirsty. Luo Qin was caught off guard by this sentence, and his brain immediately exploded into a blank with a bang. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he unscrewed the bottle cap for Shui Liang lightly. He almost bit his tongue when he opened his mouth, and even stuttered, Here, water. Shui Liang glanced at him, took the water and drank it. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang's Adam's apple bulging when he tilted his head back to drink the water, and suddenly wanted to grab him and kiss him. Lychee, he heard himself say. I have something to tell you. Oh. Shui Liang nodded. In the dark hotel, the eyes of both of them had gradually adapted to the darkness. Shui Liang stared at Luo Qin, who also sat at the counter, and stared at him blankly. Speak, Shui Liang said, and took another sip of water. Luo Qin licked his lips, but he still couldn't blurt out what he wanted to say the most. Instead, he stretched out his hand to Shui Liang. I want to drink too. He inexplicably drank a bellyful of water, and he became visibly depressed. Shui Liang couldn't understand him, and when he took back the mineral water bottle, he flicked his head. What are you thinking about? Your face is almost falling to the ground. Luo Qin rubbed his forehead, smiled foolishly, and shook his head. Nothing. You can't be distracted. I haven't lived enough, Shui Liang said casually. Okay. Now it's your turn to protect me. Chapter 55 Human Alliance. Luo Qin remembered that he had told Shui Liang more than once that he also wanted to protect him, but now that he had really reached this point, he felt a little insecure. He rolled down from the counter, crouched beside Shui Liang, and whispered, Don't worry, we will definitely be able to hold on until reinforcements arrive, and I will protect you before that. Shui Liang smiled and touched his head. Great. Luo Qin was praised a few times, and felt elated. A very slight string sound came from somewhere in the air. Shui Liang's pupils suddenly shrank, and immediately pressed Luo Qin to roll under the counter. At the same time, a sharp arrow whizzed through the door of the hotel, and nailed to the wall behind the two people. Go! Luo Qin grabbed Shui Liang and quickly hid in the other side of the lobby. Passing through the public leisure area of the lobby, there was the garbage room of this small hotel. Luo Qin saw a wooden door leading to the back alley of the hotel, so he rushed forward and kicked the wooden door to pieces, and pushed Shui Liang out first, turned left into the alley. He heard someone chasing him from behind, and the footsteps were chaotic. Obviously more than one person. Shui Liang ran a few steps, and suddenly saw an inconspicuous dark alley not far away, which was a gap between two buildings. He patted Luo Qin on the back, and signaled him to run over there. Luo Qin immediately understood, and the two of them rushed into the alley that could only squeeze in half a person. It seemed like entering another world. Dark and damp, full of moldy odors, and not even a trace of moonlight could penetrate overhead. Go up. Shui Liang pointed to the natural gas pipeline installed by a family next door, and pushed Luo Qin over. Don't make a sound. Wait for me to call you. Luo Qin grabbed the anti-theft net installed on the windowsill of his family, exerted force with his legs, and climbed up by pushing against the wall. He climbed up the second-floor balcony along the pipe and the security net. There was a windowsill for storing sundries there, which was just enough for him to squat and hide. He held the natural gas pipe tightly, breathing as calmly as possible, not daring to breathe. Shui Liang leaned his back against the wall, tapped his legs on the opposite wall a few times, and instantly climbed to the height of 2 floors, and stuck himself firmly in the gap between the 2 buildings. Shui Liang was motionless in the dark, breathing a little hurriedly, and his attention was all on the alley entrance and Luo Qin, who had been silent not far away. Soon, several lights flashed in from outside, and a rough male voice complained a few words at the entrance of the alley, cursing softly, Damn! It's too narrow. I can't get in. Then a woman's voice sounded, Hold it. I'll go in and take a look. The woman did not take the lighting equipment, and went into the dark alley alone. Her figure was much smaller than the man, and she came in effortlessly. Shui Liang felt that the discomfort in her body began to become stronger again, and her legs could not help but tremble slightly. He leaned against the wall, focused on locating the woman, accumulating strength, preparing. The woman heard the movement above her head, looked up, and saw Shui Liang rushing towards her like an arrow from a bow, twisted the woman's arm with his backhand, and twisted it down. He heard a crisp sound in his ear, clearly the sound of bones being dislocated. Shui Liang grabbed the woman's hands, and twisted them behind her back, said behind her ear, I didn't kill you before, but you actually chased me? The woman showed no fear, Instead, she sneered. In an instant, she burst out with amazing strength from her arms, and actually struggled to break free from Shui Liyang's restraints, and then kicked at an extremely fast speed, hitting Shui Liyang in the abdomen, and sending him flying. Lychee. Luo Qin picked up the flower pots at hand, and threw them in the direction of the fight, one of which hit the woman squarely on the head, and she fell to the ground with a muffled groan. Luo Qin took the opportunity to climb down a few steps from the second floor, and jumped down, ignoring the sprained ankle when he landed, and pulled Shui Liyang up and ran. The other end of the alley led to a street full of zombies. As soon as Luo Qin rushed out, a rotten face howled and rushed over. He kicked the zombie away, and limped to the other side of the road with Shui Liyang. Zombies kept coming up, and Luo Qin could only dodge as much as he could. At this time, Shui Liyang suddenly coughed a few times, pulled out a knife from his waist, and chopped off the head of a zombie. TSK. I really can't get rid of it. You go quickly. I'll stop those people. Hey. No. Don't give up. Luo Qin couldn't help cursing. Don't talk first. Follow me. The woman and several other strong men had already come out from the other side, and rushed towards the two people from the other end of the street. Seeing that the situation was not good, Luo Qin immediately turned around and ran, taking Shui Liyang into a small road. A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded behind them. Something exploded on the street they had just left. Smoke and flames instantly rose into the air, and broken soil and gravel fell on them like a torrential rain. Luo Qin looked back in surprise, only to see a big hole in the road. The zombies that were there before had been blown into a pool of mincemeat mixed with blood. A strong fishy smell filled the nose, but there was no sign of the woman and her accomplices. He didn't have time to think so much, turned around and continued to run wildly. Just as he took Shui Liyang into the narrow alley beside the road, he didn't expect a hand to reach out from the dark, and dragged the two into the door beside him without saying anything. Don't move. The girl's crisp voice stopped Luo Qin, who subconsciously wanted to fight back. He pushed the person in front of him away, and at the same time a beam of light lit up in front of him, and a handsome face appeared behind the beam of light. This person looked very familiar. A name stuck in Luo Qin's mind, and he asked hesitantly, Yi Qinglan? There was a creaking sound of the door being pushed open behind him. Luo Qin turned his head and saw that it was a boy of 18 or 19 years old who closed the door. Yi Qinglan waved at the young man and said, Just lock the door. No need to block it. Luo Qin did not feel any hostility from the other party for the time being, so he hurried to check Shui Liyang's injuries. Help me shine a light. Yi Qinglan turned on the flashlight and saw that Shui Liyang was covered in blood. He did not know whether it was his own or someone else's. It was obvious that he had experienced a fierce battle before. I'm fine. Shui Liyang patted Luo Qin's hand, turned to look at Yi Qinglan. Turn off the flashlight. Luo Qin was not very happy, but Yi Qinglan simply turned off the flashlight and said, It's not safe here. Let's move to another place first, and then bandage your wound. Who are those people? Luo Qin asked. It's a group of illegally entered mercenaries, called Monster Lizard. Yi Qinglan said the name that the two were very familiar with. They have been fighting for territory with us for a long time. They are a group of foreigners, and they have no bottom line in doing things. They are disgusting. Luo Qin thought, sure enough, this group of mercenaries who appeared inexplicably are really lingering, and they have infiltrated the surrounding areas of Hanzhou a long time ago. The woman seemed to be no longer nearby. Several people quietly went out and were led by Yi Qinglan to a gas station 2 blocks away. There are many wooden fences and wire meshes placed outside the gas station, tightly connected together with copper wires, keeping the zombies waiting for their turn out. Many zombie bodies that were cut in half, hanging on the fences in all directions, have already rotted away, but have not been cleaned up. There have always been people here. Luo Qin asked. Why have there never been any distress signals? Where did all these people suddenly appear from? There have always been people, but we have our own things to do. The distress signals you saw are baits released by giant lizards, used to kill people and rob goods. We are used to it, so basically we won't take the initiative to follow the signals to rescue people. Yi Qinglan glanced at him. We are different from those of you who stay in the safe zone, who have enough food and drink every day. Luo Qin felt that the girl was very rude, so he stopped talking. Yi Qinglan led them past the gas station's defenses, pushed open the door of the convenience store inside the station and walked in. Shui Liyang never let down her guard, and Luo Qin also felt it. When the other party approached the gas station, his body gradually became tense. But he never showed it. Lychee. Luo Qin leaned close to Shui Liang's ear and whispered. Are we really going with him? Shui Liang shook her head and said softly. I don't believe others. But Yi Qinglan. I think she can take a risk and give it a try. Why? Luo Qin asked curiously. She wanted to save you when she was in the welfare home. Shui Liang said. She may not be a good person. But she is not a bad person either. Moreover, if it were you, wouldn't you think I was pretending to be like this? She believed it immediately, and was going to take me back to their base. Isn't she afraid that I, a big evil, would kill her in a flash? Damn, Luo Qin said dissatisfiedly. Of course I won't. Wait a minute. What big evil? Wouldn't the serum have the function of making people stupid? I said. Put yourself in her shoes. Shui Liang said. I'll give you an example. You are stupid. What are you two whispering about? Yi Qinglan had already distanced herself from the two of them, and couldn't help but turn around and ask. I'm telling you. Don't think about anything else. She had something to say, and the boy next to her didn't quite understand. But Shui Liang knew that the other party didn't forget to warn him at this time, which showed that he wanted to save people, and thought he was scary and interesting. A group of people walked through the empty shelves, and came to the door of the utility room in the corner. The boy walked up and knocked on the door. The frequency and strength of his fingers were different several times. Luo Qin realized that this was Morse code, and it was most likely a signal to enter the door. The door creaked open, and the light poured out from the door. A man with a gun looked at the few people from the side of the door, and his eyes fell on the two unfamiliar faces. He suddenly became alert. Who are they? They were rescued from outside, and the monster lizard is chasing them, Yi Qinglan said. The man hesitated for a moment, put his gun aside, and let them in. After Luo Qin entered, he found that there was a different world behind the utility room. Although the space was extremely narrow at first, there was a staircase leading to the underground. Below was a very spacious parking lot. Compared with the dark and dead city above, this place was really brightly lit and bustling with people. What is this place? Luo Qin was a little wary. He looked at Shui Liang, but saw that the latter had no expression on his face. But he was relieved to be carried by him and walked in. This is our base in Baida town. All the people here are the survivors who have fled, Yi Qinglan said. The resources in the city are limited, and the army has blocked the city. Many people can't get in, so they can only come here to find a way out. I know, Luo Qin said. But I have to ask first, who are you? Yi Qinglan didn't answer him, but stopped and turned to look at him. Behind her was the parking lot that had been arranged almost like an underground city. Many people came and went, busy with their own affairs, and from time to time cast curious glances at these outsiders. There were many advanced-looking weapons and equipment piled up in the corners. Each place was guarded by several fully armed survivors. The management was strict, and the order was in good order. Under the ground of this lifeless town, such a shocking seed was drilled out. We are the voice of environmental protection. Yi Qinglan looked at Shui Liang meaningfully. But now, we have a new name called Human Alliance? Cheng Qingyao drove the car and turned a sharp corner. Bai Wuluo was almost thrown out by him. He grabbed the handrail on the roof and complained, drive steadily. I remember that the organization you mentioned caused trouble in the safe zone 2 days ago, Cheng Qingyao said. I took people there once, distributed some supplies, and the public's emotions were calmed down. So far, we haven't found out who started it. I just heard about it too. I thought the Human Alliance was another troublemaker from nowhere, but it turned out to be the same thing as the Environmental Protection Organization, Bai Wuluo said. In short, there must be someone behind the scenes fanning the flames. This is not the first time. Now the news of recreating human beings has spread. Those people don't care what the truth is. Just a few paragraphs of inflammatory texts are enough, and there are many people who will take the place of the behind-the-scenes pushers to charge forward. It's better to report to Uncle Zhao after returning, Cheng Qingyao said. I always feel that many things have happened abnormally recently. It's better to be careful. Leave it to me. Bai Wuluo nodded. I have plenty of time. Hearing this, Cheng Qingyao put his arm on the car window, pressed the steering wheel with one hand, and looked at him sideways. Really? I didn't see it. Isn't Dr. Bai very busy? Too busy to share time with others. Bai Wuluo pursed his lips under the other's gaze. His side face was illuminated by the reading light. Drive your car well, he said. Chapter 56 Senior. Yi Qinglan brought clean bandages and medicine to treat Shui Liang's wound, and also found some water and food from the warehouse. There was also a young novice nurse with her. Due to her lack of experience, she was very nervous when picking out the glass fragments from Shui Liang's wound. Her eyes flickered and she stuttered. "Relax. Don't be nervous." Yi Qinglan comforted her. "You are good at it. Well, don't soak the wound in water. This roll of bandage is for you. Change it frequently." The nurse stood up after treating it, smiled at Shui Liang. "Apply the medicine yourself. I still need to do first aid. I'll leave first." "Thank you." Shui Liang smiled at her very gently, which made the nurse feel a little embarrassed. Luo Qin curled his lips and said nothing, took the medicine bottle from Yi Qinglan's hand, and applied the medicine to Shui Liang. "You just smiled like the ultimate villain in a TV series." Yi Qinglan looked at him, and said jokingly. Shui Liang regained his cold expression. "Don't you have anything else to say? Then can you stop looking at me like that?" "I was joking." Yi Qinglan was helpless. "Your eyes were really scary just now." Shui Liang never let down his guard against her for a moment, and Luo Qin was also tense, and didn't touch the water and bread that the other party brought. "Do you think I brought you here on purpose?" Yi Qinglan asked. "Hasn't the Human Alliance always regarded the recreated humans as monsters? They have been shouting to kill them all for a few months," Shui Liang said. "Besides, you let me in. And you are the ones who should be worried. Not me. Someone checked his wounds when he came in. But fortunately, his body slowed down its metabolism due to the side effects of the serum, and the healing speed of his wounds became similar to that of normal humans. So he did not arouse the suspicion of the people here. You have many weapons, but I only need a knife. No one here can survive," Shui Liang said coldly. Yi Qinglan became nervous instantly, and pressed the gun button on her thigh. Shui Liang looked at her movements and said, "I was joking too. Damn. You are too narrow-minded. Aren't you?" Yi Qinglan said speechlessly. "I won't talk to you anymore. It's obviously you who have prejudice against me." "Okay," Shui Liang said. "You were in the welfare home before." He didn't finish his words, and the pain from the wound made him frown. Yi Qinglan was startled, thinking that something had happened to him again. "What are you doing? Don't try to touch me. I didn't touch you. Hey, don't move." Luo Qin pushed Shui Liang's knee away. "Be careful not to rub the wound," Shui Liang said him, and lowered his head to talk to Luo Qin, just in time to see him half kneeling on the ground anxiously applying medicine to him. The way he held his injured leg, not daring to touch it or use force, and wishing to blow on the wound with his mouth, made him stunned. Luo Qin was still frowning and saying something to him, but Shui Liang didn't really listen. His mind was numb, probably because the injury on his leg was too painful. The medicine was cold, but when Luo Qin pressed his fingers on his skin, it felt a little hot. "Okay, let's call a truce first." Yi Qinglan raised her hand. "I won't argue with you anymore. And you don't have to argue with me either." At this time, the boy who was with Yi Qinglan before ran over and said excitedly, "Sister Lan, the captain said I passed the test, and I will be officially assigned to the team next week with you." "Great." Yi Qinglan touched his head absent-mindedly. "Have you packed your things? We have to go out to find supplies later." "Packed. We can leave at any time." The boy sat down cross-legged, looked at Shui Liang. "Wang Xingxing, are you healed?" The boy's name is Wang Wefan. He is only 19 years old this year, the same age as Luo Qin, wears a pair of glasses, and is said to be in school before the disaster broke out. He had originally arrived in Hangzhou with the army, but eventually chose to stay outside the city. Wang Xingxing was a name Shui Liang made up at random. He didn't want to reveal his real name in such an occasion. It wasn't because he was worried that he couldn't beat the other party, but he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. "Much better," Shui Liang replied politely. "I really don't understand why you are so keen to run outside. It's so dangerous outside. Just look at the injured person next to you." "A negative example." Yi Qinglan pointed at Shui Liang. "Aren't you afraid that you will lose your arms and legs one day?" "How am I a negative example?" Shui Liang was very dissatisfied. "That's what I call actual combat. You're going to go to the battlefield in the future." "Okay," Wang Wefan retorted. "What are those zombies outside? Killing recreated humans is my goal." Luo Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately looked at Yi Qinglan, who shook her head at him calmly and continued. "Come on. Are you as tall as me?" Shui Liang looked at Wang Wefan, and suddenly asked, Why do you want to kill recreated humans? Yi Qinglan looked at him hatefully, with a look on her face that said, "You did it on purpose. Didn't you?" Wang Wufan seemed to have been ignited by some kind of emotional fuse, and curled his lips and said, "They are all monsters, and there is no difference between them and the zombies outside." "Oh!" Shui Liang rested his arms on the wall behind him with interest. "Have you seen it?" Luo Qin couldn't help it, and pinched Shui Liang's hand, and said awkwardly, "Ancestor, please stop talking. You two will fight again later." "I haven't seen it. But many people who went out before have seen it. They said that those recreated humans don't care about anyone's life or death. Anyone who hinders them will be killed by them. Many of our people have died," Wang Wufan said, and took something out of his pocket. Luo Qin took a closer look and found that it was a student ID card that had been soaked in water. The outer cover was a little damaged, but the school name and emblem on it could be vaguely recognized. Shining Medical University. Luo Qin was stunned, and a name gradually emerged in his mind. "A senior at our school died at the hands of the recreated human beings." Wang Wufan looked at the student ID card, and his tone was very low. "His name is Wei Lan, and he is the most outstanding graduate of our school. His scientific research papers have been included in many core journals, and his achievements in medicine have saved many lives. Our professional course teacher is also his graduate tutor. He has praised him many times in class. The teacher often talks about how excellent his students are. He is proud of them." Wei Lan. Luo Qin felt that Wang Wenfan's voice was getting farther and farther away, as if it was isolated from another planet. The air around him was like being wrapped by a thick membrane, wrapping around his mind. Some thoughts in his mind became more and more chaotic, being torn, divided, and finally blended into a group of inexplicable emotions, stuffed into his brain. "Wei Lan. Wei Lan. Luo Qin?" Shui Liang called him, and seeing that he didn't respond, she reached out and gently pinched the back of his neck. "What's wrong?" Luo Qin suddenly came back to his senses, and realized that he had just lost his composure, and it was very obvious. Even Yi Qinglan and Wang Wufan stopped talking and looked at him in confusion. "I'm fine." Luo Qin rubbed the back of his head. "You continue talking. It's a pity for Senior Wei Lan. He could have escaped from Shining, but in the end, he was killed by the recreated humans in that place, and I don't even know where his body was thrown." Wang Wufan sighed. "I remember he once gave a speech at school, and he spoke very well about our dreams, responsibilities. I admire him very much, and I have always wanted to be like him, and there is his signature on the book." Luo Qin listened to what the other party said, and sighed silently in his heart. He remembered that Wei Lan once told him that the dreams he promoted to the outside world, and the positive speeches he gave were actually what he had to do. Even Wei Lan himself was not quite clear about what the so-called dream was. Every time he stood on the stage, he looked at the pairs of admiring or eager eyes below, and often felt guilty. He was actually the one who was least clear about what he wanted, and didn't know where to go in the future. But he kept talking to these children about the future, trying to shape their empty dreams. "I'm really tired. These words sometimes make me feel sick." Wei Lan grabbed her hair, and said to Luo Qin with a tired face, "But this is what people want to see and hear. If I go on stage and say, 'Hack the dream. I quit, and I'll drink and enjoy today,' then my company will be ruined, and my school will be criticized. Then everything will be ruined. So I can only do this, whether it's Yuan Shan or the school. They need to output such views, so they always have to push someone up. When you are carried to a position by others, you will often find that it is too late to regret, and you can't turn back." The boy in front of him was missing his idol, one of the few people he admired in his life. But Luo Qin couldn't bear to say it out loud. He thought that the great and spotless genius scientist who died young, the excellent senior, was actually one of the initiators of this terrible disaster. The virus he developed personally pushed those who once regarded him as a hero into the abyss. "You said, if those recreated humans really have human thinking, human reason and emotions, how could they attack an innocent person?" The senior was killed by the recreated humans and by Yuan Shan. They developed that kind of virus. "But they didn't care about our lives," Wang Wufan said. "And that murderer is too terrible. He is actually an officer in the army. So I can never step into that shelter. When I think about being watched by these people, I feel terrible." "Murderer?" Luo Qin's heart was already alarmed. Wang Wenfan's words made him shudder, but a trace of luck in his heart still made him avoid that idea. He breathed steadily, and tried not to look so nervous. The murderer's name is Shui Liang. Wang Wufan gritted his teeth and said, "He is a monster. Cold and cruel. One day we will kill him. Don't regard fighting and killing as the meaning of life." Luo Qin couldn't help saying, "At this time, survival is the most important thing. It won't be easy if you have too many obsessions." Yi Qinglan broke out in a cold sweat. While looking at Shui Liang's face, she tried to stop Wang Wufan from continuing. "Xiaofan, he is right. You are still young. You shouldn't think about these extreme things." "Sister Lan, don't you hate him?" Wang Wufan asked excitedly. "Your parents were also killed by Yuan Shan. How can you not hate him?" "Enough," Yi Qinglan said angrily. "Do you think anyone here will have a better life than you? We are all the same, and we all came here for the same purpose. Do you think you are the only one who wants to eradicate this cancer of Yuan Shan?" Wang Wufan was silent. He lowered his head and tightly grasped the student ID card in his hand. Shui Liang suddenly stretched out his hand at this time. Yi Qinglan didn't know what he was going to do, and said in a lost voice, "No." Wang Wufan raised his head and looked at her in confusion. Shui Liang's hand gently fell on Wang Wufan's shoulder, and said slowly, "Some things. You will have plenty of time to think clearly in the future. Don't regret choosing your own path. Other people's words should not affect you. Anyone who wants to add opinions to you is just a reference for you." Yi Qinglan was scared to death, and stared at the two people with bated breath. "Of course. I won't regret it." Wang Wufan nodded. "When I kill him, I will definitely celebrate with you." Shui Liang looked at him with a complicated expression, and silently withdrew his hand. "Okay." Yi Qinglan was almost mad at this guy who spoke without thinking. But at the same time, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and her hand on the gun button loosened. It didn't matter if Shui Liang was really injured and weak, or if he was not interested in attacking ordinary people. In short, Yi Qinglan was sure that Wang Wufan didn't make him want to kill. She stood up and kicked Wang Wufan on the buttocks. She was still frightened and said in a loud and guilty voice, "Okay. Okay. Have you finished sorting the materials? Go quickly. Don't be lazy here." Luo Qin originally thought that Yi Qinglan would stay here and wait for Wang Wufan to come back. Unexpectedly, as soon as Wang Wufan left, she picked up her bag from the ground and said to the two of them, "I'm going out for a while. Stay here and wait for me to come back. Don't try to sneak away. You can't stop me if I want to go," Shui Liang said, grabbing Luo Qin's arm and standing up. "Let's go. I'll go with you." Yi Qinglan was surprised and said, "Do you know what I'm going to do?" Shui Liang said, "It doesn't matter what you are going to do. The woman outside can kill you before you fight her. I'm with you. At least I won't let you die unclearly." He took 2 steps forward, suddenly turned around, looked at Yi Qinglan and said, "By the way, thank you for what happened today." Chapter 57 Weakness. Yi Qinglan's eyes widened. She waited until Shui Liang walked a long way before she reacted. She hurriedly chased after him. She looked around and saw no one. She whispered, "Can you still say thank you? It's amazing that you can still find this." Shui Liang nodded. "I can still say hello." "You're welcome." "Goodbye." "Welcome." "Do you want to hear it? Are you sick?" Yi Qinglan was speechless. "Just say a few words. Aren't you uncomfortable if you don't act weird?" Luo Qin almost laughed. He staggered with Shui Liang. Yi Qinglan whispered something, and quickly followed the two. The guard had changed shifts when they left. When the man saw a strange face in the dungeon, he stopped Yi Qinglan and asked a few questions, and his words were full of vigilance. "I rescued them from outside, and they are quite skilled," Yi Qinglan said casually. "You can't eat and drink for free here, so I took them out to work. Remember to come back early," the guard instructed. The outpost has confirmed that a team of mercenaries has just left the base. There are not many people stationed there now, but it's better to be careful. Several people quietly sneaked out of the gas station and sneaked along the shadows of the building in the dark. Yi Qinglan changed into a black outfit, which blended almost perfectly with the night, and ran lightly and swiftly, like a nimble cat. She was responsible for scouting the situation ahead, and carefully observed for a long time at each intersection, and then waved to signal the people behind her to pass. "You are too cautious," Luo Qin said. "If the enemy wants to ambush, they will not ambush in a place you can see. You have to learn to hide yourself actively." "Hide what?" "Just kill them directly," Shui Liang said. "It's not so troublesome to deal with them." Luo Qin patted Shui Liang on the back. "Now we are the rookies at the bottom exchanging experiences. Lychee. Yi Qinglan smiled, and suddenly asked, "You don't ask me what I'm going to do?" Shui Liang said, "It's probably not a good thing." Yi Qinglan rolled her eyes. "Forget it, I might as well sell cabbages than keep you in suspense." 2 days ago, the monster lizard robbed the supplies we transported from other places, including some medicines needed by patients with acute diseases. We can't wait to find new ones. Many people are waiting for medicine, so we can only sneak into their base and steal the things back. If you didn't run into us, would you have planned to come out alone like this? Luo Qin asked. You are so brave. What's the matter? Every time we act, 1 or 2 people sneak in, and we have never been discovered, Yi Qinglan said. They have too many things in stock, and they don't count them carefully, so it is very convenient for us to transport them out. She said it with confidence, and those who didn't know would think she was just going to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. You originally wanted to bring that kid with you, didn't you? Shui Liang asked. Why did you stand him up? Was it because of me? Yi Qinglan's back seemed to pause for a moment. She leaned against the wall of the dark alley, watching several zombies walking on the street not far away. And then she said, It seems that you also know. Are you afraid that I will kill him? Not only am I afraid that you will kill him, I am also afraid that he will do something stupid after finding out who you are. Yi Qinglan's tone became sharp. You know how extreme that child is. If he really finds out, he will definitely attack you regardless of the consequences. Shui Liang was silent for a few seconds and said, His idea did surprise me a little. He looked at Luo Qin and said, But when Wei Lan died, I was there. Yi Qinglan's face changed suddenly. Could it be that you? I didn't kill him, Shui Liang said with a stronger tone. He died to save Luo Qin. I also wanted to save him at that time, but it was too late. Yi Qinglan looked at Luo Qin again, only to see the latter nodded, and sighed. Wei Lan is my friend since childhood. We originally escaped from shooting together, but we met those mercenaries on the way. When someone pulled me to detonate the bomb, he pushed me away. The explosion that shattered the sky that day suddenly rang in his ears again, and the scorching flame seemed to be right in front of him. Wei Lan was engulfed by the flames, and the look she gave him at last was helpless and desperate. Yi Qinglan didn't expect things to be like this. She stood by the wall at a loss, whispering, Is that so? Then I'll go back and talk to that guy indirectly, and let him calm down. Shui Liang didn't comment, but just said lightly, Let's go. Hurry up. After he said this, he didn't move immediately, but gently shrank his neck to the side, and said to Luo Qin in a somewhat stiff tone, Don't breathe so heavily. Ah? Luo Qin then realized that the tip of his nose was almost touching the back of Shui Liang's neck. The atmosphere just now was too tense. He subconsciously got very close to Shui Liang, and he didn't even realize it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Shui Liang looked hesitant. He wanted to look at Luo Qin, but he forced himself to stop and retracted his gaze. Forget it, follow me. The mercenaries' base was in a construction site to the north of the gas station. This was an office building owned by a developer. It should have been completed long ago, but it was left alone here after the disaster. No one cared about it until the monster lizard occupied this place as a campsite. It became lively again. Shui Liang quietly eliminated the zombies wandering outside the camp, and sneaked towards it. There were several lights in the camp. According to Yi Qinglan, these were emergency lights brought by the mercenaries themselves. Unlike the Human Alliance, which relied on self-built power generation facilities, they seemed to have sufficient reserve batteries and fuel for fire, and a new batch of supplies would be transported in every now and then. Shui Liang frowned slightly when he heard what Yi Qinglan said, and then took out the knife that was close to his body from the interlayer of his clothes. There was an inconspicuous bulge at the end of the handle. He lifted the edge with his fingertips, and a button-sized object popped out with a ding. What is this? Yi Qinglan stared at the little thing in amazement. Shui Liang put the thing in his palm and replied, A positioning tracker. Each Special Forces unit has one when performing a mission. It is used to lock the coordinates of the enemy's base. He glanced at Yi Qinglan and added, Forget it. I won't give it to you. You have to recycle it after use. Otherwise, I will track you wherever you take it. Yi Qinglan turned her head away angrily, suppressing the thoughts in her mind. Shui Liang threw the tracker into the bushes beside him, and then quietly ran into the construction site. After he entered, he found that the guard was right. There were indeed only a few mercenaries stationed there, but no one was lax, and their eagle-like eyes patrolled everywhere, leaving them no chance to sneak in. I'll go kill those guys. Shui Liang drew his knife and said, "Wait for me here." He disappeared into the darkness. Yi Qinglan was about to speak up to stop him. But Luo Qin said lazily, "What are you worried about? Li Qi is very powerful." Yi Qinglan turned back to look at him suddenly, and said after a moment of silence, "You always call him that? Li Qi?" Luo Qin was confused by the question. "What's the problem?" Yi Qinglan turned her head silently. "No. I respect you." Shui Liang only took 6 minutes to deal with all the patrolling mercenaries in the camp. He dragged the bodies into an old makeshift house, covered them with canvas, and immediately went back to find the other two. Yi Qinglan was waiting anxiously, staring at the direction of the camp. Shui Liang suddenly appeared behind them and snapped his fingers, almost scaring her to jump. "Move." Shui Liang patted Luo Qin's shoulder. "There's not much time left. Hurry up." The three of them quickly ran into the abandoned building standing in the deepest part of the camp, and Yi Qinglan led them to the supply room in the underground garage. The mercenaries set up a simple storage place for supplies here. There were lighting facilities fixed on the wall. The light was dim and yellow. A few low-wattage bulbs flickered from time to time, making a crackling sound. Shui Liang came to the door of the warehouse, looked at the closed iron door, rolled up the sleeve of his right hand, pulled out the red rope on his wrist. Yi Qinglan was about to ask, "Are you going to use this to unlock the door?" But Shui Liang pulled out a small piece of wire from the red rope, twisted it a few times in his hand, and poked it into the keyhole. "How come you have everything?" Yi Qinglan couldn't help asking. "Can this open the door?" Shui Liang glanced at her, and continued to fiddle with the wire. "Do you think that we three should set up an altar, count out 3 times and chant Taishang Lao Jun? Please open the door? You are really crazy." Yi Qinglan turned her head away with a cold expression. Luo Qin's eyes fell on the red string on Shui Liang's wrist, and he suddenly said sourly, "It's a red string given by my sweetheart." "What?" Shui Liang looked at Luo Qin, who was in a low mood, in confusion, wondering what tricks he was going to play again. But the next second, the iron door opened with a click. Shui Liang reached out and touched the light cord hanging by the door. With a gentle pull, the warehouse was instantly illuminated. Yi Qinglan hurriedly took off her backpack and rushed in, packing the supplies in an orderly manner. "Help me find some enteric-coated aspirin tablets," Yi Qinglan said quickly. "And anti-inflammatory drugs. Oh, I found it." "Find aspirin quickly." Shui Liang reached out and rummaged through the pile of medicines. He quickly took out a green medicine box and shook it. "Here." His movement suddenly paused. His eyes fell on a bottle of anti-asthma spray, and he took it and threw it to Luo Qin. "Take this." Yi Qinglan found all the medicines on the list, but did not intend to leave. He was still looking for something there with his head down, looking anxious. Shui Liang looked at her and asked, "What else do you want?" That thing was also taken away by them." "Where is it?" Yi Qinglan said to herself. "Wait for me. It will be here soon." She had sharp eyes, and soon saw a pink corner in the corner. "That's it." Shui Liang walked over and turned the package over to find a package of sanitary napkins that had been opened. He handed it to Yi Qinglan and looked through it again. "It seems to be gone." Yi Qinglan did not give up, and went over to look for it herself for a few rounds, gritting her teeth and said, "These bastards. They even took this away. The girls here are waiting for it urgently, but they actually use it as insoles. Let's go first. I'll find some for you later." Shui Liang restored the place he had just searched to its original position, eliminating the traces of someone digging. Yi Qinglan quickly filled her backpack, got up and retreated to the door. "I'm ready." "Retreat quickly." When the three of them left the underground garage and returned to the ground, Shui Liang suddenly stopped, and suddenly pressed down the 2 people behind him who were still walking forward, and squatted in the corner after a hushed sound. "Someone is coming." Luo Qin and Yi Qinglan hurriedly hid behind the wall, and heard a series of chaotic footsteps coming from far away. Someone ran and shouted, "Boss, our people are gone." Then a man's voice sounded, "Find it for me, and kill the intruders if you find them." Shui Liang clenched the knife in his hand, turned his head, and said to Luo Qin, "I'll take care of it." Chapter 58 Limit. "Can your body hold up?" Luo Qin said worriedly. "Just now there were only a few, but now there are probably people everywhere. I have recovered a little, I won't die." Shui Liang moved his limbs, and the joints made a crackling sound. "They are just mercenaries. Compared to the regular army, They are just a group of people teaching Taekwondo interest classes. This metaphor made Luo Qin choke, and he found it a little funny. They are not ordinary mercenaries. Giant Lizard once set a record of massacring hundreds of American soldiers in the Vietnam War, and even recorded the video of the massacre and sent it to the other government. Yi Qinglan said, if they hadn't been attacked by gangs a few years ago and lost more than half of their elite forces, they would have almost entered Hangzhou by now. You even know this? Luo Qin couldn't help but say, you are too well informed. You know, it's not gangs attacking gangs. Xue Liang didn't even look back, sneaking towards the camp. I did it. When Xue Liang disappeared in front of the two, Yi Qinglan hadn't reacted yet. She turned her head to look at Luo Qin and asked in a vague voice, who did he say did it just now? He himself? Luo Qin looked at the direction where Xue Liang left and said, he said that he was doing something righteous that time. Doing something righteous? Yi Qinglan was very surprised. Did he go to Southeast Asia to help an old lady cross the road or catch a thief? Can you think of something normal? The sound of fighting soon came from outside, and there was a chaotic sound of gunfire. And the sound of machine gun fire and grenade explosions was deafening and fierce. Yi Qinglan leaned out of the window and quietly poked her head out. She could only see the shadows of people not far away, the swaying lights and firelights, and countless shadows fighting in the camp. Can he make it? Yi Qinglan said worriedly. There are a lot of them, and they have guns, explosives, and they are a bunch of lunatics. Luo Qin frowned tightly and stared at the direction where the fighting sound came from without saying a word. In fact, he was not sure in his heart. The side effects of Xue Liang's medicine had not completely subsided. Just a moment of discomfort could put the opponent at a disadvantage. However, the noise outside did not subside for a long time, which at least showed that Xue Liang was still alive. Luo Qin remembered that Xue Liang told him that even if the recreated human was seriously injured, he would not die. But everything had fatal weaknesses, and it was impossible for anything to be immortal. He knew that Xue Liang's strength was unfathomable, and he would almost always break through his original cognition. But it was precisely because he could not figure out where Xue Liang's limit was that he always had a trace of worry in his mind. Xue Liang was like a lion stretched straight in front of him. Indestructible. Invincible. But he did not know whether this line would suddenly break one day. You are here. A gloomy female voice sounded behind the two people. Yi Qinglan reacted very quickly. She immediately took out a pistol from her waist bag and fired a shot in the direction of the voice behind her. Bang! The woman walked out of the shadows. A gunshot wound on her body was bleeding, but her face did not show any pain. Instead, she shook her clothes and threw out a bloody shell. The person who came was the woman who had chased Luo Qin and Xue Liang before. She was holding a box in her hand. She looked at the two uninvited guests in front of her with a strange expression and said coldly, you came by yourself, so I don't need to bother. Yi Qinglan threw a stun bomb from her sleeve and threw it at the woman with all her strength. At the moment of the explosion, Luo Qin grabbed Yi Qinglan and rolled out of the range of the stun bomb. But the two of them were inevitably blown dizzy, with dirt and rocks falling all over their bodies, and their heads buzzing. Luo Qin only felt that breathing began to become difficult again. But it was too late to take care of the discomfort in his body. The two of them climbed up from the ground and ran towards the outskirts of the camp. With a bang, a shell exploded on the concrete ground in front of the two of them, and the splashing concrete fragments hit their faces. Luo Qin subconsciously stood in front of Yi Qinglan, watching the figure coming out of the smoke, thinking of countermeasures quickly in his mind. A mercenary carrying a rocket launcher walked towards them, sneering, got you. Yi Qinglan heard footsteps behind her, turned her head, and saw that the woman was also chasing after her, although she was unarmed. The temperament she exuded was even more terrifying than this mercenary with a physique like Tyson. I'll hold him back. You run. Yi Qinglan whispered in Luo Qin's ear. Go back to the camp for help. You can't hold them back by yourself. Now either die together, or... The woman was about to speak. Suddenly a piece of cement prefabricated board flew from behind her and instantly hit the woman's head. She was smashed into the ground more than half a meter deep, and a hole was created on the solid concrete floor. Lychee. Luo Qin's eyes lit up, as if he had seen a savior. Yi Qinglan took the opportunity to throw the gun in her hand over. At this time, the mercenary on the opposite side roared and rushed over. Xue Liang caught the pistol, turned it around quickly in his hand, pointed the gun at the mercenary, and fired without hesitation. With a bang, half of the mercenary's head was shattered, and he fell straight down with the rocket launcher in his hand. Luo Qin immediately stepped forward and pulled out the weapon from the corpse, and pointed it at the place where the woman fell. Lizzie, get out of the way! He had never touched this thing before, and only knew that it was not much different from a pistol, and immediately pulled the trigger. Unexpectedly, the recoil was too strong, and he was instantly thrown out, and fell heavily to the ground, and his head suddenly buzzed. Xue Liang ran to him and helped him up, and rubbed the back of his head a few times. Are you okay? This is the last time I use this thing. Luo Qin looked at Xue Liang with a confused face. I swear. Wait! Yi Qinglan suddenly shouted, and looked through the thick smoke at the direction where the woman was shot. There were scattered stones and dust everywhere, but there was no blood or body parts. Xue Liang felt the sound of wind behind him, and immediately pushed Luo Qin to Yi Qinglan, turned around quickly, raised his hand and swung a knife, blocking the sneak attack from the person behind him. Seeing that the attack missed, the woman immediately flew back several meters, holding a gleaming dagger and confronting Xue Liang. Her clothes were already torn, and her face was covered with blood, but her whole state did not show any weakness after being injured. But her fighting spirit was stronger. Monster! You're here! The woman sneered, and at the same time raised the box that had been hidden behind her. Let me see if I can kill you. Who are you? Xue Liang asked. What good will it do you to kill me? Luo Qin also felt strange, and asked Yi Qinglan casually, who is this person? When the disaster broke out, no one was in charge of the prison nearby. All the armed police internal security forces were withdrawn to rescue the disaster, but none of them came back. It was not until the power plant was paralyzed and the entire area was cut off from power that these people escaped from it. Yi Qinglan said. Currently, the monster lizard is very short of manpower. Many of those who escaped from the prison, some entered the city, and the rest either joined us or surrendered to the monster lizard. She is the foreign mercenary who escaped from the prison. They are all foreigners, but she is not. The woman looked at Xue Liang with contempt, and said, it doesn't matter who I am. There is no one in the world who knows me, but killing a monster with my own hands makes me feel very excited. More exciting than when I killed people before. As she said that, she opened the suitcase at hand, took out a blue crystal-like stone from it, crushed it with her hands, and then pressed the crystal fragments against her wound. She squeezed so hard that the hideous wound started bleeding again, and were almost torn apart again. The woman let out a painful and suppressed whimper, followed by a long howl. Her rapid breathing slowly calmed down, and she stared at Xue Liang with a ferocious expression, like a ferocious and terrifying monster. At this time, Xue Liang suddenly saw that the large and small wounds on her body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if time had been accelerated. He watched the torn marks shrink rapidly, heal, and then form scabs, which were then picked off by the woman. He realized something, looked at the suitcase discarded on the ground, and asked sternly, why do you have such a thing? Go ask the king of hell. The woman roared and rushed towards him. Xue Liang dodged her attack sideways, and then bit his right leg, and kicked her hard in the neck. The woman made a gurgling sound in her throat, and was thrown to the ground by Xue Liang again. Her hands and feet were broken, but they returned to normal in an instant. The torn skin and flesh were repaired as before, without any scars. While Xue Liang was controlling the other person, his palm keenly felt something, and was stunned for a moment. He held down the woman's struggling body tightly, looked up at the two people who were stunned and said, find a rope. Will the rope be useful to her? Yi Qinglan asked. Xue Liang thought about it, and just as he was about to knock the person out, he heard a strange crackling sound from the woman's body. And then the woman's body, who was pressed to the ground by him, shrank several times in an instant, like a loach slipping out of his hand. Yi Qinglan exclaimed, this woman can shrink. Xue Liang reacted very quickly and stabbed her with a knife, but only cut off the corner of the woman's clothes. She quickly rolled to the side, and her body made another strange sound, and her figure returned to its original size. This time, she did not fight, but ran out of the camp. Xue Liang chased her and pinched her neck with one hand. This part could not shrink at will, no matter how strong the recovery ability was. This was also a vital point. The woman threw a dagger back, and Xue Liang caught it with his hand, and then twisted it hard, and the blade broke into several pieces, falling along the woman's wrist. Yi Qinglan also rushed over, and kicked the woman in the neck. Shui Liang took advantage of her leaning over to dodge, and raised his knee and hit her in the abdomen. The woman spurted out a mouthful of blood, and was thrown against the wall like a piece of tattered cloth. You hit a woman so hard. Yi Qinglan smacked her lips. Do you want to leave him alive? This is a man. The Adam's apple is obviously a male sexual characteristic. Shui Liang said suddenly. I don't know why he became like this. Maybe it's because he used the stone just now. Yi Qinglan was surprised and said, A man? You don't have to do anything. Stay over there with Luo Qin. Shui Liang turned his head and said to Yi Qinglan, but suddenly he saw a sturdy black shadow behind Luo Qin rushing towards him quickly. Luo Qin. Get out of the way. Luo Qin subconsciously bent down and dodged into the bushes. Shui Liang threw a knife. The saber passed through the black shadow's skull from the center of his eyebrows. A large amount of blood gushed out. A few drops even splashed on Luo Qin's face, warm and smelly. At the moment when Shui Liang was distracted, the woman who was knocked away rushed back like a rabbit, took out another dagger from somewhere, and stabbed Shui Liang in the heart. It's your turn. Chapter 59 Resonance. Shui Liang immediately spat out a stream of blood, and fell to the ground with the dagger, and subconsciously looked in the direction of Luo Qin. The man whose gender was revealed turned around without any hesitation, and stepped on the dagger on Shui Liang's chest. The blade was completely immersed in Shui Liang's body, and he groaned in pain, but he had no strength to resist. The recreated human will not die even if the heart is pierced, but the blood supply to various parts of the body will begin to decrease sharply. The side effects of the serum came again. The strong feeling of suffocation made his body tremble violently, as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his chest, and thousands of sharp blades grew on the boulder, which stabbed into his body at the same time, and he almost fainted from the pain. Lychee. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang, who looked painful and forbearing. His eyes turned red, and he touched his body, but he didn't have any weapons. The man looked at him, as if he was looking at a kitten or a puppy, and he didn't even plan to come over to silence him, because there was no need. Gun. Luo Qin saw a silver light flashing by his feet. His expression changed slightly. While the man was not paying attention to him, he suddenly bent down and rolled on the ground, picked up the pistol that fell not far away, and flashed in front of the man in just a few seconds. The other party obviously did not expect it. After being surprised, his face regained its fierceness, and kicked the man away with a lightning kick 1 second before Luo Qin fired. Luo Qin. The man squatted down, grabbed Shui Liang's neck, jokingly said, Are you going crazy with anxiety? How about this? I'll kill him bit by bit in front of you, so you can see enough. Seeing this, Yi Qinglan immediately threw away her backpack, rushed forward to fight with the man, but was instantly crushed by the opponent's tiger-like brute force, received a punch in the face, and fell heavily on the rough concrete ground. The stone scratched my knees and palms, leaving them bleeding, and my internal organs were also hurt. Yi Qinglan, Shui Liang said hoarsely. Run quickly. Don't come over. Do you know why I call you a monster? The man turned and stared at Shui Liang, saying, Because I am the same as you. A little monster. Aren't you curious about how I knew you were hiding in that small hotel? Because you killed a zombie there. It had undergone 2 mutations, and the induction between us was very strong. The moment it died, the exploding pheromones resonated with me. It should be said that as long as you become a monster like us, you will have some induction to the evolved zombies. Because we are the same as those zombies. But we have evolved more completely and more advanced. Do you understand? People of the same kind will definitely sense each other and attract each other. Who is of the same kind as you? Shui Liang used all his strength to stand up, looking at him with disgust. Get lost. The man sighed, reaching out to pull out the dagger. At this moment, a shadow of a person suddenly flashed by his side, grasped his wrist tightly, and said word by word with gritted teeth, Don't touch him. The man turned his head in surprise, only to see Luo Qin staring at him fiercely, with a terrible murderous intent in his eyes. He couldn't break free, so he tried to use his bone-shrinking technique to slip away from Luo Qin's hands. However, Luo Qin didn't give him this opportunity. He suddenly exerted force with his palm and crushed the man's wrist bone. After the bone broke, he immediately broke free from Luo Qin's grip and calmly straightened the broken bone in his wrist. The bone began to heal gradually, and the bone joints healed by themselves. The wound also shrank visibly. Aren't you healing fast? Luo Qin took 2 steps closer to him. His eyes were dull, and his voice was flat and emotionless. Then you come and try. Should I crush every part of your body first? Or should you heal first? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qin flew over like a sharp arrow, grabbed the man's face with his palm, and smashed his whole head to the ground. The man's neck broke with a crack, and his head and body formed a strange angle. But his hands did not relax, and he held Luo Qin's arms tightly, trying to pull his hands off. Luo Qin's arms were as hard as steel, and they did not even shake. He clamped the man's head with both hands, and threw him against the wall. The sound of broken bones rang out, and all the parts in a line of the body were smashed one by one, leaving only the brain at the top still functioning. Yi Qinglan coughed wildly, and helped Xue Liang up. She looked at the dagger on his chest helplessly. What should I do? Xue Liang stretched out his hand, and pulled out the dagger, and threw it aside. The blood in his ventricle gushed out, but he blocked it with his clothes and it stopped soon. He looked at the direction of Luo Qin, and the battle on the opposite side. Panting, his expression changed from confusion to shock. In the end, he and Yi Qinglan watched all this in amazement. Neither of them could say a word. Luo Qin was like a beast torturing its prey. His attack method was random, but every move could be fatal. If the opponent was an ordinary person, he would have been crushed into a pulp by Luo Qin by now, and there was no chance for him to continue to torture him. The man spurted blood from his mouth, screaming in pain. His arms and legs were broken, healed quickly, and then smashed to pieces by Luo Qin again. After several rounds, Luo Qin seemed to finally get tired of it, and paused for half a second. The man took the opportunity to roll out of his hands. His legs quickly recovered, and he turned and ran. Luo Qin's speed was so fast that no one could see how he got in front of the man. He reached out and grabbed the other's head again. This time he did not choose to throw him, but hesitated for no reason, and then suddenly exerted force. The man's head was instantly smashed into a watermelon in his hands. The man stopped moving. His body drooped like a hemp rope, and was thrown away by Luo Qin, knocking over the billboard hanging on the building, and rolling to the side of the road with dust. The billboard fell vertically, and it was too late when Yi Qinglan found it. She only had time to hold her head and roll to the side, but her legs were still heavily pressed under the billboard, and she screamed in pain. Luo Qin, Xue Liang fell to the corner of the wall, staring blankly at the man in front of him whose eyes had been swallowed by a sea of ink. Luo Qin's hands and arms were covered with scarlet flesh. Under the gloomy lighting, he walked towards him like a demon, which made Xue Liang's back cold, and he shuddered involuntarily. He realized that he felt fear in an instant. No matter what caused this emotion, it was something he hadn't experienced for a long time. But then, all he could think about was the accident in the laboratory of the medical university that year, which caused Wei Lan to suffer a serious injury that was almost fatal. But imagine Luo Qin, an ordinary person who has never been trained. How could he seriously injure another strong adult male with his bare hands? Unless Luo Qin was out of control at that time like now, and attacked people indiscriminately without any reason. Luo Qin, it's me! Xue Liang shouted his name loudly, trying to wake him up. What's wrong with you? Luo Qin did not respond at all, but took 2 steps toward Xue Liang woodenly, stretched out his dirty hand, and was full of ferocity ready to go. Run! Yi Qinglan was pressed by the billboard, unable to move. Seeing Luo Qin approaching Xue Liang step by step, she was so anxious that she didn't care whether it would attract nearby zombies. She shouted in fear. He will kill you. Xue Liang. He has become a monster. He will really kill you. Xue Liang turned his head and looked at her. His eyes were complicated. Then, he stood up and staggered forward. Luo Qin. Look at me! Luo Qin roared in horror and swung his palm over. Xue Liang stretched out his arms to block, and was knocked back several steps. He clearly felt that he had barely blocked the blow, and his arms were numb from the shock. A force of impact ran through his body. Ugh! Luo Qin attacked him like crazy, and his hideous and terrifying appearance was no different from those bloodthirsty and murderous monsters, and even more terrifying. The opponent's power was almost overwhelming, and even Xue Liang felt the oppression. Are you crazy? Run! Yi Qinglan was horrified. You are going to die. I'll leave him here alone, and he will be killed when the army arrives. Xue Liang blocked another attack, gritting his teeth and saying, I have to calm him down or else. Get out of the way. As Yi Qinglan screamed, Xue Liang quickly dodged to the side. Luo Qin slammed his hands heavily on the ground, the concrete floor collapsed instantly, and a lamp post fell down immediately. Seeing that the lamp post was about to fall on Luo Qin's head, Xue Liang quickly got up and rushed up, hugging Luo Qin to avoid the falling lamp post. However, Luo Qin was completely crazy at this time, and he actually bit his neck as soon as he opened his mouth. Chapter 60 Out of Control. A pool of blood fell to the ground, soaking a small piece of soil mixed with cement fragments. Xue Liang pushed Luo Qin's body away with trembling hands, gritting his teeth and calling his name, Luo Qin, Luo Qin. Fight back, must fight back. There was such a voice roaring madly in his mind. The combat training he had received and every actual combat he had experienced, the experience and instinctive reaction engraved in his bones almost soaked every cell in his body, constantly reminding him what he should do at this time to fight back fiercely, defeating the enemy with one move, leaving the opponent no longer able to resist. But this is Luo Qin. This is not the enemy. He didn't know what kind of blow Luo Qin's body could withstand, and his ordinary attack might be fatal. But now it was urgent to let Luo Qin regain consciousness first. Xue Liang didn't care about that. Raised his fist and hit Luo Qin in the face, knocking him out. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment and groaned in pain. Xue Liang thought he was hurt by his blow and immediately stopped to check Luo Qin's face. The next second, Luo Qin raised his hand and hit his abdomen, and his internal organs felt like they were crushed. Yi Qinglan desperately moved the billboard pressing on her legs and limped over. Luo Qin continued to attack like crazy, but was pushed away from behind by Yi Qinglan and fell on his back to the ground. Yi Qinglan pushed Xue Liang away without saying anything. Looking at Luo Qin, who was completely out of control in front of her, she said in horror, "You are so stupid, run." Xue Liang protected Yi Qinglan behind him and said in a deep voice, "You go first. Don't let the people from the Human Alliance come over. I'm afraid they will see Luo Qin like this." Yi Qinglan couldn't understand Xue Liang's practice of trying to stop the boiling water from boiling. Why was he so stubborn? He wanted to stay even if he had to lose his life for an out-of-control monster? She gritted her teeth and said, Then I will help you here. You can't help me." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qin rushed over again. Xue Liang grabbed his arm and twisted it and pressed him against the wall. "Luo Qin, calm down." However, Luo Qin seemed to be unable to hear anyone talking at all. He struggled with his arms and pushed Xue Liang back a few steps. He turned around, staring at Xue Liang with eyes as deep as the abyss. His cheeks were covered with blood, making his face pale and cold. Xue Liang stared at Luo Qin blankly, unable to find any words to calm him down. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind, and he blurted out, "I am Lichi." Luo Qin stopped moving at this moment, looking at Xue Liang blankly. His lips moved. "It worked. Luo Qin. I'm here. No one will hurt you." Xue Liang cautiously stretched out her hand to him. "Come here, Luo Qin." Luo Qin took a step forward, and then another step, and slowly raised his palm. Xue Liang held his hand, and slowly interlocked his fingers with his, and said softly, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Lichi." Luo Qin murmured 2 words, and pressed his whole body against Xue Liang. I'm here, no one can touch you." Xue Liang patted his back, and said softly, "Come, let's go home." Yi Qinglan looked at the two of them in shock, and her throbbing heart slowly calmed down. She wiped the stains off her face, and asked tentatively, "Is he okay?" Xue Liang shook his head. "I don't know, but he's calmed down for now." As soon as he finished speaking, 2 gunshots rang out above his head. Luo Qin and his arms shook obviously, but he did not lose control again. Instead, he grabbed Xue Liang's clothes and panted quickly. 2 figures jumped down from the window of the building along the zip line. Seeing Xue Liang's appearance, their voices were almost distorted. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't come over." Xue Liang raised his hand to stop the person coming. "He is very aggressive now." It was Cheng Qingyao and Bai Wulua who came. They held a man with his head down and no sound on the left and right. It was unknown whether he was dead or just fainted. Cheng Qingyao looked at Luo Qin and asked Xue Liang, "Brother, what's wrong with him?" Xue Liang, "I don't know. He just became like this all of a sudden." Cheng Qingyao said, "Okay. It just so happened that I happened to bring something with me. Otherwise, I would have beaten him to death if I had hit him with a club." Bai Wulua sneered, "If you hit him with emotion, you can smash his skull and brain." Luo Qin slowly raised his head, looked at the two people coming over, and began to feel a little restless. Xue Liang immediately hugged him tightly upon seeing this, and continued to comfort him. Okay. They won't hurt you. Strictly speaking. Zhang Qingyao threw the man to Bai Wuluo, and took out a finger-sized nano syringe from his pocket. It will hurt a little bit. He quickly inserted the needle into Luo Qin's neck, and the latter let out a shrill roar. But before he could fight back, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Done. Zhang Qingyao threw away the syringe, and took the unconscious Luo Qin from Xue Liang's hands. I was going to use it when I sneaked in, but when I got to the door, I found that you had almost cleaned it up. Who is this man? Xue Liang pointed at the man carried by Bai Wuluo, and asked. Oh, the people here are resisting too fiercely. They won't stop until we kill each other. Bai Wuluo shook the man's body and said, This one is weaker. We caught him alive. He glanced at the wounded Xue Liang with concern, and said anxiously, Brother, what happened to you? Why are you injured like this? Xue Liang looked at the body of the man, with a headshot not far away, and then glanced at Luo Qin. For a moment, he couldn't tell who had hurt him like this. He sighed, shook his head and said, Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get back. Yi Qinglan saw several strangers suddenly appear in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared. She cleared her throat, and mustered up the courage to ask, Are you all recreated humans? Zhang Qingyao had met many powerful female mercenaries outside just now. Upon hearing this, he immediately took 2 steps to Yi Qinglan, and the short knife in his sleeve slipped out, and the scabbard was against her neck. Who is she? Let her go. Xue Liang immediately held his wrist. Civilian. Just an ordinary person I met passing by, who saved me before. Zhang Qingyao then withdrew his hand, and Yi Qinglan covered her neck and breathed. I thought, this group of people is too perverted, even scarier than zombies. Your watch is in the hands of the mercenaries. I found it by locating it, and killed one team, and then I received the signal from you. Zhang Qingyao said. They are very strong. Are they the same group you met in Shining? Xue Liang nodded, slowly walked to the dead man's body, unzipped his collar, and searched for a few times, and pinched out a small blue crystal from the edge of an unhealed wound. Take this. Xue Liang threw the crystal to Zhang Qingyao. This is the Cut Tai Sui. The raw stone is only available in the Yuanshan branch in Hanzhou and the Washington headquarters. I don't know why it came into her hands. You also know the function of this stone, right? Yi Qinglan suddenly asked. The viruses outside were leaked out because of Yuanshan's research on this stone. And you have the same blood as zombies in your bodies. Xue Liang glanced at her and said lightly, So you hide in this place and investigate this group of people by yourself? Why don't you ask for help from outside? Yi Qinglan, I don't believe that you people in power will really care. Wasn't the virus leaked out because of you in the beginning? So you also know what kind of harm this thing will bring. But Yuanshan has been doing some shameful things with these stones, and I have never seen you stop it. Relying on these people you mentioned, we will have no way to survive. Xue Liang sighed. Forget it. You can think whatever you want. It's very dangerous here. Don't run out alone next time. They kill people without blinking an eye. Let's go. Zhang Qingyao put the raw stone into a portable container and called Xue Liang. Xue Liang suddenly thought of something, turned around and looked at Yi Qinglan with an extremely cold look, and said coldly, You are not allowed to tell anyone about Luo Qin's affairs, even if they are your so-called friends. Don't say a word, I will know. Yi Qinglan was frightened by this look, and couldn't help shivering, nodded in a daze, ran to a nearby place to pick up his backpack, and said as he backed away, I won't tell. When Zhang Qingyao was carrying Luo Qin out of the camp, he asked Xue Liang, Brother, if she told others, would you really know? How would I know? Xue Liang said. Do you believe this? Zhang Qingyao smiled and said, Then why did you threaten her just now? It was so fierce I was shocked. Xue Liang looked at him helplessly. I didn't threaten her, I just reminded her. Luo Qin is not normal. The human alliance is very dangerous to him. I believe Yi Qinglan has no bad intentions, but I don't believe any of the other people in the human alliance. Do you trust her so much? Zhang Qingyao did not continue to refute him. Okay, I'll go over there to explore a few more times, Wuluo. You take them to retreat first. Bai Wuluo carried Luo Qin on his back, and with Xue Liang, he withdrew from Baida town. Zhang Qingyao's deputy had already driven there, and was waiting for them at the entrance of the town. The visitor was very tight-lipped. He didn't ask anything, Nor did he show any curiosity. He just asked them to get in the car quickly. After leaving by to town. No one else would know about this. Shui Liang sat in the back seat, letting Luo Qin's head rest on his legs, with his hands holding his head. He lowered his head, and saw that Luo Qin's expression was not calm at all. He was in a kind of continuous torture, which made his heart tense all the time. He looked at the two people in the front driver's seat. No one noticed him at the moment. After hesitating for a few seconds, Shui Liang took advantage of the darkness, and quietly held Luo Qin's hand. Wei Lan sat in a street food stall, dialed a number on his cell phone, and hung up. He sat quietly for a while, looked up and lit a cigarette. 3 bottles of beer were placed on the small table in front of him with a bang, dispelling his smoky vision. Wei Lan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and looked at the visitor. Damn. I'm starving. You just arrived? There's a traffic jam. I can't get off the car and run on the elevated road. Luo Qin pulled out a stool and sat opposite him. His face flushed. Hurry up. Cold beer. Drink some. Wei Lan picked up the bottle opener hanging on the corner of the table, and skillfully twisted off a bottle cap. I haven't eaten for a day. I'm so hungry. Let me tell you, the client today was mentally ill, and his angle of negotiation was very tricky. But after working so hard for a few days, I finally got the deal. The company promised a 70% minus 80% commission, and I got a total of 150,000 yuan, which was worth all the hard work. That's good. Haven't you always wanted to buy a house? Luo Qin unpacked the sterilized tableware one by one, picked up the wine bottle, and poured it for the two of them. But don't spend as much as you earn. Shen Ning's consumption level is not low. You should save up a house certificate for yourself as soon as possible, so that you won't be unable to get married in the future. You're still worried that I can't get married. Who of us is more working class? Wei Lan joked. I say you don't have to bother with that bakery. Come and work with me, after all. You have talent, and you can learn by yourself. When I have saved enough, I will leave you on Shan. Let's work together. The future is bright. Luo Qin laughed and drank half a glass of wine in one breath. I just like making bread. If you start your own company, I can be a cook. Look at your lack of ability. You dare not come when the time comes. Wei Lan smiled and punched him. Did you hear me? Mr. Luo? Order the dishes quickly and stop talking nonsense. Okay. The two drank until the early morning. They were originally prepared to knock each other down, but Wei Lan soon couldn't do it. After Luo Qin finished his last glass, he was obviously drunk, but he was not dizzy. He patted Wei Lan, who was lying on the table, and said, You are still going out to drink with clients? You can't even drink more than me. That's so that we can have food and drink in the future, Wei Lan said with a big tongue. The villa in Tianhe district. I just paid the full price today. You can live there when you have nothing to do in the future. I will give you the key. You really bought it? Luo Qin wanted to slap him. Do you have money to burn? That place is not close to either of us. If I am crazy, why would I go there to live? You might as well invest that money in me. I have plenty of money. Wei Lan pounded the table, and the sound was almost out of control, causing the surrounding tables to look over here. Come to my company in the future. I guarantee that you will have a good life in the second half of your life. At that time, you can buy as many houses and cars as you want. He lowered his head after he finished speaking. When the alcohol started to take effect, he was stunned. Luo Qin felt ashamed. Hey, don't shout here, it's so embarrassing. If you can't drink, forget it, I'll go pay the bill, and sleep at my place later. Sorry. Luo Qin was busy taking out his wallet, and didn't hear clearly. He leaned over and put his ear to Wei Lan's mouth. What did you say just now? Wei Lan raised his head, with a look of extreme fear on his face, and tears were streaming down his face without knowing when. Luo Qin was stunned, slowly sat up, not understanding what happened. What's wrong with you? I said. Wei Lan forced an ugly smile. Sorry, Luo Qin, I've ruined your life. The explosion sounded unexpectedly in his ears. Luo Qin felt dizzy. He was blown away by the heat wave, and the last scene he saw was Wei Lan being engulfed by the fire, and the whole world behind the fire began to distort and collapse, as if the end of the world had come. Run! Don't look back. Don't go back to the welfare house. Lock-in, don't ever look back. Chapter 61 Hiding the Edge. Luo Qin yelled and struggled to get up from the bed. The dazzling light blinded him for a moment. The various noisy sounds in his ears gradually became louder. An instrument at the bedside made a beeping reminder sound. Someone came over to turn it off. Someone was flipping something in his hands. The voice was distant and vague. Awake? How do you feel? Are you dizzy? Are you feeling unwell? Headache. Luo Qin pressed his throbbing temple and took a breath of cold air. The man came over and opened his eyelids to take a look. The action was definitely not gentle. It's okay, you hit your head, and you slept too long, it's normal. The man's voice was very familiar. Luo Qin recovered and finally opened his eyes to see the other person clearly. Xiao, Bai. Bai Wu Luo raised his eyelids and glanced at him. The voice was lazy. Ah. Where is this? Luo Qin looked around and found that he was in a ward. The space was very large and filled with unknown instruments. The electronic display screen beside the bed was monitoring his heart rate and blood pressure in real time. The jumping numbers made him dizzy. He looked at his hand with an 4 needle inserted, and a bottle of transparent liquid hanging above his head was being transported into his blood vessels. The private ward of the army was used for serious criminals on medical parole. Bai Wuluo flipped through the notebook in his hand, wrote down a few lines of data. Now it is used to lock you up. Luo Qin's mind was in a mess. He used a lot of effort to recall some of the things that happened before he fell into a coma. Gunshots, blood, dust from explosions, and ashes from burning fires. The chaotic battle scenes were distorted violently, as if deliberately preventing him from recalling his experience at that time. How do I remember? I had a fight with Lizzie, speaking of this. Bai Wuluo was furious, and the topic was instantly lit, strictly speaking. It was you who unilaterally beat my brother, and he doesn't know if he can wake up now. What did you say? Luo Qin was dumbfounded, and hurriedly lifted the quilt to get out of bed. Bai Wuluo held him down, frowning and saying, Where are you going? I'm going to see him. Luo Qin was so anxious that his breath was unstable. I don't remember anything. How did you hurt him like this? Okay. I lied to you. My brother is fine. Bai Wuluo had no choice but to tell the truth. He went straight to Yuan Shan when he came back. He said that since he had taken the injection, it should not be wasted. He asked Zhu Yin to test the virus dynamics in his body as soon as possible. The side effects of the serum have long disappeared. He has recovered well. You should take care of yourself first. You are a dangerous person now. I can't let you go before you are completely stable. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment. Then he sat back down as if exhausted, muttering, That's good. It's good that you are okay. Bai Wuluo's expression suddenly became a little complicated, trying to put on a tone of not particularly caring, and asked, Do you really like him? Luo Qin looked at the 4 corners of the ceiling, and found that there were actually 2 surveillance cameras installed here. Is there any monitoring? Yes, but my brother can't hear it. If you say it now, only Cheng Qingyao and I will know. Bai Wuluo thought for a while, and said, There are also guards from the security department, technicians from the information security department. And, okay. Luo Qin quickly stopped him. I won't say anything. Bai Wuluo sighed and shook his head, but my brother is a very good person. I shouldn't be too hurt when he refuses. Luo Qin was speechless. He also felt a little depressed. He instantly became depressed. Bai Wuluo always felt as if there was a dark cloud floating over his head, and if he didn't comfort him, it would rain heavily. Don't make that expression. Aren't you usually thick-skinned? Bai Wuluo tried to comfort Luo Qin before Shui Liang came over. I just know that my brother may have someone he likes, but I've never met him, and they probably won't contact each other again. Why don't you give it a try? Luo Qin's expression became more and more depressed, and he didn't listen to what Bai Wuluo said at all. From his perspective, he looked like a worried statue. Bai Wuluo chuckled, as if he couldn't hold back his laughter for a long time, and finally burst out. Luo Qin saw him shaking with laughter while covering his face, and was very unhappy. Laugh. Wait until I catch up with you. Then laugh, and you will laugh to death. Who dumped who? There was a creaking sound of a door opening behind him. Who do you want to chase? The shoulders of both of them froze at the same time, and no one dared to speak first. Shui Liang walked in wearing a camouflage uniform, looked at the 2 silent people in confusion, and asked hesitantly, What's wrong? I was amazed by you, Luo Qin said stiffly. So handsome. How is it? Do you feel particularly uncomfortable? Shui Liang took off his coat, walked to the bedside, and touched Luo Qin's forehead. When I sent you back before, You were still running a fever. His indicators are now normal. When he was unconscious, his heart rate often exceeded the normal level. I guess it was caused by the previous 2 intense activities. Bai Wuluo put the pen and notebook into the coat pocket and said to Shui Liyang, but his heart rate has been maintained at a normal level for about an hour. And it has stabilized. Observe for another half an hour. And you can have fun if you are fine. Shui Liyang nodded. Go and have a rest. You have worked hard. The meaning is very clear. She wants to send Bai Wuluo away and stay here alone with Luo Qin. Bai Wuluo is one of the few people who know the whole thing. And it is not right to leave. But it seems more awkward not to leave. Then I will leave. Bai Wuluo hesitated. You forget it. You stay with him. After Bai Wuluo left the ward, Luo Qin immediately pulled out the needle on the back of his hand and hurriedly wanted to get out of bed. Hurry! I want to go out for a walk. I am bored to death. Where are you going? Shui Liyang held his shoulders and took him back to the bed. What if you faint outside? Luo Qin complained with a bitter face. But I feel more dizzy if I hold it here. What's the smell in this room? Shui Liyang simply sat down beside his bed, pulled a cotton swab from the table, and pressed it on the bleeding needle hole on the back of his hand. Wait a little longer. Wu Luo asked you to observe it again. And it will be correct. He was a doctor before joining the army. 10 minutes later. No problem. I'll take you downstairs. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liyang's profile. Hesitantly asked, I hurt you that day. Didn't I? Shui Liyang hummed nonchalantly. And didn't seem to care about it too much. You were out of control at the time. I wanted to stop you. But you were really not obedient. He looked at Luo Qin, touched his smooth neck, and smiled. You bit me here. It hurts. Let me see. Luo Qin felt a strong sense of heartache and guilt, and reached out to touch Shui Liyang's neck. There was no scar on the skin there, but it made him feel that his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. Shui Liyang would not leave scars when he was injured, and he could not even let others sigh about his wounds. Those wounds that existed like metals, whether light or heavy, were only known to him, and others never knew how painful they were. I'm sorry. Luo Qin apologized in a low voice. I really don't remember. If I could still control myself, I would never hurt you. Shui Liyang patted his back and gave him a reassuring look. I know. It's not your fault. Don't do such dangerous things next time. Luo Qin pinched Shui Liyang's wrist and said, just inject the medicine into yourself. What if there are really serious side effects? I just thought, if we can make an effective serum, we don't need to conduct large-scale human reconstruction experiments. Shui Liyang said, I always feel that this is not a good thing. The power that can be obtained casually always has to pay a price. Luo Qin sighed and said nothing more. Shui Liyang suddenly remembered something and said to Luo Qin, yesterday Cheng Qingyao said he would come to me to report a work injury. Luo Qin was stunned. Did I beat him? No. You didn't beat him. Shui Liyang laughed. He carried you on his back that day and came back complaining about back pain, saying that he suspected you had dislocated his lumbar vertebrae. Luo Qin lay back down and said, he's really good at extorting money. I don't have money, but I have a life. You can ask him to come to me to pay for it. I'll let Wu Luo massage him to see if I can put the bones back in place. Shui Liyang said. Luo Qin turned over and lay there, with a look of understanding on his face. Hangzhou welcomed the first snow since the beginning of winter. The weather has been gloomy since New Year's Day, but the long-term low pressure has not brought any precipitation, as if it was deliberately holding back today's snow. Goose-feather-like snowflakes fell from the sky, almost covering the entire city in silver white. The ground was covered with ankle-deep new snow, and the heavy snow showed no sign of stopping, but was even heavier than when it first started, falling straight onto people's faces. The snow was heavier than expected, and the roads were covered with snow. Therefore, the clearing activities in various places today were postponed until the snow stopped. As soon as the sky cleared, the troops immediately went out to clear the snow on the roads and resume the reconstruction work. Shui Liyang wrapped himself in a military coat and sat in front of the administrative building to watch the snow. Since graduating from high school and going to Shining, he has not returned to Hangzhou for 4 years, and has not seen snow for 4 years. But he has never forgotten the heavy snow in the deep winter in the north, and the snowy scenery of the whole city covered in silver. Even though this place is now shrouded in death and slaughter, sometimes God will have mercy on the city, and bring a little comfort to the people who survived and struggled in the city. Loken squatted in the snow and shouted to him in a surprised voice. Lizzie, come quickly, it's snowing heavily. It's so fresh. Xue Liang sat lazily on the bench, with no intention of going over. Loken grew up in the south, and had almost never seen snow. Since he could remember, he had seen frost a few times in cold waves at most, which had already surprised him. He hesitated for a moment, and put his hand into the snow. He was so cold that he screamed, "It's so cold! New snow is dirty," Xue Liang said. "It's best not to touch it with your hands." Luo Qin stood up, and he didn't know when he rolled a snowball in his hand. He ran toward Xue Liang with a conspiracy in his mind. Lychee. Look! What are you doing? I don't. Xue Liang suddenly became alert. Just as he was about to stand up, Luo Qin hit him in the face with a snowball. Ugh! After Luo Qin succeeded, he laughed and leaned over to continue rolling snowballs. However, as a northerner with more than 10 years of experience in snowball fights, Xue Liang had already picked up a round and big snowball from the ground, called Luo Qin, and took advantage of the opportunity when the other party raised his head to throw it at his face. Damn it! You attacked me! Luo Qin wiped the snow foam off his face, and threw a handful of snow in his hand with a smile. However, he was inexperienced, and the snowball scattered before he threw it, and he hit nothing. You started it first. Xue Liang rolled another snowball, and threw it at Luo Qin. The two of them immediately went crazy in the snow. Even Xue Liang acted as if he had never seen snow in his 8 lifetimes, and had a snowball fight with Luo Qin without any image. Zhao Fenglu was talking with Cheng Qiniao, and walked out of the administrative building. As soon as he stepped out of the door, a sandbag-sized snowball flew into Zhao Fenglu's face, and it shattered into snow foam with a splash. Xue Liang was stunned, then ran away from him with a smile, saying, "Sorry." His apology was insincere, and even had a hint of satisfaction after success. Cheng Qiniao quickly showed an expression of wanting to laugh, but not daring to, and was struggling to hold it back. Zhao Fenglu looked at Cheng Qiniao, and just as the latter was about to say something, Bai Wulu's voice came from behind. "What are you looking at?" The two looked at each other, and consciously stepped aside. Bai Wulu walked out without knowing why, and at this moment a snowball hit him in the face with a bang, causing him to stagger. Bai Wulu spat out the snow in his mouth several times, and angrily looked up at Luo Qin, who was still throwing the ball. Then he rushed into the snow in 2 steps, leaned over and grabbed a snowball in his hand, and shouted at Luo Qin, "Die!" Luo Qin bent down flexibly, and the snowball passed over his head in an arc trajectory, and hit Xue Liang's face directly. So how Bai Wulu and Cheng Qiniao joined the melee that day? No one remembered it. Several people were throwing things around in the snow, and rolling into a ball, laughing or cursing loudly. For a while, the sky was full of snow and noises, and the whole military region had never been so lively since the disaster broke out. Soon, more soldiers on duty joined the snowball fight, which was getting bigger and bigger. They rushed out of their dormitories, and gathered in the open space and playground in front of the administrative building. Almost hundreds of people participated in the fight. Lizzie turned back. Luo Qin chased Xue Liang with a snowball in his hand, trying his best to win back a game. Xue Liang was running in front of him, but suddenly stopped and turned around. Luo Qin couldn't break in time, and was tripped by the ice and snow under his feet. He held the snowball tightly in his hand, and threw it at Xue Liang. A long time later, he recalled this moment again. He was really impressed that he could find time to shout, "Catch me!" just before he threw Xue Liang to the ground. As a result, Xue Liang didn't catch him, and didn't have time to dodge. They both fell into the snow. Luo Qin felt that his whole face was buried in the snow, and the snow foam with the smell of earth filled his mouth. Xue Liang was thrown to the ground on his back by Luo Qin. It was as if a stone hit him hard in the chest, bounced off, and then fell again, with a bang, and pressed him down directly. Luo Qin opened his eyes, and instantly saw Xue Liang's face close to him. He held his breath for a moment, not even daring to breathe, but lying stiffly on Xue Liang's chest, his eyes not blinking. The two were very close, their noses almost touching. Xue Liang heard a violent heartbeat in his chest, and he was silent for a moment, only to find that the heartbeat was not his own. This throbbing rhythm came from Luo Qin. Xue Liang was stunned. He seemed to feel something, but his subconscious told him not to move now. Otherwise things would become even stranger. Luo Qin's soul had been completely sucked out of him, and he couldn't even think of moving away from Shui Liyang. The two of them were in a stalemate for about 5 or 6 seconds. Luo Qin suddenly shuddered as if his soul had returned to its place, and then immediately rolled off Shui Liyang. "I'm sorry," Luo Qin said sullenly, reaching out to pull Shui Liyang up. "I didn't stand firmly." Shui Liyang looked at Luo Qin quietly. Although he had always wanted to maintain the so-called rationality and try not to be too emotional. However, at this moment under the heavy snow, his whole heart was not instilled with a bit of calmness by the ice and snow, but instead heated up rapidly at that moment, driving him to blurt out, "Do you want to learn how to fight?" he asked Luo Qin. "I can teach you." Chapter 62 Oracle. That year Noah was 600 years old. On February 17, all the springs of the great abyss erupted together, the sky opened, and heavy rain poured down, and it continued to fall for 40 days and nights. The man's voice seemed to have a bewitching magic, gradually taking the listener into another world. In the dark room, the only light source was the screen in front of him that emitted a blue light. On the screen flashed a city modeling blueprint constructed by countless lines, which was slowly turning. The man stretched out his hand, enlarging the model part, and then reducing it, so that everyone could see as many details of the whole city as possible. The Lord brought down divine punishment, swearing to wipe out all living things in the world. Only Noah and his wife, daughter-in-law, birds, beasts, and reptiles who were on the ark with him survived. On the 17th of July, the ark landed on Mount Ararat. The water gradually receded, and on the first day of October, the peaks of the mountains in the flood began to appear. On the 27th of February, the earth was dry again. The man tapped his fingertips, and the model became a VR image. The city was colored, and the perspective was pulled down from the sky above the city to every street, and the spectators seemed to be in the middle of it, traveling through the city. Factories, residences, supermarkets that distribute food, and safety walls that are disinfected 24 hours a day. A completely safe and well-fed new city is presented to people layer by layer. Noah built an altar for Jehovah. He chose all kinds of birds and beasts that were not stained with filth as offerings, and placed them on the altar to offer to God. Jehovah smelled the sweet fragrance, and thought to himself, "I will never again anger the earth with disasters because of human mistakes. No matter how many evil thoughts people have since childhood, I will never kill all living things like I did this time." The man said this, and snapped his hands together. At the same time, all the lights in the room were lit up, brightening everyone's eyes, and it took a while for them to gradually adapt. This is a conference room that can accommodate 100 people, and the seats are basically filled with participants. Looking around, the faces behind the conference table are men and women, old and young, and their expressions are unpredictable, as if they have their own thoughts. In the Ark, everyone will enjoy the most comprehensive right to survive. The dead are gone, and we who are alive can only choose to unite and stand up again in the face of disaster. We do not believe in the so-called salvation of the gods. We only believe in the power we hold in our hands. Only by uniting and resisting those monsters together can we make up for and save the last mistake of mankind. It is not too late. Zhu Yan, who had been leaning against the door to turn on and off the lights to create an atmosphere, came over, holding a stack of documents in his hand, and handed them to the man steadily. "So, as long as you sign here, the Ark project will be launched today. Yuashan Company will contribute all existing technologies and resources without reservation, including confidential technologies that were once only enjoyed by the Washington headquarters, and will also be shared with the army to build new shelters." The man took the documents and solemnly distributed them to everyone present. Yuashan Company's buildings and employees will all be incorporated into the Ark and become part of the Ark's property. Everyone was given a neatly bound agreement. The man's hand was empty several times, and Zhu Yan came over to fill him with new ones. It took a full 20 minutes to distribute all the agreements. The people here come from all corners of the country, and their identities span all professions and classes, covering every shelter and resettlement area, and even down to provinces and regions. This meeting tried to invite representatives of every group with its own characteristics to the scene, and it was publicized before the meeting, just to prove the absolute fairness and equality of this agreement. There are civilians, officials, and soldiers here. Some are doing business. Some are just salaried workers. And some are students, with childish faces, staring at the agreement and studying it word by word. They all represent different interest groups. Although their identities overlap, they all come for the same purpose and bear the hope and future of the entire group behind them. so they have to be cautious. Shui Liang rubbed his sleepy eyes and took the agreement in his hand to read it carefully. Like the people around him, he read every clause and every item carefully, and keenly smelled the atmosphere of the game between the army and Yuan Shan. He shook his head, still having some concerns in his heart. Neither side gave in, and each tried to strangle the other by the throat, thus gaining a dominant position. We have prepared a pen for everyone, and if you have thought it through, you can sign on the last page. My assistant will collect these signed agreements and keep them in the Ark's archive system. Each representative has the right to check and ask Ark to explain the terms at any time. The man smiled. But I want to make one point clear. The group led by the representatives, who refuse to sign, will not have the right to use all the resources and infrastructure that belong to the Ark after construction. Nor will they enjoy any welfare policies of the Ark. But as individual survivors, you can leave your group at any time and join the Ark project. We welcome you at any time. His eyes fell on Shui Liang, and he still had a smile on his face. And there are also our military representatives present. They are the strongest backing of the Ark. They will be responsible for maintaining the daily security and stability of the safe zone, and ensure the absolute safety and stability of the living environment in the Ark. Zhao Fenglu had already signed and returned the agreement to Zhu Yin. He turned his head to look at Shui Liang, who was still dawdling, and coughed heavily. The pen that Shui Liang was spinning in his hand fell on the table with a snap. He recovered reluctantly, said "Oh," hesitated for a moment, signed his name at the end of the last page, then threw the pen away, looked at Zhao Fenglu with a face full of dissatisfaction, signed. Zhu Yin came over and took the agreement from his hand, and the two of them even struggled for a few seconds. "Lieutenant, let go," Zhu Yin said with a fake smile. "Give me some face. Is your name so hard to write?" Zhao Fenglu looked at Shui Liang. "Sign for half an hour." Shui Liang nodded. "It's hard to write. I was always the last one to finish copying when the teacher punished me, and it wasted pen and ink." "Stop arguing," Zhao Fenglu said indifferently. "You are so old. You are not a child anymore." Next to Zhao Fenglu sat an army colonel. His surname was Ji, and he had never gotten along well with Zhao Fenglu. The other party had already signed the agreement. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Shui Liang for a few times. He joked with Zhao Fenglu. "You really brought the kid here. You even gave him a position in the Ark committee. If you don't know, you might think it's nepotism." Shui Liang didn't even look at this man. Zhao Fenglu smiled faintly and said, "He's young, but he's very capable. Now is the time when we are short of people. We look at ability instead of qualifications. Didn't you, old G, also come from that time?" The two handed over the agreement, said hello, and left the meeting room. People passing by took out their phones in twos and threes to report the progress to their relatives and friends. Everyone was in a hurry. "The man surnamed G has been acting crazy a lot recently," Shui Liang said without raising his head. "Isn't he very close to Li Muki? Are you sure this man won't do anything weird when he enters the Ark? I know you have concerns." Zhao Fenglu said to Shui Liang. "We have much more say in the Ark than Yuan Shan. After all, I am determined to cooperate with Li Muki, which will ensure that the core technology is in our own hands." Shui Liang sighed. "I think some of the clauses are very obscure. Such as Ark has the right to take the lead in formulating regional order clauses, without specific extended explanations. It is difficult for me to trust them." Zhao Fenglu said, "Don't worry about this. After the establishment of the Ark, we will slowly take back the control. But we can't rush it now. The legislative power of the new security zone must be in the hands of the government and the army. There is no doubt about that. Li Muki is very ambitious, but in front of me, he is not enough." Shui Liang smiled, and gently hit Zhao Fenglu's arm with his fist. "Okay, I believe you." The two walked around the corner, and saw Luo Qin, who was staring at the concept promotional picture on the wall. Shui Liang went over to stop him, and said, "Have you finished watching the movie?" He brought Luo Qin with him to the signing ceremony this time. In fact, Shui Liang originally wanted to ask him if he wanted to sign as a representative of the resettlement area, but he was rejected outright. "I am a military dependent. You can just represent me." Luo Qin told him so. Shui Liang wanted to explain to him again that the meaning of military dependence was not so broad. But seeing his shameless look, he knew that he would not listen to the explanation. So he had to give up. This time he still brought him along. But he went into Zhu Yan's office to watch a movie. It is said that the VR viewing equipment is very good. Luo Qin stretched and said, "Is the signing done? Can we go back now?" Shui Liyang, "It's done. There are a few things about that clause that I think are not appropriate. But after all, the issue of establishing a new security zone can't wait any longer. Although it can proceed normally if one of the military representatives does not sign. If I don't sign, the meaning of cooperation will be completely different. We can't have a split within the group." Zhao Fenglu touched his head and said with relief, "Yes. He has grown up and is no longer the disobedient and stubborn kid. Since you have a lot of things to do, I will help you share some of the burden." Shui Liyang said, "Don't thank me too much, just be touched." "What did Li Muqi say in the meeting?" Luo Qin asked curiously. "Did he talk a lot of nonsense?" Shui Liyang, "Not even nonsense, he recited the Genesis chapter in the Old Testament of the Bible." They walked out of the Yuanshan building while chatting, and the cold wind outside blew into their collars. Luo Qin wrapped his clothes tightly, and suddenly remembered something. He turned his head to look at the two connected office buildings behind him, which were towering into the sky. This was once the property of Shui Liyang's family. Now it has become the only hope and safe haven for people in this doomsday. Everyone who comes in and out is struggling for survival. There are dark clouds and low pressure above, and it seems that precipitation is about to come. Rain in winter is rare, just like snow in the south. There was a fierce quarrel not far away, and the three people's eyes were attracted by the movement over there at the same time. They saw several armed military police stopping a group of noisy people. They held handwritten banners in their hands and roared indignantly at the Yuanshan building. "Modify the agreement. Otherwise we won't sign it. Li Muqi is inhumane. He doesn't care about our lives at all. The Ark project is a conspiracy. How dare the virus spreader stand here and say he wants to protect us? How dare you?" Every word was heartbreaking. Shui Liyang was shocked. He looked over there and asked Zhao Fenglu, "What do they mean by shouting? Are there any representatives who haven't signed yet?" Zhao Fenglu said, "Yes. Many people have objections to the agreement itself, refused to sign at the meeting, and asked the public to vote publicly to modify the content of the agreement." Shui Liyang watched for a while and said, "I'll go ask." Chapter 63 Forgotten. Zhao Fenglu nodded, "Go ahead. I will slowly teach you how to manage the Ark in the future. In the early stage of the establishment of the safe zone, we need to seize the dominant position as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we only rely on Li Muqi, don't expect ordinary people to live well. Do a good job." "Me alone?" Shui Liyang asked. "Aren't you going?" Zhao Fenglu shook his head and patted his shoulder with a heavy hand. "You are grown up. I can't always let you tie your hands and feet. This will not accomplish anything. Just do it. Don't worry. I'm here." He had some things to deal with in the military district, so he left after giving a few instructions. Luo Qin followed Shui Liyang and saw a few immature children in the crowd, shouting with their companions, "Everyone be quiet." Shui Liyang signaled the soldiers, who were maintaining order, to step aside, and said loudly to the crowd, "Ask me any questions about the Ark agreement." He was wearing a military uniform, and his identity was obvious at a glance. Those who protested felt more at ease when they saw the army come forward, rather than when they were negotiating with Yuanshan. One of the older men stood up, took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, and handed it to him. "You are a soldier, right? This is the collective request that we represent. If you want us to sign this agreement, you can add these." "Yes, add them. Otherwise we won't sign." Others echoed. "What does Li Muqi mean by this? If you don't sign, are you going to force people away in disguise?" Shui Liyang glanced at them, nodded and said, "I will consider your request when I go back, and I will give you a reply whether it is passed or not. And then we will focus on discussing the revision of the agreement. I will definitely try my best to meet your requirements." "Okay." He spoke gently, and every word and sentence revealed the meaning of negotiation. The effect was also significant, and the group of people calmed down immediately. The man looked him up and down, seemingly thinking that the officer in front of him was too young, and doubting whether he could have a say in the Ark. "Do you keep your word?" The man hesitated. "I think you are still a kid." Shui Liyang took out his officer certificate and showed it to the man. The man flipped through it carefully and whispered, "I also retired from the army. How come you have reached this rank at such a young age? Forget it. It's fine as long as we can talk. But how can we find you? What if you run away? Here is my contact information." Shui Liyang took out a signature pen from the conference room. wrote a string of numbers on the list the man gave him, tore it off, and handed it to the other party. You can call me if you have anything. Or go to Hanzhou military region to find me. After persuading the protesters downstairs of Yuanshan to leave, Xue Liang carefully folded the list and put it in his pocket, and said to Luo Qin, "Let's go. Go back." "Are we still training today?" Luo Qin asked. "Are you busy today?" Xue Liang said, "Once the Ark project is launched, it is not just me who is in charge of things. It is much more relaxed than before. I have to go clean up the streets tonight. I'm free before then." The Hanzhou military region is located in a training ground with an area of thousands of square meters, which was originally a place for the local garrison to conduct various training. Since the outbreak of the virus disaster, Hanzhou was completely out of control and fell. Zhao Fengluo has successively advocated the recruitment of many young volunteers, which has suddenly enriched the army that was originally urgently vacant. Now those new recruits are undergoing special training here, mainly learning how to deal with zombies and actual combat in the wild, and training their survival skills under disasters. You are soldiers of the people. You come to the army, not just to survive, but to protect your friends and family. Remember, the duty and instinct of a soldier should never be abandoned at any time. Zhao Fengluo stood at the edge of the training ground, and shouted to the soldiers lined up in front. "Protect the country and the people first, and then yourselves, do you understand?" The crowd shouted "I understand" in unison, as if the roar of a lion tore through the clouds and rushed straight into the sky, making people feel excited, and they could hardly hold back the hot blood in their chests. Luo Qin watched from a distance, then shouted, "I understand." "What do you understand?" Xue Liang looked at him. "If you understand, hurry up and come with me to train. Don't dawdle." Luo Qin originally thought that Xue Liang asked him if he was willing to learn combat skills from him, intending to throw him into the army to hone him. As a result, starting from the next day, Xue Liang started a very strict one-on-one special training for him. After a few weeks, he didn't know if there was any significant improvement, but it was true that half of his life was almost gone. "Get up." Xue Liang looked at Luo Qin, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, and scolded him mercilessly. "Have you run 200 meters? Going to the battlefield like this? You will die before you even take out your gun." Luo Qin was tied with a weight of nearly 50 kilograms. His legs and arms were as heavy as a 1,000-pound boulder. He couldn't even lift them. The exciting training scene in his imagination. At this moment, all became a feeling of exhaustion that almost suffocated him. Sweat flowed down his forehead like water, stinging his eyes so much that he could hardly open them. "I really can't do it anymore," Luo Qin panted. "Can I take a break? This is just the beginning." Xue Liang was very strict, and he never changed his words. "Get up, or I'll stretch you." When Luo Qin heard the word stretch, he jumped up as if he was hit on the head with a stick, gritted his teeth and stepped forward, begging for mercy. "I was wrong. Please don't do it. I'll run. I'll run now." He was almost exhausted, and finally ran the target set by Xue Liang with his last breath. He lay on his back on the ground like a fish out of water, and he couldn't breathe evenly. I'm dying." "You can't die. What's the point?" Xue Liang sat down next to him, helplessly said, "Next week I will increase your weight to 40 kg, 20 kilometers long distance running, and now it's just a warm-up." When Luo Qin heard this, he closed his eyes in despair. "Just kill me. If you want to say you don't want to practice now, I won't teach you anymore." Xue Liang said, "I don't want to force you." Luo Qin was stunned, got up from the ground, and whispered, No, I still want to practice." "Xue Liang, I teach you these just to let you learn to control your own strength. The last time you lost control, you didn't respond no matter how I called you at first, and you were very aggressive. I want to try to guide you to use your power efficiently without losing control, and without the need for keywords to awaken your consciousness." Luo Qin scratched his head, "But I think this is ineffective, and it's no different from the training of ordinary soldiers." Xue Liang thought for a while, and asked, "Do you remember your childhood?" Luo Qin shook his head. "I remember a little, but only very fragmentary fragments. Wei Lan used to ask me to recall my childhood, especially when I was 4 or 5 years old. But I couldn't remember anything at all, as if my memory was directly cut off at a certain point. Do you understand what that means? I have no impression at all. A blank, including where my terrifying power came from. I don't know either." "Wait." Xue Liang raised her hand, frowned and interrupted him. You said Wei Lan often reminisced about the past with you. Right? Luo Qin nodded and said, he likes to talk about the past with others. We always. His voice gradually became lower, as if he was touched by something sad. I thought I had let go of Wei Lan's death. But every time I think about it, my heart aches so much that I can't speak. I won't say it anymore. Luo Qin smiled bitterly and waved his hand. What did you think of? Xue Liang said slowly. I was thinking, if all the memories of the past were told to you by Wei Lan, how true are they? And the director of the welfare home where you stayed? The friends there. What if everyone is weaving your past? Luo Qin was stunned. And it took him a long time to say, what do you mean? Are you saying that my past was fabricated? Xue Liang, I just suddenly thought of this possibility. When I was on a peacekeeping mission, I found a mercenary in a prisoner of war camp in the Middle East. After interrogation, I learned that he had lost all his memories before the age of 25. It is said that he woke up from his bed one morning and found a woman lying next to him. At first, he could not remember anything. After spending a few days with a woman who claimed to be his wife, he gradually remembered some things in the past, and soon accepted his identity as an international mercenary. Then what? Then we found his information. He was actually a doctor of law at Cambridge University. He was kidnapped while visiting abroad. That woman was not his wife, but a spy from the intelligence agency. She brainwashed him and placed him in an international mercenary organization, making him an insider of the local garrison. His so-called wife was actually hypnotizing him, making him believe that he was a mercenary. Luo Qin felt like he was listening to a story. This kind of outrageous thing. An ordinary person probably would never encounter one in his lifetime. Xue Liang continued, because he likes fitness. He has a good physique. After being brainwashed, he never doubted his identity. Later, when we were discussing his family with him, some key words stimulated his brain, causing the short-term brainwashing effect to fade. But he went crazy from then on. He couldn't help but sigh softly when he said this. He recalled his experience of killing prisoners of war on the battlefield, and couldn't bear the stimulation. After that, he was sent back to his country. His wife and children had long been separated, and he was just like that. Luo Qin was slightly shocked by this example and sighed. It's really possible to achieve this level of brainwashing. By the way, you said that this person's memory was restored by the stimulation of key words. What about me? What did you say to me at that time? Xue Liang was stunned for a few seconds, and his expression suddenly became extremely unnatural. No, I forgot. Luo Qin saw his expression and felt that something must be wrong. He kept asking, tell me quickly. I will keep it a secret. Okay. Xue Liang was pestered by him and stammered. I told you my name. Name? Just a name. Luo Qin seemed a little disappointed. I thought it was something more serious. Xue Liang said boldly. I said what you usually call me. Lychee? Luo Qin suddenly reacted, and then smiled and looked at the other party. Really? Did you really tell me that? He chased Xue Liang in 2 steps, and asked excitedly, what did you say? Can you repeat it once? Just once? Get up and train. Xue Liang stood up quickly, turned his body and faced away from him. I think you have rested enough. Lychee. Luo Qin was as thick-skinned as a city wall. While dragging the load forward, he turned back and shouted. Is that so, Lychee? Stop shouting. Lychee, Lychee. Stop shouting. Xue Liang caught up with Luo Qin and kicked him. Luo Qin dodged immediately. His legs actually lifted up into the air with dozens of kilograms of iron, and he quickly rolled to the side, then stood up quickly, saying unconvinced, Lizzie, you can't bully a rookie. It's too unfair. His actions were keenly captured by Xue Liang, but the latter did not warn him, but took advantage of the victory and kicked him sideways. This time Luo Qin dodged faster. His body leaned back at a great angle, and he was not crushed to the ground by the weight. Instead, he stood up immediately after dodging the attack, and ran behind Xue Liang at the fastest speed. He wanted to fight back. You're too slow, Xue Liang said sarcastically, twisting Luo Qin's arm with his backhand, and instantly throwing him to the ground. The fighting skills I taught you are not for show. Use them as much as possible. Luo Qin supported himself with both hands in front of him, bounced up from the ground, and rolled over to avoid Xue Liang's subsequent attack. Xue Liang stepped on nothing with his foot, and a breeze blew from behind him, and Luo Qin's hand had already reached out. He lowered his head and turned around, sweeping his right leg across, directly flipping Luo Qin on his back, and then twisting his hands behind his back, pinching the back of Luo Qin's neck. General, Xue Liang was a little proud. You can't move if I grab you by the back of the neck. If it were in actual combat, you would be dead. I lost. I'm dead? Luo Qin lay on the ground, raised his eyebrows and smiled. Please spare me, Lichi. Xue Liang looked at the motionless Luo Qin and reminded him, do you remember that you tied something on your body? Luo Qin was startled, then climbed up and shook his arms. Damn! Isn't this good? Xue Liang reached out and patted him. You learned very quickly. I only showed you some moves once, but you used them all just now. When he was fighting with Luo Qin just now, he deliberately slowed down his movements a lot, giving Luo Qin enough room to react. But in the later stage of the fight, Xue Liang suddenly felt that Luo Qin's speed had increased, and he was not affected by the weight of his body at all. Even his punches became more powerful. Luo Qin was a little surprised. Not long ago, he was a cannon fodder who couldn't get up after carrying dozens of kilograms of weight. Suddenly, he could fight Xue Liang for several rounds with these things on his back. What's going on? Remember the brainwashed doctor of law I told you about? There is one more thing about him that I didn't tell you, Xue Liang said. During the period when he was brainwashed to become a mercenary, he couldn't remember any of the legal knowledge he had learned before, and he didn't even know the meaning of many legal terms. The knowledge in his mind was sealed tightly, which is retrograde amnesia in psychology. Selective amnesia? Yes, it is selective amnesia. Xue Liang pinched Luo Qin's arm, looked at the muscle outline that was beginning to appear there, and said, maybe you were like this originally, but you just don't remember it. What you remember about your identity and experience is what others want you to remember, which may not be accurate. Luo Qin was silent for a while, and said, I don't know. No one can tell me now, if you can't remember the past. Don't think about it anymore, Xue Liang said lightly. There is still a long time in the future. You can start a new life. However, even if one day you have to face your past, he looked into Luo Qin's eyes, smiled gently, I will be with you. Don't worry. Chapter 64 Year 1. Year 1 of the Ark calendar, that is. The first year after the Ark project was launched. After decades, people got used to the new calendar, which marked the arrival of a new era, full of disasters and fears, but also containing infinite hope in the dark. When people turned the pages of history, the struggles of mankind in that disaster were still engraved in their bones and blood. Memory cannot be erased. Even if that road was full of pain and blood, the flesh and blood of the martyrs also forged the helmets of the living, inspiring them never to retreat. That era was full of separation, death, nightmares, and the most primitive game of sin and kindness in human nature. Jehovah stroked Noah's head. His voice was compassionate, but his words were extremely cold. Humans are filthy and disgusting. I know this very well. They fill the world with hatred and killing. I have made up my mind to completely destroy them and engulf the world they once walked in. Hangzhou's suburban chemical raw materials factory, bang bang bang. A series of gunshots and flames from the muzzles illuminated the night. A team of special forces rushed into the storage workshop of the raw materials factory at a rapid pace and suppressed the firepower. The zombies dodged quickly in front of the flashing lights, trying to break through the army's defense line by changing their positions. However, this team of special forces armed with live ammunition was almost as skilled as a god, and they controlled the entire workshop within half a minute. At the end of the workshop, there was a door leading to the underground control room. The door frame was severely deformed, and the red warning light on the side was lit, indicating that a chemical liquid leaked in the storage tank area. At this moment, the leaked liquid was flowing out along the damaged container, and would soon flow into the nearby sewer from the open ditch. Deputy Captain, the water ahead is too deep. There are no more intact protective suits. What should we do? A special forces soldier shouted. Once the toxic gas spreads, the reserve water in the nearby safe zone will be contaminated. Do we have to force our way in and close the valve? At this time, the basement was full of water. The water was filled with a variety of mixed chemical raw materials, and there was even weak radiation. Once an ordinary person stepped in, he would suffer life-threatening injuries. It can be said to be extremely dangerous. Xue Liang put on goggles and said to the members behind him, all members of the Blue Flame Brigade, follow me. I can't wait for the protective suits to be delivered. Put away your guns, Bring your tactical knives and communicators, we'll go straight down. 5 or 6 soldiers in special combat uniforms stood out from the queue, unloaded their guns in unison, and lined up neatly on the side. Shui Liang led a small team through the security door and entered the basement. As soon as they ran down the stairs, they stepped into knee-deep water. Attention! All teams on the ground. Cut off the power supply to the factory. Prepare the diaphragm pump and tank truck. As soon as I close the rainwater valve, start extracting the leak liquid. Shui Liang supported the communicator, said. Others should evacuate the building immediately. The surrounding light sources disappeared instantly, and the environment returned to darkness. Shui Liang turned on the headlight on his helmet and walked cautiously in front. The whole team walked in a line, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. While being alert to the surrounding environment, there was a strange fragrance in the air, and everyone knew that it was the smell of dimethyl phthalate, which was not very toxic, but was extremely flammable when exposed to open flames. This factory stored a considerable amount of chemical raw materials, which were urgently needed to fill the gap in the construction of the safe zone. Once a fire started here, all the recyclable materials in the surrounding areas would be burned. Falcon, you, White Wolf, and Black Panther go close valve number 1. Shui Liang turned back and gave the order. Others, follow me to close valves number 2 and 3. Remember to act quickly. Report immediately after closing, and then meet at the exit. Got it. Several people dispersed and walked towards 2 different passages. Shui Liang soon arrived at valve number 2 and turned the old red knob hard, completely closing a drainage passage. Then everyone set out for valve number 3. Just after walking a few steps, suddenly heard a strange sound underwater, as if something was surging very quickly. Wait! Shui Liang waved to stop the team members. And the other few people also became alert instantly, drawing their sabers and staring closely at the nearby water surface. In a flash, a splash of water surged up quickly, and a huge rotten head jumped out of it, opening its huge mouth and rushing over. The Special Forces soldier, who was closest, reacted extremely quickly, stabbing the zombie's throat with a knife. And then with a flick of the blade, the whole head was instantly split in half from the middle. Be careful. There is a second-level mutant underwater. The man immediately passed the danger to the teammate who went to valve no. 1 through the communicator. And the other side quickly replied, received. We have also encountered it. Be careful. At the same time, water splashed all around, and the zombies lurking under the water rushed out together, roaring and attacking the team. When they came down, they were afraid of causing explosions, so they only brought sabers with them, which was a little difficult to use in the water environment. But everyone Shui Liang brought was a master of the elite force of recreating humans, and their skills and strength were several times stronger than ordinary soldiers, and they could handle it even with bare hands. The team quickly killed all the zombies. No one was injured, and even after solving this sudden trouble, they went deep into the control area very calmly, according to the original plan, and continued to close the No. 3 valve. Close valve number 3. Close valve number 1. Shui Liang said to the communicator, the leak source has been cut off. Retreat. The 2 teams had just met, and before they had time to evacuate the flooded area, they encountered another wave of zombie attacks. This time they did not attack directly from the water surface, but when the team was moving, they suddenly grabbed a soldier's leg underwater and bit him. The Special Forces soldier cut off the zombie's head with a knife, reached out, and picked up the bloody head from the water, and sneered at the trophy. So disgusting. Xiaozhou, collect the corpse samples, take them back and dissect them. Shui Liang said. Pay attention to protection, don't infect ordinary people. The team completed the mission and returned to the ground. A nurse came over immediately to disinfect their body surfaces. Military vehicles were waiting outside the raw material factory with their headlights on. Wounded soldiers were being carried aboard. The lights of the instruments in the car were flashing. The doctors accompanying the army were busy rescuing the seriously injured. The sound of pacemakers was thumping. The calls were overwhelming. The scene was in chaos. Shui Liang jumped into the car. Luo Qin turned his head from the driver's seat and joked through a layer of protective glass. Our hero is back. Has he made another contribution? What kind of hero is he? In Lao Dao's words. You are a personal hero. Shui Liang knocked on the glass with his backhand. I'm not the only one working. Wu Luo hasn't come back yet. He's rushing to support the emergency team. I heard that you went in without wearing protective clothing. Luo Qin asked. Are you injured? Shui Liang shook his head, One of the original purposes of recreating humans was to complete tasks that are difficult for ordinary soldiers to perform, such as dealing with nuclear power plant leaks and recycling toxic substances. This is not the first time we have done this kind of task. It's nothing. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Qin put his hand on the glass and said seriously, I will reward you with a free 5-star private car service. It's so dark, Xue Liyang said, and also put his hand on it. Then please don't hit the guardrail when you reverse next time. Okay. The palms of the two people were pressed together through the protective glass, and Luo Qin suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. The heat that seemed to come from Xue Liyang's palm was actually the throbbing that quietly grew in his heart. Luo Qin knew that he had been using various reasons, either openly or secretly, to satisfy his selfish desires that he dared not speak out. He was looking forward to Xue Liyang's response that made him fantasize. But he knew that the other party's seemingly gentle response was completely different from what he wanted. If he had no chance to say it, at least before Xue Liyang found his home, he could continue to steal warmth and hope from the other party. But he was not satisfied, and he was greedy for more, quietly approaching the other party's bottom line that he didn't know where it was. At this time, there was a noise outside the car. Bai Wuluo and several other special forces soldiers opened the door and climbed up. Both of them subconsciously retracted their hands at the same time. A group of people rushed in noisily. Seeing Xue Liyang was also in the car, they quarreled even more fiercely. Hello, Deputy Captain. Hello, Deputy Captain. I haven't seen you for 10 minutes. How come you are so handsome again? Deputy Captain. Do you have any leave this month? My girlfriend hasn't seen me for several days. Xue Liyang was busy dealing with them one by one, and scolded with a smile. Don't bother me. It's no use asking the captain for leave to say nice things. I have heard nice words since I was a child, but they never work. Luo Qin laughed when he heard it, and wondered how there are people who praise themselves openly or secretly without stuttering. Why is he here too? Bai Wuluo took off his helmet while looking at Luo Qin, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Luo Qin said confidently, I can't come. I'm driving for you. I've made no contributions, but I've worked hard, Dr. Bai. Second Lieutenant Bai. We were conscripted here temporarily. There aren't enough drivers, Xue Liyang said. I volunteered. Luo Qin immediately added, Your brother didn't force me. Xue Liyang glared at him through the glass. Don't make things worse. No one forced you to do it. Brother, I just came back from the power room. I have something to report to you. Bai Wuluo ignored the two inexplicable people and took out an evidence bag from his clothes. It contained a small piece of metal fragment. If you look closely, you will find that there is a layer of slightly fluffy substance attached to the surface. It looks like fungus, and is shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this Tai Sui? Bai Wuluo nodded. When we first restarted the generator, we encountered a malfunction, and we could only activate the backup generator. Later, we found this thing on the main generator. Everyone here should be familiar with it. The Lantian virus can parasitize on living Tai Sui. Even if Tai Sui itself dies, the virus will not immediately lose its activity. Once metal instruments and equipment are invaded by the Lantian virus, they will immediately decay and rust. The virus on the zombies corroded the airtight valve of the storage tank in the basement, and the automatic anti-leakage device was damaged, which finally caused the liquid leakage in the entire storage tank area. A Special Forces soldier beside him looked at the fragment and said in surprise, Deputy Captain, is this the thing we use for experiments? Xue Liyang shook his head. Not quite the same. The virus structure in our body has been rewritten. Wu Luo has the most primitive strain, which is not safe for us. So don't touch it easily. I've tried it, and it doesn't feel very good. Bai Wu Luo said helplessly, Brother, don't take the lead. Don't you know this group of people? They are just imitating others. Luo Qin glanced at the crowd, and was surprised that everyone here was recreated except him. He suddenly felt unreal. This was the first time he saw so many recreated humans besides Xue Liyang, Bai Wu Luo and Cheng Qingyao. So there are so many participants in this plan? He thought. The Special Forces soldier who just spoke met Luo Qin's eyes and said, Hey, Deputy Captain, who is this? Xue Liyang looked at Luo Qin and said, My friend, he is here to help drive. Oh, the Deputy Captain's friend. The Special Forces soldier's face was tanned, but when he smiled, he showed a row of white teeth. Hello. Hello, my name is Su Xinglin, codename Falcon. Are you also a recreated human? I haven't seen you before. This man spoke with a Tianjin accent, which made people laugh. Luo Qin hurriedly said, No. I'm just an ordinary person. My name is Luo Qin. Hello. Hello. I'm Joey Nan. Codenamed Black Panther. Another tall and thin Special Forces soldier came up and said enthusiastically, Because I run faster. They call me that. People say it's the City Gate Tower. But you say it's the hip axis. Isn't it because you are black? Falcon interrupted, and was punched in the face by Black Panther. Black Panther shook his fist and smiled at Luo Qin. We don't distinguish between ordinary people and ordinary people. As long as you have a good relationship with the deputy captain, we will protect you. The deputy captain's friends are my friends. Yes, we firmly support the revolutionary friendship centered on the deputy captain. Today we are friends. A group of Special Forces soldiers started to shout again, and the whole car seemed to be shaken. Xue Liang banged his helmet desperately, trying to stop the group of people from getting mad. What are you arguing about? Get ready. We're leaving. The convoy in front honked several times, and one car after another honked, signaling to get ready to go. Luo Qin smiled and started the engine, honked a few times in response, and then slowly started with the car in front. The convoy passed the street where zombies gathered, and those living dead gathered around, and were crushed by the spikes on the car's handlebars, and their blood and flesh splattered on the car windows, making people nauseous. Luo Qin had long been accustomed to this kind of scene. He calmly turned on the wipers, and did not forget to spray the newly replaced strong cleaning glass water, and quickly scraped off the broken meat tissue on the car window. Deputy Captain, your friend has a really good psychological quality. Falcon sighed. I remember that the driver vomited halfway through the car before. What a smell. No wonder he didn't come this time. Xue Liang said lightly, You have to get used to it even if you are not used to it. In this world, people have to survive. Bai Wu Luo's eyes swept back and forth between his brother and Luo Qin, and he was about to say something but stopped. Chapter 65 Fusion. The car drove into the gate of the military district. Xue Liang and the others got off the car first, while Luo Qin turned around and went into the garage to wash the car. Bai Wu Luo called Xue Liang, looked around and saw that no one noticed this place, and whispered, Luo Qin's blood test report is with Chang Qingyao. Are you still going to get it? Just tell me the result. Xue Liang said. The virus density in his blood sample is very high, and it can be confirmed that it is the most primitive Lantian virus strain, which is completely different from the one in our body. Bai Wu Luo said. I tested it 3 times before I determined the value. It's incredible. Brother, are you sure he really hasn't been exposed to the virus? I have checked the list of participants in the human reconstruction experiment, and he is not on it. I have guessed it. When I met him in Shining, he was covered in blood, but when he woke up, he found that there were no wounds on his body. Xue Liang said. I suspect he was bitten at the time. He was injured, but he didn't know it. Bai Wu Luo, brother, do you remember the man that Chang Qingyao and I captured alive in the mercenary camp? We took him back for a blood test, and found that he also had the original strain in his body. During our observation, his body was still mutating. He tried to escape from prison, but eventually died of exhaustion. If the Lantian virus exists in the body of an ordinary person, he will be infected within 24 hours at the latest. However, this mercenary miraculously survived during this period and mutated to a certain extent. But then, Bai Wu Luo took advantage of Luo Qin's coma and compared the other party's blood test report with the mercenary, and found that the virus in Luo Qin's body had been highly fused with his original body cells, while the virus in the mercenary's body still had the risk of backlash. However, the virus activity environment in Luo Qin's body was infinitely close to stability. Bai Wu Luo said, I have a guess. Before the Lantian virus spread, Luo Qin already had virus antibodies in his body. But the human reconstruction experiment has only started to raise the success rate from 0 in the past 2 years. Did anyone successfully conduct the experiment before you? Xue Liang frowned and said, Don't tell anyone about this. Remember to destroy the test report. I'll go to Baida town tomorrow. Don't tell him. You still want to go? Bai Wu Luo almost had a shadow on that place. What kind of people are there? Why do you want to wade into this muddy water? There is only one person in this world who may know what happened to Luo Qin in the past. I can find one. Xue Liang said. We have to give it a try, otherwise I'm afraid something will happen to Luo Qin again, and once it's exposed under Li Muqi's nose, things will be troublesome. Aren't you worried that he is actually lying to you? Bai Wuluo almost blurted out. Chung Qingyao also thinks so. Xue Liang patted him. It doesn't matter, I know it in my mind. Brother, you treat him. Bai Wuluo sighed, shaked his head. Forget it, I'll go with you tomorrow, just say it's a mission, so that he won't think too much. Let's go. Let's take a shower. When Xue Liang and Luo Qin returned to the resettlement area that night, they happened to see the military camp distributing supplies. And the survivors lined up in a long queue at the entrance of the resettlement area. Xue Liang saw Nian Yu standing in the queue, and immediately walked over to pull him out. Are you well? Why are you standing outside in the wind? Nian Yu had been having intermittent fever since around New Year's Day, and he had been in bed for almost a month, rarely going out. Luo Qin saw that he was wearing very thin clothes, and immediately took off his coat and put it on him, saying, Why are you wearing so little? Didn't you ask me to help you get anything? You have been very busy recently, and I thought I wouldn't bother you. Nian Yu forced a smile, wrapped his coat tightly and said, Thank you. I'm much better. His expression was almost the same as Zhang Huan's smile in his memory. Luo Qin couldn't bear it, and quickly pushed him into the residential building. Go back and lie down, I'll take it for you later. Xue Liang looked at Nian Yu's back as he walked into the building, and sighed softly. Luo Qin, you know, Xiao Yu wasn't this thin before. I think he's a little thin, and he doesn't look very well. Luo Qin asked cautiously. Has he ever been sick? Xue Liang shook his head. I don't know. After I participated in the experiment, I went to Shining alone, and didn't tell anyone. I didn't contact him for several years. I didn't expect him to be so thin when we met again. I almost didn't recognize him. Luo Qin extended his fist and touched Xue Liang's shoulder, and said, When I saw him for the first time, I thought he looked like Zhang Huan. You know, the college student in my store is very obedient and a very nice person. Xue Liang remembered that they had seen the boy that Luo Qin was looking for in the building in Shining Yuanshan. However, it was too late at that time. The child had been infected, and there was not even a trace of sanity left. I've always had a feeling recently, Luo Qin said. It seems that my past was cut off bit by bit. When I realized it, there was no one who could prove who I was before. I can prove where you came from, and who you are. Xue Liang said this without thinking, which made Luo Qin stunned. After a long time of calming down, Luo Qin laughed out loud as if relieved. Yeah, that's right. I still have you. Xue Liang secretly regretted that he was too excited just now. He rubbed the corner of his eyes with his fingers unnaturally and said, You trust me so much? Aren't you worried that I might lie to you? Of course I'm not worried, Luo Qin said firmly. How could you lie to me? Well, I declare that you are the best lychee in the world. The two chatted while sitting next to the supply truck waiting for the survivors to receive the supplies. At this time, Falcon came running over with a few soldiers and shouted anxiously, It's bad, Deputy Captain. The group that pulled banners and made trouble last time is doing it again. This time they directly climbed onto the military vehicle and protested with a loudspeaker. Should we go and see? Where is it this time? Xue Liang asked. The 5th shelter. They resolutely refused to register for the resettlement area, and they insisted that Yuan Shan and Li Muki get out. There are still a group of people stranded in the shelter, and they won't leave even if they are asked to, Falcon said. Originally, we planned to convert those shelters into warehouses once those people were settled. But it turned out like this, and it has been delayed. I heard about it. Xue Liang flipped through his backpack and took out a bag of biscuits from it. It's a bit difficult to get Li Muki to get out. After all, he is almost a spirit. Isn't Chung Qingyao over there? Tell him to keep an eye on it, so that nothing happens. He thought for a moment, and added, Remember, don't get into conflict with civilians. Give in if you can. After all, the survivors are weak. I'm afraid that people will talk about it, so the captain and I can't be too partial to you. Falcon nodded. Yes, Deputy Captain. He saluted Xue Liang, turned around to leave. Wait. Xue Liang called him. Falcon turned around suspiciously, watching Xue Liang reaching out to take something out of his pocket. Xue Liang took out a note with a red seal from his pocket, shook it and handed it over. Here. Go and ask the captain to approve your leave. It only takes half a day. If I find out that you are late for your leave, you won't be able to apply for it next time. Falcon was overjoyed, and grabbed the note as if he was afraid that Xue Liang would go back on his word. Thank you, Deputy Captain. I love you so much. Let me kiss you. Deputy Captain, as the other party said this. He pouted and was about to kiss him, scaring Luo Qin so much that he almost stood up to stop him. Get out of here! Xue Liang pushed away the other party's face, angrily said. Get out of here! Falcon jumped away. Xue Liang smiled helplessly, and said to Luo Qin, he is like this. He is not serious. His girlfriend is also in our team, but she is stationed in the military district with our captain, and they haven't seen each other for more than a month. He has been working non-stop for so long. He should give himself some time to breathe. After all, he is still a human being. Xue Liang opened the biscuits in his hand and was about to hand them to Luo Qin, when he suddenly saw two girls walking up to them, one of them holding a box of milk. Looking at Luo Qin awkwardly. They were survivors rescued from a shopping mall by the army a few days ago. At that time, the military doctors were short of manpower, so Luo Qin helped to send the two to the car. Unexpectedly, the two girls were frightened. As soon as they got on the car, they hugged Luo Qin and cried loudly. No matter how hard they pulled, they refused to let go. The two girls often came to Luo Qin to chat, and gave him some food and drinks. Almost every time, they ran away after giving them food and drinks. What's the matter? Luo Qin looked at the other party in confusion, not knowing why. We found it in the bag. You have worked hard in the search and rescue these 2 days. I give it to you. I see that you always eat compressed biscuits, which is quite choking. Take this to moisten your throat, the girl said timidly. Fearing that Luo Qin would not take it, she directly threw the milk into his arms, and then ran away quickly with her companion. No, you misunderstood. Before Luo Qin finished speaking, the two girls had disappeared. He looked at Xue Liang awkwardly, and pointed at the box of milk helplessly. They may have mistaken me for the rescue team, haha. Do you want milk? Xue Liang looked at him, without saying anything, but had already taken back the biscuit in her hand, and put a piece of it into her mouth, ignoring Luo Qin. Give me one. Luo Qin didn't react, and moved closer with a silly smile. I want to eat this of yours, lychee, good lychee. Xue Liang took another bite of it himself. Luo Qin was puzzled. Why don't you give me some? Drink your milk. Xue Liang looked away, and said lightly. I'm afraid the biscuits will choke you. Luo Qin saw that he couldn't talk it out, so he grabbed Xue Liang's hand, and bit the remaining half of the biscuit. Xue Liang was stunned, and pulled it twice with an unnatural look. Let go. When he lowered his eyes, he met Luo Qin's gaze, who was also looking up at him, with sparks in his eyes. Xue Liang's hand trembled, accidentally touching Luo Qin's lips, and the warmth came up along his fingertips, which was very hot. Luo Qin chewed the remaining half of the biscuit without hesitation, letting go of Xue Liang's hand. Not bad. Food tastes better when it's in someone else's hands. Xue Liang stared at his fingers for a few seconds, then laughed softly, swatted off the biscuit crumbs on them, and took another piece. Eat it. Yi Qinglan climbed over the railing, and landed lightly on the wall between the two buildings. She hid in the shadows beside the building, watching the two mercenaries running across the road in front of her motionlessly, and only wiped the sweat from her forehead after making sure that they had run far away. She had just returned from the mercenary camp, and escaped unharmed. Since the group had lost most of their men in the last attack, their defense had tightened up all of a sudden. She had managed to sneak in and steal some supplies, but accidentally triggered the infrared alarm in the warehouse, and was almost trapped inside. Fortunately, she was agile enough to crawl out from the vent. As a result, she was discovered by a sniper when she was evacuating the camp, and was almost shot dead. It was not until Yi Qinglan was completely sure that the surroundings were safe that she carefully jumped off the wall, picked up the straps of her backpack, and prepared to leave. As soon as she turned around, a cold gun was pressed against her forehead. Don't move. Yi Qinglan was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She was thinking of a countermeasure quickly in her mind. She saw the man pointing the gun at her walk out from the shadow of the wall, smiled at her, and said, Good evening. Xue Liang? Yi Qinglan felt that her tense nerves relaxed instantly. Your brain hasn't been cured yet? I'm scared to death. Xue Liang put away the gun and smiled. It can't be cured. Be careful not to be infected by me. I found the person. Yi Qinglan realized that there was someone following Xue Liang. It was not Luo Qin, but a boy with a very cool appearance. However, the other person's face did not have any expression related to this appearance. Instead, he was cold and unfriendly. Brother, is this the person you were talking about? Bai Wuluo walked up to Yi Qinglan. and glanced at her with a very oppressive look. She was also there that day. Yi Qinglan and Bai Wuluo looked at each other, and finally remembered who the other person was. You are also a recreated human. Bai Wuluo nodded. We came here today to find you for something. But there are too many eyes here. So let's make it short. Okay. Chapter 66 Experiment. You mean the experiment Yuan Shan did on Luo Qin? Yi Qinglan didn't expect Shui Liang to find her so soon. The first thing he asked was about Luo Qin. Why should I tell you? What if Luo Qin is also a victim? Wouldn't it be pushing him into the fire pit if I told you? You are pushing him into the fire pit now, Shui Liang said. If you think I will hurt him, tell me a better way to ensure that he won't hurt others when he goes on a killing spree next time. Yi Qinglan bit her lip, as if she was hesitating. She glanced at the gas station across the street not far away, her eyes rolling like a deer. Bai Wuluo leaned against the wall, holding the gun across his body and looking at her. Don't even think about running back from here. It's not realistic. Aren't you forcing the emperor to abdicate? Yi Qinglan said angrily. Too unreasonable. Are you all so unreasonable as human beings? No. I mean, there are mercenary snipers outside, Bai Wuluo said. Leave 10 minutes. Someone will clean up the scum on the street. Shui Liang was helpless, and said to Yi Qinglan, Actually, I am very grateful that you have been vigilant about Luo Qin's matter. If someone suddenly came to my house to ask about Luo Qin's secret, I would not tell it either. But you also saw how terrible Luo Qin's power was when he lost control. If I wanted to do something to him, I could do it at any time when he was not out of control. There was no need to go to the trouble of asking you. Yi Qinglan wavered. After a psychological struggle, she nodded and said, Okay, I'll tell you. But I don't have complete and accurate information about this matter. Liu told me everything he knew, but it was limited to the fact that Luo Qin had undergone human experiments by Yuan Shan. And it was when he was very young. I dare not confirm how young he was. But from what Liu said, it should be from birth to about 1 year old. Shui Liang seemed to be unable to believe what he heard. He stared at Yi Qinglan for a long time and asked, How old are you? 1 year old? That's what Liu said. I really don't know, Yi Qinglan said. He also said that all the information about Luo Qin's experiment is still sealed in the Yuanshan archives. It was Li Muqi who sealed it in person, and it should not have been destroyed yet. If you are interested, you can check it out yourself. Shui Liang said, Okay. That's enough. Thank you. Yi Qinglan crossed her arms in a bluffing manner, raised her head and said, I heard that you recently launched the Ark project? How come? You, one of the founders, are finally going to drive us stray dogs out? Shui Liang said, Li Muqi is Li Muqi. I am me. I have never thought about it. Yi Qinglan, yes. I have heard of your name. You have been mentioned a lot among the survivors recently. I heard that you really pushed Li Muqi to modify several contracts in the Ark agreement. Is this true? This was said with a sense of verification. Yi Qinglan certainly did not believe that the recreation of human beings could have such a good heart. But she also felt that if it was Shui Liang, it would not be impossible. Shui Liang was silent for a long while, and said, Li Muqi said that the original intention of establishing the Ark was for survivors to help each other. So everyone must have a say, even if his words are completely unreliable. I don't want the Ark to split into all kinds of people in the future and become a mess. So since I have signed the agreement, I must be responsible for it. That sounds good, Yi Qinglan muttered. Okay. You've finished asking questions. I'm leaving now. Shui Liang waved his hand. Be careful on the road. Yi Qinglan walked a few steps, and suddenly turned around and asked, By the way, I have been keeping the last incident a secret for you. So you can't tell anyone that we have a base in Baida town. None of us want to join the Ark. As long as the distant mountains don't disappear, we can't enter that place. Shui Liang said, I won't tell you. But don't make too much noise about the protests in the city. Otherwise it will attract other people's attention, and it won't be me who comes next time. I've never done that before, Yi Qinglan said. But thank you for the things you sent us before. We really need them. You're welcome. This is my personal request and reward. It has nothing to do with the official, Shui Liang said. After seeing off Yi Qinglan, Shui Liang and Bai Wuluo also left Baida town. On the way back, they were followed by several mercenaries. They thought they were doing it quietly, but they lost them after turning a corner. When they were getting upset, Bai Wuluo suddenly appeared from behind them and killed them one by one with a single blow. How many mercenaries have come to Hanzhou? Bai Wuluo frowned and said, the Human Alliance is hiding here too. Baida town hasn't been so lively for decades. The captain is already paying attention to the mercenaries. It's not a small matter to get the Tai Sui stone. So I reported it as soon as I got back. It's just that I don't have the energy to get involved with them at the moment. I sent a few people to monitor here, Shui Liang said. As for the Human Alliance, don't worry about it for now. Just let them stay there. Bai Wuluo was puzzled. Brother, why are you protecting them? Shui Liang said, I'm not protecting them. I just think announcing the location of the Human Alliance to the Ark is undoubtedly forcing them to make a choice. But not everyone wants to join the Ark. In my opinion, those terms do make many people feel uneasy. I can understand Yi Qinglan and others. Bai Wuluo sighed and said, it doesn't matter. I don't have any feelings about the Ark plan. Let Li Muqi do it if he wants. Don't worry, brother. I'm always by your side. Shui Liang patted his shoulder and asked, where's Cheng Qingyao? I didn't see him today. I felt my ears were much better. Who knows? Did he let go? I didn't even see him, and he ran off to do something. Bai Wuluo scratched his head and said, wait until he comes back in the evening. I'll ask him to keep an eye on Baida town. January is coming to an end, and the Lunar New Year will be in early February. This is the first spring festival after the global disaster. The survivors gradually recovered from the cold winter wind and began to cheer up and prepare for this slightly bleak spring festival. On New Year's Eve, the atmosphere was extremely bleak. But since ancient times, the spring festival has been the most comforting festival of the year. So no matter how painful the survivors were in the past, they are now willing to clean themselves up and spend the new year in peace. People in the resettlement area found some outdated window decorations and spring couplets, and pasted them on the windows in groups of 3 or 2. I don't know who also found some dilapidated red lanterns, which were hung alone on the windows. There were no candles to light. Shui Liang sat on the hood of the truck, quietly looking at the cloudless night sky. His eyes were a little out of focus, and he didn't move for a long time. He didn't know that Luo Qin was sitting beside the military tent not far away, looking at him with a worried face. He has been very busy recently, and Luo Qin didn't know what he was busy with. He was always missing for 3 days and 2 days, which made him depressed. Bai Wuluo and Cheng Qingyao were pulling the waterproof cloth out from under a pile of messy boxes. He glanced at Luo Qin and snorted, you have been sitting here for a whole day. What do you want to do? Alas. Luo Qin frowned, and supported his head with his other hand, still looking in the direction of Shui Liang. My future boyfriend may be suffering and worried about something now, but he seems to be angry with me. I have been struggling with my thoughts for most of the day, and I dare not go over. Bai Wuluo said, don't come on. How can my brother be so difficult to mess with? Cheng Qingyao listened to the conversation between the two, thought for a moment, and then said oh with a look of sudden enlightenment. What are you saying? Luo Qin asked. Cheng Qingyao, some people are trapped by love. I feel a little bit. Luo Qin was a little dissatisfied. I am not trapped by love. I think Lizzie at least won't hate me. As long as he doesn't hate me, I still have a chance. Maybe he likes me too? Cheng Qingyao encouraged sincerely. I believe in you. If you fail, as long as you are still alive, I can accompany you to drink and chat. I am very good at comforting people who are heartbroken. I'll go. Luo Qin stood up with determination. Wait for my news. If it works, I will be your sister-in-law tomorrow. Open up the pattern. We have to encourage him. Cheng Qingyao pinched Bai Wuluo's shoulder with just the right amount of strength. One more sister-in-law is better than one more life. He jumped off the box and said to Luo Qin, brother, I will teach you what to do. You just harass him. Shamelessly harass him. And bother him 800 times a day. You can't be shameless when chasing someone. You have to pester him and get stronger with each setback. If he doesn't respond once or twice, you will eventually warm him up to you. Bai Wuluo sneered. Can you stop sharing your weird experience? It's better if you don't teach him. After you teach him, he will probably turn against my brother tomorrow morning. That won't work. Cheng Qingyao said confidently. All my knowledge is solid stuff. If it doesn't work, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Thank you. Luo Qin looked at Cheng Qingyao as if he had met a confidant, and got up and left. Bai Wuluo sighed. You dare to say it. And he dares to do it. Shui Liang was absorbed in watching the scenery, when suddenly a whistle came from below. He looked down and saw Luo Qin standing below, with his hands in his pockets and looking up. Lizzie, I'll sit with you for a while. It's windy up there. Are you sure? Shui Liang said as he stretched out his hand, and was about to pull Luo Qin up. Unexpectedly, Luo Qin held his hand tightly and pulled him off the car. Shui Liang broke away from Luo Qin's hand after landing. Why, you're here to practice with me on New Year's Day? Luo Qin said, on New Year's Day, of course I'm here to keep you company. You? Shui Liang was stunned for a moment, hesitantly stretched out his hand, and gestured on Luo Qin's head twice. You've grown taller? Luo Qin was stunned. Only then did he realize that he was looking at Shui Liang with his head slightly lowered. It seems so? He used to look up at Shui Liang, but at this moment, the situation suddenly reversed, making both of them a little surprised. Luo Qin was very excited. He stretched out his hand and measured again. I have really grown taller. That's great. I haven't grown taller in several years. How did you suddenly grow so much taller? Shui Liang looked up at him with a puzzled look, as if she was a little uncomfortable. No. I feel like you were not this tall 2 days ago. Luo Qin raised the corner of his mouth, looking a little proud. Shui Liang looked at him thoughtfully for a while, and suddenly realized, is it because you have been training? You are only 19 now, and you can still grow taller. Luo Qin's joy for his growth only lasted for half a minute. Suddenly, like a magic trick, he took out an apple from somewhere and handed it to Shui Liang. I went out today and found something good. This is your New Year's gift. Just an apple? Shui Liang took it. It's not enough for me. Luo Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Brother, I risk my life to snatch this apple from the zombies today. If it doesn't work, you can sell me and see what you like. Shui Liang couldn't help but lean on him, and laugh so hard that he trembled. That's not necessary. An apple is an apple. It's better to have it than not. He wiped it with his sleeve, opened his mouth and took a bite, and the next second his eyebrows were immediately twisted together. Did you soak it in vinegar? Shui Liang endured the strong sour feeling in his mouth, chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Why is it so sour? Luo Qin was stunned, and was at a loss to take the apple. Then don't eat it. Give it to me. Shui Liang dodged his hand and said, I'd better finish it. You have already snatched it. The zombie may be squatting somewhere and scolding you for stealing other people's New Year's goods, he said, and took a second bite. This time, the reaction was not as strong as before. He even took the time to chew a few more bites. Lychee. Luo Qin supported his forehead. If it's really unpalatable, don't force it. It doesn't matter. The taste of food is not that important. I have eaten worse food than this, Shui Liang said. 2 years ago, I went to the Congo Basin on a mission. I picked a fruit in the rainforest and ate it. Then the guide told me that the fruit was highly poisonous, and every year tourists would be carried out because of eating it by mistake. The strong survival ability of the reconstructed human beings is actually reflected in this. The taste and toxicity of food will be filtered to a certain extent, even if it is difficult to swallow. As long as it can replenish energy, the body will not resist it. Then you won't be poisoned if you eat wild mushrooms? Won't you see dancing little people? Luo Qin asked curiously. Shui Liang. Chapter 67. Like a gust of wind blew over, Luo Qin felt something cool falling on his face. He was slightly stunned, and then a little bit of cold brushed his cheek and drifted across the snow. It was less than half a month since the last heavy snow, and the snow in some areas had not even melted completely, but Hangzhou welcomed the second snow after the beginning of winter on New Year's Eve. The snowflakes swirled and fell from the sky, and soon they formed lines, and the snow became heavier in an instant, and the whole sight was a layer of white snowflakes, swept and danced wildly by the cold wind. Shui Liang glanced at the watch. This thing has not been very accurate, since it was infected with the virus several times. It always needs manual calibration to be reliable. At this time, there are less than 10 minutes to midnight. The windows of several military tents not far away are slightly lit. The sound of soldiers talking in low voices in the tents can be heard faintly, piercing the silence of the night inch by inch. The new year is coming soon. Shui Liang sighed. Last year, I spent the spring festival in Shining. The team gave me a week off. I only went out for 1 day, and I stayed at home to watch movies for the rest of the holiday. That winter was unusually cold. Shui Liang deliberately avoided the peak period of New Year's goods purchases, and went out for a walk on a whim when there were least people. Shining is a city with a large floating population. During the spring festival, the city is quite empty. He was walking alone on the cold street when someone handed him a flyer of a Japanese restaurant. Xue Liang looked at the flyer and suddenly had an idea to try it. He was a little surprised that he suddenly had the idea of trying it. Perhaps it was because of the spring festival. He felt a long-lost relaxation. So he went to the Japanese restaurant for lunch. The only local clerk who didn't go home chatted with him while serving the dishes, and casually asked why the college students didn't go home for the new year. Xue Liang thought about it, and thought that wherever he went was probably his home. After all, he hadn't lived in one place for a long time for several years. After coming to Shining, he even changed his mobile phone number and plunged into study and training tasks. Except for Zhao Fenglu, he hardly contacted anyone from the past. Therefore, on the New Year's Day, there was only a lonely New Year's greeting from Zhao Fenglu in the text box. But he couldn't say it after all. He put down his phone, smiled at the waiter, and said, "Happy New Year." He didn't feel like a drifter, but he never felt homesick. He didn't need to deliberately restrain many emotions, as if the emotions of sadness and joy that humans should have had gradually faded from his heart as his body, and the virus gradually merged over the years. But now, he didn't know when a new emotion had appeared in his heart, which he had to deliberately suppress, knocking on his heart from time to time like a woodpecker. As Luo Qin listened to Xue Liang's words, he saw a layer of snow on his shoulders. So he raised his hand and gently brushed it off, saying, "Anyway, it's stable now." He looked at the watch on Xue Liang's wrist, which had already pointed to 0. "Happy New Year, Lichi." Luo Qin bumped the other's shoulder. "From now on, neither of us will spend the new year alone. Happy New Year." Xue Liang turned to look at him, smiled. "I hope everything goes well for you in the future, and all your wishes come true." A certain suppressed emotion flashed across his eyes, and was quickly overwhelmed by the gentle smile. Luo Qin was somewhat moved. He almost couldn't suppress the surging emotions in his chest several times, and wanted to blurt out those words. However, when he saw Xue Liang's clear eyes, he backed off a little. The other person looked at him too frankly, as if there was no impurity at all. Luo Qin was worried that once the words were completely made clear, there would still be such a frank atmosphere between the two. The melody of Good Luck Comes played on the tape recorder upstairs, but it was blown away by the wind as soon as he leaned out of the window. The people downstairs heard it vaguely, as if it was humming from a distant place. Xue Liang couldn't help himself, and sang along quietly for a few lines, but found that he couldn't even remember the lyrics clearly. Luo Qin was slightly tickled by Xue Liang's humming. He had heard from Zhu Yin that Xue Liang liked music when she was a student, and that she had been trained to play musical instruments since she was a child. But he had never mentioned this to Xue Liang. On the one hand, he was not sure whether he could touch upon Xue Liang's past, which she had never mentioned. On the other hand, he had a little selfish desire, hoping that Xue Liang could tell him some things in person. "I hope next year will be a good year." Xue Liang turned his head, looked at him and said, "I hope everyone will have a better life." "Lichi," Luo Qin said slowly, "this year's gift is not ready. I will give you a better one next year." Xue Liang blinked at him, and suddenly asked, "Luo Qin, why do you have to stay? If you want, I can send you to the best resettlement area in Hanzhou. You will be safe for the rest of your life. Why stay here and face the power you can't control?" Luo Qin said, "I have nowhere to go. Lichi, after you led me out of Shining, you are the only person I trust in this world. So no matter what you want to do in the future, whatever you want to achieve, I will help you." Xue Liang sighed, smiled and shook his head. "You still have your life. Don't tie it to me. In the end, you will find that this road is too hard and tiring. Very torturous. I still feel that the first 10 years of my life were pushed and dragged forward by others. Like a puppet, I have to walk the way others tell me to walk." Luo Qin looked into the distance, looking at a swirling snow curtain, and said, "But it's different now. After coming to Hanzhou, I suddenly felt that the invisible lines on my body were broken, and the people and things in the past can be written off. I can choose the road ahead by myself." "Really?" Xue Liang didn't know where to look, and murmured, "My only hope now is that I can do what you want to do, and achieve what you want to achieve." Luo Qin said, "I don't want to see you so tired. It's good to help you share some pressure. Do you regret it?" Xue Liang asked. Luo Qin approached him and said seriously, I will not regret choosing to stand with you today. Li, as long as it is the path I choose, I will never regret it. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, and suddenly reached out and pulled his collar as if he had made up his mind. The fingertips of his other hand touched his face, just like the touch he had made in the back seat of the car on the night of his escape in Shining. Luo Qin felt that something deep in his heart was stunned, and even his reaction ability slowed down by half a beat. Then, a warm touch was pressed against his lips, which were a little dry, and had a rough feeling that had not been moistened for a long time. Kiss, Shui Liang was kissing him, and her lips were gently pressed against his. They only stopped for 2 seconds, and then separated in a panic. Luo Qin's expression froze, and he looked at Shui Liang without breathing. And then he unconsciously stretched out his tongue to lick his lips. This was indeed his instinctive action, mixed with tension and shock. However, it was very interesting in Shui Liang's eyes. He couldn't help but move his fingers to Luo Qin's neck, and then leaned over to kiss him. This time, he stayed for a longer time. Luo Qin could clearly feel Shui Liang holding his lips, kissing him unskillfully, and the hand on his neck was as hot as a red-hot iron. And because of the slight force, it sank into his skin, rubbing his neck ambiguously. Luo Qin felt that his mind was blank. He couldn't say anything. His rationality collapsed in an instant. How could he deal with it calmly? The hormones of the two people were entangled and exchanged freely. The atmosphere heated up rapidly in just a few tens of seconds. Luo Qin felt as if there was a flame that wanted to burn him to ashes. Shui Liang didn't know when he let go of Luo Qin. He looked into each other's eyes. They were both panting slightly. Their faces were close together, and their noses were lightly touching. It was just like the ambiguity that was accidentally touched during the snowball fight in the military area. The snow enveloped the two people. In the shadow behind the truck, they could not see each other's outlines clearly. The dim light from the upper floor shone on Luo Qin's back, giving him a white frame. From Shui Liang's angle, he could only see the snow quietly falling on Luo Qin's side face and behind his ears, which he wiped away with his fingers, and where the snow melted. Pieces of fiery red condensed. A laugh came from the tent a few meters away, which was slightly harsh in the night. The soldiers' conversation seemed to be blurred at this time, and Luo Qin could only hear Shui Liang's gradually clear breathing, like the signal sent by the whale waves in the deep sea hitting his heart. What are you doing? Luo Qin was dizzy, pinching Shui Liang's cheek with his fingers. You kissed me secretly. Shui Liang looked calm, but in fact, she was already nervous to the point of breaking point. She didn't say a word, but waited for Luo Qin's response. In fact, Luo Qin always felt that Shui Liang's eyes were very gentle, especially when she looked at him like this at this moment, as if there were a thread entangled, pulling his heartbeat, making him feel that even if the night was long, he would feel at ease as long as he looked at these eyes. Luo Qin felt that he should say something now, but he was at a loss for words. He paused, and touched Shui Liang's lips. Just now, you kissed me like this. Shui Liang did not dodge, but just raised her hand slightly, and fell before touching Luo Qin's arm. Well, maybe the red Luan star moved. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, thinking of the fortune-telling he had said casually at the time, and he didn't expect Shui Liang to still remember it. His eyes suddenly became sore, and his mind could not help but recall the many times in the past 10 years when he was ignored and neglected. But Shui Liang actually remembered many of his words and many of his actions. Those ideas that seemed absurd before were realized in an instant. Luo Qin felt that he would probably never forget this day. I thought you didn't like younger people, Luo Qin said. I thought about it for a long time, but I didn't figure it out. Shui Liang laughed. I said it depends on the situation. You are indeed younger than me. Luo Qin always felt that he seemed to have taken a big detour, but it didn't matter. This was the most exciting and emotional day in his 20 years in the world. He finally plucked his wish from a branch on a planet that seemed far away and out of reach. Then Luo Qin's voice sank. Can I kiss you again? Shui Liang looked into his open and innocent eyes, nodded like a madman. Okay. Luo Qin leaned over, and the two kissed softly and tentatively again. His hands were on the truck bed behind Shui Liang, and his arms were rubbing against her waist, inadvertently fueling the fire. Shui Liang was breathless from the kiss that he could no longer hold back his emotions. When his lips loosened for a few seconds, he let out a very light gasp, but it was quickly blocked by someone, and his body was hot and restless. The ambiguous particles in the atmosphere were so ambiguous that they almost melted people, and they were entangled in confusion, reminding the two of their true heartbeats at the moment. Shui Liang felt a hand gently supporting his waist, and his body was pressed backward. He tried to adapt to Luo Qin's rhythm, but the other party was too passionate, making his legs weak, and the entanglement in the atmosphere penetrated his whole body. I haven't kissed enough, Lizzie. Luo Qin's lips gently flicked his earlobe. I haven't kissed enough. What should I do? Shui Liang didn't speak, and his breathing had answered everything. Do you want to? Luo Qin lowered his head, and gently rubbed his cheek. Be with me? Chapter 68 First Love. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the lights outside the window came on. The sky was still as dark as night, but the bugle had already blown 3 times. Shui Liang sat up from the bed, looked at Luo Qin, who was sleeping beside him, reached out and touched his ear. Everything that happened last night seemed like an unreal dream. Shui Liang himself didn't quite understand what happened in that process. The two kissed next to the truck behind the military tent, almost melting each other into their bones and blood. The sequelae of the heartbeat still lingered in the chest. Before falling asleep, he rarely lay flat and waited for sleepiness to come. The influence of his living environment since childhood made him not turn his back to any open door, wide streets and empty corridors, and instinctively avoid threats and harm from behind. But this night, he turned his back to Luo Qin unconsciously. When the person behind him reached out to hug him, Shui Liang tensed for a moment, realized that it was Luo Qin's body temperature, and then he felt relieved to stick to him, and let him hug him without saying a word. Lychee, Luo Qin felt his touch, and before he woke up, his hand instinctively climbed up and held his arm tightly. Are you leaving? Li Muki is crazy. What's going on so early in the morning? The Ark meeting. I have to go there. Shui Liang leaned over and kissed his ear, and smiled. Sleep a little longer. Huh? Did you like to hug things so much when you slept before? You are nothing, Luo Qin said. Shui Liang. Luo Qin reacted, no. I'm not saying you're a worthless person. Okay. I know. Shui Liang nodded. I'll be back after the meeting. Luo Qin reluctantly let go of his hand. His tightly closed eyes finally opened a crack. He said drowsily, come back early. Yeah. It was already past 7 when Luo Qin woke up. He was a little sleepy, sitting up from the bed to calm down, and suddenly remembered what happened last night. He covered his face, and burrowed himself into the quilt, laughing uncontrollably for a while. Anyone who was next to him would be frightened by the dancing thing on the bed. After Luo Qin was excited, he got up and splashed cold water on his face, and the heat on his face subsided a little. At noon, he went upstairs to take care of Yin Yu and the 2 children's meals, still with a silly smile on his face. And he didn't even notice it. Shui Xixian looked at him strangely and asked, did you stand outside in the wind last night? Luo Qin's heart skipped a beat, thinking that this kid might have seen something. Just as he was thinking about how to explain to Shui Xixian that he was not a pervert who bullied her brother, he heard her say, why do I feel like you have facial paralysis? You have this expression like you had a stroke for half an hour. Shui Xixian didn't ask why he was smiling silly all morning, and lowered her head to chew the hard bread. She had lost her temper these days, and had to swallow the food no matter how bad it tasted. The last time Luo Qin was taken out by Shui Liang to train hunting skills, she found a piece of chocolate in the corner of a street shop and brought it back to her. The 2 siblings held the chocolate and ate it for a whole week, as if they hadn't tasted it for 800 years. Shui Liang came back at lunchtime, and Bai Wulua came in with him. When Shui Xixian saw Bai Wulua, her face darkened instantly, and she moved a stool to sit on the other side of the table, without saying a word, and even stopped eating. Yin Yu took the half of the cans left by Shui Xixian, and carefully sat down beside her, and asked softly, Xixian, why don't you eat any more? I can't eat any more. Shui Xixian glanced at Bai Wulua unhappily, and said angrily. Bai Wulua stood silently behind Shui Liang, without saying a word, with a downcast look on his face. Shui Xixian, what's wrong with you? Shui Liang sat down at the table with a puzzled look on his face, and waved to Bai Wulua. Wulua, come and eat. He took out 2 cans of beef from his pocket, and pushed one on each side to Shui Xixian and Shui Ximiao. Do you want to eat this? This is the canned food that the army only distributes to rescue soldiers as limited military supplies. It was just transported from an emergency food storage center in the distant mountains, and was immediately allocated to the rescue team. But this kind of treatment is not always available. The construction of the safe zone has just started. It is extremely rare to find some meat from the various resources collected. Shui Xixian's expression is not very good. But his mouth has surrendered. He snorted and took the can. Shui Ximia raised his head and looked at Shui Liang calmly. Thank you. Brother. What did you say in the meeting today? Luo Qin helped Shui Xixian open the can lid and asked Shui Liang. Why does Li Muki still need to eat to please people? Shui Liang said. He proposed a plan to set up a selection exam in Ark. Anyone who is interested in participating in the construction of the safe zone is eligible to take the exam. Once passed, he will be granted the second-class authority of Ark, which means that he can enter and exit the Ark headquarters freely, and has the right to retrieve the information with the lowest confidentiality. What level of authority do you have now? Luo Qin asked. The highest authority, Shui Liang said. In the past, all security information of Yuan Shan was supervised by the military and the government. After the establishment of the Ark, Yuan Shan and the military were connected to share the rights of various patents and confidential technologies. But there are no more than 10 people with the highest authority in the entire Ark. These people formed a committee. The military has the advantage in numbers for the time being. The others are former senior executives of Yuan Shan. So now it is equivalent to us having half of the control of the Ark. Who has the highest authority in the committee? Luo Qin asked curiously. You and Uncle Zhao? Remember Cheng Qingye? Shui Liang smiled. She is one of them. She is very resourceful. As long as Chairman Cheng wants. Half of the Ark can be Qing's. Li Muki can't give up everything so easily, Luo Qin said. He is a businessman by nature after all. He doesn't seek fame or profit. It's impossible to expect him to do charity. I have always thought so. So the military is waiting and watching the selection exam, Shui Liang said. Even if we really want to set up this exam, we must formulate the rules. We can't give them the initiative. Luo Qin nodded. Silently picked a bite of the canned food. Suddenly opened his eyes. Turned his head and said to Shui Liang, try this. It's really delicious. He held a box of canned bamboo shoots in his hand, which was originally the one that Shui Xixian refused to eat. But it tasted surprisingly good. Shui Liang didn't think much about it, and subconsciously opened his mouth to take the chopsticks of dried bamboo shoots handed over by Luo Qin. After chewing a few bites, he saw Bai Wulua looking at him in shock, his face turning pale and blue. Brother, come out for a moment. Bai Wulua stood up after eating a few bites. I have something to ask you. There was no one else in the corridor. Bai Wulua looked around, closed the door ajar, pulled Shui Liang to a corner and asked, Brother, tell me the truth. Are you friends with Luo Qin? Shui Liang was stunned, and did not deny, you know? Bai Wulua's expression became more tangled. He looked at the door, and then turned back to look at Shui Liang. I tell you, it was all Cheng Qingyao who instigated it. Otherwise Luo Qin would still be there complaining to us last night. Don't you like him? Shui Liang asked. No. Bai Wulua hastily denied. I don't dislike him. I just feel that it's sudden. Suddenly there is a sister-in-law. It's strange to be used to it. When he was in high school, he paid close attention to his sister-in-law's movements every day. But he didn't expect it to come true one day. Although it was a little different from what he imagined. It still felt like a dream. Shui Liang leaned against the wall and laughed. Do you have to call me that? He called me that. Bai Wulua suddenly wanted to do something bad, and wanted to trick Luo Qin. Brother, he actually started asking me to call him that a long time ago. You don't know when he started to covet you. He has a pretty good positioning of himself. Shui Liang laughed. Bai Wulua said, he really is. What is it? Well, it's the kind of real sister-in-law. Shui Liang coughed twice, and said seriously, what are you thinking about all day long? Go back to eat, and don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. After he said that, he turned and left, but his ears slowly turned red. Bai Wulua followed Shui Liang into the door, and silently prayed in his heart that his brother would be the stronger one. As soon as they entered the door, everyone at the table looked over. Luo Qin and Bai Wulua met eyes, and the two quickly exchanged telepathic messages, and actually understood each other's eyes for the most part. Luo Qin, do you know that we talked? Bai Wulua, why are you so proud? You are wagging your tail to the sky. Luo Qin, brother, call me sister-in-law. Bai Wulua, get lost, be nice to my brother, or I will wait for you. Eat well. Shui Liang tapped his chopsticks. Stop flirting. Except for these three people, the others didn't understand what he meant. Shui Sixian glanced at Bai Wuluo and suddenly asked, "What did you two talk about when you went out?" Bai Wuluo was stunned. What? What did you two talk about when you went out just now? Shouldn't I know? Shui Sixian grumbled, and there was some unpleasantness in her words. An outsider. You said everything in private. Shui Liang looked up at Shui Sixian and interrupted. Shui Sixian, what do you mean by your sarcastic words? What do you mean by outsider? Are you too anxious to protect him? Shui Sixian was very unhappy, and she lowered her eyes and didn't look at him. Shui Liang, Shui Sixian, can you please stop being unreasonable? Aren't you the one who started the conversation? Luo Qin realized that the atmosphere was not right, but he couldn't say anything, so he could only look back and forth between the two siblings. Shui Sixian finished the remaining can of beef in 2 bites, pushed the empty shell aside, and said, "Anyway, he is your biological brother. Whatever you say is true. If you only have him in your heart, why did you bring us back?" Shui Sixian. Shui Liang was irritated for no reason, and his voice was slightly unhappy. Bai Wuluo is your brother. Don't be rude. Apologize. Why is he my brother? Shui Sixian said sharply. Has he ever taken care of me? Have you ever taken care of me? I haven't taken care of you. Shui Sixian. I haven't taken care of you enough. Right. Bai Wuluo and Yin, you were stunned. Only Shui Simia was unmoved at the table. He took off his hearing aid and put it aside silently, and continued to eat his meal. Who gave us to someone else to raise as soon as my mother died? 10 years, I have lived outside for 10 years, and you never said you would take us home. Shui Sixian pulled out a chair and stood up, shouting. Do you think my second brother doesn't hate you? You think we have lived well these years? Right? In your eyes, only Bai Wuluo is your younger brother, and my second brother and I are nothing. Luo Qin couldn't help but stop Shui Sixian. Sixian, you are going too far. Shui Liang was so angry that he laughed out loud. He pointed at the door. She looked at Shui Sixian coldly and said, Then get out of here today, and never come back. Shui Sixian, you have the guts to make me ignore you for the rest of my life. Shui Sixian was so angry that she didn't care about anything else. She sneered and said, It's like this again. You always protect him like this. Why can't you protect me like this just once? I don't want to care about you anymore. After she shouted these words almost hoarsely, Shui Liang's eyes froze instantly, and guilt and astonishment flashed in her eyes. Tears welled up in Shui Sixian's eyes. She wiped her face stubbornly, turned around and rushed out the door. Bai Wuluo immediately chased after her. Luo Qin sighed, and quickly got up and followed. For a moment, there were only 3 people left at the table. Yin Yu stared and dared not speak. Shui Simia was completely immersed in his own quiet world, not caring about anything. Shui Liang sat quietly on the chair, gently pinched his knuckles a few times, and the surging emotions in his eyes were suppressed little by little. Liqi, Yin Yu called him softly. Are you okay? I'll go check on you. Chapter 69 Regret. You eat, the 2 of them can go find it. Shui Liang stood up after saying this, slightly stunned for a moment, but soon recovered his calm expression without emotion, tidied up the empty box on the table, and prepared to throw it away when he went out. He walked into the corridor. The dust in the air slowly floated along with the sunlight from the window, making his cheeks a little itchy, and his eye sockets slightly stinging. I don't want to care about you anymore. I won't talk to you anymore. Shui Liang turned around in surprise, and saw a little boy slamming the door in front of him, leaving a roar echoing with the sound of the door closing. The young man standing in front of the door sighed helplessly, knelt down with a gentle expression, and knocked on the door, and coaxed the boy at the same height. Liqi, be good. Brother will finish his work early after the business trip, and come back to attend the parent-teacher meeting for you. Okay? There was no sound from the door, but the door handle that had been pressed down quietly rose up. The young man smiled knowingly, and knocked on the door again. Then brother left, and will be back soon. Remember to be obedient, and play the piano well. The young man turned around and left, and got on the car that had been waiting for a long time in front of the villa. Shui Liang couldn't help but walk forward a few steps, as if he wanted to catch up with the car. Can't go. He wanted to remind him, I don't want you to go to school. Don't go on a business trip, please. But he couldn't say a word. Watching the car drive out of the community, the taillights were on and went away, until he could no longer see it. Behind him, the little boy who had just lost his temper stood. He also stared at the direction where the car drove away. He raised his head proudly. Then he counted the days on his fingers, as if he was looking forward to the arrival of that day. Xue Liang rushed to the little boy, grabbed his thin shoulders and said, "Quick! Tell him! Don't go! Don't go!" The little boy was unmoved, and his eyes passed him and looked into the void behind him. Xue Liang was anxious, and shouted, "Are you stupid? Why are you so disobedient? Call him back quickly. You will regret it. You will really regret it. Don't go to Shining." Xue Liang suddenly woke up and climbed up from the table. Luo Qin was in a daze beside him, and was caught off guard and frightened. "What's wrong?" "Shining." Xue Liang's pupils dilated, and he murmured. He went to Shining. "Lizzie, what's wrong with you?" Luo Qin saw that something was wrong, and quickly supported his back to calm down. "This is Hano. We are not in Shining anymore." Xue Liang lowered his head and supported his forehead, and shook his head in confusion. Luo Qin got up and poured a glass of water, and let him drink it to moisten his throat. Xue Liang's face was half red from sleeping on her stomach, and there were several marks on it. Luo Qin stared at her for a long time, and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch her twice. Since the fierce quarrel between the brother and sister at noon, Xue Liang came to Luo Qin's side, and sat there for a long time, and didn't know what she was thinking. When Luo Qin and Xue Sixian finished talking and came down, Xue Liang had fallen asleep. "I wanted to put you on the bed, but I was afraid that if I woke you up, you wouldn't be able to sleep," Luo Qin said. Sixian went back. Cheng Qingyao said he wanted to talk to her, and she should still be upstairs. "I'll go check again in the evening." The quarrel between the family members was over very quickly. "She hated me very much." Xue Liang took a sip of water and said lightly, "She was right. It's all my fault. I was too afraid that I couldn't take good care of them, so I sent them to my father's comrade-in-arms for foster care. It just so happened that the family had no children. But I didn't consider their feelings. They were still young at that time and couldn't leave me." Xue Liang looked very depressed. Luo Qin had never seen him so depressed. "I didn't teach you well." Xue Liang sighed. "I was neither a good brother nor a good brother. Lizzie, don't be so hard on yourself." Luo Qin leaned on the edge of the table and touched Xue Liang's knee. "The uncertainty in this world is very strong. If everyone could predict what would happen in the next few years when making choices, there would be no conflicts in the world. I just had a dream. And I dreamed about my childhood," Xue Liang said. "Before my brother died, he went on a business trip to Shining. That's how I got angry with him. I said I would never talk to him again." Luo Qin was stunned, and a sour taste rose in his heart. Xue Liang closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. "I started to regret it later. I shouldn't have talked to him like that. I hated myself for not saying goodbye to him properly. That was the last time I saw him." That year, the young Xue Liang had made up his mind not to talk to his brother for a week. In his opinion at that time, it was a long enough time for him to feel relieved. But he didn't know that, from now on, his brother would never come back. And the last words he said to his brother were not good words. "I will never be like my brother," knowing how to treat his family. Xue Liang rubbed his eyebrows and said, "If I had guided Sixian well, she would not be like this now. Uncle Zhao was my father's former comrade in the army. Later, he applied for my guardianship, and I lived a much easier life than when I sent Sixian away. It just so happened that Wu Luo's parents were gone at that time, and no relatives were willing to take care of him. So Uncle Zhao took him with him. But Sixian always thought that I disliked her for being a burden to me, and she has been brooding over it for years, wondering why Wu Luo could stay with me. But she couldn't. Speaking of this, I seem a little powerless, and the misunderstanding is obviously not a day or two." Xue Liang has always felt sorry for his younger siblings. But if he didn't send them away, not only would he not be able to support 2 school-age children, but even his livelihood would become a problem. This is an unsolvable contradiction. Even in this world, the knot in the heart cannot be untied just by saying so. I just don't want them to live such a hard life. From the pampered life in the past, they fell to the bottom. I am afraid they can't bear it. The family also watched them grow up since they were young. I really want to raise a child by my side instead of following me. They will live better," Xue Liang said. "Do you know, at that time, Sixian was so young, she hugged my waist and called me brother, and asked me not to send her away." He stretched out his hand and gestured. His eyes softened for a moment, but soon became lonely again. Xue Liang took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly became sore. "I almost regretted it. No matter how many years have passed, He still remembers that scene clearly. In the rainy early spring, he stood in front of the car holding an umbrella. Shui Xixian jumped out of the car, hugging his waist and saying, "Brother, don't you want me? Don't want me?" She looked at him pitifully with big watery eyes, with pleading and fear. Shui Xixian stood behind her holding a small umbrella, and her dark pupils looked at her silently. His world was silent, and the only thing he could feel were the two people in front of him who were connected by blood. Shui Liang was sure that if he had changed his mind immediately, the two children would have run to him happily and forgotten all the unpleasantness before. But he still gritted his teeth, pushed Shui Xixian and Shui Ximu into the car, and said coldly, "Let's go. I have something else to do." He was not sure whether he would regret his reaction at that time for many years afterwards. Whether he would not have received two pairs of sad and disappointed eyes if he had said goodbye properly at that time. And the relationship between the three of them would not be so estranged now. Luo Qin asked, "Have you told them about this?" Shui Liang shook his head. "No, I don't know how to start. Will it help me feel less guilty if I tell them? It doesn't make much sense. It's the rebellious period. We need to discuss it. You can talk to them when you have time." Luo Qin leaned on the back of the chair, with his arms on both sides of Shui Liang, and his head on his shoulders. "It's okay. I'm here." Shui Liang reached out and gently fiddled with his fingers, and smiled. "Are you good? Why do I feel like you're a child too?" Luo Qin took. She touched him with her arm and protested. "I'm not young anymore. I'll be 20 soon." "Don't make 20 years old sound like 200 years old," Shui Liang said. "Being young is a good thing. You don't have to miss your youth yet. You can enjoy your life as a child." Luo Qin thought for a moment and asked seriously, "Does Xixian have a big problem with Xiaobai?" "But I think Xiaobai is pretty good." Shui Liang sighed. "Xiaobai did nothing wrong. Xiaobai shouldn't be forced to compromise just because Xixian is young. Someone advised me before that being too fair and just is not a good thing. But I can't believe it. However you want to be fair, I will accompany you to be fair." Luo Qin kneaded his ear tip and said, "You also have this view in the Ark project, right? I think as long as you say it, it's not wrong." Shui Liang looked at him. "Be normal. You are bending your elbow hard. You have no principles. If I drive into a ditch, you have to jump with me. I will bend. Specifically for you," Luo Qin said. "But you can't be too selfless to me." Shui Liang really followed his words and asked, "What kind of wave are you making with this excuse?" Luo Qin didn't explain, and took Shui Liang's wrist, pushed him against the wall, and started to move around without saying anything, kissing Shui Liang so hard that he couldn't breathe. And he rarely felt the feeling of drowning and suffocation. "Kiss my boyfriend." Luo Qin rubbed his face with his fingers. The more he looked at him, the more he felt that he liked him. "Why are you blushing?" Shui Liang felt his blood rushing up. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating. His breathing became disordered because of Luo Qin's fingertips. He could barely keep a trace of rationality. He felt that if he continued to tease like this, something would definitely happen. He wanted to push Luo Qin away, but he couldn't bear to do it when he saw his eyes. "You took the initiative to kiss me that day. You were so fierce. If you didn't know, you would think you wanted to suffocate me." Luo Qin leaned over and kissed him on the face again, and deliberately made a sound. "Kiss me again if you have the guts." Shui Liang didn't say anything. He stared at Luo Qin's neck, then reached out, and took out the bronze medal that he had been wearing close to his body from his collar. It was a souvenir from a tourist attraction. The bright silver coating on the edge had oxidized to the point that there was little left. On the plaque, you could tell it was the bell tower of the ancient city of Hanzhou, which was badly worn. "Do you remember where this came from?" Shui Liang asked calmly, with no expression on his face. "The back is the drum tower." Luo Qin gently turned the bronze plaque over. "Maybe I bought it when I went to Hanzhou as a kid, but I don't remember much. I've worn it for many years, and I'll give it to you if you like it. Can you give away something close to your body?" Shui Liang immediately put the bronze plaque back when he heard it. "Do you think this is milk? You can give it away whenever you want. If you mention milk again..." Luo Qin grabbed his fingers and pinned them against the wall. "I'll keep you here today." He didn't finish, and he kissed her impatiently. Both of them were full of vigor and vitality, and it was inevitable that they could not help themselves in the end. Shui Liang could not help it, and held his face and kissed him. A burst of stimulation like an electric current surged through his body, and even Luo Qin was a little out of breath. His hand unconsciously lifted Shui Liang's clothes and reached in, The moment his fingers touched Shui Liang's waist, he heard a cry of surprise from the mouth in front of him, and then trembled and said, don't touch. Luo Qin laughed softly, and one hand touched Shui Liang's waistline, and the other hand pinched Shui Liang's chin and kissed her lingeringly. Their kisses were very immature, often just a few pecks, letting their hormones run wild. Luo Qin. Shui Liang couldn't bear it anymore. His legs started to weaken. He held on to Luo Qin's arm and barely stood up. Okay. Stop kissing. This was Luo Qin's first time. His heart was moved and he was in love. And it had been a fire in his heart since that night, burning more and more fiercely. And he couldn't help but stick to Shui Liang for a kiss and a hug. Shui Liang realized what it meant to be more likely to get carried away when you were younger, even though the other person was only 2 years younger than him. He had never seen this kind of enthusiasm before. Shui Liang's chest communicator rang at this moment. He tapped Luo Qin's forehead and said, "Wait a minute. I'll take the call." As soon as the communicator was connected, Falcon's deafening roar came from the other side. "Deputy Captain. There was a riot in the 5th shelter, and it was attacked by zombies. Request for support." "Got it. I'll be there right away." Shui Liang hung up the communication and said, "Something happened in the shelter. I have to rush over." Luo Qin stood up and gathered his messy coat. "I'll go too." Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, took out a bunch of keys from his pocket, and threw them to Luo Qin. "Pack your things. Wait for me in the car." Chapter 70 Evacuation. On the wall of the shelter, a huge gap was torn across, and the zombies rushed towards the people in the shelter like ants, and the first to bear the brunt was the defensive fire line set up by the army. Even with the highest intensity of fire suppression, it was difficult to repel the huge number of zombies in front of them. There were gunshots and screams everywhere, and the survivors fled in fear, and squeezed into the narrow temporary shelter regardless of anything. There were probably thousands of zombies coming to attack, and this sudden action of clustering was more like a large-scale attack by a population with a target. The solid protective wall was breached by some unknown force. The zombies patrolling outside rushed in immediately. After several rounds of crazy zombie attacks, many soldiers and survivors were killed or injured. All the military and police stationed in the Ark tried their best to suppress the zombies' attack. At the same time, they evacuated all the survivors as soon as possible and took them to the military vehicles ready for evacuation. Cheng Qingyao jumped onto the roof of the truck and fired at the zombies below with a submachine gun in his hand. But it was like a drop in the bucket. He was alone and there was no way to buy much time for evacuation. These zombies that have evolved the ability to run and climb are completely different from the previous slow-moving types. They are so fast that it makes people's scalps numb. They will even gather together to help their companions climb over the damaged wall outside the shelter. Just like real beasts invading human territory. The ground is full of soldiers and police officers who have been knocked down and bitten by zombies. The wailing sounds resounded over the shelter. Most of the people who were eaten were not completely dead. They shouted for help, but were quickly drowned by the zombies that pounced on them. Several magazines of bullets were quickly used up. Cheng Qingyao threw away his gun, pulled out a saber from his waist holster, and jumped into the zombie group. He rescued 2 young policemen from the zombie group and turned back to command. "Fill up this car and drive to the Ark headquarters first. Quick!" The saber in his hand was covered with dirty black flesh and blood, and he swung at the zombies tirelessly. However, more and more zombies poured in, and Cheng Qingyao gradually began to feel tired. A fully armed military pickup truck broke through the zombie group, accompanied by a harsh brake sound, and stopped abruptly on the street outside the shelter. A team of special forces opened the car door, jumped out of the car quickly, and fired at the zombie group with a row of machine guns. Many zombies began to be attracted by the living people here, which immediately reduced the defensive pressure in the shelter. Cheng Qingyao. "Catch it!" Bai Wuluo jumped onto the damaged wall and threw a shotgun at Cheng Qingyao. Cheng Qingyao raised his hand to catch it steadily and whistled, thinking. The shotgun shot one headshot after another, and the heads of every zombie he hit were blown to pieces in an instant. Cheng Qingyao's accuracy exploded to the maximum in the Hawkeye field. If he had a sniper rifle in his hand at this moment, it would be no problem for him to defend the entire defense line alone. They were originally used to deal with this kind of situation. From the beginning, everyone had a clear understanding of this. Shui Liang rushed into the zombie group with a submachine gun, and forcibly opened a bloody path through it, providing a chance for the evacuated people to breathe. He and several team members stayed on the ground to attract the zombies to concentrate their attacks. Zhang Qingyao shot the target from a high place, and Bai Wuluo led the Special Forces team to concentrate fire on the periphery, forming an extremely solid triangle defense formation. This kind of coordination is rare, even in many joint exercises in the past. It has never been performed to this extent, but everyone knows what to do next. The experience accumulated in the battle is really a test of the ability to respond immediately. Luo Qing got off the car last and ran around to the exit of the shelter on the other side. There were people who rushed to get on the car, and everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Some people frantically pushed away the survivors, who also wanted to squeeze into the car. And even quarrels broke out. "Get out of the way, I came here first. Let me go, I'll go first. I don't want to die. Let me go, please let me go." A man roared, suddenly jumped up, stepped on the back of a teenage girl in front of him and climbed up the crowd, reached out to grab the horizontal bar at the door, and squeezed in with force. "What are you doing?" The Special Forces soldier, who was maintaining order, pointed at him and shouted, but he couldn't get close at all. At this time, the little girl had been completely trampled into the crowd, and her crying was drowned out by countless feet. Luo Qin stepped forward and pulled the man down, throwing him aside heavily. Immediately, a soldier came up and held the man down, reprimanding, "What are you robbing?" Lu Qin pulled the little girl out from under the crowd, only to see that she had been trampled all over her body and face with blood, disarrayed hair, and howling. "Lu Qin!" Falcon's voice came from behind. Lu Qin turned his head and was slapped on the back by the other party. "Why are you here? Where's the deputy captain?" Lu Qin touched his back and did not feel any broken bones, so he said, "It's blocked in front." "Is the car full?" "Master, hurry up and load the next one." At this time, the car was completely crowded. Falcon and Luo Qin forcibly separated the people who could not squeeze into the car from the door. The driver quickly closed the door and stepped on the accelerator to drive out of the shelter. "Don't worry." Luo Qin pulled himself out of the shove with difficulty. "There's a car behind. Everyone can go. Lan Yin is guarding behind. Don't worry." The second car had already driven over and opened the door before it stopped. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to push the girl into the car, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was squeezed out. At this time, the man was also released from the grip, turned around and cursed a few times, and still squeezed into the car as before. This time, there were not many people, and no one stopped him. Zombies started rushing in from the shelter gate. Falcon led a dozen camouflaged blue flame members out of the crowd and concentrated their firepower to suppress the zombies pouring in from the gate. Locken rushed to get the second group of people into the car and knocked on the car door. "Go!" The shelter was soon occupied by more than half of the area by the zombies rushing in frantically. Seeing that the remaining dozens of survivors who had not boarded the car were about to be torn apart by the zombies rushing in, suddenly a car fell from the sky and crashed into the zombie group with a bang, and immediately produced a strong shock wave. Xue Liyang, not far away, still raised his hand, looking at this side with a cold look. "Hurry up. There is no time." Dozens of survivors were stunned at first, but reality did not give them much time to be surprised. Luo Qin drove the group of people to the last car. The driver looked at him and asked, "Do you want to get in? There are no cars behind. Go first." Luo Qin took a step back and turned to run towards the Falcon. The last transport vehicle carrying the survivors also drove away. At the same time, the shelter was completely destroyed. There were roaring zombies everywhere, and the remaining military and police were surrounded in an instant. Falcon roared and fired at the zombies, almost bloodthirsty. Seeing that Luo Qin did not leave with the car, he was so anxious that his voice broke as soon as he opened his mouth. "You didn't leave?" Luo Qin looked in the direction of Xue Liyang and said calmly, "I'll stay to help." When he realized the dormant power in his body, he began to deliberately train various types of attack modes, but they were ineffective. It was not until Xue Liyang observed for a while that he suggested that he abandon the fighting method that relies on weapons and fight purely by training his own strength. As a result, his level improved rapidly. He immediately found the best way to use that power. He made rapid progress in just a few weeks, which even surprised Xue Liyang. Luo Qin knew that he needed to release this brute force. Otherwise, if he squeezed it for too long, he was not sure whether he would lose control again. Falcon fired a few shots, and suddenly his ears moved. He looked up suddenly, and his expression changed from anger to joy. "It's a helicopter." Reinforcements are coming. The propeller of the helicopter whirred and rotated, and the high-mounted machine gun protruding from the cabin door kept sweeping at the ground. And the zombies in the shelter were directly beaten into meat paste. Several cables were hung from the helicopter, and the Special Forces soldiers in armor quickly slid down the cables, landed on the roof, pointed their guns at the zombies, and fired fiercely, clearing a clearing in an instant. The Special Forces quickly gathered on the clearing, forming a solid circular defense circle, and the bullets and gun flames broke through the zombies' encirclement like a fire dragon. Several teams gradually gathered under the suppression of firepower and gathered in the center of the shelter. The zombies were soon almost cleared, and the Special Forces, who came later, and the original defending forces almost formed a crushing counterattack. There is no doubt that, except for Luo Qin, all the people present were reconstructed humans who had participated in the Yuanshan experiment. Xue Liang led people to meet up, and when he saw Black Panther, he showed an unexpected look. "Why are you here? Shouldn't you be stationed at the Ark headquarters?" Black Panther was stunned, but the order I received was to come to support immediately. "What order?" Xue Liang's heart skipped a beat. "I have never given you an order." "Is it the captain?" Falcon immediately shook his head and said, "The captain left the city after the meeting in the morning, saying that he was going to select a site for the construction of a safe zone. He can't do that at all." Xue Liang thought it was not good. The Ark must not be left unguarded, and Black Panther should not be here now. "Who is in the Ark now?" Chung Qingyao continued, "Li Muqi, several shareholders of Yuanshan, and my sister." Xue Liang reacted, and immediately snatched the gun from Bai Wulua, turned around and ran out of the shelter. Everyone hurried back to the Ark. Quickly! Luo Qin followed Xue Liang and jumped into the car, quickly starting the engine and adding gas. And the car almost rushed into the green belt beside the road. Xue Liang didn't have time to fasten his seat belt, and was thrown to the dashboard. "Your uncle." "I'm sorry." Luo Qin quickly shifted gears, and turned the car back to the main road. Bai Wulua, Falcon and others in the back row were shaken all over the place, even more embarrassed than when they killed zombies just now. Falcon rubbed his forehead that hit the car window, and said aggrievedly, "Let's call it a work injury, Deputy Captain? Let's count it. I'll deduct compensation from his supplies when we get back." Xue Liang said, "Drive faster." Luo Qin curled his lips. "Then how are we going to get by? Don't military dependents have immunity? Just count it as a work injury, otherwise Nua Nua will feel sorry for me again." Falcon was relieved, and suddenly felt that Luo Qin's words just now were not right. "Huh? What did you say just now? Is it okay that your head hit the glass?" Bai Wulua reacted faster than anyone else, and immediately interrupted loudly. "It seems like a few pieces of hair have fallen out. Don't move. Let me take a look." Falcon screamed, and covered his forehead. "Why did my hair fall out? What should I do? Will Nuonyo think I'm ugly?" "Yes," Bai Wulua said seriously. "It's okay, I'll treat your head." Xue Liang chuckled, and turned his head to meet Luo Qin's eyes. Luo Qin raised his lips, put one hand on the steering wheel, and tapped his fingers obscurely. When everyone arrived at the Ark headquarters, it had become a purgatory-like scene. The survivors who had withdrawn here were besieged and trapped in the car by zombies, and screams were heard everywhere. The escorting military and police fought tenaciously against the zombie army, but the opponent was overwhelming in number, and they were completely unable to resist. The defense line was quickly broken, and the entire headquarters was full of black zombies biting living people everywhere. "Where are the people in the Ark?" Xue Liang asked Black Panther. "I don't know. They should be upstairs, but I'm not sure which floor they're on." Black Panther replied, "I'll contact them." Xue Liang rushed into the zombie group with a gun in hand, and rushed to the door of the building. Luo Qin followed him, and ran forward, and stretched out his hand to pull out the saber on Xue Liang's waist. "Be careful." He slashed the zombie who wanted to sneak attack from behind Xue Liang, and soon caught up with the other party. The two rushed into the Ark building together, and saw that the hall was full of zombies that broke through the blockade. Xue Liang closed the door with force, and ordered Black Panther on the other end of the communicator, "Now, close all the protective walls immediately, and don't let the zombies outside in anymore." Chapter 71 Disconnection. Upon hearing this, Black Panther immediately executed the order, dropping several protective walls at the main entrance, isolating the zombies outside from the interior of the building, so tight that not even a fly could fly in. The light in the hall dimmed instantly, and the protective wall was completely closed and locked with a click. Luo Qin raised his knife and chopped off another zombie that rushed up, turning back and waving at Xue Liang. Go this way. The zombies in the building were different from the ones that attacked the shelter, and their movement speed was still extremely slow, but their number was several times that of before. Luo Qin cut a path from the hall to the corridor. Xue Liang fired behind him to cover him, and the two of them ran to the stairs quickly. Zombies don't find their way upstairs by themselves, and they almost always stay on the lower floors. Luo Qin and Xue Liang rushed into the stairwell and locked the security door tightly from the inside. At the same time, the sound of zombies banging on the door followed closely. If the trapped people were not rescued quickly, the door would probably be broken. Deputy Captain, the shareholders and several engineers are in Li Muki's office on the top floor. All other people who can be contacted have hidden in the underground laboratory. Black Panther replied. Dr. Zhu Yin is trapped in the basement. He is safe for the time being. Xue Liang cursed and asked, is the elevator still usable? Yes. The team will break through the glass of the office area on the side of the top floor and find a chance to meet up with me. After he said that, he and Luo Qin immediately climbed up to the second floor to find the elevator. Unexpectedly, there were many zombies here. Although the number was a drop in the bucket compared to the first floor, it was still difficult enough. Xue Liang and Luo Qin looked at each other and said in a deep voice, be careful. Follow me closely. He knew that Luo Qin might have antibodies in his body, but it was better not to take risks that should not be taken. Further blood analysis has not yet come out, and no one knows whether Luo Qin can be completely immune to the Lantian virus. Luo Qin nodded. Go ahead. Xue Liang rushed forward, and Luo Qin followed closely behind. The back of the knife hit the zombie's face, and the blade pressed down, killing it with one blow and directly sealing the dirty blood in the throat to prevent it from spurting out and splashing on himself. I want to use a gun. Luo Qin lamented. This is too exciting. Do you know how to use a gun? Xue Liang laughed as he fired. I'll ask Zheng Qingyao to teach you later. It's not possible now. I'm afraid you'll shoot all your bullets at me. Luo Qin thought about it. He really didn't know how to use a gun. He couldn't shoot a target within 3 meters with a pistol. It was more reliable to fight with a bayonet. The two of them killed their way into the elevator. The zombies who heard the noise tried to pry open the door and get in. Xue Liang turned around and shot them in the head. The zombies who were blocked outside were suppressed and could not move forward. The elevator door finally closed smoothly. The numbers on the LCD screen in the elevator kept jumping up, and the classic elevator song Going Home was playing in the car. At first, neither of them spoke. For a while, there was only the lingering saxophone melody and the mechanical friction sound of the elevator rising. There was actually a terrifying sense of warmth. This song, Luo Qin said embarrassedly. Why is it the same song when the mall is closed? Li Muki's business philosophy is probably make guests feel at home. But this song, put in the current situation, adds a bit of funny. The elevator stopped at the top floor, and the door of the elevator opened quickly. There were no zombies at the door, nor any bloodstains, but there seemed to be an indescribable weirdness in the air. Xue Liang stepped out of the elevator, listened to the movements around him, then put the gun on his chest and walked slowly towards the corridor. I have a feeling. Xue Liang turned around and whispered to Luo Qin. There is something on this floor. Luo Qin stepped on the blade of the knife on the sole of his shoe, scraped off the bloodstains on it, and looked into the corridor again. Everything in the bright corridor was almost normal, except for a long and thick bloodstain extending from the middle of the corridor to an office. The door of the office was open, and there was no movement inside. Xue Liang signaled Luo Qin to stay where he was, and he went to take a look. Luo Qin told him to be careful, and then he kept watch behind him. Xue Liang walked to the door with a gun, paused for 2 seconds, and then quickly turned the gun and rushed into the door. The office was brightly lit, and the floor was covered with blood. Several Ark employees who had been disemboweled were lying under their workstations, and their deaths were extremely miserable. He walked around the office several times, and found no trace of zombies. After confirming that there were no threatening targets around, he prepared to leave. As soon as he walked to a desk, an infected man suddenly jumped out from under the desk and rushed towards him with a howl. Bang! Xue Liang shot the zombie in the head. Before the smoke from the muzzle dissipated, there was a loud noise in the corridor, as if something was hit hard. Luo Qin. His scalp was numb instantly, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He rushed out like crazy, but saw a few pools of blood in the corridor, and Luo Qin had disappeared. Black Panther. Xue Liang yelled at the communicator a little out of control. There is danger on the top floor. Immediately break into the building for emergency support, and give priority to protecting the people in the office. He followed the blood trail into the corridor, and heard the sound of a violent collision coming from the stairs below, and immediately ran down. After chasing for 5 or 6 floors, Xue Liang finally saw a bloody figure, and his heart skipped a beat. But he soon found that it was not Luo Qin. The other person was about 2 meters tall, and his whole body looked like a skinned frog, with all the muscle lines exposed. The bloody humanoid creature was fighting fiercely with someone. Xue Liang leaned on the railing and jumped down the stairs. Luo Qin's figure rushed into his sight. The knife in Luo Qin's hand was already bent, and he blocked the bloody man's attack again, and the blade broke in the middle. He threw away the knife quickly. When the opponent's ferocious claws reached out again, he grabbed the bloody man's throat first. He tightened his hands with all his strength, and crushed the opponent's throat in an instant. The bloody man's body from collarbone to jaw was almost completely blown apart. Blood splattered on the ground and white wall. If Luo Qin hadn't dodged in time, he would have been covered in blood. Lychee. Luo Qin knelt down breathlessly, his body shaking violently. There was a bloody hole bitten on his shoulder, but it was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Xue Liang was frightened and took several deep breaths before he walked over. He stepped forward to help Luo Qin up, took off his coat and wrapped it around the wound, and asked anxiously, "How are you?" Luo Qin smiled, but couldn't hide his pale face from the pain. "Not bad. I was dragged upside down by this thing for several floors, and I almost had a concussion. Lizzie, come and see if my back is broken?" He showed his back to Xue Liang with a grin. "I feel like someone punched me in the back a few times." Xue Liang saw that his clothes on his back were all worn out, but fortunately, there was a layer of protective vest inside, so it didn't look too horrible. "It's okay. I'll go back and massage it for you." The thing lying motionless on the ground. Its appearance seemed to have exceeded the scope of all the zombies currently recorded. It was about 2 meters tall, and it might even be close to 3 meters tall, and its hands had turned into ferocious claws, which looked no different from a carnivorous beast. This seemed to be another higher form of evolution. Both legs and arms were extremely powerful. When Luo Qin was caught by it, he felt that this thing was extremely powerful, forcing him to burst out with greater strength, and then he turned the situation around and completed a counterattack. Falcon then sent a communication, and said to Xue Liang, "Deputy Captain, we have rescued the people on the top floor. They are now in Li Miyuki's office. Everyone is safe. Where are you? Is there no danger upstairs? Everyone has been checked. There are only some infected people, and they have all been killed." Falcon said, "Are you heading to the laboratory now? Do you want Black Panther to support you? Let Black Panther and Wu Luo rush to the laboratory. You should contact the laboratory immediately to confirm the situation, and call the helicopter to be on standby on the top floor at any time." After Xue Liang finished speaking, he turned around and whispered to Luo Qin, "Can you stand up?" Luo Qin could feel that his wound had healed completely. He knew that his secret might have been hidden from Xue Liang a long time ago. So he stood up and shook his shoulders, saying, "I'm fine. Let's go." Xue Liang did see it, but didn't ask. The two were taking the elevator to the basement, when they suddenly heard a loud noise from somewhere, which seemed to be an explosion. The whole building shook. The elevator stopped suddenly, delayed for a few seconds, and then continued to descend with a click. What happened? Xue Liang tried to contact Black Panther and others through the communicator, but found that there was only noise in his ears. No matter how he adjusted it, there was still no human voice on the radio channel. The harsh sound of the radio waves almost penetrated the eardrums. "The signal has been cut off." Xue Liang turned off the communicator and said, "The central control car may be destroyed. There is a high probability that something happened outside." Luo Qin held Xue Liang's hand and said, "Lizzie, when I killed that thing just now, I seemed to have a feeling again, which was very similar to the last time I lost control." Xue Liang noticed that he was shaking, so he pinched his palm with his backhand and whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm here. You won't lose control." This sentence was like a shot of carditonic. Luo Qin suddenly had an unprecedented courage in his heart, rushing straight to his limbs. He steadied his breath and nodded. "Yes." The elevator stopped at the underground floor with a ding. After the door of the elevator slowly opened, the two saw a hellish scene. The entire basement had collapsed in the explosion, and the ceiling of the ground floor was almost completely destroyed. The zombies gathered in the lobby on the first floor kept falling in from above, like ants pouring into an anthill, so dense that there was no end in sight. What is going on? Xue Liang looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He instinctively checked the bullets left on his body. There were not many left. If he wanted to fight hard, it would definitely not be enough. They were trapped by hundreds of zombies in the elevator shaft and the narrow laboratory corridor. The stench was overwhelming, like the wind of death blowing into the world. No one knew whether the people in the basement were still alive, nor where they were. Luo Qin looked behind him, and saw that the stairs behind him were blocked by the collapsed concrete slabs and rubble. Some broken limbs were pressed under the stones, and they seemed to be twitching. They had no room to retreat. You hide in the elevator, Xue Liang said slowly. I'll kill you. Luo Qin held his shoulders and said firmly, No. I said that no matter what happens in the future, I will stand with you. Xue Liang looked at him and finally nodded. Okay. Then we will go together. Chapter 72 Rescue. Zhu Yin opened his eyes and heard the roar of zombies outside. An experimenter was so scared that he started crying, shivering and curling under the table, and kept mumbling something. Zhu Yin looked at the people around him who were crying and sighed. The connection between the laboratory and the ground was suddenly cut off from the moment of the explosion. Now they have no way to contact the outside world, let alone escape from this place full of monsters. What should we do? Do they know we are still alive? If they can't find us, will they give up? A young girl cried. I don't want to die yet. I survived with great difficulty, as long as there is one soldier or policeman alive. They will not give up to save us. Zhu Yin comforted. Don't worry. Maybe they are already searching for us. But there are zombies everywhere. Can they get in? Yes. I saw with my own eyes that if you get a small scratch, you are completely finished. Zhu Yin didn't know what else to say. He was trapped for nearly an hour and tried all kinds of self-rescue methods. But all of them were in vain. They originally wanted to climb out from the vent, but the anti-theft system designed in Yuanshan office building was very strong, and dozens of people could not destroy the vent. After a while, almost everyone lost their temper and began to wait for death with a desperate mentality. At this time, a woman in the corner suddenly sat up straight, listened to something, and said excitedly, Wait, listen. Is there a gunshot outside? Everyone immediately quieted down and pricked up their ears to listen to the movement. It seems to be true. I heard it. It was gunshots. Someone is coming. Great. Someone immediately ran to the door and started beating frantically. We are here. Help. There is someone here. Everyone shouted. The gunshots came from far away and soon came to the door. Is there anyone inside? Yes, yes. When Xue Liang heard a response from inside, he immediately said, Don't open the door yet. Wait until I say open it. He raised his gun and fired the last few bullets at the zombies in the corridor and shouted to Luo Qin, Come here. Luo Qin kicked away several zombies and quickly retreated to the door. Xue Liang knocked the door with his gun and said, Open. The door of the laboratory opened instantly, and the two squeezed in through the crack of the door. When Zhu Yin saw that the person coming was Xue Liang, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Great. It's good that you came. Xue Liang stood up and immediately went to close the door, locking it tightly, panting and saying, Don't be optimistic yet. Something happened upstairs. He and Luo Qin were covered in blood, and they look even worse than zombies. Except for Zhu Yin. Everyone in the laboratory was too scared to move, fearing that the two people would also be infected. The first floor lobby to the basement floor has been blown down. There are zombies everywhere outside. Luo Qin and I can only rush over, Xue Liang said. The communication is completely cut off. I can't confirm the location with the support team. Zhu Yin said, We were hiding here and it was safe. I don't know why the dangerous goods storage room on the east side exploded. There are some Tai Sui raw stones and virus samples there. I am worried that the virus will leak. Xue Liang frowned. The storage room is the safest place. Only a few people in the entire Ark have access rights. Even if they want to break in illegally, it is not that easy. How could it explode? Zhu Yin shook his head. I don't know. I suspect it was man-made. After all the values in the storage room were normal before the explosion and did not exceed the threshold range. Xue Liang looked around the laboratory and found that there were more than a dozen people, big and small. So he immediately began to arrange a rescue plan. We must evacuate people first. Otherwise the infection may spread after the virus leaks. There were too many people. It was hard to take them all away at once. So we split them into two groups. One group followed Luo Qin, and the other group followed me. Are you from the military? The experimenter who had been hiding under the table crawled out, looked at Luo Qin, then looked at Xue Liang, and asked in a daze, You are wearing a military uniform. But he is not. This man seemed to be a little confused. His speech was unclear, and his eyes were also scattered. Xue Liang thought he was probably scared. So he whispered, We are all here to save you. Don't be afraid. The experimenter looked at him and nodded, walked over slowly, and stood in the crowd. Before we leave, I want to confirm the cause of the explosion, Zhu Yin said. You can go first. Xue Liang and Luo Qin said at the same time, No. Zhu Yin sat back angrily, looked at his watch, and said, Then we don't have much time. In another 20 minutes, the virus will spread to this side through the exhaust pipe, and everyone will be infected. Don't worry, Luo Qin said. Within 20 minutes, we will take everyone away. Xue Liang counted the weapons he carried with him. All the bullets had been used up. He only had 2 sabers and 4 grenades left. It was extremely difficult to take these people away. The best way at the moment was for one of him and Luo Qin to escort half of the people to the elevator and take refuge on the top floor. You go first. Xue Liang looked at Luo Qin and said firmly, Take the girls first. Zhu Yin and I will take the rest. Luo Qin hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay. You have to be careful. I will come to you after I send them to the elevator. He took the knife and 2 grenades from Xue Liang, quietly grabbed the other's wrist and shook it. After saying that, he immediately took action, counted the girls present, and repeatedly told them to follow him closely, to call for help in any situation, and not to fall behind without permission. The girls nodded nervously and followed him. Luo Qin held the door handle and took a deep breath. Let's go. He pushed the door open, and the girls rushed out one after another. The zombies in the corridor gathered immediately after hearing the noise. Luo Qin swung his knife and chopped at them. The sharp blade cut through the rotten and fragile flesh. The zombie in front of him fell down, and blood splattered on the wall. The slow movement of the zombies gave everyone a chance to pass through them quickly. They ran through the half-collapsed corridor and came to the office area connected to the elevator room. That was the center of the ceiling collapse. Zombies were still falling like dumplings. The distance from here to the middle of the elevator became the most densely populated area of zombies. There was also a pile of roof debris in the middle. It was obviously unrealistic to rush in with so many people. We could only clear a path first. Luo Qin asked the girl to hide behind the overturned lockers in the corridor, and he rushed towards the zombies blocking the way. He slashed the blade in his hand horizontally, and instantly separated the heads and bodies of 2 zombies. However, the monsters became more excited when they saw the living people. 3 or 5 of them rushed up together, as if they wanted to contain Luo Qin from both sides, and the rest would attack head-on. He thought that he should have learned how to use a gun from Xue Liang. Hand-to-hand combat is too exhausting. There is no way to deal with long-range targets. He turned around and kicked the zombies that attacked him from the front. Then he quickly rushed to the nearby ruins, kicked a wall with 1 foot, and cut off the heads of the other 2 zombies with a knife in midair. He has made rapid progress recently. It seems that some instinct that drives him to fight has been awakened in his body. He is much more agile than before. When he is in the best condition, he can even take on Xue Liang's attacks for more than 10 rounds with a single knife. Seeing that they were 1 step closer to the elevator, Luo Qin turned around and shouted, Quick! Hurry into the elevator. Several girls rushed to the ruins quickly, as if they had some tacit understanding, and desperately piled up the medicine barrels and boxes scattered in the corridor to block the zombies chasing behind them, and then ran towards the elevator without looking back. The elevator is not on this floor, a girl said in panic. What should we do? Luo Qin looked and saw that the elevator floor was showing that it was descending from the upper floor. There were about 5 or 6 floors left for them. Don't panic, the support should have arrived. While struggling to resist the endless stream of zombies, he took out a grenade from his pocket, quickly unscrewed the top cover, and then pulled out the trigger ring with his teeth, and threw it into the pile of zombies. Lie down. Several people squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands after hearing the sound. A few seconds later, there was a loud bang in front of them. red light exploded with thick smoke. A ball of stone chips broke out from the center radius of the explosion, and the smelly remains fell from the top of their heads. Several girls were far away and were not affected. Luo Qin only had time to turn his back to the explosion point. But he was inevitably splashed with dirty blood. His nasal cavity was even numb and could not feel the stench. He covered his mouth and nose, coughed hard a few times, and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the elevator arrived. The moment the door opened, several burly special forces rushed out with guns raised. Luo Qin saw that the leaders were Bai Wu Luo and Black Panther, and his heart was finally relieved. Hurry up and save people. Bai Wu Luo rushed forward to help the girls up, quickly stuffed them into the elevator, touched the people around him and said, send them to the helicopter on the roof. Quickly. Lizzie and Zhu Yin are in the laboratory. Luo Qin pointed to the direction he came from. The storage room exploded. They can't hold on for long. Bai Wu Luo nodded, and immediately rushed forward with Black Panther while shooting. The firepower this time was very strong. Almost all the zombies blocking the road were shot into sieves. The shooting skills of these recreated humans were extremely accurate, just like an automatically calibrated machine. A row of bullets from the submachine gun swept past, and a series of zombies' heads were hit, and their brains burst. Xue Liang heard the fierce gunfire outside, and knew that the rescue had arrived. He immediately opened the door, and asked everyone to follow him out. Zhu Yin hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak when he was dragged back by Xue Liang. He said coldly, don't try to be different from me here. I tell you that there is no way. Li Muqi has insured your whole body, especially your brain. I can't afford to pay for any of your organs. Your brain is also valuable, Xiaopin. Follow me. As soon as they rushed out of the laboratory door, they saw two zombies in white coats with bared fangs and claws in front of them, one of whom was wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhu Yin leaned on Xue Liang's shoulder and shouted, this is from the lab next door. It's been infected. Xue Liang kicked the white coat duo with a flying kick. The two figures crashed into the glass wall of the lab not far away. A cloud of blood mist instantly exploded. At the same time, a crack slowly appeared on the solid tempered glass. So cool! Zhu Yin was dragged by Xue Liang by the collar and ran forward. He did not forget to sigh. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the lab behind him was suddenly opened. A dozen zombies in white lab coats roared and rushed towards everyone. Xue Liang asked them to run first. Then he took out a grenade, pulled out the pin, and threw it accurately 5 or 6 meters in front of the zombies. He turned around and chased the crowd without looking back. There was a shocking explosion behind him. The grenade had gloriously completed its mission. Deputy Captain. Black Panther's voice came from afar, and Xue Liang immediately replied, here. Chapter 73 Not an Acquaintance. Black Panther led the rescue team to jump down from the ruins, moving extremely quickly, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of everyone. He threw a gun to Xue Liang, and reported without stopping, Deputy Captain, the liaison vehicle on standby outside the building was destroyed. We have completely lost contact with the outside world. A group of people on the roof have just been evacuated. What should we do with the rest? There was an explosion in the hazardous material storage room. The virus has been exposed to the air. We must evacuate quickly. Xue Liang pushed Zhu Yin forward. Black Panther, you take these survivors away first. The roof should be safe for the time being. I'll go to the storage room to see what's going on, and I'll meet you on the roof soon. Bai Wu Luo also came here with Luo Qin at this time. He looked Xue Liang up and down with concern, and then looked at his brother's military jacket on Luo Qin, and suddenly felt a severe headache. Black Panther had just left with the survivors, and there was another loud noise from the direction of the storage room. Several people immediately rushed over, and saw that the storage room, along with 2 heavy protective doors and walls, were blown to pieces, and even the rocks and soil behind the walls were exposed. 2 large explosions in succession completely destroyed the load-bearing structure here. Small cracks appeared from the corners of the wall, and there was still a trend of continuous expansion. A large number of iron cans and biochemical gas-tight containers storing dangerous goods were destroyed. Dangerous gases and solutions were scattered everywhere. A dozen zombies wandered around. It seemed that only Zhu Yin and his group survived in the laboratory area. The rest were infected by the virus after the first explosion in the storage room. Then, they attacked the researchers hiding here, causing a larger area of infection. Xue Liang first tore off Luo Qin's clothes to use as a mask for him, wrapped them around him several times, and tightened them tightly, and then put his helmet on him with some anxiety, and reached out to press it down a little. I feel a little tight on my head, Luo Qin said vaguely. Be obedient. Xue Liang knocked on the helmet and said, the load-bearing wall here has collapsed in half, and it may fall down at any time. You and Wu Luo should be careful. The storage room has become a ruin, and the ground is full of tank fragments and liquid with a pungent smell. Xue Liang carefully bypassed the slowly flowing solutions, killing the zombies he encountered along the way, and ran deep into the ruins. The original storage tank area had long been completely destroyed in the explosion. Xue Liang found some empty shells around the exploded storage tanks. He bent down and carefully collected them, put them in the plastic bag he brought with him, and walked around the edge of the storage room again, and found that there were traces of violent bombing everywhere. There were C4 explosive shells under the broken wall near the door, which was obviously due to excessive gunpowder usage. There was a very pungent smell of gunpowder nearby. The perpetrator probably broke through the protective door of the storage room, and then used heavy weapons such as rocket launchers to blow up all the raw material storage tanks. Only the vacuum box that originally stored the Tai Sui raw stones was intact, and the box door was wide open. It seemed that someone broke the lock from the outside and took out all the raw stones stored here. Bai Wuluo and Luo Qin helped to clean up the remaining zombies outside. The atmosphere between the two was a bit strange when they were alone, and the scene fell into silence for a while. I still can't accept that my brother is playing friends with you. Bai Wuluo kicked over a stone and said sullenly. He used to be the kind of person who refused to get close to anyone, except for me. Almost no one could get too close to him. When others first meet him, they will praise him for being polite, but after getting along for a long time, they will subconsciously keep their distance. Luo Qin wiped his sweat and asked, can't anyone else? The person you mentioned before. Bai Wuluo said, no one else, at least in my understanding, there has never been this other person. I told you that he is someone he likes, because I can really feel it, but I have never seen that person. Luo Qin didn't know why hearing this. He actually felt a little comforted and proud. Xue Liang likes him, and just liking him makes him completely different from others. Bai Wuluo is very curious. Before Luo Qin appeared, he had never seen Xue Liang break his usual principles for anyone. Logically, he should be wary of the young man who broke into Xue Liang's territory so easily. But Luo Qin's persistence and enthusiasm made him feel the same. To such a person, Bai Wuluo really couldn't say anything sarcastic. There are many people who like him, but this is the first time I see him respond to anyone. Bai Wuluo said, I never thought that he could look at someone with that kind of eyes. And when he smiled at you, anyone could see that he liked you. So I think, it's good now. When he's with you, he won't hold back his emotions at all. Really? Luo Qin smiled. I'm thinking about a lifetime. For a long time to come, he won't need to hold back anymore. It's painful to suppress emotions. He'll be unhappy that way. Bai Wuluo was silent for a moment, and sighed. I can't say for sure what will happen in the future. That's your problem. But my brother is a very responsible person. Since he chose you, he must have his reasons. If you treat him well, he will definitely treat you well. Before he finished speaking, there was a strange feeling in the air. The two of them looked back at the same time as if they had sensed each other. They saw a bloody body crawling out of the ruins behind them, and slowly standing up. The thing was more than 2 meters tall, and its flesh and blood were so thick that its outline could not be seen clearly. Its mouth, like a basin, opened and closed several times, and it let out a thunderous roar. This was obviously the same kind of zombie that Luo Qin had encountered before. Its well-developed muscles were still throbbing, and it seemed to be growing and expanding outward. Bai Wuluo immediately raised his gun and fired at it. The zombie dodged the sharp bullets at lightning speed and rushed over with all 4 limbs. The bullets hit the rubble pile on its side, whistling and smashing a row of bullet holes, and splashing cement debris everywhere. Bai Wuluo saw that it was so fast that it was difficult to hit the zombie with his bullet. So he quickly dropped his gun, drew a dagger from his waist, and brushed past the monster sideways, cutting through its flesh with his knife. Luo Qin, get out of the way! Bai Wuluo shouted. Luo Qin rolled on the ground to avoid the zombie's attack, then immediately got up, swung the blade in his hand quickly, pierced through the zombie's head with a ding sound, and nailed it firmly to the wall. At first, the zombie would struggle frantically, but it would stop moving after a while. Luo Qin stepped forward and drew his saber, and black blood spurted out of the wound. exuding a foul smell. Shui Liang ran out upon hearing the noise, and saw a corpse lying next to Luo Qin. He frowned and said, "Are you okay?" "A second-level mutant," Bai Wuluo said. "This thing has a very hard head. The samples you brought back before were dissected by Zhu Yan and me. They secrete a kind of stratum corneum around their brains that can buffer external attacks and protect the brain stem and pituitary gland. It is very difficult to penetrate. I have seen this thing. A long time ago, I was performing a rescue mission in Longcheng district. One of them appeared in the square and tried to attack us. Shui Liang squatted down and lifted its head with the muzzle of the gun. That time, I had a feeling and felt that it was going to appear. It was the same in Baida town," Luo Qin said thoughtfully. "Lizzie, do you remember what that weirdo said? If we kill the zombie, he will immediately sense it and locate us immediately. It makes sense in theory. There is a kind of pheromone transmission between organisms infected with the virus. It is closer to the way animals recognize each other than people rely on visual memory." Bai Wuluo pondered. "It was the same for me just now. I suddenly felt it standing behind me. It's still not right. If the virus was just leaked, how could the infected people immediately undergo secondary mutation?" Shui Liang asked. "Is there such a possibility for the Lantian virus at this stage?" Bai Wuluo shook his head. "The current simulation results show that it is impossible. Secondary mutants are the result of adaptation to resist human attacks. People who have just been infected will not mutate beyond the level. Since this thing appeared in the Ark, it means that someone put it in on purpose." He suddenly stopped talking, looked around strangely, and asked, "Was there an earthquake just now?" "No." Shui Liang stared at a small stone on the ground intently. After a moment, the stone jumped again. The three of them felt a clear vibration at the same time. Luo Qin felt a wisp of fine lime falling on his shoulder. He looked up and saw that the ceiling above his head was rapidly spreading cracks from the edge. The wall fragments fell down with more and more violent shaking. Then a huge cracking sound came from the ceiling. Something suddenly penetrated the roof and fell heavily. The air was instantly filled with thick smoke and dust, which made them cough. The ceiling began to collapse continuously. A crack was tearing from the middle of the corridor to both sides. Large pieces of reinforced concrete rumbled down. Shui Liang pulled Luo Qin and Bai Wuluo away one by one. The three of them rolled to the corner, pulled out a half-door panel from the ruins to block their heads, so as not to be buried alive by the falling rubble. "What is that?" Bai Wuluo shook his helmet. Rubble and bricks fell along the edge and hit his neck. Shui Liang stood up with the support of his gun and looked vigilantly at the smoke in front of him. A tall figure walked slowly down the ruins, his outline somewhat distorted by the thick smoke. The other party had obviously also discovered the three people here, and raised the submachine gun in his hand. "Don't move." Shui Liang didn't buy it at all. The moment he raised his gun, he pointed the muzzle at the other party and said coldly, "Stop." The man paused, walked forward a few steps, and a clear face was exposed from behind the smoke. Shui Liang and Luo Qin were both stunned at the same time. They looked at each other in shock, and they could hardly believe what they saw. They exclaimed at the same time as the other party, "Xiao Ro? Damn it." Jimo Ro found that she still had some traumatic stress when she heard this name, as if she recalled the days when Shui Liang abused her mentally and physically in Shining. He put down his gun, looked at the two in disbelief, and said, "You are alive?" Shui Liang pursed her lips and said, "Actually, I should ask you this question." Luo Qin was surprised and said, "Why are you here?" Jimo Ro jumped down from the ruins, and the few people saw that he was holding a zombie's head in his hand. He threw the zipped head behind him and smeared the blood on the wall. "I was sent here to meet the rescue team. Are you guys? I didn't hear that there were any acquaintances coming before." Luo Qin said to Shui Liang, "Who the hell knows you two?" Jimo Ro said angrily. "Did you lose your memory after hitting your head?" Shui Liang reached out and stroked Jimo Ro's head, almost pulling out a tuft of hair. "We three are not only acquaintances, but also very familiar. We are the best friends in the world." Jimo Ro immediately cursed, "Don't be so arrogant. Who is your friend?" No one paid any attention to him. Shui Liang tightened Jimo Ro's neck, took out a sample of the bullet shell from his pocket, and threw it to Bai Wuluo, saying, "Let Cheng Qingyao take it, and check it out to see where these weapons came from. If Hanzhou has more than just us armed forces, then it will be troublesome." Bai Wuluo glanced at Jimo Ro, and came to Shui Liang and whispered, "Brother, do you suspect if the trouble starts from within?" Then the most suspected person in Fangzhou is the most ambitious person. Both of them knew who they should suspect. But neither of them said it out loud. Xue Liang was silent for a while. And said, I will find out. Let's leave here first and evacuate the people. Perhaps because he didn't know the other party's background. Bai Wuluo was very worried about Jimoro. And it was not convenient to talk to Xue Liang about more. Xiao Ro. Let's go! Xue Liang hooked his finger at Jimoro. Let's go up. Chapter 74, Garrison. Chung Qingyao stood by the window, looking at the dense zombies downstairs, his hand holding the gun tightened slightly. Since half an hour ago, he has been unable to contact the special police team guarding outside. Even the emergency contact channel is full of noise. Falcon escorted Li Muki and others onto the helicopter, to the resettlement area in the south of the city, which is the farthest from the disaster site, and the situation may be better. Chung Qingya sat on the chair behind him, silently watching his brother's back. She stayed voluntarily. The helicopter can only carry a limited number of people. Even if the shareholders have tried hard to squeeze in, someone will have to wait for the second batch. The door of the office was opened. Xue Liang and others walked in quickly. Seeing Chung Qingyao, they asked, What's the situation outside? Chung Qingyao said, Not sure. We have not been able to re-establish contact. Falcon and his team took a group of people to take a helicopter first. We are the ones who are left here and continue to wait for rescue. Tai Sui was taken away. It is initially determined that it is not someone from the Ark. The entire storage room was blown up. And all the raw materials were wasted. Xue Liang said. This attack must have been carried out by someone who took advantage of the situation. Hanno is not safe. As soon as the communication is restored, notify the headquarters immediately. The survivors in the room were silent, staring at the few people who had just come in, as if they were expecting a word of good news. However, there was no good news as expected. Xue Liang walked to the window silently and looked down. But he could not find the convoy that had evacuated to the Ark before. Black Panther came up to greet him cheerfully. And behind him followed a heroic female Special Forces soldier, who was strong and agile, and about the same height as Black Panther, estimated to be about 1.8 meters tall. Deputy Captain. The female soldier saluted Xue Liang. Chen Nua of the Blue Flame Squadron reports. You didn't go with Falcon? Xue Liang asked. Chen Nua shook his head, report. Obey orders. And put personal feelings last. Are there any single people here besides me? Black Panther sighed. He glanced at Luo Qin, who was putting on the military jacket for Xue Liang, walked over and carelessly hugged the other's neck, and said bitterly, I won't talk about other people. Brother. At least we are in the same boat. I see Xiao Chun and Falcon, Xiao Bai and Officer Chung hanging around me every day. And I feel so sad. But when I think that a handsome guy like you is also single, I feel much more comfortable. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wuluo and Chung Qingyao both cast an inexplicable sympathetic look at him. But Black Panther was unaware, and continued to hug Luo Qin as his brother in distress. Ahem. Xue Liang's eyes were a little vague, and he changed the subject. Stop joking. Come and count the number of people, and try to evacuate them all within 2 groups. Jimoro stood behind the crowd, with a somewhat cold expression. He looked around the room, and didn't see the person he was looking for. So he breathed a sigh of relief with some entanglement. Where's Jimoro? He was stunned by the voice, and immediately looked up. He saw a petite woman coming out from the inner room. Her hands were wet, and the light green jade bracelet on her wrist was shining. The woman saw Jimoro at a glance, and her expression was exactly the same as his. She moved her red lips and said coldly, Are you crazy enough? Everyone looked at the woman who was talking, and subconsciously felt that she was not a simple person. Chung Qingyao turned around and introduced to others, as if to smooth things over. This is Jima Song, a former shareholder of Yuan Shan Company, and a current member of the Ark Committee. You should also know him. The new chairman of Liang Holdings. Jima Song's name may not be heard by many people, but Liang Holdings is an old-fashioned company that has been passed down for generations, and has become famous in recent years. It is known as a legend in the investment industry. Each generation of leaders has the ability to dominate the world, maintaining the glory of the family business in the East China Sea Peninsula for almost half a century. My brother's actions are quite shameful, Jima Song said with a hint of meaning. Is it okay to ask him to help today? Xue Liang was silently counting heads, and was interrupted a little unexpectedly. No. He and Luo Qin never knew what Jimoro experienced after being picked up by the rescue team in Shining. Zhao Fengluo clearly said that he was dead, and even alarmed the people of Jima's family to collect the body in person. As a result, this person now stood in front of them alive and kicking, which was really incredible. No one had ever seen an example of someone being safe and sound after being infected with the virus. It was a miracle that Jimo Ro appeared here. However, Xue Liang did not intend to figure it out now. Now that the various forces in the Ark were entangled, he subconsciously felt that he should not show that he was too familiar with Jimo Ro in public. Some questions were better to be asked in private. Jimo Ro's face turned black after Jima Song's conversation. But she didn't say a word even though her teeth were almost broken. Jima Song ignored him at this time and went to the side to talk to Chung Qingye. The two seemed to have a good relationship. They were very intimate when they talked together. Jima Song's expression was not as cold as when he talked to Jimo Ro. 16 people. Just enough to evacuate in 2 times. Xue Liang counted the number of people, turned his head, and called Black Panther. Has the communication been restored? Report. No. Black Panther has been debugging the communicator. But there has been no progress. Not only the communication vehicle, but also the nearby communication base station has been destroyed. Xiao Qin and I have tried many methods, but we can't contact the headquarters. Qin Nua sat on the ground, with a pile of parts scattered around him. She dismantled her military walkie-talkie and tried to contact Zhao Fengluo through the military satellite base station, but failed. Deputy Captain, the military base station in Hangzhou can't receive signals either. I think the captain should have realized that he can't contact us. Falcon will come back. Let's wait a little longer, Xue Liang said in a deep voice. You and Black Panther escort the first batch first. Deputy Captain, let me go last, Qin Nua said. I haven't contributed much since I was transferred to the Ark for garrison. You are also the ones leading the operation this time. I can't always hide behind. Xue Liang patted her and said, this is also an order. When you were in Shining military region before, you and Falcon cooperated best. Let you go with him, and the efficiency will be the highest. Besides, you have performed very well during your stay, and I am very confident to hand over that place to you. Qin Nua thought for a moment, nodded slightly and said yes. Deputy Captain, the sky has become a little dark, and as time passes by, there is no sign of a helicopter in the sky. Everyone started to wait anxiously, and a trace of fear quietly grew. Some people began to look at their watches and asked Xue Liang and others how long it would take for the rescue to arrive. In fact, according to the speed of the helicopter going back and forth from the resettlement area, it should have arrived twice by now. But it is unusual that it has not been seen until now. Xue Liang walked up to Qin Nua and asked, did Falcon say anything when he left? Qin Nua and Luo Qin were originally forced by Black Panther to sit down and chat about gossip. Now he stood up suddenly, as if he had found a life-saving straw, and said to Xue Liang, he only told us to rush back immediately after delivering the people safely. He didn't have time to say anything else. Things have developed to this point, and they are already somewhat out of control. It is getting darker and darker. No one knows whether rescue will come. The only way ahead seems to be hopeless waiting. When can we leave? A middle-aged man wearing glasses could no longer bear it, and his voice was like a saw. He shouted sharply, what on earth do you policemen and soldiers do? We are the research team of the Ark. Didn't Mr. Li tell you to evacuate us first? Xue Liang paused and replied calmly, we can't contact the rescue helicopter now, and we can't determine the specific evacuation time. But I promise to take you out safely. Okay? Why can't you be sure? Your satellite is broken. And your brain is broken too. The middle-aged man cursed. If you can't contact the outside world, won't you send someone out for help? Just wait here for the plane to come. Our taxpayers' money feeds a bunch of good-for-nothings. Under the current situation, we can't send anyone to ask for help, Xue Liang said calmly. Now we are surrounded by zombies outside. There is no possibility of breaking through alone. I will be responsible for your safety, but also for my team members. The middle-aged man spat and almost pointed at his nose and cursed, rebuilding humans. Right? I tell you, I also contributed to the experimental plan, and you short-lived sickly people are alive because of me. Don't put on airs in front of me. I won't fall for it, and think of a way for me quickly. Black Panther was so angry that his face turned blue, and he was about to stand up with a fist. Luo Qin quickly reached out and held him down, whispering, don't. They are waiting anxiously now, and you will easily make things worse if you speak. Sit down first. Your deputy team will handle it. You don't know? He has scolded me and shouted several times before you came. Black Panther lowered his voice and complained to him. I am so angry. How can there be such unreasonable people? Chinua was also a little dissatisfied. She turned her head away and stopped looking at the group of angry survivors. Her side face was coated with a layer of light by the setting sun outside the window, and the edges of the soldier were neutralized by the soft light, appearing gentle and peaceful. Luo Qin is right. We should not be too impulsive, Chinua said calmly. The captain said before he left that we should keep a low profile and never conflict with the survivors. Do you feel something is wrong? Luo Qin came between Black Panther and Chinua and said mysteriously, Come, let's sort it out. Black Panther propped up his head and turned around. Tell me, let's see if we think the same way. The patrol of the 5th shelter was handled by your deputy captain himself, and the defense was watertight. How did it suddenly get breached? Luo Qin said. Did anyone see? How did the wall get breached? Chinua said. I heard from Falcon that they were responsible for patrolling the streets near the 5th shelter this morning, and the outer defense measures were completely fine, and the zombies were isolated outside the protective net far away. After lunch, he heard a commotion outside in the barracks. When he went out, the wall was broken. Although the wall was immediately rebuilt, a large number of zombies rushed in. Black Panther, I was not in the shelter at the time, but 10 minutes after the protective wall was breached, I received the support order code on the radio channel. The deputy captain said that he had not issued a support order, but no one except our captain and the deputy captain had the authority to issue orders on that channel. Luo Qin, Lizzie did not have time to contact you and rushed to the shelter directly. It must not be him. It can't be the deputy captain. He said that he had always asked me to stay in the Ark and never gave any orders. Black Panther said again. It's even more impossible for the captain. He is not in Hanzhou. Luo Qin hesitated and said, As soon as you were transferred from the Ark, something happened here. Even the convoy that had just evacuated from the shelter was trapped here, and the combat power was dispersed. Now that Falcon and his men have left, there is no news. I wonder if there is an accident in the south as well. Deputy Captain. Chinua stood up suddenly. I request to go to the resettlement area to check the situation. Luo Qin hurriedly pulled her clothes, but he grabbed nothing. What are you in a hurry for? Xue Liang said slowly. Advancing rashly will only cause us to lose more. The Ark still has sufficient food reserves. It is safer here than going out. The man who had been furious at Xue Liang before could not sit still again. He excitedly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He took a puff with exaggerated body movements and said in a sarcastic tone, If she wants to go out, let her go. Anyway, you will not die if you recreate humans. Many people present changed their faces, but he looked fearless, and his eyes were full of provocation. Black Panther could no longer bear it, and stood up, and was about to confront him. The man immediately took out his cell phone from his pocket, and turned on the camera to Black Panther. What? You still want to fight me? Right? Let me tell you. All the recreated humans have signed security agreements, and are not qualified to use violence against civilians. Be careful, or I will bring you to a military court. Sir, isn't that right? A male voice with a smile sounded from behind the crowd, and the tone was a little frivolous, but it still made people feel that it was not without weight. Civilians are not qualified to secretly film military secrets. Right? Did you know that the last person who illegally filmed members of the Blue Flame Brigade was sentenced to prison for espionage? Chapter 75 Protest. Xue Liang looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the person who spoke was a very handsome young man, wearing a slim and well-ironed violet suit, a black turtleneck sweater covering his chin, and a low-key and elegant temperament. The young man walked to the man, patted him on the shoulder casually, and said in a light tone, Don't forget, you are just a bioengineer that can be seen everywhere in the Ark. There are a lot of people who are younger and more talented than you outside. I just need to clap my hands, and they will squeeze their heads in, and you leave. So, don't think you are really irreplaceable, okay? You. When the engineer who was so popular just now faced this young man, his momentum suddenly weakened. He lowered his head dejectedly and took a step back, but the camera in his hand was still not turned off. I was just defending myself, keeping evidence. Luo Qin suddenly stood up, walked to the engineer in 2 or 3 steps, tugged his chicken claw-like wrist, and dragged him to the French window. ignoring the engineer's desperate resistance, slapped his face against the glass, and said coldly, "Come on, try to shoot me, I'm not in the military, and I have nothing to do with recreating humans. If I accidentally push you down from here, you won't be court-martialed. Right?" Lee Miyuki's office uses double-layer bulletproof glass, which is difficult to break even with a Gatling gun. But the engineer was frightened in an instant. Luo Qin's hands locked him firmly on the glass, like an iron clamp, and his fingers pinched his fragile joints accurately. Every struggle would cause tearing pain, making him completely unable to move. The engineer looked at the towering building under his feet, and the zombies piled on the ground. His legs were almost shaking like twists. He said to Shui Liang tremblingly, "Let me go." "You dare! That soldier over there." "Let me go!" Does his words work? Luo Qin laughed contemptuously. "I have the final say now." Shui Liang leaned lazily against the marble hall column, holding a gun in his hand and looking over here, and said motionlessly, "Sorry, I can't use violence against civilians." Several people couldn't help laughing, even Jimoro, who had always had a sullen face, rolled her eyes, and sneered a few times. "Wait a minute, we can discuss it. You can't leave me behind. I'm here to help Mr. Lee." "I." Xiao Song. Chung Qingye spoke lightly at this time. "Is this guy done?" Jima Song stopped talking to Chung Qingye halfway, raised her head, and frowned at the engineer who was howling. "I say, you've almost done it. Don't you feel ashamed?" Her words, and those of the young man just now, seemed to carry more weight, and the engineer was completely deflated, and he was silent like a wilted eggplant. Shui Liang spoke at this time, obviously to give them a way out. "Luo Qin, let him go." Luo Qin let go, snorted coldly, and returned to Shui Liang. The engineer looked at the two of them with hatred, put away his phone, and sat back in his seat. "That's too much." Shui Liang smiled at Luo Qin in a low voice, but there was no blame in his tone. Luo Qin saw that no one was paying attention, and quietly pinched Shui Liang's waist. "That coward. He was really afraid that I would throw him down. And he didn't have the energy to scold you just now." The young man who helped just now came over, smiled, and stretched out his hand to Shui Liang. "Hello. My name is Li Xiaohan. Nice to meet you." Shui Liang shook hands with him, and found that he looked like a weak scholar, except for the calluses on his hands from holding a pen. His skin was extremely delicate and smooth. He had never seen this kind of person in the Ark before, nor had he heard of such a young man among the managers. "It's normal that you haven't heard of me. After all, my father rarely mentions me in front of others, and my scientific research results are the most useful things to him." Li Xiaohan saw that Shui Liang's attitude was a little distant, and didn't care much. Regarding the research and development of Lantian virus, it has always been a project led by the university laboratory where I studied abroad. I just returned to China not long before the disaster broke out, so many people don't know me. "Li Miyuki's son?" Luo Qin's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that Wei Lan had mentioned to him that the research and development project of this virus was led by a foreign university laboratory, and Wei Lan was in charge of strain cultivation in one of the teams. It turned out that Li Xiaohan studied at the university? However, Li Xiaohan's behavior of introducing himself was undoubtedly a sign to Shui Liang that the other party had stuck "Don't get close" on his forehead. He let go of Li Xiaohan's hand, and nodded politely. "Hello." After such a warning, the rest of the people dared not make trouble anymore. When everyone was almost desperate, the sound of a helicopter finally came from the horizon. The group was ecstatic, jumped up and cheered, and wanted to leave this place immediately. Shui Liang escorted a group of survivors to the roof with Chen Nua, Chung Qingyao, and others, preparing to let half of the people leave by helicopter first. However, the person who got off the plane was not the Falcon, who was originally responsible for the escort, but a scout from the Blue Flame Brigade, codenamed White Wolf. He was originally arranged by Shui Liang to stay in the second resettlement area, but for some reason, he replaced the Falcon's mission. "Deputy Captain, can you hurry back?" As soon as Bai Lang got off the plane, he was eager to find Shui Liang. "Falcon had a conflict with civilians, and it's not easy for him to show up now, so I have to be responsible for picking him up. All the communication vehicles were seriously damaged, and the satellite base station couldn't receive the signal for some reason, which wasted a lot of time." "What?" Chen Nua got a little anxious when he heard it. "How is he?" Bai Lang didn't notice Chen Nua was there, but the words had already come out of his mouth, and it was too late to take them back. "I don't know either, and it just started all of a sudden." However, Falcon did not fight back. "Don't worry. He is not such a tactless person. Chen Nuo breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xue Liang worriedly. Well, Xiao Chen, you come back with me first and see what the situation is. Xue Liang turned to Cheng Qingyao. Cheng Qingyao, you can help Wu Luo take charge of the rest of the people. Okay? Cheng Qingyao nodded. No problem. Brother, you go quickly. Xue Liang got on the plane and suddenly remembered something and said to Cheng Qingyao, remember to keep an eye on Luo Qin. Don't let anything go wrong. Cheng Qingyao knew it well and made an okay gesture. Don't worry. The helicopter's propeller roared and swirled a gust of wind. Cheng Qingyao stepped back a few steps, and the airflow blew his clothes and filled his vision with raging sand. He lowered his head to look at the zombies that were gathering at the bottom of the building, and was silent for a while, turned around and went downstairs. On the plane, Xue Liang leaned on the door of the cabin and looked down, seeing that the streets within sight were already full of wandering zombies, and most of the areas they spent time and energy to clear had fallen again, even worse than before. It's a waste of effort. Bai Lang smiled bitterly, a little helpless. Have all the survivors in other disaster-stricken areas evacuated? Xue Liang asked. Report to the deputy captain, all the people in the disaster-stricken areas near the Ark have been evacuated. White Wolf said. Currently, only the second and third resettlement areas have not been affected because they are far from the disaster center. All the survivors who have been evacuated are gathered there. But there are still survivors trapped in several resettlement areas in the north. I have lost contact with the troops stationed there. I don't know how they are doing. Xue Liang patrolled the city with a serious expression, sighed for a while, and asked, how long will it take for the captain to come back? White Wolf, I don't know. The original plan was tonight. I am worried that after the communication is interrupted, the captain and his men will encounter trouble on their way back. After all, several areas in the direction of the city have been attacked by zombies one after another, and the communication is paralyzed on a large scale. Xue Liang finally decided to go back to the resettlement area to check the situation first, and then formulate a subsequent treatment plan. The helicopter roared and landed on the roof of a residential building in the resettlement area. The people who took refuge below looked up, causing a commotion. White Wolf led them to the military tent where Falcon was. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted to Falcon, the deputy captain is here. Falcon, get up quickly. Falcon stood up from his chair and greeted him with a smile. Deputy captain. I'm fine. Look, he paused, and glanced at the man who was following him. Chen Nuo, who was behind Xue Liang, had lost his original playful smile in an instant. After a while, he cried out in a distorted voice, Nuo Nuo. My Nuo Nuo. Hug me quickly, Xinglin. Are you okay? Chen Nuo ran over in a panic, and was hugged by Falcon. Why did you quarrel with him? Falcon was very aggrieved. I didn't quarrel. I was evacuating the people well. But someone asked me to help contact some leader, who insisted that the leader would send someone to take him to a safe place. I said it was safe here, and he was unhappy and pushed me. And then he sat down on the ground, saying that I hit him. Just this little thing? Xue Liang was stunned. You fought back? How could I fight back? Suddenly someone shouted, saying that the army was full of recreated humans, and they were all infected with the virus. And they exploded immediately. Falcon said anxiously. How did they know this? You stay here. I'll go out and see what's going on. Xue Liang turned and walked out of the tent, and ran into the noisy crowd outside. When those people saw someone in military uniform coming out, they immediately shouted, Recreation of humanity. Get out. The source of the virus. Get out. Monster. Give me back my family. Give me back my home. Several people shouted this at the same time, which immediately aroused the crowd's excitement. The voices of protest became louder and louder. If this continued, the zombies nearby would probably come after hearing the noise. The Blue Flame team members outside the tent held hands to stop the survivors, so that the situation did not get out of control further. Xue Liang raised the butt of his gun and smashed the iron material box next to him several times. The crowd gradually quieted down and finally turned into a suppressed calm. He took a step forward, and those people took a step back. It seemed that everyone had fear on their faces, but also resentment. Xue Liang was enveloped by such eyes, and felt very powerless. The solid feeling on his back gradually disintegrated, but he had to bite the bullet and solve the current chaos. Sorry. I wasted a little time. I know everyone is scared. and we are all trying our best to maintain safety here. Shui Liang tried to speak in a negotiating tone. Please be patient. Okay. If you have any questions, please come and tell me. Don't make things difficult for the comrades, who are rescuing on the front line. Okay. Shui Liang looked around the crowd, and saw that the situation was better. He was about to continue to appease them, but suddenly heard someone ask, "Wait, are you Shui Liang?" He was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked over, and saw a man standing up, wearing an old military uniform that was washed white. Shui Liang remembered that this man had given him a list of requests to modify the agreement at the entrance of Fangzhou. Later, the two contacted each other several times through mobile phones. Although not all the requests were met, they finally made this group of people reach a compromise with Fangzhou. I am. Shui Liang nodded. I remember you. The man turned around and opened his hands to the crowd. Listen to me, compatriots. This special forces soldier can be trusted. I will guarantee it. Chapter 76 Promise. Luo Qin was the last to jump off the plane, and rushed toward Shui Liang, and gave him a bear hug. Shui Liang was suddenly strangled by him, and he struggled and coughed a few times, and said with difficulty, "Do you know how strong your hands are? Is anyone embarrassing you?" Luo Qin quickly let him go, and looked him up and down. Why did you suddenly come back by yourself, and didn't tell me? I asked Cheng Qingyao to tell you. Shui Liang stroked his collar, which was a little messy in his hurry, and said, "What can happen to me? It's okay." Jimoro walked in front of the two of them, and finally couldn't help turning her head to take a look, and said disdainfully, "Why are you two still talking so slowly?" He didn't actually think about it in other directions, but simply felt that these two people were sometimes too sticky, and their words were as sticky as maltose. Of course, it was mainly because he had been under the shadow of Shui Liang for a long time, and he subconsciously backed away from these two people. Luo Qin looked up at him with dissatisfaction. If you have nothing to do, go find a lover. Jimoro? He turned around and looked at the two of them, and said coldly, I think you are both sick to play together. Shui Liang laughed, watched the others walk away, looked at Jimoro, and asked, Can you tell me now? What's going on? What happened to you after you came out of Shining? I can't tell, Jimoro said, pulling off her collar, and pressing the side of her neck with the index and middle fingers of her right hand. This was also within Shui Liang's expectations. Besides Yuanshan's core secret, there was almost no other possibility for saving Jimoro's life, who was severely infected. Did they experiment on you? My sister's idea. Jimoro smiled with sarcasm. She saw that I was dying, and there was no point in keeping me anyway, and it would waste a bullet. It would be better to let her control me, and it would be of some benefit to the Jimo family. Jima Song used human reconstruction technology to save your life, Shui Liang said. I thought of this possibility at that time, but I rejected it myself. At that time, your cells had been infected to a critical value, and it was almost impossible to save them. Besides, it was still a long way from Shining to Hanzhou. Jimoro sneered, and said, she had a lot of ways. She kept injecting me with semi-finished serum vaccines along the way, and kept me alive with antibiotics. I actually made it to Hanzhou. She signed an agreement with Yuanshan for me, and pushed me into the laboratory. The essence of this experiment is a medical method for people who have not undergone prior observation and directional training. The probability of failure is very high, Shui Liang said. You were infected at that time. This was the only way to save your life. Otherwise, even the King of Heaven could not save you. I don't need it. Yuanshan's methods have always been despicable. He used to persecute my grandfather a lot. I don't want to have anything to do with Yuanshan in my life. Jimoro's bitter indignation overflowed from between his teeth. After I woke up, I knew what they had done to me, and I felt sick and wanted to vomit. Why don't you ask Jima Song, why did I leave home and go to Shining? She has ignored me for so many years, and now she is trying so hard to bring me back. Isn't it to secure her position in Fangzhou? Shui Liang sighed. You think too much, she is your sister. Jimoro was very depressed at the moment, and not so angry anymore. She looked like a hanging banana peel. Seeing this, Luo Qin put his hand on Jimoro's shoulder, and said with a smile, It's normal, every family has its own problems. It's good that no one is hurt. As long as the mountains are green, everything can come back. Shui Liang leaned over, put his arms around their shoulders, laughed a few times, and said, Okay, welcome back, Shiro. Fangzhou was established just 1 month ago. and before it could start expanding the safe zone. It suffered the first extremely heavy blow since its establishment. The existing safe zone operation system almost completely collapsed. The army and police integrated the remaining armed forces in the city and tried to complete the search and cleanup work of the remaining survivors in various parts of the city in the shortest time. Most of the survivors were urgently evacuated to the only 2 intact resettlement areas in the south. In view of the current special situation, the army lifted the restrictions on electricity use, but food and water were still in severe shortage. The most urgent task was to rescue the remaining uncontaminated food from the fallen warehouses. People even had nowhere to stay, and many people had to squeeze in the corridors to spend the night. There were also several minor conflicts during this period, in which various groups were involved, and the management of the resettlement area gradually became chaotic. Xue Liang stood at the table, frowning as he looked at the map of Hangzhou's city in front of him. He marked several locations on it with a pen and connected them with arrows. Deputy Captain, the people are here. Falcon opened the military tent and walked in with a man, who was the one who guaranteed Xue Liang's trustworthiness to the survivors. The man's name was Su Yugang, in his 40s, a retired frontier soldier who worked alone in Hangzhou after demobilization. After the disaster broke out last year, he had been spontaneously organizing a civilian survivor rescue team and established the Walker Rescue Team, attracting many survivors to join. He was also the head of a small-scale survivor organization. You want to discuss something with me? Su Yugang walked in doubtfully, looking at the map in Xue Liang's hand. What should we do? Xue Liang said, I asked Bai Lang to lead a team to search and rescue in the 4th and 5th resettlement areas in the north. After the contact was restored, I received his report that there were still hundreds of survivors there who had not been evacuated, and it would take some time to completely transfer. But judging from the current situation, the 2nd and 3rd shelters are about to collapse. We decided to evacuate to a safe area before the zombies completely occupy this place. Otherwise, with so many people, it will be a problem to eat and drink in the future. Su Yugang nodded. I thought so too. I had planned the evacuation route myself before, and I thought it would be safer to go to Baida town. There are many food processing plants and logistics parks there, as well as power plants, so there should be enough supplies. Baida town? Xue Liang seemed to remember something and was a little dazed. He rolled up the map and drew a triangle on Baida town, indicating that it was pending. But there are more zombies in Baida town than here, and there are also mercenaries entrenched there, so it is difficult to clean them up, Falcon said. But there is a youth entrepreneurship park further east, which is very large. White Wolf wrote about it in the reconnaissance report before. The terrain is high, and the environment on all sides is very conducive to building fortifications. But because it is too far from other resettlement areas, transportation is inconvenient, so no one has been arranged to live there. Xue Liang nodded. This place can also be considered. It has priority over Baida town. He picked up a pen and drew a circle at the location of Qingchuan Park, and marked the serial number. Falcon, we can transfer the survivors there first, and then go back to other resettlement areas to rescue supplies. Can you organize the survivors? Xue Liang turned to Su Yugang and asked. At present, the identities of several reconstructed human soldiers in the army have been made public, and I am worried that it will cause panic in some people. But don't worry. We are absolutely harmless, and will not spread the virus. I believe you. Su Yugang nodded. After all, Lin Yuki didn't even look at us at the beginning, and you helped us to have a place to go. Besides, you have always been responsible for the protection of the resettlement area. If the virus really spread, we would have been finished long ago. Falcon sighed. It turns out that there are such easy-to-talk people. I'm so happy. Xue Liang said to him, I will formulate an evacuation plan tonight, and leave at the latest tomorrow afternoon. You and Su Yugang should go and inform everyone of the news, so as to avoid being in a rush later. Yes. After Xue Liang finished explaining the matter, he stood alone in the barracks for a while, then put away the map, turned around and walked out. As soon as he stepped out of the door, the communication vehicle parked next to the tent honked a few times. Xue Liang looked at Luo Qin, who was leaning sideways in the cab and fiddling with the dashboard with a screwdriver, quietly walked over, and stood at the door of the car and looked at him. Luo Qin didn't notice that there were people around, and he was repairing the communication vehicle with his head tilted. He volunteered to help repair the damaged equipment. Originally, the army was worried that he would damage military supplies without any expertise. But after Xue Liang tried to let him repair a car, Everyone was stunned by his skills, and they completely let him do it. Xue Liang crossed his arms and watched for a long time. Luo Qin turned around to get the tools, and then he suddenly saw him. Luo Qin jumped out of the car happily, pulled Xue Liang to a corner where no one noticed, took off his dirty gloves, and kissed him impatiently. I missed you. It's only been 2 hours since we last met. Xue Liang was kissed by him stickily, and laughed so hard. You have a beard? Luo Qin touched his chin, and said, a little stubble. You have it too. Do you want me to shave it off for you? Xue Liang hooked his hair and played with it casually. Your hair has grown too. No. It's handsome to have a beard, Luo Qin said. I'm 20 this year. April 7th. Then I can't be considered a child anymore? Xue Liang smiled. Look, we are actually about the same height. Luo Qin stretched out his hand, compared the heights of the two, and said, it's about the same. It doesn't matter, even if I'm shorter than you. So what? I'm here to protect the only good lychee in the world. You should protect those cars first. Can you fix them tonight? Xue Liang said. I didn't know you could do this. Luo Qin smiled. You have a wide range of interests. I almost chose auto repair as my major in college. My dream is to go to Hongxiang for further studies and become a top car repair master. Isn't your dream to open your chain of bakeries? Sometimes, when you're walking down the road of your dreams, you want to change a path, and when you get tired of this one, you can choose another one, and you never get tired of it. Besides, only when you have enough money to repair the car, you can have the funds to revitalize the bakery. Xue Liang thought his theory was really funny. Your mentality is too good. You never think about tomorrow until today is over. I have to learn to adjust from you. It was like this before. I drank today and didn't think about things too far away. Luo Qin leaned his head on his shoulder and said slowly, it's different now. I think about how to live a good life with you every day. I am not alone now. I also have family members. Xue Liang patted his back gently and hummed, military family members. Luo Qin tightened his hand around him and said in a muffled voice, Lizzie, we will be together forever. What else? Xue Liang laughed. How about a pinky promise? Luo Qin looked at him and nodded and said, okay. Pull one. The two of them started to pinky promises for no apparent reason. After that, they were silent for a long time, and neither of them knew what to say. I used to think that the word forever was too heavy. So heavy that I was always afraid. Xue Liang broke the silence and said slowly, but I can assure you that you can always trust me. Every word. Okay. Luo Qin nodded. You too. Trust me. Lizzie. He pulled Xue Liang into his arms, holding her face and kissing her non-stop, from her forehead to her neck, as if he couldn't kiss her enough. Then let me ask you a question. Xue Liang smiled and dodged, but she didn't really push him away. Luo Qin was stunned for a moment. You ask. When did you like me? Luo Qin subconsciously felt that this was a serious question. He was not sure if Xue Liang would have any thoughts if he said it inappropriately. He and Xue Liang looked at each other silently for a long time, and finally followed his conscience. In Shining, the days after Wei Lan's death. No, actually. I had a good impression of you when I saw you for the first time. It may not be love at first sight, but you left a good impression on me. Xue Liang looked at him calmly. Why, because of your face? Luo Qin shook his head. That's not the case. Probably because you were the first person I saw when I opened my eyes. I don't know why, but I felt very safe. Do I look very safe? Xue Liang's expression was hard to describe. Luo Qin laughed and trembled when he saw this, and added, I mean, at that time, I felt very safe to have someone around to find a way to escape together. You know, Lychee, every time you show up, I feel relieved and think everything is fine. He paused, and asked Xue Liang, what about you? Xue Liang looked into Luo Qin's eyes, and suddenly smiled. It's been a long time. How long is a long time? It's definitely not as long as mine. Because I liked you first. I said it's been a long time. Believe it or not. Let's go. Fix the car. And take you out to catch zombies tomorrow. I won't catch them. I want to hear you tell me how you like me. Luo Qin chased after him, and said softly and hard, Good Lychee. Tell me. I won't tell you. Xue Liang continued to walk forward, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This is a secret. Chapter 77 Tit for Tat. That night, The Hangzhou military leaders urgently gathered for a meeting, and the person in charge was a lieutenant general stationed in Hangzhou. Xue Liyang's plan was quickly passed after it was submitted, and he was also praised by the lieutenant general. Many people began to secretly look at this young officer who stood here, and even talked directly with the top leaders, which made Xue Liyang feel a little uncomfortable. He didn't really want to be conspicuous in front of people, especially in such a mixed occasion. All kinds of eyes were shooting at him like machine guns, and it was like a thorn in his side. According to the report from the rescue team returning from the Ark headquarters, the Tai Sui raw stone stored in the Ark storage room was stolen. It is very likely that it was stolen by criminals for illegal activities. The situation we are facing is very urgent. The lieutenant general's voice was deep and serious. Everyone present was silent, and they didn't even dare to breathe too heavily. The main work to be done has just been explained in detail. I will not repeat it. At the same time, the control of the reconstructed humans in the resettlement area must be strict, ensuring that every active reconstructed human soldier is registered. Individual and group military actions must be filed in advance, and the detailed route and time of the action must be reported afterwards. No ambiguity is allowed. Unregistered personnel have no right to enter or leave the resettlement area. It is strictly forbidden to call any military equipment without permission. Otherwise, they will be treated as high-risk targets. Zhao Fangluo is not in Hangzhou. The management and deployment of the rebuilt human beings all fall on Xue Liyang alone. Li Muqi stared at the rebuilt human beings with a covetous look. Now there is Ji Moro who is not under the control of the military. There seems to be some disturbing factors brewing in the resettlement area. Once there is any slight imbalance on the chessboard, the situation is likely to be greatly reversed in a short period of time. At this critical juncture, we must ensure that there are no accidents. We will start evacuating early tomorrow morning. Notify all departments to prepare in advance, the lieutenant general said. Major General Zhao cannot rush back to Hangzhou at present. Our strength is still very weak, so we must do a good job of protection and security to ensure that all people are safely transferred. Do you understand? Understood. Cheng Qingyao, as the leader of the police's reconstruction of human combat power, was also allowed to be present. He and his special police will be mainly responsible for the evacuation and transfer of survivors tomorrow. And they are not much more idle than Xue Liyang and others. He and Xue Liyang walked out of the military tent, slowly strolled to a secluded place, and suddenly whispered, "The way Colonel Ji looked at you just now, it seems like he wants to tear you apart alive. He has been like this for more than one day." Hangzhou has a special status. Everyone wants to take the initiative in military affairs. Even if they hold a little virtual power, they will fight for it. I don't want to be in this position anyway. I always feel that it is not a good thing to be too noticed. Xue Liyang sighed. But our captain has not come back yet, and some things will definitely fall on me. Where did Uncle Zhao go? Cheng Qingyao asked. I heard that he has contacted the garrison in Songhe in the north, and plans to reopen the traffic route between the two cities and double the safe zone. Yes, if the armies on both sides meet, they will probably be able to retake the infected urban areas soon, Xue Liyang said. Let's do it bit by bit. Now the number of infections around the world is increasing every day. The only way is to gather together and fight. Some small countries have been completely destroyed because of too few people. Cheng Qingyao nodded. Songhe is vast and sparsely populated, and its resources are actually much richer than Hangzhou. If we really want to connect to the safe zone, there will definitely be many people reaching out there. Oh! Xue Liyang glanced at him. You are very smart now. Who taught you? When you left Hangzhou, you left your brain here. Cheng Qingyao said this in a very serious manner. Wu Luo and I each took half. Impossible. Xue Liyang smiled. You ate alone. Right? The two chatted and walked into the military camp, but saw a familiar figure coming towards them. Li Muqi changed into a very simple jacket, walking towards this side, with his hands in his pockets, actually looked more eye-catching than his workplace elite attire. Are you done? Li Muqi smiled. Let's chat. Aren't you going back to pack your things? Xue Liyang asked. We have to leave early tomorrow morning. Each person can only bring one backpack. Take the important things. I don't need to bring anything. Li Muqi pulled out his hands, shaking them in the air. Let's talk business. Have you met Ji Moro? How is he? Is he pretty good? The success rate of the human recreation experiment is close to 100%. I have the best scientists under my command. And Ji Moro is different from you. He has no affiliation yet. If Jimor Ro's strength is rated as the highest danger level in the military's resolution, he must be included in the unified management of the military, otherwise he will have only two options, being destroyed or going to jail. Xue Liang said. You don't think that he didn't sign an agreement with the military, and you took advantage of it? Li Muqi shook his head and said, I don't think so. After all, taking advantage of loopholes in the agreement is your strong point. But Jima Song is the major shareholder of Ark. Yuashan headquarters is in trouble now, and can't control us. If even the chairman of Jima stands on my side, you are not going to take any coercive measures against her. Are you? If someone threatens the safety of most people. Xue Liang sneered. Of course I will. Jima Song holds the mining rights of most raw stones. Even if the army can levy them now, it can't be too ruthless to her family, lest it end up being difficult to convince the public. Li Muqi said. And Jima Ro is the result of Zhu Yan's personal supervision from beginning to end. He is the pinnacle of the current research results in the field of raw stone technology, more perfect than any of you. Regardless of whether Jima Ro is willing to admit it now. He has already had 1,000 connections with Fang Zhou. You know that it is not something that can be cut off just by saying so. The family concept of the Jima surname has always been very traditional. After Li Muqi finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at Cheng Qingyao. Both sides smiled at each other hypocritically. Li Muqi said to Cheng Qingyao, I was talking to your sister just now. We talked very congenially. I hope to talk to Officer Cheng next time. You siblings are now famous big shots. When the atmosphere between the two sides was tit for tat, a few exclamations suddenly came from the residential building not far away. The three looked up and saw that the lights on the windows of each household began to go out one by one. Even the lights around the resettlement area dimmed one by one. Finally, the whole area fell into darkness. There were screams everywhere, and chaos began to appear in the crowd. Xue Liang immediately contacted Falcon and others, and learned that just 10 seconds ago, the power supply to the resettlement area was suddenly interrupted for some reason, and even the nearest power station stopped supplying power. He switched the radio channel to the nearest logistics unit and asked people to turn on the emergency backup light source. For dazzling white emergency lights soon lit up, illuminating the four corners of the resettlement area as bright as day. And the riots suddenly became smaller. We'll talk about it later. Xue Liang sent Li Muqi away, turned around and took Cheng Qingyao to the residential building, ready to maintain order. After walking just 2 steps, a more shrill scream came from upstairs, followed by screams and footsteps from all directions. The stairs rumbled and vibrated instantly, and people ran out like crazy, and the situation got out of control in an instant. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two rushed into the building against the flow of people, and saw that many people did not even have time to put on clothes and shoes, and ran downstairs in panic. Just as they ran to the second floor, the light of the submachine gun flashed through the crowd, and Xue Liang found that some people were covered in blood. A closer look revealed that they were lacerated wounds, and the wounds were still blue-black. Someone is infected, Xue Liang said to Cheng Qingyao. Go downstairs to maintain order, and isolate all those who are injured. Quickly. Cheng Qingyao turned and ran downstairs, while Xue Liang continued to rush upstairs. Many people were bitten by something unknown, and ran downstairs covered in blood. Some people were even squeezed to the ground, and soon their eyes rolled back and began to twitch. Xue Liang pulled up a woman who had fallen, and then ran up to the 5th floor, kicked open a door and rushed in. There were already quite a few people in the room, several people covered in blood biting others to the ground, and screams filled the room. He fired a few shots at the people who had already started to mutate, and walked through the crowd into the bedroom, but it was empty, and Yin Yu and others who were originally here were all gone. Xue Sixian, he yelled, and a few seconds later, there was a knocking sound in the closet in the bedroom. Xue Liang raised his gun and walked over, and slowly raised his left hand, paused, and then pulled open the closet door, and the searchlight shone over at the same time, and in the corner of the closet was Xue Ximiu, who was shivering with his head down. Xue Ximiu still had a hearing aid on his ear, and he hid in the deepest part of the closet, with no one around him. Although Xue Sixian often quarreled with him, she would never leave him without saying hello. Something was obviously wrong. Where's your sister? Xue Liang asked as he pulled Xue Ximiu out. Where's Yin Yu? Why are you alone? I don't know where Sixian went, Xue Ximiu said in a vague voice. Brother, you asked me to hide here. And then he rushed out. He hugged Xue Liang tightly and whispered, Brother, I'm a little scared. Hold me tight. Don't let go. Shui Liang pulled Shui Simi behind him, took off his coat and covered his face. Don't look. Chapter 78 Lies. Shui Liang rushed into the corridor with Shui Simi. A zombie that looked like a child rushed towards him and almost grabbed Shui Simi's leg. Shui Liang kicked the zombie away, and blood splattered all over the stairs behind him. The corridor was crowded with people running for their lives, and zombies biting and biting among them. It was a mess. Shui Liang's eyesight became very good after he adjusted to the darkness. He turned off the light on his gun, and shot through the heads of several zombies in front of him with a few shots. He drove the gun all the way to escort the survivors downstairs, and soon arrived at the open space in front of the residential building. There were already infected survivors everywhere, and many people who had been attacked but had not yet developed the disease were hiding in the corners, still in shock. The military and police were busy everywhere, isolating the injured people in a military tent. Many people struggled to escape, but were thrown in very forcefully. 5 or 6 special forces soldiers with guns were guarding the door of the tent, and they had to split their attention to kill the zombies running around in the resettlement area. They were almost unable to do anything. Shui Liang looked around but couldn't find Shui Sixian, so he could only let Shui Simi hide on the roof of a truck first. And then he started running around to save people. Cheng Qingyao was busy cooperating with Bai Wulua to get the uninjured survivors onto the truck. He saw Shui Liang running towards him and shouted, "Luo Qin and others are responsible for the evacuation of other buildings. Most people have come out. What should we do next?" "Evacuate. The plan has been advanced. Take the survivors to the Youth Entrepreneurship Park immediately." Shui Liang ran past him and shot the zombies that tried to approach the back of the truck. "Where is the Lieutenant General?" "He is evacuating the people in front. He is probably with Li Muki now. There are a group of crucial people in the Ark who cannot afford any mistakes, including Li Muki and Zhu Yin. Many important research progress is in their hands. Once 1 or 2 of them are lost, the research and development of vaccines against the virus may suffer a devastating blow." The Lieutenant General and several officers were escorting the Ark's top brass to evacuate. There were many zombies surrounding them, but most of them were ordinary officers, and they did not have the immunity of recreated humans. 2 of them were already injured, and the blood flowing from the wounds was slightly black, obviously infected. They knew their fate, but until this moment, they had no intention of retreating. Ji Moro squatted on the roof of the car, holding up a submachine gun and firing at the people below. Seeing Shui Liang coming over, she immediately put away her gun and jumped down. "There is no time. Let these people go first. They are in the way and only cause trouble. Lieutenant General, you get in the car first." Shui Liang arrived and helped to clean up the zombies around the truck. "I have asked Cheng Qiao and others to arrange the evacuation. Leave this to me. You go quickly and go to Qingchuan Park." The Lieutenant General said, "No. I can't leave. I must stay here. I have to hold on until the end." Shui Liang had no choice but to let the other officers send Li Muki and others to the car to evacuate first. Seeing the trucks leaving the resettlement area one after another, their lights heading away in the direction of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park, Shui Liang turned his head to look at the Lieutenant General and said, "Don't force yourself. You are surprised by what you have seen before. Kid, you don't know that I also retired from the Special Forces, right?" The Lieutenant General quickly fired at the zombies in front of him. His hands did not shake, and his eyes did not blink. "Although I can't compare with you young people, I can still kill a few monsters. Don't worry about me. Go." Shui Liang nodded, and ran to the last residential building in front that had not yet been evacuated. He glanced at the crowd and saw Luo Qin, who was carrying Shui Sixian on his back and slashing at the zombies. The knife in his hand was like lightning, tearing the flesh of the zombies, and it made a clanging sound when it cut through the bones. Shui Liang called the other person's name. Luo Qin turned around and smiled the moment he saw him. "Lizzie, this way. Are you all right?" Shui Liang took Shui Sixian from Luo Qin's back. The little girl seemed a little scared and hugged his neck and didn't move. Shui Liang was stunned for a moment, and stiffly reached out to pat her back, and whispered, "Don't be afraid anymore, brother." Shui Sixian was shorter than him, and she jumped up and hung on him, like a frightened kitten, with her hands around his back and hugged him tightly. "Let's go." "Why is she here?" Shui Liang asked Luo Qin. "Luo Qin, I don't know. When I came here, I saw her being chased by zombies. Luckily she wasn't hurt. Take her away quickly." I'll take her to the car first, and come back to help you soon, Shui Liang said. Turned around and ran to the truck, sent his brother and sister to the car, and saw that the car was full, and the survivors of the last building had been evacuated, and the next step was to evacuate to the Youth Entrepreneurship Park in batches. Okay. You guys go quickly. Remember to check all injuries once you get there. Those with external injuries must be isolated, Shui Liang said to Cheng Qingyao and others. Wu Luo, you are responsible for arranging the defense of Qingchuang Park. And you must take good care of Sixian and Simu. Bai Wu Luo hummed, brother. Don't worry. Shui Sixian grabbed Shui Liang's hand. His eyes full of worry. Brother. Aren't you leaving? You go first. I'll come. Shui Liang looked into Shui Sixian's eyes. And whispered. Protect yourself and your second brother. Can you do it? Shui Sixian nodded reluctantly. Sat back. And leaned against Shui Simu. The evacuation convoy drove out one after another. And Shui Liang returned to find Luo Qin without stopping. Falcon was still shooting at the zombies with Black Panther. He saw him running over from a distance and shouted, Deputy Captain. The injured and isolated people are making a fuss. Where is Su Yu Gang? He has gone to calm the situation. Those people will not rush his card. They are probably more useful than us. Shui Liang ran to Luo Qin and reached out to pull him. Don't stay here. The truck is short of a few drivers. You can send another group of people away. Okay. Leave it to me. They both believed in each other's judgment 100%. Cooperated smoothly. And the division of labor was arranged in a few sentences. Luo Qin put away the knife without any hesitation, quickly pulled Shui Liang over, and kissed him on the face, ignoring the others, who were still standing by, with reluctance in his eyes. I'm leaving, you must be careful. After he said that, he turned around and got on the truck, leaving the rest of the people standing there, with different expressions on their faces. Falcon stared at the truck going away in astonishment, then looked at Shui Liang, reached out his hand but didn't know where to point, and stammered for a long while. This, Deputy Captain? Jin Nua had understood everything, and immediately coughed with a red face, and patted Falcon on the shoulder. What's the fuss? Get to work. Deputy Captain, what's going on? What is he doing? Why can he kiss you? Black Panther seemed to have a split brain, and shouted angrily in a loud voice. Or does the Deputy Captain finally stop disdaining his brothers? Give me one too. Black Panther. Chen Nua couldn't stand it anymore. Shut up, get to work. The Lieutenant General stood outside the isolation tent with a loudspeaker in his hand, listening to the protest roars from inside, and said loudly, Now all the soldiers who are left in the resettlement area, listen carefully, move everyone inside into the residential building. 1 person per household is isolated. Don't let any infected person leave until all are vaccinated. Su Yugang stood aside. He had smoked 5 or 6 cigarettes. He threw the cigarette, but on the ground and crushed it. He took out the pistol from his waistband. Count me in. Anyone with external injuries was taken away from the tent one by one for isolation. Everyone's face was pale. They knew their fate. But they were powerless to resist. They could only let the soldiers and police lock them up in the residential building for isolation. Su Yugang stood at the entrance of the tent, comforting those people one by one. Don't be afraid. We still have the vaccine developed by Ark. Everyone can get it. Don't worry. Falcon and others listened to this, and turned their heads silently, with complicated expressions on their faces. Come with me. The Lieutenant General turned his head to look at Shui Liang, turned around and left the tent. He took Shui Liang to a secluded corner, and after a long silence, asked, You know what I mean? Shui Liang remained silent. Neither nodded nor denied. Dr. Zhu rescued a batch of vaccines from the Ark before, enough for everyone here. You will be responsible for unloading the vaccines from the car later, and go to each household to give them the vaccines, and then let them wait and observe. The Lieutenant General ignored his lack of response and continued. After that, if there is anything else, deal with it. Don't leave any hidden dangers for the virus to continue to spread. But those vaccines. Don't worry about anything else. I just need you to inject the vaccines. The Lieutenant General interrupted him. Kid, there are some things that you and I know. There is no better and more peaceful way to deal with it than this. Do you want me to tell those people that the vaccines are useless, and then just shoot them to death? Shui Liang understood what he meant. He used this reason to comfort the survivors, because there was no effective vaccine. Zhu Yin had improved the original vaccine based on the cell response after Shui Liang was injected with the serum vaccine. But there was still no way to completely kill the virus. The Lanteon virus is like all the viruses in the world that have no treatment yet. Its strong adaptability and reproduction speed are always one step faster than the development of vaccines. At present, even the top team of Ark is helpless. This also means that those who are bitten can no longer avoid the fate of being infected and mutated. What can be done now is to let them grow in small rooms with hope, and then eliminate them after they completely lose their human characteristics. Since you know that some endings cannot be changed, then solve them in a way that is less likely to cause conflicts. The Lieutenant General patted his shoulder. A top Special Forces soldier must make the fastest judgment and response to the situation. Know how to make choices in balance, so as to protect the interests of the majority. You will also have to take over the burdens from us in the future. You must learn these things. Go ahead. Xue Liang walked out and saw that more than half of the isolated survivors had been transferred away. Su Yugang started smoking again. He had just sent off a brother from his rescue team, and his expression was a little lonely. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Yugang looked at his expression and asked first. You are still a child after all. When you encounter such a thing, your expression can still be seen. Xue Liang was silent at first, and when Su Yugong's cigarette was almost finished, he spoke. Well, I haven't experienced this kind. He was not referring to death. Death was something he had seen more than new life. Countless vicious people in the rainforest had fallen under his knife. But now it's different. He witnessed the lives that had to be abandoned, and the irreparable guilt. Su Yugang looked at him, somewhat surprised. I thought you wouldn't feel this way. I know, maybe many people think we kill without blinking an eye. Xue Liang pulled the corner of his mouth. It's different, although I know those infected people can't be saved, but I can't convince myself emotionally. They are all living lives. Emotions? Su Yugang laughed dryly twice. Well, that's the reason. I also think there's nothing different between you now. Sorry, Xue Liang said with a guilty voice. I'll let you do this. It's okay. Su Yugang forced a smile. He actually knew that the vaccines were ineffective. Otherwise, the senior officials and elites would have already vaccinated themselves, and there would not be so many left until now. But he also knew that if the vaccines were ineffective, it meant that there was no other way to go except death after being infected. Instead of telling these brothers directly how cruel the truth was, and then letting these people who had not given up hope die in despair, it would be better to make up a lie. Let them fall into it peacefully, and suffer less pain before death. He had to deceive these comrades, who had been with him day and night. He was also tortured by anxiety in his heart, because those people might not believe what he said about recreating human beings. As the leader of the rescue team with great prestige, his words were naturally the most credible. When he said that they could get vaccinated, many people's eyes lit up with hope of survival again. Jimoro came over, holding an empty vaccine incubator in his hand, and threw it on the ground. He looked at Xue Liang and asked, Will this man not tell others? He won't, Xue Liang said lightly. How many people are there? 1 building. It will be over soon, Jimoro said. The number of people infected this time is estimated to be less than 100. Chapter 79 Youth Entrepreneurship Park. The infection first broke out in Building No. 2. Xue Liang stretched out his hand, pointed at the rows, and landed on the residential building on the far left. The virus is infected through external wounds. The shortest incubation period is half an hour. But when we rushed over, many people had already begun to mutate. If the first person who mutated into a zombie started attacking at the same time as the power outage, it would be impossible for so many zombies to appear in such a short time. Jimoro frowned and said, So you think that at least half an hour before the power outage, some people had already been infected with the virus? Right. Xue Liang nodded. But there was nothing unusual half an hour ago, and the military and police on duty in the building did not report any conflicts. If someone was attacked by zombies half an hour ago, I can't possibly not know about it. The most direct way for the virus to spread is through body fluids. If someone accidentally let an unhealed wound come into contact with the virus on some object, the possibility of infection is also very high. But the question is, where did the virus come from? Xue Liang and Jimoro looked at each other, and their expressions were very solemn. Mr. Su, there are many of your people living in Building No. 1. Did you notice anyone injured before? Xue Liang asked. Su Yugang thought for a moment and said, There are quite a few injured people, but they were all injured accidentally during the operation. Moreover, when entering the resettlement area, those with injuries were isolated and checked, and no one was infected. The resettlement area is disinfected door to door several times a day, and there is no possibility of virus residue. Shui Liang said, "Let's put this matter aside for now, and deal with the current affairs first." While he was talking, the infected people in the tent had been arranged to be isolated in the residential buildings. About half an hour later, eerie roars were heard one after another in several residential buildings in the resettlement area. But each roar did not last long and disappeared silently in the night. There were no gunshots, nor were there any sounds of fighting. But the people downstairs understood that the lives inside were dying one by one. Su Yugang finally stopped smoking, turned around, and climbed onto the truck. Jimo Ro turned her head and stared at Shui Liang's expression, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Too cruel. The people who stay tonight to clean up the mess need psychological counseling," Shui Liang said. "I didn't know before that it would be so difficult to make such a decision. Killing a zombie, and watching a living person turn into a zombie in front of you, and then killing the other person without mercy. The former may not be too touching, and the latter gives people the feeling of killing a person with your own hands, which does not bring the relief after killing a monster, but the quagmire of immorality. He could perform the most difficult tasks without changing his expression. And he also understood the truth and unspeakable secrets behind all this. But in the end, he just couldn't bear it. What else can we do? After being infected, there is no other way except death. They will still die after mutation. Even if you don't want to bear it, there is nothing you can do." Jimo Ro sneered. "At this time, you have to stop being indecisive." "I am indecisive?" Shui Liang asked him. "Is that so?" Jimo Ro saw that his eyes were very serious, and suddenly she didn't know what to say. "No. I hurt your fragile heart. I don't mean that. But if your ability can't support your kindness, you can't save others, and you will kill yourself. Let's go." Shui Liang was silent for a long time, and changed the subject. "We should withdraw." In the swaying military pickup truck, a group of special forces huddled together and closed their eyes to rest. There was no light except for the faint headlights. The zombies wandering on the street followed the truck in groups, and were left further and further away until they could no longer be seen. Shui Liang turned on his cell phone, which he hadn't used for a long time. At this time, one of the most intelligent inventions in the history of human information civilization had no signal at all, and the time display was completely disordered. His face was illuminated by a narrow beam of white light, and he looked a little tired. Falcon saw that no one around seemed to be paying attention to this side, so he quietly moved over, touched Shui Liang, and asked, "Deputy Captain, are you asleep?" Shui Liang turned off the screen, closed his eyes and said, "I am asleep." "Hey, Deputy Captain, stop making trouble." Falcon turned around and said to him, "What's going on between you and tell me? Tell me." Shui Liang opened his eyes and looked at him, but found that Shenhua and Black Panther moved closer without making a sound. It seemed that they were not looking at him, but it was obvious that all their thoughts were diverted to him, and they didn't want to miss any opportunity to gossip. He smiled helplessly. "What's going on?" Falcon was a little anxious and kept poking him with his hand. "Deputy Captain, good Deputy Captain. Please, we promise not to tell anyone really. What do you want to know?" "He just kissed you, I saw it." Falcon almost lost control of his voice, and was pinched by Shenhua, and he suppressed his voice again. "You never let others touch you like that, let alone kiss your face." Shui Liang was pestered and couldn't stand it, nodding in compromise. "Yes, we are talking." "Oh!" Falcon and Black Panther howled at the same time, causing everyone in the car to look at this side curiously. Even the driver was startled, and asked through the intercom, "What happened?" "Nothing, nothing." Falcon quickly turned around and smiled. Chatting nothing. Shui Liang was surrounded by the three people's sharp eyes, and it felt like 6 multi-kilowatt light bulbs were lit in front of him, and they were getting brighter and brighter. He stretched out his hand and slapped Falcon's helmet, and cursed, "If you had put more of this thought into training, you wouldn't have been pressed to the ground by me every time you were tested." "Oh my God! Our Deputy Captain is in love." Falcon tried his best to suppress his voice, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. "Deputy Captain, you didn't lie to the brothers, did you? The 1,000-year-old iron tree can really bloom. And it bloomed the flower of our Blue Flame Brigade. It will be very face-saving to talk about it in the future. What's there to be proud of in such a matter?" Shui Liang was speechless, and couldn't figure out what was more strange about his words. "No. What is a flower?" When did it happen? Last month. The three of us and Bai Lang evaluated it together. We wanted to recommend Nuonuo, but Nuonuo thought we were boring and refused to go on stage to receive the award. So we unanimously decided to select you as the team flower. Falcon said. It doesn't matter if Nuonuo doesn't want it. Our deputy captain is also the most handsome in the army. He is handsome and well known. Who dares to say that he is not worthy? Who dares? Would you shut up? Can I get the award that Shinua didn't accept? Xue Liang felt a headache every time she heard him act like a crosstalk. She stretched out her hand to press her forehead and waved to Falcon. Just don't tell anyone about it. He looked at the expressions of Falcon and Shinua, feeling more and more wrong. After a while he asked, Didn't you tell me? Shinua immediately said, No. Falcon hesitated and said, No, I didn't tell many people, only some good friends in the companies of Hanzhou Military Region, and some friends in Shining Military Region I met 2 years ago, and the captain. Xue Liang felt his head hurt even more. He stopped Falcon from talking endlessly. And said tiredly, Forget it, forget it. Black Panther had been sitting on the side, looking at Xue Liang with a face full of resentment. How could this happen? I had just pulled Luo Qin to joke that it was just the two of us alone. Body, why didn't he tell me? It's so hurtful. Can you speak? What's so sad? Are you unhappy that the deputy captain is in love? Falcon scolded him. Don't we still have White Wolf? You two can still cuddle together, be good. Oh, forget it. Black Panther bumped shoulders with Xue Liang. Congratulations, deputy captain. No wonder I always feel that your smile is not right these days. You can't smile so sweetly even if you drink honey. Xue Liang was stunned for a moment. Really, so obvious? Falcon deliberately teased. More than that. Several times when I saw you and Luo Qin together, your expression was almost blooming. But we are all grown men, I didn't think about it that way. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinua poked him secretly with a finger, and then he realized that what he said was inappropriate. No, I didn't mean that. No one cares about gender, whether it's male or female, they are essentially the same, right? Shinua sighed in disappointment, and almost wanted to find a zipper to zip his mouth. It's okay. Xue Liang smiled gently. I don't care, and neither does he. Falcon slapped his thigh, and said, Business, I have to mention this. Although Luo Qin is a good guy, he still needs to be observed. Being a brother, and being our sister-in-law, that's different. Black Panther, what you said, is Luo Qin's character is obvious to all, and it's obvious that he is good to our deputy captain. Our deputy captain is the best person in the world. If it were me, I would do the same. Why did you kick me? Do you think you deserve it? Why don't I deserve it? I think I look more handsome than Luo Qin. You too, that's enough. Look, look, the deputy captain is smiling again. Take a picture. Who wants to take a picture? It was hard to hide this noise. The Blue Flame team members, who had been listening all the time, became excited, and one by one they rushed over to listen to the gossip. What? The deputy captain is in love. Luo Qin? Fuck, it turns out that he had been planning something bad for a long time. Good boy. He covets our deputy captain, get him. Who the hell are you going to get? The deputy captain hasn't even warmed up yet, you. Hey, stop kicking the deputy captain. The carriage quickly became lively, and the dead silent street had a little more noise, and soon disappeared into the endless night. The temperature began to drop as night fell. A gust of wind blew, and snowflakes floated in the sky. They slipped into the tiny gaps in the carriages, and were baked into a pool of water by the heat. The convoy quickly arrived at the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. They drove in from the arc-shaped asphalt road outside. The entrance to the industrial zone was right in front of them. An abandoned water bottle-shaped fountain sculpture stood in the middle of the flower bed at the entrance. From a distance, it looked like a creepy figure. The periphery of the entire park was covered with fences and barbed wire. A row of special forces lined up behind the defense line, nervously pointing their guns at the approaching convoy. Xue Liang waited until the car slowed down, lifted the heavy curtain and jumped out, ran quickly to the gate of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park, and waved the flashlight on the gun barrel to signal the other side. It's the deputy captain. A special forces soldier saw Xue Liang's signal, and quickly commanded his teammates to remove the obstacles blocking the entrance, and prepare to let the convoy pass. Luo Qin waited at the door. As soon as Xue Liang ran in, he went to meet him. I found Nianyu. He has a fever again. Can I get some medicine? This youth entrepreneurship park has never been put into use since it was built. The closed gate has prevented it from disasters during several zombie attacks. The survivors who were transferred were all placed in the lobby of the office building that was temporarily cleared. The first floor was crowded with people, and it was desolate everywhere. However, because this place was too new, there was no water or electricity. The few lights that were rescued were supported by a few batteries. Many people fell asleep in their clothes under this pale and dim light. Even in their dreams, they were tense and woke up several times from time to time. When Shui Liang went in, Nianyu was lying on a temporary mat with a red face. His whole forehead was sweaty, and his hair was wet and curled into a ball. He reached out and touched Nianyu's forehead, and was startled. "Where is Zhu Yin?" "In the square. He should be cleaning the wounds of the injured soldiers," Luo Qin said. "I was just about to go to him to get medicine." Shui Liang noticed that Luo Qin was limping when he walked over, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chapter 80 Take Shelter from the Wind. "When I jumped out of the car to pull Zhu Yin up, I accidentally sprained my ankle. It's no big deal." Luo Qin didn't take it seriously. He limped to Nianyu's side and squatted down, and put the wet towel in his hand on his head. "What do you mean it's no big deal? Spraining your ankle can be very serious." Shui Liang frowned and pulled up his trouser leg, only to see that his ankle was blue and a little swollen. "Does it hurt a lot? Take a few steps and let me see." Luo Qin had to twist his ankle with him to prove that he was fine. "I think it's fine, don't worry. It's just that the healing speed of my wounds is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and I can't tell for sure. Don't go. I'll go get some medicine from Zhu Yin." Shui Liang stood up and said, "Don't move. Your healing mechanism hasn't been figured out yet. If it's not handled properly, you may get sick. Sit still." He counted the names of survivors who were in urgent need of medicine in the hall, and turned around and walked out. The snow began to get heavier halfway, and soon a thin layer of snow accumulated on the ground. When Shui Liang walked to the square, a gust of wind blew over with a chill, and he suddenly felt a flash of fatigue and coldness on his body. The feeling of fatigue was not originally for the recreated humans, but the scene tonight was too chaotic. Many things happened suddenly in a few hours, and even the handling was very hasty. He didn't know whether this Qingchuan Park could be considered a safe place to stay. After all, there were fewer and fewer people alive. With the surge in the number of infected people, even Hanzhou's defense line was a little shaky. He was unreasonably worried that what happened in the resettlement area tonight would happen again in the Qingchuan Park. At this moment, he just wanted to get the medicine quickly, and then go back to stay with Luo Qin for a while. Shui Liang was touched by his own idea. After a long pause, he pulled up the corner of his mouth and smiled helplessly. "Ah, it's true." He suddenly understood Falcon a little. He had a conflict with civilians in the resettlement area. His pretending to be relaxed suddenly collapsed when he saw Chen Nuo. There seems to be someone in the world who will take on your anxiety and sadness. At least when you are not very happy. You can always see the other person waiting for you when you look back. When Shui Liang thought of Luo Qin, he felt more at ease than ever. Only in front of Luo Qin could he relieve his tiredness as he pleased. He asked Zhu Yin to get medicine, and found half a bottle of clean mineral water from the car for Nianyu to take. Nianyu was confused by the fever, and called him softly in a half-asleep state, and said a few nonsense words. "Lizzie, is my mother back?" Nianyu murmured. "I want to eat potatoes stewed with meat." Shui Liang touched Nianyu's forehead and whispered, "Go to sleep. I'll make it for you when you wake up." Zhao Fangluo said that Nianyu had several serious illnesses after graduating from high school, and his body became so thin that he looked unrecognizable now. Shui Liang only remembered that this childhood friend used to be chubby, like a piece of dough. When they met again, they were completely different. He didn't even dare to recognize him. The city of Hanzhou was constantly conveying to Shui Liang the feeling that things had changed. This was the case with the awkward brother-sister relationship and the reunion of old friends after a long separation. When Nianyu fell into a deep sleep, Shui Liang sat aside tiredly, watching the people huddle together on the ground warming themselves by the makeshift bonfire. He gently pushed Luo Qin's arm and whispered, "Sit with me for a while." The two went out and found a secret corner where no one was, sat shoulder to shoulder, and silently blew the cool breeze in the cold winter night. Luo Qin always felt a little hot in his body. Since his physical strength was developed, he would experience sudden changes in temperature from time to time, including unexplained fatigue and unexpected excitement. He was very afraid that he would lose control again, so he was very tense most of the time, but he didn't want Shui Liang to see it. Shui Liang raised his head to look at the falling snowflakes, and his mind began to relax. but his body had no strength. Seeing this, Luo Qin moved towards him, raised his chin. Come here. Luo Qin lowered his head and pointed to his shoulder, meaning that Shui Liang should lean on it to rest for a while. Pillow? Shui Liang glanced at him and leaned over calmly. Luo Qin felt a warm feeling on his shoulder, and a warm current instantly rushed through his body. He was a little sleepy at first, but now he felt cold outside and warm inside, which made him a little sober. Neither of them spoke, but just leaned against each other silently. Shui Liang relaxed on Luo Qin's shoulder, closed his eyes, and rested. The sound of the night watch team talking came from behind the flower bed not far away, and the faint firelight flickered, illuminating a bright red spot on the snow. Shui Liang almost fell asleep, but his biological clock instinct made him suddenly wake up after a few minutes of nap. He found that Luo Qin was tense, almost motionless, as if he was afraid that he would wake himself up if he moved. Are you tired? Shui Liang smiled. I'll get up. It's okay. You continue to sleep. Luo Qin patted his legs. Or you lie down. I'll massage your temples. Come on. Massage. Shui Liang stretched, and naturally changed her position to lie on his legs. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and pressed Shui Liang's temple. His fingers were very long, and the pressure was even and professional. After a few skilled massages, Shui Liang's frown was relieved. You can also give massages? Shui Liang was surprised. Your hobby is quite extensive. Of course, I have to do several things at the same time in the future, and try to know a little bit of everything, so that we won't starve to death even if the world ends in the future. Luo Qin chuckled. After all, my dream is to open a national chain of high-end SP clubs. Now I am just a little bit away from the goal. As long as I have 10 million in startup capital, I can do it. Shui Liang turned her face to one side and started laughing wildly, causing Luo Qin's legs to shake. Luo Qin waited for a long time, but he didn't stop, and said coldly, Is it so funny? I find you really very funny. Shui Liang buried her whole body in his legs, and almost fell down with laughter. Is your sense of humor a tradition of shitting people? Look how happy my girlfriend is. Luo Qin couldn't help laughing. Hey, am I a good boyfriend? Yes. Really good. How good? Luo Qin asked relentlessly. The best in the world. Whoever competes with me will be angry. Okay? Shui Liang stretched out her hand and pinched his face, saying. Luo Qin took his hand, pulled it to his mouth, and kissed it softly. Shui Liang raised his upper body, hooked Luo Qin's neck and pulled him over, kissing him very straightforwardly. Both of them began to have faster heartbeats. The air temperature around them rose rapidly, and they could feel each other's pulse. Luo Qin's breathing was a little heavy. He held the back of Shui Liang's head, and gently rubbed the other's ear with his fingertips. Shui Liang didn't hold on for long. Kissing is more physically exhausting than any other exercise, both physically and psychologically. When he let go of Luo Qin, he was still panting slightly. He wanted to pull open his collar to breathe, but was pulled back by a pair of strong hands without explanation. This time, Luo Qin was more proactive, even trying to pry open his teeth with his tongue, which was much more lingering than before. Shui Liang reacted, his head buzzed, feeling Luo Qin's tongue sliding across his mouth. The warm touch was like a dynamite that hit his brain directly. The unprecedented impact swept him and his mind into the whirlpool of ambiguity. The only thing left in his cognition was Luo Qin's throbbing heartbeat, and the breath that was so close. Luo Qin kissed her thoroughly. He always felt that he had very little time to be alone with Shui Liang recently, and could only seize the few opportunities to create a moment of tenderness. In addition, Shui Liang was urgently summoned to perform tasks from time to time, which often made the two of them like having an affair, which made him very unhappy. The two of them had just been together for more than a day, but it seemed like many years had passed. Every time I separate from you for a while, I start to miss you. Luo Qin gently rubbed his lips, touching the tip of his nose like a dragonfly touching the water. I want to help you share some of the pressure, so I can't be with you every day. What to do? Lychee, I feel unhappy when I can't see you. Luo Qin still has a childish mentality. He was spoiled by Chao Yun since he was a child. He always has an unreasonable desire to dominate people close to him. He really wants Shui Liang to stay with him for a moment, even if it's just a short time to go separately. What to do then? Shui Liang teased him deliberately. It's impossible to be together 24 hours a day. Luo Qin rubbed his face dependently, buried his head in the other's neck. "No, you must let me hug you now." Shui Liang reached out and touched his hair, and scratched his neck with his fingertips a few times. "Then just remember, I miss you when we are apart." "Really?" Luo Qin asked vaguely. "Do you miss me, every day in the future?" "Every minute." Shui Liang was telling the truth. Even when he went out to get medicine, he was thinking about going back to see Luo Qin as soon as possible. When you are in love, your heart is like honey. The moment you think of the other person, it will overflow. And even your smile will become softer unconsciously. "Then I have to set a rule for you," Luo Qin said. "Spend at least half an hour thinking about me every day. Don't delay the mission." "That's right." Shui Liang suddenly remembered something, patted Luo Qin on the back. "I want to tell you something." "What?" Luo Qin looked up at him. Xiao Su and the others knew. "Falcon? What does he know we are in love?" "Yes, he knows everything. It's really hard for Falcon to yell for us in the car." Shui Liang nodded. "You kissed me in front of them. Anyone who is not blind can see it." "No, Black Panther really didn't see it at first." Luo Qin laughed. "No way, he is too slow. I just told my brothers that your deputy captain has a girlfriend." Falcon said it was quite obvious. Shui Liang asked hesitantly. "Really? Why didn't I feel it? I was bewitched by the beauty of your new wife, and couldn't react." Luo Qin laughed. "Who knows what you think every time you look at me?" Shui Liang couldn't help laughing. "I'll also set a rule for you, no narcissism." "Okay. Everyone is narcissistic. But you can't, your narcissism affects me." "Why, you are jealous of my narcissism?" The two of them argued back and forth, and the scene was like a fight between elementary school students. While the party was going on, Shui Liang suddenly stopped smiling without warning, stood up alertly, and looked straight at the shadow of the building in front of him. A gust of wind blew, causing a few dead branches to rustle. Luo Qin stood up and grabbed Shui Liang's arm, pushing him behind him. "Be careful." He secretly clenched his right hand, and his thumb pressed on the knuckle of his index finger, making a cracking sound. At the same time, a man suddenly rushed out from the shadow and rushed towards the two of them quickly. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to capture the other person, but he didn't expect that the man was very agile and nimble. He instantly ducked and slipped under his arm, bringing up a piece of flying snow, but it was heading toward Shui Liang. "Deputy Captain." Chapter 81 Little Tale. A tender girl's voice sounded in my ear, and the figure jumped into Shui Liang's arms, and hugged Shui Liang's waist affectionately like a little animal. "Deputy Captain, I'm back." Only then did Luo Qin take a good look at the appearance of this uninvited guest, and saw that the other party was just a girl in camouflage uniform, whose height was only about the chest of the two men, and had a neat short hair, and her back looked a bit like Shui Simu. Shui Liang didn't seem surprised. He took the girl's collar and put it aside, brushing the snow foam off her shoulders. "Why are you rushing around? Have you forgotten the discipline?" "Hee. I ran back overnight." The girl shook off the snow on her body, stood at attention and saluted. "Report to the deputy captain. The surveillance mission has been completed in stages, and I request to return to the team." Shui Liang touched her head. "How is it? Is there any movement from the Human Alliance?" "Report. There is no sign that the Human Alliance is active outside the Baida town." The girl's voice is crisp, and her tone is not dragged at all. "The range of those people's activities is not large, limited to the vicinity of the gas station base and the mercenary camp. No suspicious people have been found to leave Baida town." "Have you found out about the situation on the giant lizard side?" "The guards are too strict, and we have only sneaked in twice. The total number of people in the entire camp is about 200, including about 40 foreign mercenaries, and the rest are prisoners who escaped from prison." The girl continued. "There is a considerable amount of weapons in the underground garage, as well as sufficient water and food. But I have never seen them go to the urban area of Hangzhou. I guess someone is transporting supplies from the outside to Baida town. I installed a tracker in the weapons depot, and it can be cleared at any time." Report completed. "Please ask the deputy captain for instructions. Keep the troops in place for now. We don't have the energy to take care of them now. Anyway, the captain and the lieutenant general are watching over there," Shui Liang said. "Well done. I will find some time later and go there to solve it myself." "Okay, you can return to the team." This girl has an exotic look. Under her deep eye sockets are a pair of brown pupils. Her nose is tall and straight. Her cheeks are rosy. She doesn't look very old. She stared at Luo Qin curiously for a long time, her eyelashes flickered up and down, asked, "Deputy Captain, who is this?" "Internationally renowned pastry stylist, top auto repair aesthetics expert, champion of the first massage competition," Shui Liang said seriously. "He is quite famous, don't mess with him." The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, looking at Shui Liang. "Really, Deputy Captain?" Luo Qin cooperated. "He is right." Shui Liang continued, "My main job now is my boyfriend." Luo Qin was in a good mood. "Yes." "Oh, the champion of the international beauty pageant." The girl hesitated for a moment, and took the hand that Luo Qin extended, with a bright and innocent smile. "My name is Jia Cha Ka, a member of the first investigation team of the Blue Flame Brigade, codenamed Sun Ling. Nice to meet you." When I left, the deputy captain didn't have a boyfriend. She has a good impression of you. Shui Liang crossed her arms, and smiled at Luo Qin. Jia Cha Ka doesn't tell others her real name easily, she's very arrogant. Luo Qin raised the corner of his mouth. "Am I treated so well?" "Li Ji. You can just write me a certificate later, called the most popular award, and put it after the title of boyfriend when you name the dishes next time." Sun Ling is a very lively Tibetan girl, who just turned 18 not long ago. Unlike other members who passed the ultimate devil assessment, she was promoted from the recruit company step by step. She was just selected from other companies to join the Blue Flame Brigade this year. But it is said that she has known Shui Liang for more than 2 years. She is a bit familiar, talkative, and always lingers on Shui Liang like a little tail. Shui Liang is also very patient with this young member, listening to her silently, and responding with a hum from time to time. "I followed a little thief when I came back," Sun Ling said. "I have asked Falcon to hold him down and locked him in the warehouse at the back." The logistics warehouse in the Youth Entrepreneurship Park is located in a remote area, and no one will care if there is a little noise. As soon as they entered, they heard a whimpering sound. It was a man who was tied up in a corner and interrogated. Bai Wuluo stood helplessly beside him. Falcon and Black Panther held the man down one by one, and pinched the man's mouth with a box of pins to pour it in. The man was so scared that he shouted, "Stop! Don't! What are you doing?" Shui Liang ran over, and snatched the box of pins from Falcon. "Who told you to mess around?" "Wu Luo. Why don't you stop me?" "Bai Wu Luo, how could I stop him?" Falcon stuck out his tongue. "Deputy Captain. You are here? I just want to scare him. I'm not really pouring it out. Don't blame Xiao Bai, he has advised us." Shui Liang's method is not much gentler than swallowing a needle. He turned around, and kicked the wall next to the man's head. The cement wall was broken into pieces. The other party was so scared that he stood up straight, begging for mercy. "Don't kill me, I just followed to see. What are you looking at? What's so good about it?" Shui Liang pressed. "I set 3 people to keep an eye on Baida Town, and the other 2 came back a few days in advance. You didn't follow, but you sneaked in with a little girl in the middle of the night? You all know?" The man was stunned. "You deliberately let me follow you?" Sun Ling smiled contemptuously. "Nonsense, do you think I've been struggling on the Qinghai Tibet Plateau for nothing? You think I'm easy to bully because I'm young, right? Be careful, or I'll have our deputy team beat you up. What's your name? Where are you from? What's your purpose in following her? Speak." Shui Liang opened his mouth and threw a series of questions at him, making the other party stutter a little. He only answered the first half of the sentence. My name is Liang Tong." "Fuck." Falcon kicked him. "My name is Ba Wan. Speak seriously. What does your name Ba Wan have to do with me?" Liang Tong said with a sad face. "Did my name Liang Tong provoke you?" "Don't interrupt. It's useless to call you Yao Ji. This is not a crosstalk." Shui Liang looked at Falcon. "Liang Tong. Right? Go on." Liang Tong said, "Hey, actually I don't have any bad intentions. I just want to find someone to discuss cooperation. Do you know the voice of environmental protection? Now we are called the Human Alliance, and we are in Baida Town. I am the president of our place." Shui Liang and his teammates looked at each other, and asked with some amusement, "Who do you want to discuss cooperation with?" "I heard that it has been your soldiers, who have been providing disaster relief in the city, and it just so happens that we can't stay in Baida Town any longer. I have no choice, and I just happened to see this little girl always wandering around us, and she is still wearing a military uniform." Liang Tong said, "You don't know, there are still many people in Baida Town, and at first they were unwilling to enter the Ark, but at that time there was a capable person leading them, so they stayed there peacefully for a long time. Later, Several leaders died. And then it was my turn. The problem was that I didn't know how to manage such a large group of people. So many people left one after another. You can't survive anymore. So you want to ask us for help? Shui Liang sneered. We never said we would give up anyone. We will accept all survivors who come to us. But in the previous rescue operations against Baida Town, you didn't send any distress signals. You might as well ask other members of your alliance why they have been going against the army. You have repeatedly started conflicts. And how many riots have you caused in the city? I didn't do it. Go find whoever did it. Liang Tong shook his head desperately to deny it. I used to be in charge of a warehouse. Shui Liang said. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten that the Human Alliance has a lot of arms hidden in private. Right? Did the attack on the Ark yesterday have anything to do with you? Liang Tong was so nervous that he was sweating. Yes, there are quite a lot. But we picked them up ourselves. Not far from Baida Town is the third prison of Hanzhou. No one cares about the prisoners there after they escape. But I really don't know what attack you are talking about. The Human Alliance is about to fall apart. And there is no food to eat. Attacking chickens is better. This man denied that the Human Alliance had anything to do with the previous protests in Hanzhou. It was exactly the same as what Yi Qinglan said. Shui Liang put his legs down from his head and looked down at him. Interrogation skills are skills that must be learned after joining the special forces. Using some atmospheric pressure and unintentional movements, it can often break the fragile and tense nerves of a liar. But the man in front of him didn't seem to lie. Although he was shaking with fear, his eyes didn't flicker. Let me ask you, where do those mercenaries in Baida Town come from? Shui Liang asked calmly. Don't be afraid. I'll let you go after asking a few questions. We are soldiers, not gangsters. Liang Tong said. I heard they came from Vietnam. They are very vicious. They colluded with the escaped prisoners and robbed us of many things. The previous presidents all died at the hands of these people. Because I didn't dare to confront them head-on. I hid whenever I could. So many people were resentful. And they left slowly. Many also joined the mercenaries. And some were nowhere to be found. And they might have died long ago. Shui Liang originally wanted to test Liang Tong. To see if he knew that the mercenaries had the Tai Sui stone. And to find out the truth about the Human Alliance. Unexpectedly, Liang Tong didn't mention Tai Sui at all in all he said. And instead complained about the poor living standards. If you want to cooperate, there is only one way. Bring your people here and surrender all the weapons in your hands. Otherwise, no deal. Shui Liang said. Before, we allowed you to stay in Baida Town temporarily, because it was too risky to rush over to rescue. If you don't cooperate, it will be easy to conflict with those mercenaries. But remember, whatever you do is under our surveillance. As long as you don't affect the safety of normal survivors, no one will care about you. Do you hear me? I don't care. But those people don't agree to join the Ark. Liang Tong smiled bitterly. I'm just a figurehead. It will take a lot of people to die before it's my turn. I don't want to die yet. So I came to you to see if there is a compromise. No, Shui Liang said firmly. He asked someone to untie Liang Tong and quietly send him out. When Liang Tong left, he secretly took a few breaths from the supply truck and walked away in the snow. Shui Liang watched from a distance and did not stop him. Are you worried about them? Luo Qin walked to his side and asked. This group of people is too mixed. Everyone in Baida Town is a key surveillance target. I can't help but be careful, Shui Liang said. Yesterday, Lao Zhao just led a company of troops out of the city. And then various resettlement areas had accidents one after another. It's too coincidental to say it's a coincidence. Sun Ling said, Deputy Captain. Baida Town is left to me. I will report any situation at any time. Yes. Shui Liang nodded. Wu Luo, the soldiers who were previously responsible for clearing the survivors in the resettlement area, arrange people to provide them with psychological counseling in the next 2 days. Don't delay. I know. Bai Wu Luo responded. After a chaotic night, just after dawn the next day, Zhao Fenglu's convoy arrived outside the gate of Qingchuang Park. On his way back, he received the news that Fangzhou was attacked, and rushed back without stopping, but found that several resettlement areas and shelters had been destroyed, and the scene was in ruins. It happened that he ran into Bailang, who was escorting the survivors to the south. After the two teams met, they immediately went to the new base. Zhao Fenglu jumped out of the car, led the special forces to clean up the zombies that were following, and Bailang quickly evacuated the survivors from the car, and moved them to the Qingchuang Park shelter. Luo Qin heard the noise outside and got up in a daze, only to find that Shui Liang had already gone out. There seemed to be a trace of last night's warmth in his hand, which lingered for a long time. He slept in the hall all night. Shui Liang just curled up quietly in his arms last night, breathing steadily, and her body was warm, forming two different worlds with the ice and snow outside. Everyone around them was huddled together for warmth, so they didn't have to worry about whether others would cast strange eyes on them. But the difference was that there were only the two of them in this world. Their hearts were tightly pressed together, and their breathing was intertwined. Luo Qin got up and walked out of the door. It was still dark outside, and the snow was still falling outside. It was ankle deep. The newly arrived survivors were walking in this direction. There were continuous gunshots behind them, shaking the ground. Somehow, he always felt that something was going to happen, just like the gloomy weather today, which made him feel irritated. Chapter 82 Sniper. White Wolf was the first to arrive at the door. When he saw Luo Qin, he asked, "Where is the deputy captain? Why isn't he with you?" "I didn't see him." Luo Qin shook his head. "He should be out to help." "I'll go check." "Don't go. Help me count the people here. They are all transferred from the resettlement area in the north." White Wolf hurried into the hall. "There are also witnesses of the attack inside. We will question them in detail later," Luo Qin said, and followed him in. The people in the hall watched the dozen or so gunmen walk in, with extremely indifferent expressions on their faces, as if their anger had been worn away, and they were indifferent to everything except life and death. Bai Lang took out a registration book from his bag, sat on the stairs in the hall, and shouted, "Newcomers, please register here, and you will get supplies after you register." The army returning from the south rescued several batches of supplies from the destroyed resettlement area, and now they have all been transported to the warehouse. When the survivors sitting in the hall heard that there was food and water to be collected, they immediately rushed out in a swarm and ran towards the warehouse behind the park. Seeing this, the people waiting in line to register suddenly became anxious and couldn't help asking, "No. Can we still get food after registering? Supplies are sufficient." "Don't worry," Bai Lang said hurriedly. "Everyone here has a share. Don't worry about not getting one." Luo Qin saw a few people standing on the side, with pale faces and thin bodies, and they all looked very haggard. These people were not busy registering from the beginning, and seemed to be waiting for something. Not long after, a few more soldiers came in from outside, whispered to Bai Lang for a few words, and took all these people out. Luo Qin was a little surprised, and he leaned over to ask Bai Lang quietly, "Why did you take these people away? It is said that they saw the attacker." Bai Lang was so busy that he didn't even have time to raise his eyelids. The senior officials of the Hanzhou military region want to question them personally. Luo Qin thought to himself, this attack is so serious that the higher-ups have to intervene personally. About 10 minutes later, the soldier suddenly came back and found Bai Lang, saying that the lieutenant general asked him to go over immediately. Bai Lang looked at the half-written registration book in his hand in distress, and looked up and asked Luo Qin very embarrassedly, "Can you help me register the remaining people? Take this registration book to the warehouse, and give it to the logistics soldiers in charge of distributing supplies. Just give food according to the number of people on it." "I'm sorry, it was my job." Luo Qin felt that the gazes of those soldiers on him were about to pierce his heart. It seemed that Bai Lang had to go. He waved his hand and said to Bai Lang, "Don't worry about it. Don't delay the work. Leave everything to me." But he didn't expect that Bai Lang would not return until the afternoon. Shui Liang, Bai Wulua and others also came back with him. The expressions of several members of the Blue Flame Brigade were a little solemn, as if something big had happened. Luo Qin had just returned from helping to distribute supplies at the warehouse. He did not realize anything at first. He walked over and naturally put his arm around Shui Liang's shoulders. He rubbed her neck as if no one was around. "Why did you come back just now?" "We were called in for questioning." All the recreated humans went, including Shiro. Shui Liang grabbed his arm and said, "It is said that the attacker seen by the witnesses was a human." Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked at Bai Wulu, who nodded at him and remained silent. "I can confirm that all members of the Blue Flame Brigade were able to keep in touch with me at the time, and they all gathered together shortly after the attack. However, the subsequent attacks occurred during the time when we entered the Ark for rescue. However, after investigation, we can basically rule out the possibility that someone in the Blue Flame Brigade launched the attack," Shui Liang said. The attackers looked very human. Destroyed the defenses outside Honshu in advance, and then destroyed some of the material vehicles in the resettlement area, as well as the walls of several shelters. The testimonies of several eyewitnesses in the disaster-stricken areas are basically consistent. It can be confirmed that it was done by humans, or reconstructed humans. Well, after the questioning, it is none of your business, right? Luo Qin hesitated. You can tell without thinking. How could it be you who did it? As long as there is a 1 in 10,000 possibility, everyone will be investigated, and no one will be exempted. Xue Liang sighed. Such a large-scale destruction can be caused in a short period of time, and it can be basically determined that the possibility of an ordinary human attack is not high. So Shiro is now taken away for investigation alone. He? Luo Qin was surprised. Didn't his sister care? That's the problem. If someone could prove that he was not near the shelter before he rushed to the Ark, then he would have been cleared of suspicion now, Xue Liang said. But no one can prove it, and no one even saw what he was doing during that time. Jima Song is a member of the committee after all. First of all, we have to make sure there is no traitor in the family. Luo Qin sighed. Could it be that this guy did it? It's hard to say. Do you remember that Black Panther was transferred away from the Ark by an order from the Blue Flame Brigade's internal channel? We didn't find out where the order came from. And now all military satellite base stations have been damaged by the virus. If a recreated human took advantage of the characteristics of the virus and issued a false order, it is also possible, Xue Liang said. As for whether the virus can control the operation of electronic equipment, this is still in the speculation stage. But since the hypothesis has been proposed, we must follow this line of investigation. Zhu Yan gave Jimoro a guarantee, but it was useless. His words had no evidence. Bai Wu Luo said. Li Muqi probably hinted to Zhu Yan not to interfere too much, otherwise it would be very likely that the investigation would lead to those people in Yuan Shan, so he was unable to protect Jimoro later. Don't think that Li Muqi seems to be in a hurry to push Jimoro out now. He is smarter than us. Xue Liang sneered. Watch his movements, don't let him take advantage of the loopholes. Luo Qin held the gun in the snow, looking at the target 10 meters away motionlessly, sweat oozing from his forehead. He wore a pair of transparent goggles to prevent the shells from flying into his eyes. Sweat flowed down the edge of the goggles, making his skin itchy. Don't move. Cheng Qingyao saw that he was about to move, and immediately stopped him. If the enemy was in front of you, you would have been shot into a sieve several times in these few seconds of tickling. Luo Qin adjusted his breathing and maintained the previous posture. Cheng Qingyao had been guiding him in shooting practice for a few days, and it was only recently that the initial results were seen. At least he didn't shake when holding the gun, and he wouldn't be off target when shooting. Cheng Qingya's shooting skills are first-rate. If Chen Nuo is the best sniper in the Blue Flame Brigade, he is the best sharpshooter in the Special Police team. He can shoot at any target, and he can hit the target every time, as long as the target doesn't move instantly. There is basically no way for it to slip away from his gun. Luo Qin once witnessed Cheng Qingyao jumping down from the building, and he instantly shot and hit the frisbee target in the window of the opposite building, hitting the center of the target, which was exactly the same as the previous shooting positions. Although Cheng Qingyao demonstrated it to him, it still had a huge impact on Luo Qin's cognition. It seemed that the extraordinary power did not belong to humans. He was so shocked that he stood there for a long time without recovering. Bai Wuluo told Luo Qin that Cheng Qingyao had a strong visual talent. In the sniper state, his eyes were equivalent to a pair of 8-fold mirrors. At the same time, everything around him would be included in his perception radar system. Nothing could escape his eyes. When you hold a gun, you should not see anything except the target in front of you. Cheng Qingyao pointed at the target and said, I'm not saying that you should practice to the same level as me, but at least ensure that your bullets are used with maximum efficiency and not wasted. Now I'm giving you blank bullets for practice. When you have to use a gun for actual combat, each bullet may save a life. Luo Qin nodded, looked at the center of the target, pulled the trigger with his finger, and heard a bang. A bullet wrapped in gunpowder flew out, but it only hit the edge of the target. Luo Qin excitedly shouted, jumped on the spot, and stretched out his fist to touch Cheng Qingyao. Look how happy you are. Cheng Qingyao looked at him inexplicably. Do you think you have good human body outlining skills? My fingers are frozen, and the snow makes the vision bad. Luo Qin was thick-skinned, and he was a little proud when he said it. Besides, this is the first time I hit the target, which is also an improvement. And Lizzie will praise me to death if she knows. At your rate of improvement, you won't be able to hit the target even if the zombies are extinct. Chung Qingyao said. Snow is not an excuse, you are just a rookie. You are a professional who always compares yourself to an ordinary person like me. Are you ashamed? Luo Qin sat on the ground, wiped the barrel of the gun, and said, By the way, there is something I have always been curious about, but I didn't find a chance to ask you before. Are you also Lizzie's cousin? Chung Qingyao laughed. Do you think I look like him? Luo Qin shook his head. That's why I never understood. Why do you also call him brother? Chung Qingyao took the gun back from him, and said, while adjusting the parameters, Because Wu Luo and I were high school classmates, Xue Liyang is 1 year older than both of us. We were still young at that time, making friends from all over the world. And we met by chance. He raised his gun and pointed it casually, and instantly shot. A bullet hole with white smoke appeared in the center of the empty target behind him. Awesome. Luo Qin gave a thumbs up. How did you do it? Teach me. I will learn it, and show it to Lizzie. Chung Qingyao laughed. If you insist. It should be intuition. Learning also requires understanding. And can you be more serious? I am not teaching you this to perform peacock spreading its tail for others. I understand. Luo Qin sighed. My boyfriend gave you the task indicator. Chung Qingyao saw that there was no one around, sat down next to Luo Qin, and asked mysteriously, Hey, I want to ask a question. Did you and Xue Liyang know each other before? How long ago was it? Luo Qin asked. Chung Qingyao, before he went to high school. I knew him earlier than I did? Luo Qin felt very puzzled, and laughed. Of course not. It would be great if I knew him that early. Why do you ask that? I guessed, Chung Qingyao said seriously. When Shen Ning first saw you, I felt that he treated you differently. While the two were talking, Xue Liyang and Chung Qingyao came over together, each holding a bag of canned food. And it seemed that they had just returned from collecting supplies. Lychee. Luo Qin waved at him, and stood up and walked towards him. How's the practice going? Xue Liyang looked at the target paper with some expectation, but only saw a muzzle in the white area on the edge, and the other parts were clean without exception. I know. Luo Qin didn't feel embarrassed, and took the bag from Xue Liyang, and flipped through it. Canned mashed potatoes, I love this the most. Chung Qingyao walked in front of his brother, and smiled at him. Eat something, I see you've been busy these 2 days. Sister, what are you doing here in such a cold weather? Chung Qingyao let Chung Qingyao adjust her scarf, and took out a piece of compressed biscuit from the bag, and skillfully tore open the package, and put it in her mouth. Isn't your CO bestie bored alone? Chung Qingyao kicked him. Can't I come to see you? You little conscienceless. How many days have you taught him? Xue Liyang asked Chung Qingyao. Chung Qingyao sighed. It's been 3 or 4 days. And it's still like this. I suspect he's not suitable for using guns. Otherwise, let's train him in close combat. I think he has a strong burst of power. Xue Liyang shook his head. Close combat is too easy to get hurt. Even for us. We usually don't use this method of combat. Besides, Luo Qin's self-healing ability is not very stable, and he might get hurt. Chung Qingyao was unhappy. Is he so delicate? Brother? When you trained me before, I suspected that you wanted to kill me. Xue Liyang glanced at him calmly. Did you kill him? No. No. Then stop talking nonsense and bear it. Okay. It's okay. I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Luo Qin picked at the can and said vaguely. Close combat is better to protect you. Using a gun is too far away from you. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. Xue Liyang was speechless for a moment, and didn't even know whether he should refute his words. Chung Qingyao looked at Luo Qin after hearing this. His expression was a little surprised. Brother, don't worry. There is no one I can't teach. Chung Qingyao paused, and added, If I really can't teach, it's probably not my fault. Xue Liyang glanced at him, and smiled a little grimly. When you mention this, I remember that you and Bai Wulu secretly signed the Human Recreation Experiment Agreement after graduating from high school. I haven't settled the score with you two yet. Who taught whom? This? Chung Qingyao smiled. You can listen to my explanation. Chung Qingyao shrank to the side, clearing himself first. I persuaded them for a long time, but they didn't listen. This little bastard almost turned against me. Don't you know how dangerous this experiment is? It has always been volunteers with terminal illnesses who voluntarily sign the agreement. You two are good, and you have made a good start. The two strong and healthy people went to participate in the experiment. And they even hid it from Lao Xiao. They are very brave, Xue Liyang said. If there is any problem, it will not be your two's business. It's already like this. Why are you still scolding them? Luo Qin said heartlessly. You might as well bring Xiao Cheng here. Don't let him stay in the police force. Every time you go on a mission, you have to act separately, which is very troublesome. If I say, Xue Liyang smiled softly and stared at him. Cheng Qingye tried to wink at him desperately, trying to save the situation. If I say, they should be scolded. Luo Qin calmly changed his words. Rebellious period. It must be treated. Cheng Qingye looked at Luo Qin. I understand why Wu Luo said you haven't been beaten up yet. Chapter 83 Warmth. Luo Qin bit his chopsticks, finished the last mouthful of mashed potatoes, threw up the can and kicked it twice, kicked it right into the trash can behind him. 10 rings. Cheng Qingye applauded perfunctorily. You have graduated. The two best snipers in the human race. One is Chenhua, the other is Cheng Qingye. Both are the seedlings gifted by God. After Chenhua joined the army, Zhao Feng Luo and Xue Liyang saw her extraordinary shooting talent, and specially invited Cheng Qingye to come and teach her shooting skills. But within half a month, Cheng Qingye said that he could not teach anymore. He had never seen a student who made such rapid progress as Chenhua. This is why Xue Liyang has always wanted to recruit Cheng Qingye. But the procedures and processes are not easy to handle, not to mention the Cheng family, so it was left unresolved. In fact, Chenhua and I are similar, Luo Qin said. We are the only two people who can't be persuaded by Cheng Qingye. Right? Cheng Qingye suddenly couldn't understand how Xue Liyang, who couldn't tolerate any sand in his eyes, could tolerate Luo Qin's rogue logic for so long. Luo Qin looked at Xue Liyang and asked, Lizzie, if I want to join Blue Flame, what procedure should I follow? Xue Liyang, it's not that simple. Ordinary people have to go through an audit even when they sign up for the new recruits, let alone the special forces. After passing the screening step by step from the recruit company and being promoted through the assessment, you can barely reach the basic threshold for the selection of the Blue Flame Brigade. You can consult Sun Ling. Among us, she is the only one who participated in the selection competition with the most stringent standards. There were more than 100 people, and she was the only one left. You mean that little tail? Luo Qin took off his goggles and looked around. Where did she go? I haven't seen her in the past 2 days. Did she get taken away by someone? Cheng Qingye was stunned. What little tail? Hey, let's fight. A arrogant voice flew in the air, and Luo Qin dodged swiftly, stepping on the snow to hide away. A small shadow fell on the place where he had just sat, splashing a piece of snow foam. Hello, little tail. Luo Qin lay on Xue Liyang's back, looking at her with a fox-like power. Where are you hiding? Why is there no movement? The reason is obvious. The forest antelope is a scout. It is agile and swift. It can come and go without a trace even when shuttling in the enemy camp. Its flexible posture is difficult to be discovered. The advantages of carrying out secret reconnaissance and special operations missions are very obvious. Of course, it is also convenient to eavesdrop on the corner. Sun Ling was furious, and was about to rush over without saying a word. But Xue Liyang grabbed the strap of her military uniform, and she waved her hands and feet like a small spinning top. Xue Liyang held her, and said helplessly, if you want to come, just follow me. You have been hiding on the roof for a long time, and I ignored you. Do you think I didn't see you? Deputy Captain. He said I was a little tail. Sun Ling crossed his arms, very unconvinced. You beat him. You helped me beat him. Luo Qin said calmly, what you said is not right. Your deputy captain must be partial to me. Right, Lizzie? You? Xue Liyang threw Sun Ling to Cheng Qingye, and said, take it away. Go out for a 5-kilometer cross-country run, and then I will practice shooting with you. Luo Qin, come here, and I will teach you self-defense. Okay. This time, Cheng Qingye grabbed the collar of the antelope. Let's go, Sergeant Tail. Officer Cheng, don't learn anything from him. The antelope said anxiously and angrily. I'm going to tell Xiao Bai. Luo Qin watched the antelope being taken away by Cheng Qingye very solemnly, and waved his hand, looking heartbroken. Xue Liyang smiled helplessly at him, reached out, and rubbed the other's head. Why are you arguing with the kid? You've made me angry. Cheng Qingye shook his head, sighed. Young people are really energetic, unlike us at this age, who can't make a fuss anymore. Xue Liang turned his head and looked at her. How old are you? Chengqingya. The clouds are light, and the wind is gentle. Contentment is the key to happiness. Years have settled, waiting for the flowers to bloom. Are you crazy? Xue Liang was puzzled. Is this the copywriting of Lao Zhao's circle of friends? Chengqingya laughed for a long time, waved his hand and said, Stop making trouble, you guys practice first. I'm going to play with Xiao Song. When Chengqingya's back disappeared around the corner, Luo Qin stared at Xue Liang for a long time, and suddenly smiled evilly. Xue Liang stepped back alertly. What are you doing? Here, lychees. Luo Qin pulled Xue Liang to a corner of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park, where there was a complete indoor landscape pool, where the flowers and plants were unattended, and had been dead for a long time, and the fountains and streams had dried up, and everywhere was full of a brand new but stale atmosphere. He took Xue Liang to the back of a rockery, pointed to a clean redwood bench, and said, I found this place, when you have nothing to do. You can sit here and rest for a while, no one comes, it's quite quiet. Xue Liang felt quite fresh, looked around, peeked into the hole of the rockery for a long time, and said, It's really quite nice. Come here. Luo Qin grabbed his wrist, and patiently pulled him in front of him, and his breathing began to get a little chaotic. Xue Liang seemed to know what he was going to do. She grasped his hand very clearly, and asked knowingly, What? Let me kiss you. Luo Qin's eyes drooped like a puppy. I haven't had time to be alone with you these days. It's so uncomfortable. Be good. Xue Liang touched his eyebrows soothingly, and touched the corner of Luo Qin's mouth with her lips. She smiled and whispered a few words in his ear. The two laughed together, and the atmosphere became more and more heated. In the end, Luo Qin grabbed the back of his neck and kissed him impatiently and roughly. Kissing each other. Heavy breathing. Hot intertwined breath. The most passionate collision and expansion between hormones. Quietly diffused in the scorched corner of the park. Am I not obedient? The military families have made great sacrifices. Luo Qin separated his lips from him, panting. Before I caught up with you, I wanted to kiss you every day. My boyfriend is so cute. Why do I like him so much? Xue Liang smiled softly, and said, Do you like him so much? Luo Qin rubbed Xue Liang's eyelashes endlessly, feeling the soft scratch on her eyelids. I like you so much. I really like you so much. Just now Cheng Qingyao asked me if I had known you for a long time. And I was thinking, if I knew you before all of them, then my life would have fewer boring days. Xue Liang's eyes were touched. He rubbed Luo Qin's nose and asked, What was your life like before? Luo Qin was rarely asked about this, and he was a little embarrassed. The children in the welfare home actually lived a very monotonous life. We didn't have so much time and pocket money, or go out to play on weekends and holidays like other children outside, and at most wandered around the town for a few hours. Even if I am not the most special one. Chow, they didn't take special care of me, and I don't want to be different from others. Xue Liang hesitated for a while, and asked again, What else? You didn't have any other good friends? For Luo Qin, from childhood to adulthood, the concept of friend only includes Wei Lan and Lu Yu. But Xue Liang was obviously absent-minded about his answer, as if he was expecting Luo Qin to say something else. Oh, there is also, when I was a child, I had a notebook, which wrote the ranking of my best friends. Luo Qin smiled and said, Guess what? Wei Lan and Lu Yu both wanted to compete for the second place, and they almost quarreled. Xue Liang said, Why doesn't anyone compete for the first place? Luo Qin had never thought about this question, as if the person ranked first in his mind was erased abruptly. He couldn't remember it, but he couldn't deny the existence of this first place. What's worse is that he couldn't remember where the notebook went. It seemed that he couldn't find it one day. Luo Qin shook off the messy thoughts in his head and whispered, First place. I'll keep it for you. He kissed her again, kissing Xue Liang so hard that he pressed his whole body against the rockery. Xue Liang pinched his chin with her fingers and responded with a fierce kiss. The two of them seemed to swallow each other's burning hearts into their stomachs and completely fell into it, because they had practiced shooting in the snow just now. Luo Qin's fingers were icy cold, and they immediately touched the other's warm skin. Xue Liang was startled by his touch, opened her eyes, and glanced down. Luo Qin seemed to be engrossed in the kiss, and his whole right hand was pressed against Xue Liang's skin, like cold snow ironing a hot iron. The stimulation of ice and fire made the atmosphere between the two more ambiguous. His fingers touched Xue Liang's chest, and the latter made a sound and tilted his head back. Don't. It was this action that completely exposed his fragile throat to Luo Qin's teeth. Shui Liang's heart flashed with an instinctive sense of alertness, like a beast that accidentally revealed its weakness. The next moment, he thought that the person in front of him was Luo Qin, and he gradually put his mind at ease. Luo Qin didn't say anything, but just pulled out his hand, and his fingertips hooked on the other's belt buckle. Shui Liang suddenly felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. He stretched out his hand, pressed on Luo Qin's wrist, and shook his head with the last bit of rationality. Lychee. Luo Qin called him again, and the effect was the same as that of a love potion. His wrist inexplicably softened, and he allowed Luo Qin to completely capture his life. Shui Liang lay on Luo Qin, his mind completely blank. At that moment, he didn't know where he was, nor whether he was standing or sitting. He just felt that his consciousness was completely beaten into a paste. In his muddled brain, there was only a trace of residual heat from before. The feeling of almost soaring into the sky made him feel dazed. After a long sigh, he panted and hung on Luo Qin, his body still shaking uncontrollably. Luo Qin responded, and the excitement in his heart almost burst his throat. He had never treated Shui Liang like this before. This was the first time, and he was so happy that he was about to go crazy. Shui Liang had been calling his name randomly, with a scattered crying tone, and each sound was like a strong drug that catalyzed him, making him not want to stop, and he just wanted the two of them to drown together in this gentle place. He had never heard Shui Liang's voice like this, and once he heard it, he felt very satisfied. Is it uncomfortable? Luo Qin held Shui Liang's hand and asked softly. Does it hurt? Shui Liang shook her head weakly, without saying a word, and buried her face in Luo Qin's clothes on his chest. She was burning so badly that she didn't want to look up. He felt that he must be crazy, too much so that he came here to secretly do such an unreasonable thing with Luo Qin. His palm still retained that kind of fiery, beating feeling, where the emotions gushed out like a tidal wave. Some shame, but more of a kind of excitement and pleasure of breaking through taboos, enough to make his heart beat uncontrollably for a long time. Luo Qin tidied up the clothes of the two, pulled a tissue from his pocket to wipe his hands clean. He saw that Shui Liang's eyes were red, especially at the end of the eye. The upper eyelid line drooped gracefully, and the end was raised to highlight the double eyelids hidden at the end of the eye, which was charming and seductive. Yeah, I'm happy. Luo Qin hugged him and rubbed him lazily. He found that Shui Liang blushed too easily after falling in love. He was as pure as a cabbage that had not been dug out of the ground. Seeing the Special Forces soldier, who was usually invincible in the hail of bullets, blushing like this, it could arouse the bad nature in his bones. If you like it, let's seize the opportunity. Luo Qin blew Shui Liang's ears and smiled. Next time, peel the lychee and taste it. Shui Liang pinched Luo Qin's neck, pressed him against the rockery, and kissed him fiercely, as if he was a little angry and wanted to get back some face. They're slightly rough. Sharp intimacy is the trigger point of the emotions in the air. They enjoy it themselves and then indulge in it. Aren't you afraid of being seen? Shui Liang put her lips on his neck and panted. It's not like no one comes here. Who can come here? Only us. Before he finished speaking, a loud voice came from outside the rockery. Deputy Captain. Deputy Captain. Where are you? Falcon rushed in through the arch of the rockery like a fool, and saw the two people hugging each other and not having time to separate. Their collars were a little messy. He screamed, turned around quickly and covered his eyes, and said tremblingly, I didn't see anything. It was Chung Qingyao who said you were here. No. You continue. I'll wait outside and help you hold the door. Don't worry. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't enter this door today. Shui Liang said angrily, Don't force me to beat you. Come back to me. Chapter 84 Preferences. Falcon slowly turned back, his fingers covering his eyes open wide, sneered at Shui Liang, making sure that he had not seen anything he shouldn't have seen from beginning to end. He didn't want to be silenced and thrown into the snow to freeze into an ice stick. Shui Liang calmed down, said, It's not what you think. Falcon said carefully, Deputy Captain, how do you know what I think? Shut up. Luo Qin had already squatted down with laughter, slapping his thighs wildly. Shui Liang was helpless. Patted him on the back of his head. What are you laughing at? Is it none of your business? Falcon suddenly realized, and said with a long "Oh, hey, I told you. It's okay, Deputy Captain. This is normal. It's love. It's normal for couples to be in love. Think about me and Nuonyo back then. Shui Liang covered his face. Suddenly felt that he couldn't wash it off even if he jumped into the Yellow River, the Lansong River, the Yarlung Zongbo River, and then floated down the river to the Ganges for baptism. I hope Falcon really won't shout around this time. Falcon said again, Deputy Captain. I have good news for you. The captain led people to rescue a batch of rice, flour and oil from several granaries in Hangzhou. I heard there was also meat. We can eat hot meals today, and no longer have to eat cold canned food. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. With the granary recovered, the current food problem is solved. It is freezing cold now. Ordinary people lack the storage of calories and fat. It is easy to fall down due to severe cold and hunger. Survivors have been sick one after another these days, and Zhu Yin is too busy to handle it. Luo Qin was very frugal recently. Whatever mincemeat he had was given to Sixian Simu. He himself lived on some canned vegetables and bread every day, and his diet was heavy. Shui Liang criticized him, and did not allow him to spoil the two children. But Luo Qin could not bear to see the children being wronged. He had suffered enough injustice when he was a child. Now he was kind to Sixian Simu, which was a way of making up for his own childhood. Falcon said, Deputy Captain. The captain asked me to ask you to be responsible for distributing food. First, distribute the amount for the survivors, and then allocate a batch for us as military rations. The rest will be stored in the warehouse for reserve. Shui Liang nodded, and turned to look at Luo Qin. Do you want to go with me? Luo Qin was about to say yes, but Falcon took him in his arms, and said loudly, Don't worry about this. I heard that you can cook. We are all rough people in the army, who are satisfied with having enough food. We don't care about it at ordinary times. There are not enough people in the kitchen team. Can you help with the cooking? Cooking? Okay. Luo Qin's eyes lit up. Actually, I still like cooking the most. My dream is, okay. I'll make a list of your dreams, and send it to them later, so you don't get tired from talking too much. Shui Liang ruthlessly cut off the new dream he was about to blurt out. Then you and Falcon go. The work of distributing materials is a bit messy. You have never done it. Luo Qin threw a kiss to Shui Liang in the air. Remember to think of me. Luo Qin. Wait a minute. Shui Liang suddenly called him. Remember one thing? Don't let others know your physical condition. If there is anything, let Falcon and the others do it. You must not expose yourself. Do you hear me? Luo Qin turned his head and smiled. Well, I remember, Lizzie, I will listen to you. Falcon pulled him away. Originally, he thought he was going to the square. Unexpectedly, Falcon saw that there was no one around and secretly pulled him to a corner, and asked mysteriously, Did the deputy captain say anything to you recently? What do you mean? Luo Qin was alert. I can't tell you about personal feelings. Falcon was speechless. We are almost blinded by you these days. I mean, didn't the deputy captain tell you that he's going to have a birthday? Luo Qin grabbed Falcon's collar. What? Tell me. When is his birthday? Falcon was choked so hard that he had difficulty breathing, and struggled to say, Tomorrow. Our deputy captain has always celebrated the lunar calendar, and it's his birthday on the 15th day of the first lunar month. So let me go. Lantern Festival? Luo Qin suddenly thought of lychee-filled glutinous rice balls, which he thought were cute, and unconsciously let go. It's quite appropriate. Falcon sighed. Okay. I don't care what weird things you're thinking about. Anyway, it's tomorrow. It seems that you are the only one who doesn't know about this. Why didn't the deputy captain tell you? Luo Qin snorted. I don't care. He definitely doesn't want me to worry about it. Let's wait until tomorrow. But now that you told me, I have to give him a surprise tomorrow. Hey, that's what I mean. Come on. Let's go to the square first and talk while walking. Falcon clapped his hands and said, Let me think about it. Other people's gifts have the same meaning. Yours is different. The deputy captain will probably be so happy that he can't sleep for several nights. Luo Qin thought for a while and asked, What does he like? Let me see what direction I should think about it. Falcon was full of sorrow and was very entangled. We actually worry about this every year. When we were in Shining before, we basically trained every day, and there was no other place to go except the army. At that time, we asked the deputy captain what he liked. You said that after spending a long time with someone, you should be able to understand his temperament. right? But our deputy captain was not like that. He seemed to have no desires or demands. And he seemed to like nothing, and had no enthusiasm for anything. You put something in front of him, and he would just smile and accept it. But he never liked anything in particular. In the eyes of the members of the Blue Flame Brigade, Shui Liang's personality in those years was much more dull than it is now. His facial expression was always dull. And even his tone of voice was dull. Sometimes he would not say a few words in a month. He is extremely gentle and polite in dealing with people. But he always makes people feel more distant than strangers. As if he is like this to everyone. Whether you like him or hate him. He always has a gentle expression on you. So since the deputy captain has been with you, this is the first time I have seen him become so emotional. Falcon sighed. He used to laugh. But it is different from now. He used to be like a machine. And there was no big fluctuation except for the execution of tasks. Now even if he doesn't say it, you can clearly feel whether he is in love. Tell me more about your deputy captain's past. I want to hear it, Luo Qin said. I feel like he seems to have a lot of things he hasn't told me. Although he will definitely tell me slowly in the future. But I still want to know now. Falcon nodded. Okay. There is nothing that can't be said. Our deputy captain is really nice. He trained us and carried out missions in the army. He was like everyone's brother. And he was very caring. Every time he came back from vacation, he would bring each of us something we liked. Luo Qin hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Did your deputy captain like someone else before? Falcon was stunned. No. No. I don't know. We only met after joining the army. You have to ask Xiaobai about this. He is the deputy captain's younger brother, and he definitely knows more gossip than us. Luo Qin nodded lightly, thinking that Xiaobai was annoyed by his nagging. And he still didn't know anything. I'm just asking. It's okay. Falcon said, Don't worry. He is a loyal person at first glance. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. Besides, before I met Nuonyo in the army, I also had a girlfriend who I loved terribly. I had leukemia at that time, and she stayed with me day and night. I was so moved that I planned to make a will and leave all the tens of thousands of dollars in my bank book to her. In the end, I found out that she was a media operator and followed me only to shoot videos and post them online for hype. Leukemia didn't take me away, but she almost pissed me off. Luo Qin asked curiously, Does Chinua know that you had a relationship before? Falcon talked about this matter nonstop. I know. Neither of us is the first love. Nuonyo's previous boyfriend is a beastly bastard. She doesn't care about my past, because she knows that I only love her now. And so do I. The past is the past. What can be more important than the person in front of you? Luo Qin said generously. That's right. You are right. Have you grown taller? Falcon suddenly looked at him strangely, stretched out his hand and gestured a few times. Fuck. Are you taller than when you came here? This is unfair. Luo Qin said proudly. 23 can still grow a little bit. And I am only 19 this year. Look at you showing off. No matter how tall you grow, you are still the most handsome in our deputy team. Hey, we are just ahead. Go and help prepare the vegetables. I will call you when we are ready to cook. Falcon patted Luo Qin and said, I will go and move things first. Remember to think about the birthday surprise for the deputy captain when we meet later. Several tents and temporary parasols were set up in the square. More than a dozen supply trucks were parked in a row. Green waterproof cloth was laid on top to block the snow. A large area was enclosed to prepare ingredients and build the stove. Luo Qin walked over to the supply truck and saw Zhu Yan rolling up his sleeves to knead dough. He was sweating profusely, but the dough at his hand was still a mess. Luo Qin walked up to him, looked at the horrible noodles, and said, You made it too watery. Add some more noodles. Forget it. Let me wash my hands. Zhu Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, That's great. You helped me with this. I'll go find Ro Ro. Luo Qin's pupils trembled. Wait a minute. You called him this? Did he beat you? Zhu Yan smiled. He has a bad temper. But he won't beat anyone casually. Jimo Ro had just been investigated and released. I heard that the military didn't find anything. But he still needs to be closely monitored in the future. There are members of Blue Flame watching him in the dark all the time. Just like a fugitive experimental subject. Luo Qin washed his hands and helped Zhu Yan knead the remaining dough. He hadn't touched the kitchen stove for several months. But fortunately, he had a solid foundation and was very skilled. just like when he made homemade snacks. Several large pots were quickly lit in the square. Some were cooking porridge. Some were frying vegetables. And the only 10 or so soldiers in the kitchen were a little overwhelmed. Falcon came to Luo Qin and said he wanted to stew a big pot of food, and asked him if he could do it. "I can do everything." Luo Qin just put the dough to rise, turned around and walked to the stove. "Watch me." A supply truck just unloaded several batches of disposable lunch boxes, spoons, chopsticks and tableware. Almost everything you need. Luo Qin finally had some sense of what human society should have. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up the spatula, and started working hard. He worked for several hours and stewed 5 or 6 pots of stew. Falcon was right. There was indeed fresh meat transported here. He didn't know where it was found. It was just a relief for the urgent need. The army was trying to find a way to keep everyone safe through the winter. But the meat in the fresh food stores on the street had been stinking for several months. He would rather hug a zombie and kiss him than fill his stomach with meat full of maggots. The big pot of food is not for us to eat. We will give it to the survivors first. Each person has 1 portion. Make a mark on the register after you get it. If there are not enough, we will cook more. Falcon said. We will open our stoves separately when they are full. Remember that? While cooking, the people queuing for porridge over there started to quarrel for some reason, making a mess. Chen Nuo hurried over and pulled Falcon over. Go and take a look. There is an old man over there who seems to speak Cantonese. We can't understand him. He doesn't speak Mandarin either. Luo Qin keenly caught her words, raised his head and said, I'll go and take a look. I can speak Cantonese. Chapter 85 Romantic Gene. Luo Qin was pulled over by Chen Nuo, and saw an old man with a hunched back excitedly speaking something in Cantonese, which was very fast, and even people who had lived in the area for many years could hardly understand. But Luo Qin could tell at once that it was very similar to the pronunciation of the township where he had lived in the welfare home since he was a child, which was a very complex local dialect of the older generation, and he could actually understand most of it. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. Luo Qin asked Chen Nuo to wait for a while, and walked over. He squatted patiently in front of the old man, and asked something in Cantonese. Falcon crossed his arms, wondering what Luo Qin could say. Most of the Blue Flame team members were stationed in the southeast, and they could speak a few words in Cantonese, Minnan dialect, or Hakka. But it was the first time that he met someone who couldn't understand a word. After a few words, Luo Qin waved at them. Judging from his expression, the matter should be resolved. This old man said that his wife's legs and feet are not good, and he has caught a cold again. Can you give him 2 meals? Regarding the cold medicine, I will go to Zhu Yin. Chen Nuo suddenly realized and said, Tell him not to worry. We will send it directly to Grandma later. Luo Qin turned his head and told the old man what Chen Nuo meant, and saw that the other party's face gradually eased and nodded happily. Okay, Luo Qin said. I'll look up his wife's name in the register later. I'll go and deliver it. After the big pot of food was cooked, there was no need to serve the rice. Luo Qin finally found the name the old man mentioned in the register, and then took a bowl of porridge and a bowl of food and walked into the building. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a few survivors sitting together, and the old man was feeding his wife mouthful by mouthful. The old woman seemed to be a little confused, sitting cross-legged on the ground, turning a deaf ear to the sounds around her, just opening her mouth to swallow food, with a very wooden expression. Luo Qin went over and handed 2 bowls of rice to the old man. The old man thanked him repeatedly and grabbed Luo Qin to tell him not to leave. Luo Qin squatted down and watched the old man take a cotton cloth bag from the side and tremblingly took out 2 eggs from it. The 2 eggs had been in the bag for who knows how long. The surface was a little dirty, but there was no damage at all. Luo Qin was stunned. He didn't know where they found the 2 eggs and hid them on their bodies. If they kept them for a few more days, they might hatch chicks, the old man said and gestured, saying that he found them in a chicken coop when he was escaping. He and his lover were rescued by the army on the way, and the 2 eggs remained with him. He wanted to secretly cook an egg custard for his lover, but he had no conditions. Now they no longer had to worry about food, and Luo Qin helped them in their time of need. There was no point in keeping the 2 eggs, so they just took them as a thank you gift from the couple to Luo Qin. Luo Qin wanted to refuse, but suddenly remembered that tomorrow was Shui Liang's birthday. He paused and took it. Thank you. This is just useful. He carefully put the eggs into his pocket, praying that they would not be spoiled by the cold weather, and that no chicks would hatch. When Luo Qin went out, he saw Jimo Ro's figure flashing by not far away. Zhu Yin had said before that he was going to look for him, but at this moment, there was no one beside him. He hesitated for a moment, and immediately followed him. Jimo Ro walked very fast, and Luo Qin almost had to run to catch up with her, and stretched out his hand to pat her shoulder. Jimo Ro was very alert, and instantly grabbed his wrist, trying to restrain her. Fortunately, Luo Qin had learned close combat from Shui Liang and Bai Wuluo for several days, so he was not a vegetarian, and he still had some strength to resist. He immediately followed Jimo Ro's strength, twisted her arm, and pressed her to the ground, cursing, "Are you sick? Why are you hitting her?" When Jimo Ro saw that it was him, her face was not much better. "Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Who would reach out and grab someone without saying anything?" Luo Qin let go. He touched the egg in his pocket, thinking it was lucky that it was not broken. "Tomorrow is Lizzie's birthday. Do you want to join in the fun?" "No. Do we know each other well?" Jimo Ro refused without hesitation. "I don't know him well, and I don't know you well either." Luo Qin hooked his back, not allowing him to argue at all. "How can we not know each other well? We know each other well, and we have been through life and death together for many days in Shining." Jimo Ro was almost annoyed by him, and couldn't get away. He looked back at Luo Qin, some doubts, but he didn't ask them in the end, just impatiently responded, "Okay. Okay, is it not okay for me to go? You are really annoying." "Then it's settled, come over to play tomorrow." Luo Qin patted him. "I'll go back to cook, see you tomorrow." The next day Luo Qin woke up very early, and for the first time ever, he saw Shui Liang still sleeping. One side of her cheek was completely pressed against his arm, and her sleeping face was peaceful. Luo Qin couldn't help but reach out and touch his eyelashes, and the latter's eyelids moved a little, but he still didn't wake up. Shui Liang was indeed tired. He was called out to clean up a block last night, saying that it was to facilitate the vehicles transporting materials outside to take a shortcut. He was busy until the early morning before returning to sleep. Luo Qin only remembered that he woke up in the middle of the night and saw Shui Liang sleeping in his arms. So he took her in his arms and kissed her drowsily. He felt comfortable all over and slept very well that night. Luo Qin slowly straightened Shui Liang's body and leaned against the wall on one side. Just as he was about to stand up, Shui Liang hummed softly and slowly opened his eyes. "Where are you going? You continue to sleep." "I was exhausted last night." Luo Qin stroked his face. "I'll go out for a walk." Shui Liang nodded gently, but still held Luo Qin's hand tightly, pouted a little unhappy, closed his eyes, and didn't know if he continued to sleep. Luo Qin waited for a while, carefully pulled his hand out, and rubbed Shui Liang's lips twice. He was in a good mood to go out for a walk, as if he had been cooped up indoors for a long time, and his oxygen-deprived nerves were relieved at once, and he began to stretch on the spot. When the morning dawned, there was a little snow in the sky again, but it didn't take long for the sun to come out again. These days, it has been snowing continuously, and the road is always slippery, and you can see unlucky people falling into a ball everywhere. It seemed that there was nothing to do today. Shui Liang slept for a while longer before getting up. He washed himself with melted snow water and felt much more energetic. However, after Luo Qin got up early and went out, he never saw him again. Shui Liang asked Falcon, but he said he didn't see him either. He felt a little strange. After thinking about it, he thought that he might have gone to Chongqing to practice shooting. Besides that, Luo Qin didn't seem to have anything else to do. Shui Liang felt a little disappointed for some reason, but he didn't want to admit it. Once Luo Qin suddenly stopped sticking to him from the moment he opened his eyes. He began to feel uncomfortable. He more or less remembered that today was his birthday. In previous years, he would celebrate alone, or all the people in Lanyan would celebrate with him. Shui Liang had not mentioned this to Luo Qin, but it was just an ordinary day, and he did not have a strong sense of ceremony for his birthday. He just wanted to spend more time with Luo Qin today, as a birthday gift to himself. At noon, Shui Liang was urgently summoned to clean up the streets and repair the nearby water and electricity network. The water and electricity facilities of Qingchuan Park were finally put into use for the first time since their construction. Cooking and getting water were much more convenient. No longer had to risk being surrounded by zombies and run a long way to pump water. However, until the evening, Shui Liang did not see Luo Qin. There were many people in the square in front of the office building, and he did not deliberately look for him. He just felt that Luo Qin suddenly disappeared without telling him where he was going. He sat on the steps in front of the office building in a depressed mood, playing with snowballs out of boredom. There were noisy sounds all around. The clashing of pots and pans, and the sound of conversation filled every corner of the youth entrepreneurship park with the cold wind. But at this moment, it sounded a little irritating to him. "What are you doing here?" Jimo Ro's voice came from above. Shui Liang raised his head and smiled. "I'm enjoying the snow." "Jimo Ro, come with me." Shui Liang was stunned. "What?" "I have something to do." Jimo Ro's expression was unnatural for a moment, but soon it was restrained. "Come with me." Shui Liang didn't move, still looking at him. "Can't you talk here?" Jimo Ro tooted, scratched his head, said, "Let's have a fight." Shui Liang frowned in confusion, asked, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" "Jimo Ro, don't you feel cold? Let's do some hand gestures, just as if you were accompanying me. Didn't you say you were familiar with me? Why are you so reluctant to do this?" "Okay." Shui Liang stood up and patted his pants. "Where are we going?" Jimo Ro pointed to a road behind him, which led directly to another back garden. "There is an open space over there. I don't think many people go there, so it's better for us to practice." Shui Liang nodded. "Okay." The two walked through the crowd and passed a winding vine corridor. Shui Liang saw clusters of flowers and trees in front of him, blooming red, stretching out like a red sea rising to the sky, swaying in the wind, and looking from a distance like flames leaping on thousands of acres of branches. "What's that place in front?" Shui Liang asked in confusion. "It's not open here. There's no place for people to stand," Jimo Ro said. "Go and take a look first." Shui Liang approached and found that it was a plum garden with lush flowers. He didn't know when they were transplanted here, at least in the many days he was here. He had never found such a secret but elegant place. He gently pulled a branch and touched the petals on it carefully with his fingertips. He saw that the flower bud was about to bloom, and the shy half-closed pistil was faintly visible among the layers of petals. "The plum blossoms here are full of fragrance. It is refreshing to smell them when you get close. It is just like a paradise." Jimo Ro stretched out her hand and picked up a plum branch, saying, "If this thing is wild, it is actually very easy to survive. It is delicate when it is served by people. If you don't care about it, it will find a way to survive." The plum blossoms in front swayed, and Luo Qin came out from under the plum tree and almost bumped into Shui Liang. Both sides were caught off guard. Luo Qin was stunned. His ears turned red, and he said, "Lychee, you come so early?" Shui Liang looked at Jimo Ro blankly, and the latter had an expression on her face that said, "Don't ask me. I don't know anything," and whistled a few times indifferently. Obviously, the two had colluded in advance, and the fight was just an excuse, just to bring him to this place. Shui Liang was about to ask Luo Qin something, but he was pulled into the depths of the plum garden. Luo Qin's hands tightly clasped his 5 fingers, and he was too embarrassed to say a word. The heat of first love still wrapped the two of them like beeswax, and the surging heat and strong pulse rhythm came from the intersection of their palms. Shui Liang felt his face getting hot, and the air became quiet and hazy without knowing when, and the rich fragrance around him made him feel a little dizzy. Walking a little further into the plum garden, there is an antique garden archway building. Although it is only a small corner, the atmosphere is very pleasant. There is an open space of more than 10 square meters in the archway. In the center is a spiral-shaped dead branch, which is covered with bright red plum blossoms. It looks 2 meters high. The branches that stretch upwards in an interlaced manner look wild and unrestrained. The red plum blossoms dotted on it make the originally dead and dilapidated branches look full of vitality. "This is..." Shui Liang walked over in surprise, circled around the thing, and didn't dare to reach out to touch it, fearing that it would fall apart if he moved. Seeing that he seemed to like it, Luo Qin folded his arms proudly and said, "It looks good, doesn't it? I spent a day working on it, and it collapsed several times. Finally, it's done. Isn't it very beautiful?" "It looks good," Shui Liang exclaimed. "But what is this you made?" "The helical structure of DNA. I thought of making this as soon as I started." Luo Qin approached Shui Liang and whispered, "I made a romantic gene for you to celebrate my boyfriend's first birthday." Chapter 86 Birthday. Shui Liang stared at Luo Qin blankly. It was obvious that this sentence had a huge impact on him. He was completely stunned. Luo Qin had experience in doing this kind of thing. He had taken on wedding cakes several times before. The most memorable one was when the bride and groom were both robbed at the wedding. The scene was in chaos. As the resident cake chef, Luo Qin was concentrating on shaping the cake in the chaos. Few people who hurriedly passed by him noticed him. Even the cake, which was the highlight, became an embellishment of the farce. He thought it was a pity that the design was not complete at the time. The inspiration of the romantic gene now came from that time. Luo Qin felt that he was probably a person who would indulge in that kind of madness. Whether it was love or life, romance and madness were indispensable seasonings. And all his madness in the future would only be given to Shui Liang. Luo Qin was about to speak when several people rushed in from behind the archway behind him, singing happy birthday in a ghostly and wolves howling manner, and beating the rhythm with both hands in a completely irregular manner. Almost all the members of the Blue Flame Brigade were here, including Falcon, Chen Nu, Black Panther, Seling, and many others who rarely showed up. They were all gathered in the Plum Garden. Bai Wulua, the leader, held a colorful cake in his hand and carefully handed it to Shui Liang. It's too bad. Stop singing. Bai Wulua looked back at his comrades, who were like singing gods, and his spirit collapsed. I'm going deaf. Luo Qin felt a little headache. But these little episodes were harmless. He took the cake from Bai Wuluo, and someone immediately came up to put a birthday candle in it, and lit it with a lighter against the wind. The out-of-tune chorus of the birthday song sounded again, mixed with the booing voices urging Shui Liang to blow out the candles quickly. Deputy Captain, make a wish first. Shui Liang smiled as he was pushed in front of the cake, and looked at Luo Qin, who was encouraging him to continue with an expectant expression on his face. He couldn't help but sigh and said, "Okay." He closed his eyes, and was silent for a few seconds before he couldn't help laughing. "Okay. I'm done. I made a cake for you." Luo Qin touched the back of his hand. "Try it quickly. Due to special circumstances, I couldn't get all the raw materials. I used 2 eggs given by others, and asked them to go to the warehouse to get some flour. I made a steamed cake for you." Shui Liang carefully cut a piece, and put it into his mouth. He nodded under Luo Qin's nervous gaze. "It's delicious. I haven't eaten cake for a long time. The sugar content is not too high, and the taste is very fluffy. To be able to achieve this level under such simple conditions, it can already show that Luo Qin's technology is superb." Shui Liang couldn't help but take a second bite, and said, "It's delicious." Falcon smacked his saliva. "I want to try it too." Seling shouted, "And me. Give me a bite. Give me a bite." The atmosphere suddenly became lively, and everyone laughed and lit a bonfire, sitting in a circle next to Luo Qin's romantic gene. At this time, Jimoro also came back with something, and Zhao Fenglu, Zheng Qingyao, and Yan Yu came with him. Several people moved 3 or 4 boxes of things and walked towards the noisy crowd. "There's wine." Zhao Fenglu pointed to the box in his arms. "And meat." The members of Lanyan didn't expect Zhao Fenglu to be free to come over tonight, and they were surprised and said, "Captain, are you not busy?" Zhao Fenglu put down his things and sat over, admiring Luo Qin's masterpiece, and said with a smile, "It's the team member's birthday, and as the captain, I still have to take time to care for them. You all don't have time to eat tonight, and the supplies you applied for before have just been allocated. So let's have some fun tonight." The team members cheered and jumped up to get the wine. Zhao Fenglu didn't forget to add, "Don't play too crazy tonight. Lanyan people, I brought this wine back to warm you up, not to make you drunk and unable to get up tomorrow." Zheng Qingyao sat down and began to tinker with the camera with Bai Wuluo. This thing had just been dug out of the dusty corner, and I didn't know if it could still be used. Yan Yu took a bottle of wine and sat next to Shui Liang, smiling slightly. "Lychee. For you." Shui Liang held the cake in his hand, shook his head and said, "Give it to Luo Qin. You know I don't drink." Zhao Fengluo brought some expired beer, which could not be used as disaster relief supplies. And if no one drank it, they would be prepared to dispose of it. However, Lan Yin, a group of special forces who were used to living in the open, did not mind this. They pried open the bottle cap with their teeth and blew into the bottle unscrupulously. Although the reconstructed human beings decompose alcohol extremely quickly, Zhao Fenglu's discipline is always rigid. He strictly controls everyone's alcohol consumption, not to mention drinking freely. If one person drinks more than 2 bottles, it will be counted as exceeding the limit. Luo Qin put the freshly thawed elbow on the iron skewer, and slowly turned it over the fire, and then sprinkled salt evenly on it. He used to cook in a clean kitchen, or with professional outdoor cooking tools, and had never experienced this most primitive way of survival, and still felt it was a bit fresh. During the chat, Black Panther told him that this was already the usual mode of action for the Blue Flame Brigade. When performing tasks in the wild, having decent food to eat was the luckiest thing. But most of the time, they just ate whatever they could find in the wild fruits, wild grass, tree bark, even insects in the soil and animal carrion, and they drank water by scooping a handful of raw water and pouring it into their mouths. There was almost no situation where you could cook something over a fire when you had time. The antelope was gnawing on a burnt pork elbow, and he stuck out his tongue when he heard it. That's true. When I first started field training, I felt like vomiting when I stuffed bugs and mud into my mouth. But I had to chew and swallow it. The deputy captain also taught me to roll it with various grasses and mushrooms, and imagine the ingredients inside as shredded meat and cucumber. Just like eating a burrito. Haha, oh, it's so hot. There's no way. In that kind of environment, especially in grasslands and jungles, open flames can easily cause fires or expose targets. Black Panther said, sometimes the enemy can't stand the cold and hunger and start a fire. But we can't. This is how we usually train. Fortunately, we are different from ordinary special forces. We have a strong digestive system, which can digest almost everything we eat, and we will not get an upset stomach. Therefore, it is easier for us to perform difficult tasks than others. Luo Qin smiled. Then I will cook for you every day. Will it make your stomach picky? Falcon touched his stomach inside. I don't know if my stomach will become picky, but my heart is almost picky. After eating the big pot rice made by Luo Qin, who would want to eat the food made by the kitchen team? Shui Liang said, okay. Starting tomorrow, I will ask the kitchen team not to give you food. Falcon screamed, don't. Black Panther raised the bottle. Captain. Deputy Captain. Would you like to drink one? Zhao Fenglu smiled and said yes, and brought a bottle of wine over. Shui Liang shook his head and said, I won't drink it. Let's drink the cake instead. The deputy captain is still so principled. He doesn't smoke or drink. Falcon laughed. I also want to be so self-disciplined. I won't touch cigarettes. But this wine is really good. There's nothing I can do about it. Hee. Qin Nua said helplessly. Look at your lack of ability. Luo Qin raised the wine in his hand, clinked glasses with Zhao Fenglu and Black Panther, and smiled. I drank it for him. Sorry. Zhao Fenglu was stunned for a moment, and looked back and forth between the two of them. Good boy. You are quite considerate. Luo Qin took a few sips and saw Jimoro sitting aside, staring at the jumping bonfire. He didn't say much from beginning to end, and his eyes were a little blurred. He bumped Jimoro's arm and asked, Want a drink? Jimoro looked up at him, and didn't refuse. She chuckled and clinked glasses with Luo Qin. He took a sip, held the bottle in front of Shui Liang, and said something human, Happy birthday. Shui Liang obviously didn't expect Jimoro to say this to him, and it was quite unexpected. He bent his fingers and knocked on the other's bottle. Thank you. Xiao Ro. He felt a mixture of guilt towards Jimoro. At that time, he watched Jimoro and the mercenary fall into the sea of corpses together. And then the bomb exploded. Jimoro's bloody appearance would occasionally flash back in his mind. That was the most vulnerable time he had seen Jimoro, and also the most selfless time. No matter what, I still have to thank you, Jimoro said lightly. In fact, if you hadn't saved me at the beginning, I would have died of excessive blood loss in Shining. So the second time I helped you, it was also to repay the favor. I never owe anyone anything, and I don't regret it that time. Shui Liang said, I really thought you were dead at that time, but I didn't expect your sister to be so extreme, and took you on a road with almost zero success rate. But this is also because you can hold on. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died in Shining long ago. Jimoro smiled bitterly. If I had known there was such a way, I might as well have asked you to arrange me to do this experiment directly. Even if I was controlled by the army, it would be better than falling into her hands. He really hated his new identity, especially when he thought that his blood was similar to those monsters. He felt cold all over. So Jimoro almost did not rely on the power of recreated humans to fight, and therefore was temporarily evaluated by Li Muki as having low practical value. He could not use it immediately, nor was he willing to give it to others, so he could only keep it for later inspection. The atmosphere gradually became more lively. The people who gathered together to celebrate sang more than a dozen songs in a row tirelessly. Almost every song started to go out of tune halfway through, just like sawing wood. But after all, it was just for fun. Except for Bai Wu Luo, who was tortured to the point of exploding, most of them would sing along with him. Xue Liang smiled, watching the falcon pulling the black panther and the white wolf to sing a pop song across the campfire. Although the sound was no different from the sawing in his ears, the selection test of the Blue Flame team was much more torturous than this, and it was nothing compared to this. "Brother," a weak voice called out from behind. Xue Liang turned around and saw Xue Xixian and Xue Ximia approaching them. They seemed to be hesitant about something. Xue Liang turned around and asked, "Why are you here? Are you hungry?" Xue Xixian shook his head and poked Xue Ximia. The latter pursed his lips, didn't say anything, but poked back. Xue Liang looked at the two children with strange expressions, wondering, what's going on? Why are you two poking at each other? Are you going to cause any trouble? He had already imagined all the possibilities of these two bastards causing chaos. Just as he was about to ask again, he saw Xue Xixian glance at Xue Ximia and whispered, "You speak first." Xue Ximia shook his head, "You first." Xue Xixian said angrily, "Didn't we agree on this?" Luo Qin couldn't stand it anymore, and said, Okay. You are holding a knife to your neck? What's wrong with saying happy birthday? You are pushing and shoving. Look at your lack of ambition. Xue Xixian was like a deflated person. He lowered his head and hesitated for a long time. He said in a weak voice, "Happy birthday." Xue Ximia followed up with a sentence, "Happy birthday, brother." Chapter 87 Past Events. Xue Liang was stunned, and her expression was still a little bit unrecovered. She hesitated and asked, "What did you two do again?" Luo Qin spit out the wine he had just drunk, and looked at Xue Liang with horror. "Wait a minute, they said happy birthday, not spare my life." Cheng Qingyao put down the camera, and said, "Give him some face, he certainly knows it's happy birthday, but there should be a buffer, right? This is called a family moment, they can think about it on their own." Bai Wu Luo looked at him in surprise. Do you really need to explain things so clearly? What's the difference between this and explaining a joke in public? Cheng Qingyao said happily, "I learned it from you." Xue Liang coughed twice. "And wait to see Xian and Ximiu, come on. Sit down." Xue Xixian lowered her head and walked over, sitting quietly next to Xue Liang, twisting the other's clothes with her fingers, hesitating and embarrassed to speak first. After the last quarrel, she and Xue Liang had hardly communicated with each other except the night they fled the resettlement area. Nian Yu had been ill intermittently, so Luo Qin completely took over the task of taking care of the two little bastards. During that time, Luo Qin talked to Xue Xixian many times, intentionally or unintentionally, and found that this girl was actually very sensitive, and her thinking was a bit eccentric, even extremely sharp. But in general, she could still communicate, and was not a problem child in the full sense. Luo Qin's conversational style was very skillful, step by step, and he slowly turned to the topic of Xue Liang during the casual conversation, observing Xue Xixian's reaction. After all, Xue Xixian was just a weird kid, who was extremely dependent on Xue Liang, but also had a strong sense of insecurity. Perhaps it was her childhood experiences that shaped her personality. She was not good at expressing her emotions, so that even though she was eager for attention, it always ended up in a quarrel. Luo Qin took advantage of Xue Liang's birthday and thought of a way to call Xixian and Ximiu to help make the cake. During the conversation, they talked a lot about Xue Liang. Xue Xixian rarely opened her mouth and talked to Luo Qin for a long time. Luo Qin just pieced together the past Xue Liang from the words. The more he listened, the more regretful he felt. It would have been better if he had known each other earlier. Xue Liang could hardly have any temper towards Xue Xixian. He reached out and rubbed her face. "Let's eat together when you come. It's cold. Go back to bed early today." The children's methods of attracting attention are not very clever. They just use various small tempers in the most clumsy way to try to push themselves into the focus of others' attention. Xue Xixian snorted with a hypocritical look, and crawled into Xue Liang's arms, with a spoiled style. Falcon was probably drunk, and he pulled Chen Nua to tell a crosstalk to everyone. Zhao Fenglu was so happy that he forgot to control his alcohol tolerance. He had just dragged a few teammates together to play poker. Now he was drunk, And he raised the bottle and said loudly, "Come on. Everyone. Pay attention. Listen to me. Today is our deputy captain's birthday. How should I put it? We have been together for another year. Happy birthday to the captain of our Blue Flame Brigade." Falcon's voice was long, as if he was afraid that others could not hear clearly. Xue Liang lowered his head as if he was looking for something. Looking around, Luo Qin touched him and asked, "What are you looking for?" Xue Liang said without hesitation, "I'll find a crack in the ground to hide. If he doesn't live, I will live." Zhang Qingyao had already installed batteries in the camera and held it up for a long time. He pointed the camera at Xue Liang, thought for a while, and then tilted it a little to let Luo Qin in the camera. "Brother, look here." Xue Liang and Luo Qin looked at the camera at the same time. Their expressions were a little confused. Chen Nuo was leaning against Falcon and looking at the two of them. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "It's being recorded. Deputy Captain, say a few words." Xue Liang couldn't think of anything to say as a speech. He subconsciously glanced at Luo Qin, who had already put his arm around his shoulders and smiled at the camera. "Okay. Then wish our Lychee a happy birthday. Today is her 22nd birthday. Right?" After Luo Qin finished speaking, he lowered his head again and whispered in Xue Liang's ear, "Mainly my Lychee." The crowd immediately followed suit, whistling, clapping, cheering, one after another. Xue Liang leaned on him with laughter and stretched out her hand to try to block the camera. "No. He looks like a fool. Cut it. Cut it." Luo Qin refused to let him succeed and pulled him back by the waist. The two of them laughed without any image and were all captured by the camera. "Brother, happy birthday." Bai Wulua took 2 bottles of wine, one of his and the other of Zhang Qingyao. "We toast to you. Thank you for bringing me up for so many years. You will always be my brother." Zhao Fanlu patted Xue Liang's shoulder, and his eyes were tangled with complex emotions. He had hardly missed any of Xue Liang's birthdays since he was 12 years old. But at this moment, facing the child he had watched grow up, he was still quite emotional. "You are 1 year older, and you will have more responsibilities in the future. But compared with the child before, you are indeed different." "Xue Liang, how is it different? You are just talking official jargon." "I won't listen." "Zhao Fanlu, forget it. Your habit of talking back hasn't changed at all." Xue Liang finally got up, and Zhang Qingyao's camera followed down, taking in all his smiles. Luo Qin looked into his eyes, looking at him from a distance of more than 10 centimeters. The two seemed to have a spiritual connection, and both felt a strange warm surge in their hearts. Someone shouted, and instantly brought all the atmosphere to a head. "The Blue Flame Squadron also toasts our deputy captain. Happy birthday. Happy birthday." Cheers. Amid the cheers of the crowd, the bonfire seemed to jump up, and the flames rolled up a few sparks, and drifted into the darkness with the cold wind at night. The bright blue flame heart finally slowly disappeared in the song. In the end, most people were drunk and stumbled out of the place. A few sober people stayed behind to clean up the place and pack up. Falcon was carried back by Chen Nuo. Before leaving, he was still earnestly telling the heir to take good care of Xue Liang and be good to their captain. "Brother, Zhang Qingyao drank a little too much. I'll take him back," Bai Wuluo said. "Although according to my experience, he should be pretending. But it's freezing cold. If he really falls into the ditch, I'll have to go and get him out." Xue Liang nodded, goes slowly on the way. Luo Qin was also a little dizzy. He was the tacit target of public criticism tonight. He was forced to drink too much by the other people in the Blue Flame Brigade. It was the first time that he drank so much that his feet were weak, and he couldn't stand steadily. It took Xue Liang and Nian Yu to help him up. Xue Liang carried one of his arms on his shoulders, and said to Nian Yu, "Xiao Yu, send Sixian and Simu back home. Let them go to bed early. I'll take Luo Qin back. I'll be on guard tonight. Let him sleep at my place." Nian Yu seemed to hesitate for a few seconds, but finally nodded, "Okay. Then you guys be careful. It's dark, and the road is slippery." Xue Liang carried Luo Qin back, preparing to spend the night in the temporary barracks in the square. He was patiently listening to Luo Qin singing Boundless Oceans and Sky to him, which was seriously out of tune. Unexpectedly, he suddenly met an uninvited guest halfway, who smiled and blocked the way between the two of them. "I heard that it's your birthday today." Li Xiaohan was still dressed elegantly, but much more plainly than before. He looked at Luo Qin beside Xue Liang, and said with a smile, "It seems that you guys had a good time. But it's not too late for me to say it now, happy birthday." Xue Liang said lightly, "Thank you." After he finished speaking, he was about to walk around Li Xiaohan, but Li Xiaohan took something out of his pocket first, and handed it to him, saying, "A birthday present for you, a small token of my appreciation." What he handed over was a mechanical watch, a very well-known and expensive Swiss brand, famous for its exclusive craftsmanship in manufacturing high-precision movements, which was once the favorite of those young men who played with watches in the Beijing circle, and was all the rage. Xue Liang took a step back and said seriously, "You are offering a bribe. I can't accept it." Li Xiaohan was not embarrassed either, as if he had expected that he would not accept it. He naturally put away his watch and said, "It's okay. I just came to see you on the way." Xue Liang tilted his head and looked at the other person's face carefully. "We didn't seem to know each other before." Li Xiaohan smiled and said, "You really don't know me. But your name is already very famous to some extent. The top-ranked war machine in the 1st Special Forces in the Southeast. The Special Forces soldier codenamed Red Eyes. You are indeed more eye-catching than the legend." Xue Liang thought to himself that this cynical second generation in front of him knew too much. He remained calm and said casually, "I have only used that codename a few times. And I haven't mentioned it for a long time." Red Eyes was undoubtedly his codename. But it was not named by himself, but by a group of South American mercenaries. The original term was Red-Eyed Evil Spirit. It was probably because blood splashed on his eyes when he killed someone. And at first glance, he looked like a fierce ghost with red eyes. There were several secret operations involving this name, which were extremely dangerous and military secrets that could not be easily mentioned. Even his identity was absolutely forbidden to be made public. Xue Liang later followed Zhao Fanlu's advice and abandoned this name, so as to avoid those who had fallen into his hands from coming to seek revenge. It's not that he was afraid that he couldn't handle it, but once people knew that Red Eye was in Shining military region, he might not care. But others would find it difficult to withstand the rage of revenge of the mercenaries. It is said that every time Red Eye kills a person, he will fold 1,000 paper cranes and put them at the scene. Li Xiaohan said, "It suits your temperament very well." Chapter 88 The Moon. Xue Liang ignored Li Xiaohan's inexplicable words, and said calmly, "That's the debt of life they owe, and it has nothing to do with temperament." Luo Qin suddenly raised his head at this time, took a step forward, stared straight at Li Xiaohan, and said in a cold tone, "Have you said enough? He is tired, and wants to rest." Li Xiaohan was not annoyed, but stepped aside, and said, "Please." The two returned to the military tent. Xue Liang threw Luo Qin on the bed, and sat beside him with a sigh of relief, looking at Luo Qin's red face due to the alcohol. He said helplessly, "Let's see if you can get up tomorrow." Luo Qin stretched out his hand to him in a daze. "Come and hug me." Xue Liang leaned over, and was held in Luo Qin's arms. His nose rubbed his forehead. "Liqi. Happy birthday." "Liqi." He felt Luo Qin's hot breath spraying on his face. "Warm. You drank too much." "Luo Qin." Xue Liang said this, but shrank into Luo Qin's arms, feeling very warm. Luo Qin pressed his face against his, rubbing softly. "Liqi, we should be together forever." Xue Liang laughed a few times. "Okay." Luo Qin continued, "I will give you whatever you want. I will give you everything. In this world, the best, your favorite, what others don't have. As long as I can, I will give you everything." Xue Liang, "Yeah, okay." Luo Qin said, "Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will pick them for you. Liqi, I like you so much." As he spoke, his eyes were misty, inexplicably, and he didn't know why he was crying. Today was obviously a good day, but he felt so upset at the moment, as if he couldn't remember something. The more anxious he was, the more confused he became. Xue Liang stroked his hair with a smile. "Okay. I know you can do it. You are really good." "Luo Qin, how can you cry after drinking? Come on. Wipe your tears." Luo Qin opened his eyes, and his eyes, which should have been drunk and dazed, were now bright, as if a lamp was lit. He looked at Xue Liang and said seriously, "Lizzie, I really want to give you the stars and the moon." He said it very seriously and sincerely, and Xue Liang's heart was moved by that look. And he couldn't help but say, "You?" Xue Liang knew that no matter what Luo Qin said, he might just answer okay like a possessed person. He couldn't refuse this gentle entanglement. Step by step, willingly giving himself up, he hesitated, and asked tentatively, Will you always be here? Luo Qin? Luo Qin didn't pause, and nodded. I will always be here. Li Ji. Me too. Luo Qin didn't let him finish, and blocked his lips with a kiss, eagerly and carefully kissing him. The moist lips rubbed Xue Liang a little impatient, and he put his arms around Luo Qin's waist, actively responded, and gently kissed Luo Qin's mouth corners and lip beads. You don't need to say you too. Luo Qin's voice was gentle, and he was sleepy. I know. Li Ji. Because he drank too much. Luo Qin was really tired, so the two of them just hugged each other for a while, and Xue Liang coaxed Luo Qin to sleep, and then took a towel to wet the melted snow water, and carefully wiped Luo Qin's face. He looked at Luo Qin's sleeping profile, and gently kissed him on the face. No need to pick the moon for me, Xue Liang said softly. Good night. Because the moon was already coming to him. In the early morning, the bugle sounded in the square, and lights were turned on in dozens of temporary barracks. Xue Liang opened his eyes, quickly got up and washed up. After finishing, he turned his head and saw Luo Qin was still sleeping. His heart softened. He went over and kissed him, then opened the door and walked out. It had been snowing all night, and the snowflakes were still flying. The snow had already covered half of his calf, and people who got up early could only walk in the shallow snow, which was very inconvenient. There were several regiments of soldiers stationed in the Youth Entrepreneurship Park, and they sent people out to sweep the snow early in the morning. Before the sun rose, the square was full of soldiers sweeping snow with brooms and dustpans. When Xue Liang went to the square to gather, he ran into Jimo Ro, who was strolling around. He looked very relaxed. The few bottles of wine he drank last night did not make him sleepy early in the morning. Instead, he got up and ran as soon as the bugle sounded. Good morning. Luo Qin didn't drink to death. Did he? Jimo Ro bumped his shoulder and greeted him casually. From your expression, I guess nothing happened. You still have to rush to the assembly early in the morning. Xue Liang said. He is still sleeping. He drank too much yesterday. Reconstructed humans have a strong ability to decompose alcohol. Of course, you are different from ordinary people. You will be fine even if you drink a few more kilograms of liquor. Jimo Ro's face changed. Don't mention it. The word reconstructed human is used to describe me, which is quite offensive. Xue Liang didn't care. What's wrong with it? Since it has come to this, don't resist it deliberately. It is not good for your physical and mental health. Jimo Ro was annoyed, rubbed his neck, and said, You are really more and more like Xu Yan, nagging all the time. My ears hurt. Xue Liang smiled. Then don't you plan to join the army? People like us are destined not to be free, and there is no choice. Moreover, your risk assessment level has reached the highest level, and you are destined not to be allowed to join any civilian armed organization. This is the current situation within the Ark. Jimo Ro does not belong to the army, so Li Muki has some ideas about him, but due to the army's tough attitude, he cannot recruit Jimo Ro into his team. Jimo Ro has not yet made a clear statement about which side she will lean towards. So under the calm, there are undercurrents, and many parties are calculating against each other. One day, they will have to show their cards. Xue Liang said goodbye to Jimo Ro and went straight to the assembly point of the Blue Flame Brigade. Zhao Fanglu has already arrived, and others have also arrived one after another, waiting for the captain to assign tasks. Today I will lead a team to the north of the city to complete the final stage of cleanup work near the Ark building. The rest of the team, led by Xue Liang, will continue to garrison the Youth Entrepreneurship Park and be responsible for the management of survivors and the maintenance of peripheral defense measures. Zhao Fanglu said in a loud voice. If we can complete the final finishing work before dark, we will immediately rush to Songhe to join the garrison there. And then the northern and southern armies will march towards the Ark at the same time, and strive to completely recapture the Ark in a short time. Yes. Zhao Fanglu looked at Xue Liang and said, When I'm not here, everyone must obey the orders of the deputy captain as before. His orders are my orders. Please control your personal emotions and never hold the team back. Everyone responded in unison again, yes. After the team disbanded, Falcon trotted to catch up with Xue Liang. Listlessly asked, Deputy Captain, do you think the captain's personal emotions refer to me? Last time we had a conflict with civilians. Xue Liang asked, after the captain knew about that, did he talk to you about anything? Falcon shook his head. No, I've been thinking about it for several days. Xue Liang patted his shoulder. Then what are you worried about? The captain usually speaks directly, and won't beat around the bush with you. Soldiers should obey orders. Do they have to learn to guess the thoughts of their superiors? Falcon scratched his head, and felt a little relieved. Oh, that's right. Why didn't Chiashaka come? Xue Liang looked around and asked. Did she ask for leave? Falcon said, no, she has been arranged by the captain to stand guard and patrol the periphery. But every time when other company soldiers go to the periphery to change guards, she will come back to report once. Why don't you wait? She should be back right now. Xue Liang was about to say no, but heard hurried footsteps behind her. She turned around, and saw that it was Xin Ling running towards her. She ran to Xue Liang and stood in front of him. Saluted, report to the deputy captain. I have a situation to report. Go ahead. 3 kilometers to the southeast. A group of mercenaries are coming this way. There are about 45 to 50 people, all carrying heavy weapons. And no vehicles. Xin Ling said. 3 of them are carrying individual rocket launchers and military detonators. Xue Liang's face turned cold. And he said in a deep voice, it would be fine if they stayed there quietly. But since they dare to come, let's go. Falcon, call all members of the Blue Flame Brigade immediately. Prepare for defense. Xin Ling, go and report to the Lieutenant General immediately. The two said in unison, yes. The news of the mercenary attack quickly spread throughout the army, and the entire Youth Entrepreneurship Park was immediately raised to the highest level of security. Soldiers lined up in groups from the barracks, and rushed to the southeast entrance for defense. Xue Liang returned to the barracks, and quickly sorted out his equipment. Luo Qin had just gotten up not long ago, seeing him like this. He didn't ask any questions, picked up his saber from the table, and threw it over. Be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. As soon as Luo Qin threw the knife, Xue Liang quickly walked up to him, put his arm around his neck and pulled him over, kisses him gently on the mouth, says, stay here, don't go out. After that, Xue Liang turned around and walked out of the tent, and the sound of military boots colliding gradually faded away. Luo Qin fell down on the bed, touched his lips which were still warm, and said in disbelief, damn, domineering Lichi. Cheng Qingyao had already led a team of special police to guard outside, and formed a defense circle with the soldiers of the infantry company. The entire park had entered the second-level alert state. The team of mercenaries had approached the gate of the park immediately, and they had probably discovered the layers of strict guards at the gate long ago. But they still had no intention of stopping. The broadcast on the watchtower sounded like thunder. Please stop moving immediately. Stay where you are and unload your weapons. 1 warning. Please stop moving immediately. Stay where you are and unload your weapons. 2 warnings. 2 warnings had been issued. But the other side did not show any fear, and instead suddenly accelerated and rushed towards this side. As the last warning sounded on the radio, the lieutenant general loaded the submachine gun in his hand and shouted, fire! The gunshot sounded like a torrential rain, and countless gun muzzles spewed flames to attack the mercenaries. The attackers were instantly drowned in the rain of bullets. However, a few seconds later, a sturdy figure suddenly rushed out from behind the flames, as fast as a giant bear charging wildly, and unstoppably overturned a large number of soldiers on the front line. Dozens of people were thrown away and fell heavily in the snow dozens of meters away. In an instant, the snow was flying all over the sky, disrupting the vision of the rest of the people. The man who rushed out was strong and muscular, as strong as a bull, carrying a minigun M134 light machine gun on his back, and continued to run towards this side with a fierce look. Xue Liang rushed forward and punched the other person in the face, with enough force to smash the entire skull. Xue Liang landed lightly on the snow, with a look of contempt. You dare to seek death without giving me face. The mercenary rolled to an open space 10 meters away, and the moment he landed, he reacted extremely quickly and turned over and climbed up, unhooked the machine gun behind him and aimed it at Xue Liang, and opened fire without saying anything. Xue Liang dodged the bullets flexibly, and rushed to the man in a few seconds. He held the gun barrel with one hand and twisted it hard. The gun body instantly misfired, and a muffled mechanical explosion sounded from the inside. His other hand crossed the gun barrel and tightly grasped the man's throat, his eyes freezing. The next second, the man's neck was broken in his hand, just like the gun barrel just now. Before he had time to look up, 5 or 6 mercenaries rushed out from the smoke in front of him. Each of them had an extremely powerful figure. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the arrival of his prey, and they all rushed towards Xue Liang at once. Deputy Captain, Be careful. Black Panther rushed forward like lightning and kicked 2 people away. These people were very tenacious, and they got up one after another and attacked the defense line relentlessly. The Blue Flame Brigade was fully deployed at this moment, and dozens of people rushed forward with weapons, fighting with the mercenaries. The 2 sides began to engage in a melee, and the military and police, who were originally defending, all rushed forward to participate in the battle. Even though there were only 40 or 50 mercenaries on the opposite side, their strength should not be underestimated. Xue Liang was surrounded by 3 or 4 tall and strong mercenaries, almost all of whom were of African descent, and were many times stronger than Asians. Bullets had no effect on these people. After entering their bodies, they were quickly wrapped by newly grown flesh and blood. After half a day of fighting, there was no casualty. Xue Liang realized that something was wrong, and kicked the mercenary who was confronting him in the chest, sending him flying. Then he raised the communicator and shouted, "Lieutenant General, they are recreated humans. Let all ordinary soldiers and police withdraw immediately, and the recreated humans stay. Ordinary soldiers should not approach. Retreat quickly." Chapter 89 Hostages. The Lieutenant General was already injured. Half of his arm was bloody. Hearing this, he immediately ordered, "Except for the reconstructed humans, all the others should retreat. All retreat, quickly." The army immediately retreated, leaving dozens of reconstructed human soldiers and police, who were equally matched with the other side, to continue fighting the other side. At this moment, both sides on the battlefield all had strengths thousands of times greater than ordinary soldiers, and the moment the 2 forces collided, it was as if some kind of chemical explosion reaction occurred, which shocked all the people stationed behind them and watching the battle. This is the power beyond human imagination. This is the power to recreate humanity. Large tracts of snow were soaked in blood. Soldiers in the rear were busy dragging injured or dead comrades back to the Youth Innovation Park. Many people were already unconscious, and were slowly losing consciousness. Wailing and groaning were everywhere, and the cold wind was blowing, setting off the almost hellish scene here. Xue Liang felt that the opponent was inferior to him in strength, but the difference in physique and the suppression of numbers made it difficult for him to extricate himself, let alone help his comrades around him to fight together. The jackal-like entanglement attack from the opposite side made him feel a little tired. A black mercenary swung his fist at him. Xue Liang bent down to avoid it, then grabbed the opponent's thick arm with his backhand, and threw the tall mercenary over his shoulder with a little force. Then, a gunshot rang out from the treetops above his head, and the trajectory of the bullet passed by his ears with a hot stream. The mercenary's head exploded immediately, and the whole person finally stopped moving. Zhang Qingyao squatted on the tree, turned the muzzle of the gun to the next direction with a cold look, and aimed at the head of another mercenary. He was best at shooting at moving targets, and almost every shot hit the target. But at this time, he was facing 2 groups of equally fast recreated humans. Not only were there enemies under his gun, but there were also comrades who must not be hurt. Therefore, the difficulty of the battle increased a lot. "Brother, Wu Luo, you guys just deal with these bastards," Zhang Qingyao said while holding the communicator. "I'll cover you up there." The battle was almost white-hot. The 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a man rushed out from the chaos behind him and punched the mercenary behind Xue Liang in the head. Before the other party could even make a sound, his skull was smashed. "Xiao Rou." Xue Liang glanced at the person who came. "Come and help." Jimo Rou's lethality was so strong that he actually caught the punch of the big mercenary with brute force. He and the other party were in a stalemate. The veins on the man's forehead bulged. It seemed that he had used all his strength. But Jimo Rou's facial muscles did not move at all, and he even showed a mocking smile. Then, he exerted force with his arm, crushing the bones of the other party's entire arm. Zhang Qingyao saw the right time and fired another shot, ending the mercenary's useless struggle. The wounds of the dead mercenary's body had not healed, and his twisted arms hung limply by his side. Xue Liang looked at the body, and said to Jimo Rou, "Have you discovered? Where is the weakness of the reconstructed human?" Jimo Rou nodded, and a helpless emotion flashed across her face. "It's the same as zombies." "Don't think so," Xue Liang said. But the fighting action did not stop for a moment. "We are rational. Unlike those things," Jimo Rou hummed, and said nothing more. At this moment, Seling suddenly rushed in from the back, anxiously ran to Xue Liang, and shouted, "Deputy Captain, there was an ambush in the north. There were only 3 or 4 mercenaries, but they were all recreated humans. They directly killed all the soldiers who resisted, broke through the defense line, and captured Nian Yu as a hostage. Luo Qin went up to replace Nian Yu himself, and was taken away by that group of people. Xue Liang's pupil shrank suddenly, and his move was unstable for a moment. But Jimoro quickly added, "Why are you distracted now? You know it's impossible to turn around and save Luo Qin now." He knew how cruel that group of mercenaries was. No matter who fell into their hands, there was no other possibility except being tortured to death. But he couldn't leave. He was still needed to lead the team to resist. He couldn't retreat because of Luo Qin. The balance of power undoubtedly shifted to the overall situation. But he knew which side his heart leaned towards. This was a subconscious that even reason could not change. Xue Liang gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and shot a mercenary's eyes. Blood splashed all over his face. But he didn't feel anything. Jimoro shook his fist and wiped the blood off his face. "Forget it. You stay here. I'll go. Please." Xue Liang raised his gun and stepped forward, without looking back. "Thank you, Xiao Rou." Jimoro sighed. Her eyes were obscure and hard to tell. "Don't thank me. I'm too lazy to help others. Except for you too." Luo Qin groaned and opened his eyes. He felt something sticky on his eyes. It seemed to be blood, which gave off a warm fishy smell. Several parts of his body were burning, and it hurt so much, and his legs seemed to be out of control, and it was difficult to even move. The person next to him immediately found that he was awake, and kicked him, and the tip of the heavy boot hit Luo Qin's brow. He felt a sharp pain in his eye sockets, and then half of his face lost consciousness. The other party mumbled a string of words he couldn't understand, and then began to walk around. Luo Qin's mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what situation he was in. His hands were tied tightly behind his back. He didn't know if he had struggled unconsciously before waking up. His wrists were already rubbed raw. "Can you still speak?" This time, it was a Xia countryman who spoke, with a very obvious Hanzhou accent, and a bit of a threat. Luo Qin moved again, but didn't say anything. The other party continued, "We found this on you. Take a look for yourself." Then Luo Qin heard a ding in his ear, and something was thrown in front of him. He opened his eyes a little, and saw a copper-yellow soldier tag close at hand, with blood stains on the surface, which seemed to be found on his body. He confiscated it after killing a mercenary in Shining, and carried it with him to remember how Wei Lan died. Since then, he has hated this group of mercenaries. This man was sent to Shining by the giant lizard, and died there. Even the body could not be found. "But we found his soldier tag on you," the man said. "Did you kill him? Speak." Luo Qin looked up and saw that the person who was speaking was an Asian-looking man, tall, and not wearing camouflage uniforms like the people around him. This man had a scar at the end of his eyebrow, which went diagonally from the corner of his eye, making him look a bit ferocious. "I'll tell you. Will you believe it?" Luo Qin laughed weakly. "I killed him." The tall man with the scar on his face cursed fiercely, and immediately kicked him hard in the stomach. "Bullshit. Can you kill a mercenary? I ask you. Where is Red Eye?" Luo Qin was shocked. He heard Li Xiaohan mention this name last night. Could it be that these people are looking for Xue Liang? But it seems that they haven't discovered the secret of themselves yet. The speed of wound healing has begun to disorder again, and there is no difference between them and ordinary people for a while. But the wound was bleeding. Luo Qin felt as if his strength was being drained away bit by bit, and his consciousness soon became confused. "What is Red Eye?" Luo Qin decided to pretend not to know. "How do I know what you are talking about? Don't go looking for death here. You saw Red Eye when he was killing people in Shening, right? Otherwise, why would this person's nameplate be in your hands?" The other party didn't seem to want to waste time talking to him. He walked away with thick-soled leather boots. Half a minute later, a person was dragged in from the door, thrown next to Luo Qin, and cursed, "Look at me carefully. Did you see this guy when you were in Shening?" "No. I said I escaped from Shening with great difficulty. How could I know that kind of murderer?" A female voice screamed, and Luo Qin always felt that the voice was very familiar. He looked up and saw that it was Yi Qinglan. She was dirty, with messy hair, and was looking at him in horror. Luo Qin and her eyes met, and they immediately understood each other's intentions. He pretended to look at Yi Qinglan in confusion, as if he really didn't know her at all. "Bullshit, little bitch. Don't play dumb with me. The former president sent you to Shining. Did he ask you to go on a trip?" The tall man lifted her hair, and Yi Qinglan felt that her scalp was about to be torn apart. A cold voice came from above her head. It was a Chinese voice with a stiff accent. Speak out. We will let you go. Otherwise, we will torture you and throw you out to feed the dogs. Give her time to think. She might be scared. Another voice said. Have someone guard outside. Brothers, go to eat. And come back to interrogate these two people later. A group of people left the two people where they were, and pushed the door open and walked out. Luo Qin heard the sound of the chain locking outside. So he used the only eyeball that could still move to look around, and found that he was in a wooden house. The air was filled with the smell of fresh wood. It seemed that this place should have been built not long ago, and the walls were simply painted with varnish. Yi Qinglan was frozen for a long time, and didn't dare to move. When she was completely sure that there was no sound, she immediately rushed to Luo Qin's side, and reached out to untie the rope on him in a panic. Luo Qin stopped her and shook his head, saying, Don't untie the rope yet. If the group of people come back and find out that we know each other, we will all be dead. Why are you tied here? Where is Shui Liang? Yi Qinglan asked anxiously. I have been captured by them for 2 days. I don't know what those people want to do, Luo Qin said. It's a long story. Anyway, Shui Liang will come to save me. What is this place? Yi Qinglan, Baida Town Logistics Park. This was originally a reconnaissance base of the Human Alliance. Who knew that those mercenaries suddenly started to attack us recently? The Human Alliance suffered several heavy losses. I was caught when I was escaping. Where are the others? I don't know. Everyone has dispersed. The Xia countryman just now is called Cui Haoshan. He used to be a junior cadre of the Human Alliance, but later, seeing that the strength of the Human Alliance was declining, he immediately turned to the giant lizard. Yi Qinglan said, It is probably him who betrayed me, and told those mercenaries that I was sent to Shining. Luo Qin asked, What did you go to Shining for? Yi Qinglan choked, and seemed reluctant to say it. Luo Qin sighed. Forget it. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Help me change my position. My arms are going to be numb from the pressure. He asked Yi Qinglan to help him turn over, and sat up against the wall. It seemed that his legs were broken before, and the bones were dangling inside, and every movement was a tearing pain, which made him gasp. I'm sorry. Yi Qinglan lowered her head and murmured. I really didn't tell them about you, and I don't know why they suddenly caught you. Luo Qin was helpless. Alas, what are you apologizing for? I had no choice, otherwise it would be another poor little thing. Yi Qinglan hesitated for a moment, and then said, Forget it, I'll tell you, there's no point in hiding it anyway. The Human Alliance has actually changed several presidents. The first president sent me to Shining to monitor someone, and gave me the information of the mission target. You can guess it, right? That target is you. Luo Qin looked at her, with a distorted expression. I don't know why, but suddenly I was given such a mission. After my investigation, I determined the location of the welfare home where you grew up, and I moved in under the guise of being a volunteer. The night before you went to the welfare home to save people, someone sent me a warning, saying that there was an extremely dangerous recreated human being around you. So I was very wary of Shui Liang at the time. Yi Qinglan looked at the door vigilantly, lowered her voice, and said, Your friend named Lu Yu. It was he who helped me get into the welfare home. The entire welfare home was Yuanshan's illegal trading base in Shining. And the friends you thought were all your monitors. Luo Qin. I suddenly felt very sympathetic to you at that time, because you seemed to know nothing. Chapter 90 Alliance Traitor. Luo Qin felt his cheeks ache again. He took in too much information at once, which caught him off guard. Indeed, I am just an idiot, happily sent back to be slaughtered. Yi Qinglan sympathized. I don't know why Yuanshan wants to monitor you, but they did do something shameful to you, and they haven't let you go until now. That's why I told you to be careful of Shui Liang at the beginning. I thought he was also sent by Yuanshan at that time. Luo Qin suddenly remembered what Chao Yun said to him before he died in the welfare home. Yuanshan will not let you go. Your pain is not caused by me. This is just the beginning. Yi Qinglan was quiet for a while, listening to the noise outside, lowered her voice. By the way, Lu Yu also told me that some of your past information may be stored in Yuanshan, which is now the Ark Archives. If you have a chance, you can look for the relevant files of the year you were born. This is a key information. Lu Yu didn't have time to tell Luo Qin anything when he died, but fortunately Yi Qinglan obtained this information in advance, so it's not too late to know it now. If you can find the person who gave you the mission, Maybe you can get something out of him, Luo Qin said. I don't believe that a president of the Human Alliance can know this much about me. There must be someone else behind him. Yi Qinglan shook her head. I can't find it. When I returned to Shining, I learned that the president who gave me the order was dead. I thought the mission was over. But the next president soon found me and asked me to report the execution of the mission to him. Luo Qin was stunned. Who is the next president? Yi Qinglan still didn't know anything. I don't know his name. He was replaced when I came back. After several changes, the Human Alliance was about to fall apart. Do you know Liang Tong? Luo Qin asked. Yi Qinglan nodded. He was the former president. He was killed when the mercenaries attacked the gas station a few days ago. Luo Qin felt very strange. Why did every president die? Is there any curse on this position? But before Liang Tong died, he did something. Yi Qinglan suddenly lowered her voice, looked around, leaned over to Luo Qin's ear and said, he picked several thugs from the Human Alliance and took them out. Later, he came back alone. And those people never appeared again. Luo Qin subconsciously raised an alarm in his heart. He looked at Yi Qinglan and asked, can you be more specific? What time is it? Yi Qinglan said a date. Luo Qin tried to recall it in his mind, and finally confirmed that the date she said was the day after Liang Tong followed Sun Ling into the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. Do you know what he did to those people? Luo Qin asked. Any clue will do. Even guesses. Yi Qinglan thought for a while, and said, I heard one of the thugs chatting with someone before he left, saying that he was going to do something big. If he succeeded, he would have a good life, and would no longer be afraid of being bullied by mercenaries. The idiot president named Liang Tong said that he wanted to cooperate with the army. And then, he went to do something mysterious and died tragically in the sea of fire. This series of events really doesn't seem like a coincidence. Luo Qin wanted to ask more. But the door of the wooden house was suddenly hit hard. And then, the sound of unlocking came from outside. The two of them quickly distanced themselves from each other. Yi Qinglan shrank into the corner and continued to shiver, while Luo Qin lay back on the ground, looking at the direction of the door. The door was pushed open, and the man named Cui Haoshan walked in. Luo Qin could see clearly in the light that there was a shallow scar on the man's face, as big as a thumb, right next to his eye. Come on. If you have anything to say, just say it, Cui Haoshan said. Anyway, at most only one of you can survive today. So why not see who shakes out first? Whoever trembles the most, maybe the boss will be happy and won't kill him. No wonder, I knew you were not a good guy the moment I opened my eyes. Luo Qin laughed and said, why don't you be a good person, but be a dog? This sentence touched Cui Haoshan's nerves, and he immediately became furious and grabbed Luo Qin's collar and cursed, you are so stubborn. Right? You said I am a dog. Right? I will show you who is more like a dog, and who will beg me to let you go. He dragged Luo Qin out of the wooden house, and the dazzling sunlight outside shone in. The snow had stopped. The dark clouds had dispersed, and the sun was shining brightly. It took Luo Qin a long time to recover his eyes. He saw dozens of mercenaries standing around him, all of them strong and healthy, as strong as bulls. He lay on the snow. His legs ached badly, and at the same time, a strange feeling came from the joints of his bones, which was painful, itchy, and a little swollen. But he knew it was a sign that the wound was slowly healing. He remained calm and raised his upper body with difficulty. Seeing this, Cui Haoshan rushed up again and kicked him in the stomach. Did I ask you to get up? Luo Qin was kicked so hard that he trembled, and his stomach twitched and contracted violently, almost making him vomit blood. Cui Haoshan was tall, but he definitely didn't have the strength to break his own bones. Nor did he hurt himself like this. Those mercenaries were really cruel, Luo Qin thought. He saw two cages in the open space not far away, with several bloody creatures wandering inside. Those things looked like dogs, but their fur was completely gone, leaving only bloody muscles exposed, their sharp fangs opening and closing with a click. And they paced back and forth while making terrifying noises, frantic and extremely aggressive. He immediately understood what the mercenaries meant by throwing them out to feed the dogs. Those monsters were the dogs they raised. You'd better really kill me. Luo Qin raised his bloody face and said coldly to Cui Haoshan. Otherwise, you will never fall into my hands in this life. You really don't know how to appreciate it. A mercenary came over, grabbed Luo Qin's neck with his big hand, and lifted him up. Forget it. There are so many people in this city. If we catch and kill them one by one, someone will be able to find out. Luo Qin was dragged towards the cage, feeling a little confused. He didn't know if Shui Liang could come to save him in time. If he was really finished here, then Shui Liang would be sad. Right? Luo Qin suddenly thought of Shui Liang's reaction. If he died, how painful would Lizzie be? No. He couldn't just die like this. Red-Eye, Luo Qin spoke in a hoarse voice, which really attracted the attention of the mercenary. He yelled at him in annoyance, louder. He took advantage of the other party's ear, and when the man's vision was in the blind spot, he seized the opportunity and pressed the back of the mercenary's head. With 5 fingers, he exerted force and crushed the other party's head with a click. Blood splattered, and the mercenary fell stiffly. The people around him were immediately shocked, and raised their guns to Luo Qin while cursing. At the same time, a clang sound suddenly came from a distance, and a crossbow arrow broke through the air, instantly piercing the head of another mercenary, nailing him to the wall. Luo Qin looked in the direction where the crossbow arrow flew, and saw a man jumping down from the roof, holding another arrow in his hand, and swung it hard, piercing the head of the second mercenary present without any explanation. It was Jimoro. Jimoro flew over and smashed a head with one punch. His speed and strength were so strong that it was amazing. The mercenaries began to shoot at him crazily, but not even a single bullet hit him. A group of people watched this beast-like figure kill several of their companions in an instant, and an overwhelming fear came over them. Someone raised a rocket launcher and was about to attack Jimoro, but then another person jumped down from the roof. It turned out to be a Sunling. She held a gun in her hand and shot through the man's forehead. The rocket launcher rolled to the side and was picked up by Cui Haoshan. Don't move. Cui Haoshan looked at the petite but fierce girl in fear, his legs trembling. Little girl, be careful or I'll crush you to death. Sunling sneered, rushed to Cui Haoshan like lightning, and slapped him several meters away. Cui Haoshan was slapped by her palm, and blood flowed from his mouth and nose. He lay on the ground for a long time without recovering. Retreat quickly. It's those monsters. The screams of fear came one after another. Detonate the explosives. Jimoro ran to Luo Qin and was about to help him up, but heard a gunshot behind him. Luo Qin's body twitched violently, and a blood hole suddenly appeared on his chest. The spurting blood splashed on Jimoro's face. Luo Qin opened his eyes wide. His whole body tensed up for a moment, and then he slumped down. Luo Qin. Sunling turned around and saw this scene, and screamed. Jimoro was stunned, looking at the gunshot wound on Luo Qin's heart, and found that her hands were shaking slightly. The man who fired the gun was Cui Haoshan. He stared at Luo Qin fiercely, and then turned and ran towards the gate of the logistics park. Stop, Sunling said angrily. I will kill you. Cui Haoshan had just run a few steps, and suddenly there were several loud noises in front of him. The mercenaries, who had already run away, were thrown back one after another in the air, and fell beside him like a torpedo, bloody and almost embedded in the ground. He looked horrified, and immediately raised his head and looked forward, only to see a military jeep crashing through the gate and rushing into the logistics park, the front of the car roaring at him like a beast. There was a man standing on the top, and he shot the mercenary behind him in the head. Cui Haoshan subconsciously rolled on the ground. The wheel brushed his spine and flew past, and a gust of wind blew him away. The man on the roof jumped down, without even looking at Cui Haoshan, and ran straight towards Luo Qin. However, the moment Cui Haoshan saw the man's appearance clearly, his face turned pale. Falcon followed closely, and jumped out of the car from the driver's seat. He kicked Cui Haoshan, who was trying to get up, and pointed his gun at him. Don't move, or I will kill all of you in 5 seconds. Try it? When Shui Liang saw Jimoro and Sunling gathered together, he suddenly felt cold in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Luo Qin lying on the ground covered in blood. The blood even dripped down his clothes, and the snow under him had been stained red. Jimoro covered Luo Qin's chest blankly, with her hands full of bright red blood. Deputy Captain. Sunling knelt on the ground and turned towards him with a roar. Come on, come on! Shui Liang suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was frozen. He staggered a few steps, ran to Luo Qin, and knelt down with a plop. Who is it? Shui Liang trembled and grabbed Luo Qin's hand. Who made him like this? Luo Qin seemed to hear his voice, and slightly opened his eyes, and said with a weak breath, "You are here. Don't move, don't talk." Shui Liang patted his palm, and looked back at the people on the ground. "Can't you recognize which one it is? Then kill them all. Take him back first," Ji Moro said angrily. "Don't be confused at this time, look. He's almost dead." Seeing that there was an opportunity to exploit, Cui Haoshan took off a tear gas bomb from his waist with his backhand, bite off the pull ring with his teeth, and threw it at the falcon. Thick smoke quickly spread out from the shell, and with a crackling sound, it spread several meters. In an instant, the jeep was surrounded by extremely strong pungent gas, which choked Falcon so much that he couldn't open his eyes. He rolled on the ground and moved to the other side of the car. At the same time, he quickly fired a shot into the smoke. There was a puff inside, which was the sound of a body being pierced. Shui Liang didn't have time to care about the fish that escaped the net. He and Ji Moro helped Luo Qin up together. "Falcon, drive." Falcon endured the strong stimulation and jumped into the car, turning the steering wheel sharply and drifting in front of the few people. Shui Liang lifted Luo Qin into the car and let him rest his head on his legs. Blood gushed out of Luo Qin's mouth, splashing all over Shui Liang's body. He moved his lips slightly and said, "There is someone else in the room." Sin Ling was sitting in the front, and he got a little anxious when he heard what he said. "You still care about others. That woman, right? She ran away in the chaos. Can you please stop talking?" Luo Qin smiled weakly, turned his head to look at Shui Liang, and rubbed his blood-stained military uniform with his fingers. "You got your clothes dirty." Chapter 91 Operation. Shui Liang's lips turned pale, and he was shaking all over. "Shut up." His voice no longer sounded like his own, and fear was undisguised in his words. "Shut up." Luo Qin really had no strength. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Then he sighed as if he had given up struggling, and closed his eyes. "I told you to shut up. Not to close your eyes," Sin Ling said in shock. Luo Qin. Luo Qin grabbed Shui Liang's hand and squeezed it gently, indicating that he was still alive. Shui Liang tried to keep his tone steady, and said to Falcon, "Drive faster." Falcon almost stepped on the accelerator, and drifted all the way back to the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. Sin Ling immediately contacted his teammates on duty with a communicator, and reported Luo Qin's injury. The jeep honked and sped towards the gate of the park. The soldiers guarding the gate were shocked by the scene. After just a few rounds of fighting, almost everyone was in a state of high tension, and they all pointed their guns at the jeep that showed no sign of slowing down. Someone fired a warning shot into the air. Sin Ling leaned out of the car window and waved the sleeve of his military uniform to signal, "Get out of the way." The car stopped diagonally in front of the gate with a swish. The soldiers quickly moved away the protective fences and electric nets. Shui Liang couldn't wait, and jumped out of the car with Luo Qin in his arms. When he touched Luo Qin's body, he suddenly felt timid, afraid of tearing the wound, and was anxious to save people. So his movements froze. Ji Moro cursed and pulled Luo Qin's arm, carrying him behind her, and said, "Why are you hesitating? I think you want him to die. Give me the person. This way." As soon as he stepped into the gate, medical staff rushed over with a stretcher. Zhu Yan gave Luo Qin a dose of temporary analgesia, and held the stretcher, running all the way to the cultural exhibition hall that served as a temporary hospital. "Prepare for surgery immediately. The injured has lost too much blood and is in shock." Shui Liang only ran to the front door, but did not follow him in. He seemed to be blocked at the bottom of the stairs by some barrier, and looked at the backs of the people disappearing in the corridor with a pale face, and finally let out his tense breath. Ji Moro stepped into the door quickly, and then found that Shui Liang didn't follow him. He looked back in surprise and asked, "Why don't you go in?" I'll wait here," Shui Liang said vaguely. "I'm not needed inside." Ji Moro was stunned. For some reason, he always felt that Shui Liang showed an attitude that was extremely subversive to his personality in matters related to Luo Qin. He couldn't help but panic when he should be calm, and even acted like a battle-hardened Special Forces soldier several times. "What happened to you recently?" Ji Moro couldn't help asking. "What happened between you and Luo Qin?" Shui Liang was choked by these words. He looked at Ji Moro, and moved his lips, but was blocked by the second half of Ji Moro's words. "Do you dislike him?" Shui Liang? Ji Moro thought she was right, and shook her head helplessly. "Sometimes I think you care about him." But I can see your emotions. Why do you dislike him? Shui Liang didn't know how to respond to his inexplicable words. After a long time, he asked with difficulty, why do you think I dislike him? It's very simple. Many times when you talked to him, either your eyes were wandering, you were absent-minded, or you stuttered. Last night was your birthday, and I saw you two staring at each other for a long time, Jimoro said. Besides, when you looked at him and smiled, that expression was too fake. No matter how much you hate him, you can't be so deliberate. Like an idiot. What? Jimoro ignored his interruption and said to herself, after all, he prepared a birthday gift for you seriously. Even if there is any conflict, can't you talk it out? Shui Liang turned his eyes away and thought seriously for a few seconds. He even doubted himself for a moment. But soon, he felt that he was really too nervous. Jimoro's analysis was like bullshit. This person actually thought it was reasonable. But he suddenly realized a problem. He was too easily influenced by Luo Qin, even though he never intended to do so. Forget it. Shui Liang changed the subject. Where did Zhu Yin have the operation? Jimoro knew all these things. There is a spacious exhibition hall inside, and the medical equipment is all there. The temporary operating room is in the corridor outside, just around the corner. There are 3 rooms in total. Zhu Yin applied for special approval from the army. Shui Liang nodded, and just as he stepped onto the stairs hesitantly, he heard Jimoro asking behind him, what happened to Luo Qin? The bullet obviously pierced his heart. So why did he survive? His question was very sharp. If it were someone else, Shui Liang would probably want to kill him in an instant. It has something to do with his experience. I'm also looking into it, Shui Liang said. Don't tell anyone. Jimoro looked at him silently for a while, still seemingly not understanding. But after all, she was a person who didn't like to get to the bottom of things. Okay. I won't tell anyone. Shui Liang smiled. Sit with me for a while. Jimoro hesitated for a moment, and sat down on the steps next to Shui Liang. The two seemed to have nothing to talk about, and sat in silence for a long time. Bai Luluo heard the news and rushed over, and saw 2 statue-like people sitting in front of the exhibition hall, enjoying the breeze. Especially Shui Liang, who was covered in blood and hadn't wiped it off yet. The scene looked a bit weird. Brother, what are you two doing? Bai Luluo walked over and asked. Where's Luo Qin? Shui Liang looked back inside and said, Zhu Yin is being rescued. Bai Luluo was surprised and said, is he okay? I don't know. Shui Liang shook his head. At least, he was still alive when he was sent in. Bai Luluo knew instantly why his brother didn't go in. He seemed to be able to empathize with this feeling. He sighed and said, then I'll go in and take a look. I'll come out and tell you if there's anything. Jimoro looked at Bai Luluo's back as he walked in, frowned and said, I really don't understand you. You have to wait here. Not long after, Zheng Qingyao also came. He was followed by Nianyu, who was trembling with fear, as if he was scared. As soon as Nianyu saw Shui Liang, he rushed over in shock, his whole body trembling. Lizzie, I'm sorry. I was caught by them. Luo Qin exchanged himself for me. I have no way. Can I go see Luo Qin? Shui Liang couldn't laugh anymore, but he still managed to force a smile to Nianyu with great difficulty. Go ahead. It's inside. Brother. I chased the group halfway, and was intercepted by their support. Zheng Qingyao walked up to Shui Liang and said, you are right. The attack at the beginning seemed to be the main force, but in fact it was a cover for the sneak attack. Nianyu said that when those mercenaries arrested him, they kept shouting that they were looking for someone. They probably wanted to grab a hostage as a bargaining chip to lure the other party out. Shui Liang pursed his lips, as if he had thought of something. Maybe they are here to find me. Zheng Qingyao seemed to have expected this possibility, and was not too surprised. Is it because of the last time you killed more than 20 of them in Baida town? I'm afraid it's more than that. This is not the first time I have dealt with them. Shui Liang shook his head and said, when I was on a mission in the Golden Triangle a few years ago, I killed more than 150 people in the entire team. That was the peak period of giant lizards. These bastards now, even if they don't know how to transform their bodies, are not good enough at all. Jimoro was shocked. Did you do that? It's all on the international black market news. The dark web offers a reward of more than 70 million to hunt you down. It's you who did it. Shui Liang squinted at him, smiled and said, you pay attention to these things? My grandfather has done business with the black market, and bought some laboratory equipment and chemical raw materials from it. Jimoro didn't hide this, but said it easily. But it was only that time. After that, he never bought anything from the black market again, and warned me not to be curious about it again. Xue Liyang, your grandfather is right. You may not be able to afford what the black market wants. Sometimes it is difficult to get out of it in time. You may be knocked unconscious and tied up one day, and wake up to find that one of your hands has been chopped off. Cheng Qingyao reminded him, brother, can you take care of yourself first? If the giant lizard really wants to find you, then there must be someone inside and outside the communication. Otherwise, who would know you are here? This attack was obviously arranged in advance. The main force of the attack at the door was to conceal the truth from the beginning. Xue Liyang waved his hand. Don't worry about it. If they know, they will know. This is better. At least, they will not be interested in Luo Qin. If Wu Luo hears this, he will have to bully Luo Qin for several days. Zheng Qingyao shook his head helplessly. You'd better be careful. The special police team has transferred a group of people to the periphery to deploy defenses. Nothing can go wrong before the transfer. Seling gave a good warning this time. Worthy of being from Lan Yin. Where is she? Xue Liyang then remembered that Seling didn't seem to come with them just now, and disappeared after getting off the car. Cheng Qingyao said, she still blames herself for not being alert enough. And it was too careless that made Luo Qin suffer like this. She doesn't dare to come to you now. She is feeling uncomfortable. Tell her to come to me when she is free. I will talk to her. Xue Liyang knew that Seling was the last one to join the team, and she might still be a little short of running in all aspects. And sometimes she was too strict with herself. This young team member is competitive and responsible, and always likes to take on things for himself. Cheng Qingyao nodded. Okay. Then I'll leave. Someone has to keep an eye on the police force. Go ahead. The operation lasted for more than 3 hours. When Yin Yu came out to report the news, Xue Liyang left the conversation he was having with Jimoro, stood up and ran in. Jimoro was stunned for a while, then turned around and scolded him angrily. Are you sick? I've been sitting with you for the whole afternoon. At least finish what you're saying. Yin Yu lowered his eyes and explained timidly. Don't be angry. Lizzie is just anxious. Jimoro was so angry that she was beaten back by Yin Yu. This man is really too polite. If you get angry with him, it will seem like bullying. He swallowed the second half of the curse and said angrily, No, I'm not angry. Zhu Yin was standing at the door of the temporary operating room, talking to Bai Wu Luo. He turned his head and saw Xue Liyang hurriedly coming over. He was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Look at your brother. Bai Wu Luo didn't understand, and also looked at Xue Liyang. What's wrong? Xue Liyang walked over and asked, How is he? Zhu Yin said, The most serious thing is the rupture of the left ventricle and the fracture of both legs. But fortunately, nothing happened in the end. He will be fine after resting for a while. But I was quite surprised by one thing. During the operation, his muscle healing speed suddenly increased, and the virus concentration in his body fluctuated for a quarter of an hour. So we had to cut open the healed part and remove the shrapnel remaining in his body. After hearing this, Xue Liyang looked up at him and said, How many people know about this? Chapter 92 Playing Tricks. Don't worry, my doctors are very tight-lipped, because I pay their salaries. Zhu Yin patted Xue Liyang on the shoulder. If you are really worried, you can let Xiao Bai follow up the follow-up observation, so that the data can be kept confidential. He said this, he looked at Bai Wu Luo with hesitation, and suddenly laughed. I just wanted to tell you, your brother looks like he is chasing his wife into the delivery room. Bai Wu Luo was stunned, quickly glanced at Xue Liyang, then he pursed his lips exaggeratedly, and tried his best to turn his eyes away to hold back the laughter. Just joke around. Xue Li gave Bai Wu Luo a light slap on the chest, and walked around the two of them into the operating room. Luo Qin was lying quietly on the bed, with a quilt covering his face. His whole face was swollen, and 2 infusion needles were inserted into the back of his hand exposed under the quilt. The numbers on the electrocardiogram machine fluctuated, barely fluctuating within the safe range. Xue Liyang walked to the bedside, and saw Luo Qin's legs were suspended high with a plaster splint. She carefully touched them with her fingers, and then quickly moved away. His legs were broken, and both tibias were broken. Zhu Yin said behind him. They were really cruel. There are not many parts of his body that are intact, but he is still alive. I guess they were trying to force him to confess. Xue Liang paused when he heard this, took a deep breath, and then lifted the quilt. He saw that Luo Qin's chest was wrapped in bandages. There was no blood, but the traces of drugs left by the operation were still visible. Luo Qin's chest rose and fell very slowly, and his eyelids occasionally trembled. But there was no sign of waking up. Is he still in a coma? Xue Liang asked worriedly. Zhu Yin shook his head. He suddenly woke up when he was brought in, because he was going to have surgery soon. He was given anesthesia. By the way, when he woke up, the first thing he said was to ask me where you were. He searched his pockets and took out the bronze medal that Luo Qin usually wore. But the red string was cut off. This is for you. Because it's an emergency operation. All the jewelry has been taken off. Zhu Yin handed the thing to him. I have tried to cut it as close to the knot as possible. It shouldn't affect the appearance. Xue Liang was stunned, and a cloud of depression suddenly surged in his chest, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. I'll stay with him for a while. Xue Liang moved a stool and sat beside the bed. She reached into the quilt and held Luo Qin's hand that was not receiving N4 drip. She felt the protruding veins on the back of his hand, and her eyes were concerned and guilty. The hand was cold, and the finger bones were thin and prominent. Xiao Bai. Zhu Yin turned around and pouted at Bai Wuluo. Let's go! Bai Wuluo nodded silently and went out with Zhu Yin. The two ran into Nian Yu in the corridor. He hesitated and wandered around the door. When he saw someone coming out, he quickly made way to the side. Brother Yu, aren't you going in? Bai Wuluo walked up and asked. Luo Qin hasn't woken up yet. My brother is watching. Nian Yu looked haggard. His hair was messy like a chicken coop. He bit his lip and whispered, wait until Luo Qin wakes up. I'll go apologize to him. Bai Wuluo looked at Nian Yu. He always felt that the old friend in front of him was different from before. When he was in high school, Xue Liang always asked Nian Yu to send him things, and they took good care of each other. At that time, Nian Yu was almost morbidly obese, but his personality was very cheerful, especially optimistic. After a few years of separation, he was actually quite surprised when he saw Nian Yu again. The fat neighbor boy in his memory was completely different from the tall and thin boy in front of him, who had a more handsome appearance. Even his personality suddenly became timid and gloomy. He didn't know what happened in the years they were apart. Brother Yu, don't be too sad. Bai Wuluo comforted him. Even if it wasn't you who was caught, Luo Qin would have gone up to change him. He is Sai. Nian Yu smiled bitterly and said. Lizzie said so too. But I still feel bad. After Bai Wuluo and Zhu Yin left, Nian Yu stood at the door and looked inside. He saw Xue Liang sitting silently by the bed, his back looking a little lonely. His back, which was always straight, was slightly leaning forward at this moment, so that he could help Luo Qin tidy up his messy hair. Xue Liang thought of what Zhu Yin had just said, the question Luo Qin had asked before he was anesthetized. At that time, he probably wanted to be there with him. Even if he couldn't be in the operating room, as long as he was sure that he was still there, maybe he would feel more at ease. I should have followed him in earlier, he thought. He paused while combing Luo Qin's hair. His fingertips curled the ends of his hair and trembled slightly. Luo Qin's eyes suddenly moved, his eyeballs rolled a few times, and the whole person let out a very slight groan. Xue Liang quickly raised her head, looking at him expectantly. Luo Qin? Lychee, Lychee. Luo Qin called him incoherently. Xue Liang quickly responded. Maybe the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet. Luo Qin only slightly opened his eyes, and tried to turn his eyeballs toward Xue Liang. Xue Liang stood up, keeping his face in Luo Qin's stiff sight, and whispered, I'm here. Lychee. Luo Qin finally uttered a few syllables clearly, but his tone was a little strange. I seemed to be looking for you just now. I didn't find you. He said this with a little grievance. His eyes were full of sour water, and he tried his best to raise his hand to touch Xue Liang, but he couldn't even move his fingers. Xue Liang's throat was also sour, anxious and distressed. He held Luo Qin's hand tightly, and said with difficulty, I'm sorry. I didn't come in. It's just that I was afraid to see you in surgery. I thought you wouldn't come to save me. Luo Qin murmured. At that time, they wanted me to. He suddenly stopped talking and said to Xue Liang with lip language, come closer. Xue Liang moved closer, and heard Luo Qin say very secretly in his ear, they are looking for you. Looking for red eyes. Did you hear it yesterday? Xue Liang was surprised. Luo Qin nodded. They, Asked me about Red Eye's whereabouts. But didn't tell me your name. I guess they don't know who Red Eye is yet. Xue Liang stood up and patted his hand. Okay. Don't mention this name again. Just pretend you've never heard of it. Luo Qin looked at him and nodded after a long while. Lizzie, did my legs get amputated? He couldn't see the part below his chest and tried to move his legs, but he had no feeling at all. I can't feel them. It's here, it's not amputated, don't be afraid. Xue Liang comforted him with a smile. It's a cast and anesthesia, it will be fine in a while. Is there anything broken? Will I be unable to walk in the future? Luo Qin spoke in a humming voice, and it was not known whether it was the effect of the anesthesia, or if he was deliberately playing tricks. Is my hand still there, feel it? Xue Liang knew that he couldn't feel it now, but still touched his hand. It's still there. Where's your neck? Where's your stomach? Touch them all. There was nothing he could do. Xue Liang touched them one by one with a good temper, and then raised his hand. She raised her hand to show him. It's not broken. It can run and jump. Luo Qin tilted his head and thought for a while. Then said, Lizzie, my mouth hurts. Is there anything wrong here? Doesn't your face look ugly now? Xue Liang keenly caught the cunning flash in his eyes, raised his eyebrows, and said, the mouth is indeed broken, and it will probably be crooked in the future. Luo Qin looked at him with a triumphant smile, moved his throat, and whispered, come here. His thoughts were self-evident. Xue Liang laughed, and then lowered her head to kiss him, kneeling on one leg beside the bed, inserting her fingers into the other's messy hair, and kissing Luo Qin so that he raised his head. If you want this, just say it. Next time you do this, I want to see you as soon as I open my eyes. Luo Qin pressed his lips against his, and said breathlessly, there won't be a next time. Xue Liang whispered. The anger in his heart had not diminished at all, but he didn't show it in front of Luo Qin. He couldn't suppress the terrifying thoughts in his heart several times in the car. He was afraid that if Luo Qin never woke up again, he might not even be able to keep his last sanity. He didn't want to experience the fear, panic and boundless anger colliding in his heart again. Lichi? There was a cry from behind. Xue Liang turned back reflexively, and met Nian Yu's unbelievable eyes. He was stunned for a moment. He did not expect Nian Yu to come in without making any noise. He did not know how much their actions had been seen. Nian Yu looked at the two people pressed together on the bed, and opened his mouth hesitantly. He was so embarrassed that he did not know what to say. Xue Liang stood up and tucked the corner of Luo Qin's quilt. He was not embarrassed about being caught. He just smiled at Nian Yu and said, Are you here to see Luo Qin? Nian Yu nodded hurriedly. I was just talking to Wu Lu outside. He walked to Luo Qin's bedside, looked at Luo Qin's bruised and swollen face, and felt guilty. Luo Qin. I'm sorry. Luo Qin did not think it was a big deal. He said casually, What's the matter? It's normal for men to get hurt. I promised Li Ji to take care of you. And in that situation, how could I let you go with them alone? He had a good impression of Nian Yu, although she was a few years older than him. But Nian Yu was too cowardly. He would be at a loss when he encountered something a little bit bigger, not to mention facing such a vicious mercenary alone. Luo Qin still did not regret that he chose to replace Nian Yu. Nian Yu hesitated, and turned to look at Xue Liang. He noticed that the corners of Xue Liang's mouth were red, with some bite marks, and the collar of his military uniform was messy. Lichi. You, Nian Yu spoke embarrassedly. You and Luo Qin. Are you? Xue Liang did not want to hide it. Since Nian Yu saw it, it would be okay to say it directly. Well, we are together. Ah. Nian Yu looked at the two people and became a little confused for a while. Dating? Dating? Xue Liang nodded and hummed. Oh. Is that so? Nian Yu still seemed to not understand, but did not ask the root of the matter. Congratulations. Lichi. Chapter 93 Fire. Don't run. The antelope jumped onto a military truck, and quickly aimed the crossbow in his hand at the ground below, but no one was seen. She sighed, picked up the intercom and said, she ran away. The outer defense team should pay attention to strengthen the defense, and immediately control any suspicious persons. Wait for me to come over. At the same time, in the parking lot in the other direction, a figure quickly hid behind the truck bed, and listened to the surrounding movements with his ears erect, but only caught the sound of the wind blowing the cans. This person was Yi Qinglan. She was half crouching behind the wheel, holding a pistol tightly in her hand. Her palms were sweating, and she could not hold the handle of the gun. The people chasing her had already run far away, and even the scout girl was led to another direction by Wang Wenfan. Yi Qinglan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to stand up and sneak away, someone suddenly grabbed her wrist from behind. The pistol fell from her fingertips in an instant, and was about to fall with a sound, but was caught steadily by a hand. Yi Qinglan's head banged, and only the last thought remained: it's over. She will be caught and killed. Do you think you have strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities? The person behind him said with a half-smile. Why are you shaking? I don't like to torture people to death slowly. If I really want to kill you, you won't even have the chance to be afraid. Yi Qinglan felt that the voice was familiar, but it was not Luo Qin, nor Shui Liyang. She turned around tremblingly, and saw a pair of bright peach blossom eyes, looking at her with a smile, so beautiful that she couldn't help holding her breath, feeling the pressure from the opposite side. Jimoro? She was in the welfare home in Shining. When she first saw this person, she felt like a fairy. The person whose name was called let go of her hand at the same time, but the pistol was confiscated and thrown to another person behind him. Yi Qinglan recognized the person behind Jimoro. It was one of the recreated humans who appeared in the mercenary camp with Bai Wulua that day. He was wearing a special police combat uniform, and his figure was tall and straight. His temperament was much more reliable than the sloppy guy next to him. Zhang Qingyao took the gun and put it neatly into the gun buckle at his waist. I have seen her. The girl from the Human Alliance. How come she is here? Jimoro leaned against the carriage and looked at her with narrowed peach blossom eyes. What's the point of sneaking here? You don't dare to go through the main gate? There are soldiers and police here, who can kill you with one shot. Yi Qinglan sighed and said, I wanted to see how Luo Qin was after he was dragged out. I heard a gunshot. Jimoro smiled and said, why didn't you come out at that time? Do you remember him now? He is dead. Shui Liyang is going crazy. Don't mess with him. What? Luo Qin is dead? Zhang Qingyao had no choice but to interrupt the conversation between the two. Why are you scaring her? Don't worry. Luo Qin is not dead. You also know his physical condition. He won't die even if he is injured to that extent. Yi Qinglan was sweating on her forehead. She was frightened, seeing that Zhang Qingyao had a serious face, much more serious than Jimoro. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. Are you sick? Why did you run away at that time? Huh? Jimoro asked. Don't you want to be brought back here? Yi Qinglan said. I won't join you and be in the same nest with Li Muqi. Wait, one day I will let you see Li Muqi's true face. Zhang Qingyao asked. Can you tell me in detail what happened at that time? Don't be afraid. I will let you go after I ask you. I am a policeman. What red eye are they looking for? Yi Qinglan said. I really don't know who they are looking for. They have locked me up for several days, and today they arrested Luo Qin and forced him to tell the whereabouts of that person. But he didn't say anything and was beaten. She remembered something, reached into her pocket for a while, and took out a bronze soldier's card. They found this on Luo Qin. Zhang Qingyao reached out to take it, and recognized it as the identity card of the giant lizard at a glance. The Chung family has a detailed intelligence network for major international mercenary organizations. But he does not know the name of the man mentioned above. And it may even be a fictitious pseudonym. This is a recognized rule in the mercenary industry. These people never reveal their real names easily. I don't believe that Luo Qin's capture was just a coincidence. Zhang Qingyao said. The sneak attack was to cover up the capture of hostages. But if you really just capture someone at random, not only will you not be able to find out the whereabouts of the person, but it will be more trouble than gain. They must have known something, such as a solid clue pointing to the location of the red eyes. Otherwise, they would not be so reckless. Yi Qinglan said, I know a person who may have a lot to do with this matter. Among those mercenaries, there is a Xia countryman named Cui Haoshan, who defected from the Human Alliance. He used to be a junior cadre of the Alliance, and he probably has a lot of evidence collected by the previous presidents of the Human Alliance. Otherwise, he would not have sold me to the mercenaries so accurately. And he also knew the whereabouts of the red eyes. Zhang Qingyao heard this and asked in shock, Wait, what do you say his name is? The surname is Cui. Cui Haoshan. Zhang Qingyao frowned, and his face was not very good. He put the soldier card into his chest pocket, and said to Yi Qinglan, Okay, I've finished asking questions. You quietly go out the small door in the northwest, and I'll tell my men. Yi Qinglan looked at him suspiciously. not believing that he would let her go like this. Are you really letting me go? Chung Qingyao laughed and said, yes. We are not robbers. Wait a minute. Jimoro suddenly said. Let me ask you another question. There are reconstructed humans among the mercenaries. Do you know who they are? Or what organization did the reconstructive experiment on them? Yi Qinglan shook her head. I don't know. Mercenaries have everything in their hands. I don't know how they got it. But they would send a team out of the city every once in a while. And we didn't know what they were doing. We tried to track them several times but failed. They are all professional international mercenaries, with strong anti-reconnaissance capabilities. Jimoro nodded thoughtfully and said, okay. Go ahead. Wait a minute. Chung Qingyao called her. Yi Qinglan turned her head in fear, thinking that these two people would just kill her. They were torturing me by going back and forth. Chung Qingyao smiled awkwardly and said, I'm really sorry for that day in Baida town. I thought you were a mercenary. Those people were so shady. I didn't react at the time. She then remembered how suffocated Chung Qingyao was when he choked her neck that day. And she couldn't help but shudder. No, it's okay. Yi Qinglan said. Can I go now? Chung Qingyao nodded. Be careful on the road. Yi Qinglan hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage. Looked up and looked into Chung Qingy's eyes. This world will not give up on humans like this. Just wait and see. We still have hope. Even if it's only a little bit. We will try our best to survive on our own. We don't need to rely on the virus like Miyuki. And we don't need you to save us. Chung Qingyao was stunned. And smiled, really? It's okay. I believe in you. But if you need help anytime, you can come to us at any time. We will not give up on anyone. After Yi Qinglan finished speaking, her anger was gone. She immediately ran away, looking back every few steps, as if she was afraid that the two would go back on their word. Jimoro leaned against the car and thought for a while, and suddenly asked Chung Qingyao, does your sister still have some of the mining rights of the Lantian mining area that she took over from the Jimo family? Chung Qingyao, I don't know. My father invested in the mining area a few years ago, but those shares have been transferred several times. I don't know if they are still in the hands of the Chung family. Jimoro recalled the unclear and warm relationship between Jima Song and the Li family, and she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Chung Qingyao seemed to see through what he was thinking, and said, are you saying that someone inside the Ark is helping those mercenaries conduct experiments? I have no evidence. I can only guess. Jimoro said. How could that group of scum conduct experiments on themselves, without the core technology of the Ark? It would be impossible even if they studied it for another 100 years. Chung Qingyao, my sister can't do it. She would never do it. Jimoro shook her head. I don't doubt your sister. But the problem is obviously inside. Even if we didn't notice it, someone secretly did it. Chung Qingyao said, the military has been alerted. The last time the Ark was attacked, the original stone was stolen, and the recreated human appeared among the mercenaries right after. The autopsy results from Wu Luo just came out. The mercenary's body contained a large number of mutated Lantian viruses, which are the same as those in our blood. What's the use of being alert? Always passive, never knowing what the opponent will do next. Jimoro snorted coldly. I have told Jima Song more than once that those stones are a disaster if they are kept in his hands. Now, there are zombies everywhere. Humans are almost extinct, and they are threatened by recreated humans inside. I really don't know what the point of developing such an experiment is. Many things are invented with different original intentions and later uses. This is nothing strange, Chung Qingyao said calmly. But I have to tell Lanyan about this matter. The mercenaries have become so powerful. Even if they are not our opponents, we have to consider the safety of civilians. Let's go. Wait a minute. Jimoro suddenly asked. Is Shui Liang the Red Eye? Chung Qingyao hesitated for a moment, turned his head. I don't know. You definitely know, Jimoro said angrily. Tell me now. At the end of February in the first year of the Ark calendar, the army troops in Hanzhou continued to move north, and before the biggest snowfall of the winter, they successfully recaptured the 2 occupied buildings in the Ark. The army and some senior executives of the former Yuanshan company re-entered the Ark headquarters, and began to build a survivor camp around the headquarters. At the same time, they called on the survivors in and outside Hanzhou to actively join through radio broadcasts, to gather the living forces, and to overcome the difficulties together. The number of infected people in the world is still increasing, and the survivors have to gather together, either to join the Ark, or to form their own survivor alliance. Soon, another team of Hangzhou garrison troops that went north on the highway met with the Songha City Army. It took half a month to open up the route between the two places, and established the first information connection and material transportation line at the beginning of the establishment of the Ark. This road was later named Wanchun Road, and it was the first light to be lit in the Ark's global transportation network. That year, everyone seemed to see a little hope of life in this doomsday, even though the beam of light was very small, as faint as a candle in the cold wind in the wilderness. But the fire gradually showed signs of spreading like wildfire. The survivors gathered near the Ark, watching a stable, orderly and prosperous safe zone rise from the ground. And at the same time, the first spring after the disaster was ushered in. Hangzhou Ark headquarters, a military vehicle stopped in front of the headquarters building, and a sturdy soldier jumped out of the car and strode towards the door. Xue Liang waited at the door, and when the other party came to him, he saluted in a proper manner. Zhao Fanlu looked at him, and suddenly his serious expression relaxed, and he laughed heartily. Not bad. Not bad. You have led them to do a good job during my absence. It seems that I can really trust you to hand over Blue Flame to you. Xue Liang, I think you can't stop worrying about this, and you should retire to the second line in 2 more years. The two hugged each other after a long separation, and then talked about the recent plans of Fangzhou while walking into the building. I led a team to the infected military base outside Hangzhou. Thousands of zombies occupied the place, and it was completely unrealistic to clean it up. I checked the supplies in the armory, and they were all corroded by the virus and could not be recycled. Zhao Fanglu and Xue Liang recounted the development work during this period. After the expansion of the Ark, we also need more weapons. Songha used to be a heavy industry base, and many old factories can probably be reopened. In this way, it is not completely impossible to resume production. Xue Liang nodded. At present, the weapons and ammunition reserves in Hangzhou can still hold on for a while. Reconstructed humans generally use cold weapons to perform tasks. I just brought back several batches of grain from the south, stored them in the warehouse, and will distribute them uniformly on Monday. Why aren't you with Luo Qin today? Zhao Fanglu looked around, and didn't see the face that was always inseparable from Xue Liang. I remember this young man is good, and he's capable. He wants to learn some self-defense skills, so I asked Wu Luo to take him to the training room. Xue Liang's expression relaxed unconsciously when he talked about Luo Qin. I'll take some time to pick you up, and I'll have to go back and give him some advice later. Zhao Fanglu's words had a hidden meaning. Oh, you've even taken some time to pick me up. As expected. Once you have grown wings, you won't be home anymore. Xue Liang laughed helplessly, and said, come on. Why do you act like an empty-nest old man? I used to think I was a left-behind child. Zhao Fanglu suddenly stopped, looked at Xue Liang carefully, and asked unexpectedly, Yang, are you in love? Ah? I'm actually... That? Xue Liang was unprepared for the question, and he stammered a few incoherent words. Under Zhao Fanglu's scrutiny, he surrendered and said, yes. Is it with Luo Qin? Right? Zhao Fanglu glanced at him, and his face said, I knew it. What do you want to do? Xue Liang said alertly. Don't embarrass him. I want to do it myself. Zhao Fanglu smiled and said, why are you so nervous? I saw something on your birthday night. I didn't think about it at that time, but the more I thought about it, the more I felt that way. He could block so many glasses of wine for you, and you were standing by with a natural look on your face. He wanted to drink it himself. Xue Liang tried to defend himself. I stopped him. Zhao Fanglu thought it was so interesting for children to fall in love, and he was reluctant to tell adults about it, and he was still evasive when asked. It's hard to talk, and I blushed when I talked about it, and I couldn't ask any more questions. You kid, okay, I won't interfere with your relationship, just think about it yourself. As two boys, there's no resistance between us, so just talk if you want. Zhao Fanglu waved his hand. I'll go to the elevator over there, you go find that boy? After he finished speaking, he walked towards the elevator with big strides. Xue Liang seemed to hear him sigh vaguely, and said, you're too old, it's really too late to keep you. Chapter 94 Early Spring. Left wing. Behind. Pay attention to the enemy's attack from the side, don't always focus on one direction. Luo Qin kept attacking under by Wu Luo's orders that were so fast that it was almost difficult to follow, but every time he attacked, Bai Wu Luo seemed to have predicted his movements, avoided the attack path faster than him, and then quickly moved to another direction. In this way, after half an hour, Luo Qin did not encounter Bai Wu Luo once, but instead exhausted himself. He stopped, panting and supporting his knees, and said dejectedly, "Damn. You are too fast. At least I can still touch your brother. My brother deliberately let you. If he really wants to fight with someone, he can beat the person down without touching the opponent." Bai Wu Luo said mercilessly, "I won't encourage you. Not fast enough is not fast enough. Once I leave your room, when you meet an opponent similar to me, people will not deliberately slow down to wait for you." Luo Qin looked up at him. "I'm wondering, is it because the strain in my body is the most primitive form, and it is different from the modified virus? From the information I have collected so far, the transmission rate of the original strain of Lantian virus is close to 100%, and its ability to destroy the structure of human cells is very high. Strong, the probability of fusion and symbiosis with somatic cells is less than 1 in 10,000. Bai Wu Luo analyzed with him. If the human body is directly infected with this type of virus, either the human cells are devoured, mutated, or die from a strong rejection reaction. Every time Luo Qin talked about this topic, he always felt uneasy. Will I spread the virus? If my blood is accidentally touched by others, will there be any problem? Bai Wu Luo was silent for a while, and asked, "Before you were kidnapped by mercenaries, and tortured like that, Zhu Yan's people performed surgery on you for several hours. Did anyone get infected in the end?" Luo Qin shook his head. "That's not the case. So, you should have been injured more than once, and there is no evidence that anyone was infected after contact with you," Bai Wu Luo said. "My current conclusion is, no." Luo Qin wiped his sweat, sat down on the ground. "Forget it, take it slow. Even if I don't get killed by the virus, I'll be killed by you first." Bai Wu Luo squatted down and looked at him, passed the water in his hand. Zheng Qingyao said that your shooting results made him feel like a failure, very failed. Even if you hold an alpaca there and teach it seriously for a few days, you can hit the target by spitting. What's wrong with you? Luo Qin smiled. Shouldn't he feel it's challenging? He's a monster who can get 10 rings with his eyes blindfolded, and he used to teach geniuses, who were 1 in a million, and suddenly a loser came to frustrate him, and he knew shame and then courage. Bai Wu Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Your perverse logic is really impeccable. No wonder he told me. She said she didn't want to see you recently. I remembered it when you mentioned it. Luo Qin unscrewed the bottle cap and took 2 sips, and suddenly asked, "Where is that little tail? Every time I meet her recently, she turns around and walks away, avoiding me like the plague god. Who is the little tail?" Bai Wu Luo was stunned. You mean the forest antelope?" Luo Qin confidently dragged the other party into the water. I said, "You really think she is like a little tail?" Bai Wu Luo reacted, throwing the sandbag in his hand at him. "I didn't say that. Don't bring it up with me. Seriously, what is she busy with recently?" Luo Qin asked Bai Wu Luo. "Why is she free to talk to others, but runs away when she sees me? How should I know? But she was called to talk by my brother 2 days ago," Bai Wu Luo said. "She joined the team the latest, and she looks very lively, but in fact, she is too embarrassed to tell us anything, and keeps it to herself. I'll go see her after the training." Luo Qin had rested enough, and got up from the ground and waved his arms. "Come on, and continue." In the next half an hour, the two exchanged more than 20 rounds of moves, and Xue Liyang just happened to push the door open from the second floor of the training room, and leaned on the railing, watching the 2 people fighting below with a relaxed mind and body. Luo Qin's movements were almost all flaws in Xue Liyang's eyes. But he only observed for 5 minutes, and found that the flaws Luo Qin had shown before, in fact, had never appeared a second time. When Bai Wu Luo used the same trick again, Luo Qin's response method was able to perfectly break the opponent's combo, forcing Bai Wu Luo to respond with new moves, which gradually became difficult. Xue Liyang supported himself on the railing with one hand and jumped down from the second floor. Bai Wu Luo sensed something and dodged back alertly, letting the defenseless Luo Qin out. The result was that Luo Qin was pressed to the ground by Xue Liyang. His head was still dazed, and he didn't know what had just happened. "Lichi." Luo Qin was gently strangled by Xue Liyang from behind, and he cried out in a ghostly voice, "You can't kill me. If you kill me, Bai Wu Luo made a sound. Xue Liyang grabbed his mouth and said angrily, "Have you only been practicing your tongue these 2 days?" Luo Qin was naughty, and stretched out his tongue to touch Xue Liyang's palm lightly. Xue Liyang's palm trembled as if it were electrified. And he let go of his hand involuntarily. He took a few steps back. And his face from the roots of his ears to his cheeks turned red. He looked at Luo Qin in shock. Bai Wu Luo stood behind the two of them. He could not see anything due to his limited vision. And he also did not notice Xue Liyang's ears gradually turning red. He said to Luo Qin, "You just focused all your attention on me. If a third person attacks, you will not have time to hide. On the battlefield, it is most important to listen to all directions. I am not the only enemy around you." Luo Qin sighed. "Why do I feel that I have not made any progress at all?" Xue Liyang said, "I have made some progress. Wu Luo, have you noticed that? When you use a fighting technique, Luo Qin will not be knocked down by the same move for the second time. He has a strong ability to respond, and can force the opponent to gradually expose all his strength. He can imitate all your moves after watching them once. If a soldier in the team loses his temper today, he will be forced to use all his skills by Luo Qin within half an hour." Bai Wu Luo nodded. "I can feel that each of his attacks is faster than the last one. And he has a strong learning ability, which is suitable for stealing skills. In fact, when I first learned shooting from Chung Qingyao, he said that I had some talent." Luo Qin raised the corner of his mouth, with a bit of meaning to take credit from Xue Liyang. "I can use a gun, and I shoot quite accurately." Bai Wu Luo chuckled. "He says this to everyone. And the number of people he praises as talented can add up to a company. Let's take a break and have dinner." Xue Liyang wiped Luo Qin's sweat. "Wu Luo, go and call Sun Ling, and take her to have lunch together." Bai Wu Luo responded, picked up a towel and walked out while wiping his sweat, preparing to take a shower next door. As soon as the door of the training room was closed, Luo Qin couldn't wait to pull Xue Liyang's waist and kiss her on the face. "You are all sweaty." Xue Liyang refused half-heartedly. "Can you take a shower first? You are as sticky as glue." The two quarreled for a long time and almost missed the agreed lunch time. Xue Liyang hurriedly wrung out a wet towel and wiped the sweat off Luo Qin's face and neck. He laughed and scolded, "If someone asks you why you smell like sweat, I will expose you. I'll take a shower first." Luo Qin kissed him on the mouth. 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Xue Liyang said. "That's pretty fast." Luo Qin gave him a warning and ambiguous look, and said before closing the door, "No matter how much you provoke me, it's useless. Lychee. But you wait." Xue Liyang waited at the door of the training room for a while. And sure enough, Luo Qin pushed the door open and came out at the end of the 5 minutes. Humming a song leisurely, he stretched his arm in front of Xue Liyang and let her smell it without saying anything. "Is it fragrant? Cheap shower gel is much better than those 100 or 80 yuan ones." Xue Liyang raised his chin and asked, "Who did you threaten just now?" Luo Qin said, "As a matter of course, threatened you. You should be prepared first. Otherwise I'm afraid you will cry. You don't have any Shining accent now. You know?" Xue Liyang smiled. "If you don't know, you would think you are a local of Hanzhou. That's a must. It's called adapting to local customs." Luo Qin said, "Your family is marrying a young lady. You have to follow the customs." Xue Liyang was startled, and quickly came to his senses. "Whose young lady are you? Who wants to marry you?" "You." He raised his leg and walked towards the cafeteria, and Luo Qin grabbed his shoulder like a rogue, and his hand was restless on him. Luo Qin brushed his wet hair back to prevent it from blocking his view. Xue Liyang was splashed with water by the man shaking his hair like a large dog. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his chin. "Your beard has grown again. And so has your hair. Don't you want to cut it?" Luo Qin shook his head. "You can shave your beard. But I want to keep my hair like this. Didn't you say that my hair looks good when it grows longer?" "When did I?" Xue Liyang was stunned in the middle of his speech, remembering that he seemed to have mentioned it casually a few days ago. Unexpectedly, Luo Qin remembered it clearly. "I think I did." When the two walked to the cafeteria, it was the peak time for lunch, and the hall was crowded with people queuing for food. This floor was originally a spacious corporate culture exhibition hall. After the establishment of Fangzhou, the models and display boards inside were removed and converted into an internal cafeteria. Although it is not as delicious as the big pot dishes in the camp outside, there is no demand when you are hungry. As long as there is something to eat, it is fine. Xue Liyang sighed as he looked at the crowds of people. "Let you dawdle. Anyway, I am not hungry. If you are hungry, just wait. If you stay with me, I will not be in a hurry. Luo Qin smiled. It was the same when I was in high school and got food in the cafeteria. It was full of people. I felt that I could not eat at noon every day. Shui Liang said, Did you live on campus in high school? Our school does not have meal cards for those who do not live on campus. I am an orphan. Who will take care of you if you do not live on campus? The food is okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter what you eat. As long as you are not hungry. It's fine. Shui Liang heard him say this nonchalantly. And his eyes dimmed. I really want to see what you looked like in high school. Luo Qin sighed. You must look really good in your school uniform. Shui Liang was no longer interested in his flattering remarks. And naturally continued, What do I look good in? Even if I don't wear clothes. You can write an 800-word essay to praise me. Luo Qin smiled and rubbed his face. That's right. I look good even without clothes. Shui Liang greeted him on his butt. Is this the point? Falcon squeezed through the crowd with a plate. Waved to Shui Liang and shouted, Deputy Captain. This way. We have reserved a seat. You sit down. We will go to get food. There was a row of dining tables in the corner of the cafeteria. And Lan Yin and a dozen special police were there, filling up the entire table. Shui Liang sat down and found Shui Sixian and Shui Simu were there too. The two of them squeezed into a corner and looked at a mobile phone together, swiping their fingers on the screen. The food team finally squeezed back in the crowd with their plates of food. Falcon held 3 plates by himself and held them in front of his chest. Shaky, take it quickly. Sun Ling sat opposite Luo Qin with a plate, glanced at him vaguely, and then pretended to look away casually. Why hasn't the little tail been following your deputy captain recently? Luo Qin deliberately started the conversation, thinking that she had to speak up even if she didn't want to. Do you have any gossip to tell me? Your own is fine. Sun Ling was startled. Looking up at him, no. Luo Qin, don't keep anything interesting to yourself. Tell me. Hurry up. Sun Ling snorted, if I have to say it. I will tell the deputy captain. Not you. Shui Liang took a sip of water and said, I don't want to listen. Let me have some peace for a few days. Deputy captain. Sun Ling said angrily. You are biased. Chung Qingao laughed, hey. You are right. People who are in love are biased. And it's unreasonable. Bai Wulu bumped Chung Qingyao's leg, criticizing with his mouth. But in fact he was very happy. You have a mouth. Not for eating? Do you think Lizzie really doesn't want to listen? Luo Qin laughed. Believe it or not, if there is any gossip in the streets, he will be the first to prick up his ears to listen to it. While he was talking, he took a bite of food, smacked his lips, and praised, Today's fried tomato and eggs are good. Falcon stuck out his tongue. Isn't this just fried tomato and eggs? What is fried persimmon and eggs? Luo Qin heard a lot of gibberish, but he didn't understand it. Several people who were drinking water at the table almost spit out water at the same time. Falcon was stunned for a moment, then he pounded the table and laughed. Damn, you really made me laugh to death. Scrambled eggs with persimmons. Ha ha ha. Deputy Captain. Did you understand? Shui Liang had a look on his face that didn't want to laugh, picked up an egg with chopsticks, and held it in front of Luo Qin. Tomato, scrambled eggs. Open your mouth. Luo Qin took the egg in one gulp, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Falcon. What are you laughing at? You want someone to feed you one too. Falcon was stunned again, and immediately turned his head to look at Chen Nuo. Chen Nu immediately stepped back far away and glared at him. Eat by yourself. You are not ashamed in public. Black Panther immediately interrupted without any emotional intelligence. Deputy Captain. Xiaochen said that you and Luo Qin are not ashamed. Chen Nuo, you. Chung Qingao drank a mouthful of soup and said to Bai Wuluo, Did you see that? Your brother was completely controlled. I remember that he was like practicing the ruthless way when he was in high school. Bai Wuluo had a blank expression. If you talk too much, you will always fall. Black Panther glanced back and forth on the table, looking at Bai Wuluo and Chung Qingao sitting next to him, Shui Liang and Luo Qin sitting opposite him, and Falcon and Chen Nuo sitting diagonally. He suddenly felt a little lonely, like a yellow cabbage in the field. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh and lowered his head to eat silently. Through the clear French windows, the camp outside the Ark building was equally lively. Survivors gathered together to line up for lunch, chatting and laughing. There was still a lot of expansion work to be done in the afternoon. These were all opportunities to exchange for extra supplies. And many people were willing to work. The cold winter gradually retreated in the warmth of spring. And the severe cold that seemed to have blocked for half a century also quietly announced its end. 6 years later, in early spring, outside the Ark, a sparrow landed on the wall of the long-abandoned camp, jumped a few times lightly, and then curled up into a ball. Before finding food, it will try to reduce the loss of energy. This is true for all dormant birds and animals. Before the long night ends, every night may be the coming doomsday. The thunder of the waking of insects has not yet fallen, and everything is still sealed by ice and snow. The peeling wall indicates the years when this place was abandoned. Or rather, it is this place that abandoned the people who once relied on it. A zombie staggered to the gate of the abandoned camp and looked around blankly. It should be the first one among its kind to end hibernation. Sometimes low-level infected bodies will choose to hibernate in winter. After the snow melts, it is time for them to start moving again. A ray of sunlight reflected from the building opposite, and Luo Qin was awakened by the dazzling light. He found that he had accidentally fallen asleep just now. This corner was quite suitable for ambush and killing a person silently. He stretched out his hand to block the sunlight, and found that even after sleeping for so long, his physical fatigue was still not relieved. This place has a wide view, and can overlook most of the Ark, including the confused zombie. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and made a gun gesture, aiming at the zombie, and said softly, "Bang." Nothing happened. The portable terminal rang. Luo Qin casually turned it on, and heard the automatic message start to play. "Mr. Executive, I'm sorry. After searching the information, there was a problem with the data stored in the previous database, and some of them were not updated. I now request your permission to correct this. The information about the former committee member Shui Liang was recorded incorrectly. He was expelled from the Ark 5 years ago. The person who approved the expulsion order." Luo Qin was too lazy to listen, and just raised his hand and swiped, and the permission was passed. Has obtained some permissions of the third executive officer. Loading deletion items. Loading completed. The information Shui Liang has been completely deleted and entered into the expeller archive. Luo Qin muted the terminal and closed his eyes again. The abandoned camp downstairs was still quiet. Zombie was shot through the forehead by a crossbow arrow at some point, hanging in the air and nailed to the mottled and scattered ruins of the wall, and its body was still swaying slowly. The sparrow perched on the half-pierced arrow and shook its feathers. The night was still long, and hibernation had not yet ended. Chapter 95: The First Generation of Raw Stones. The first spring thunder of Jingzhou sounded. In the chilly spring breeze, Hangzhou had the first rain of the year when Ark was founded. The military vehicle turned from the street into the gate of Ark, splashing a pool of water on the roadside. Then several soldiers in military uniforms hurriedly ran through the puddles, shaking off the rain on their coats as they ran, opening the gate before the military vehicle turned in. Luo Qin trotted into the gate with the crowd. His rain boots were covered with yellow mud. He found a corner to take shelter from the rain, washed his boots with a drainpipe on the roof, shook off his wet raincoat, and then went back into the rain, heading towards the Ark building. Bai Wuluo stood at the door of the building, watching Luo Qin, who was wearing a black raincoat, run up the stairs. When he got there, a strong pungent smell hit him. Bai Wuluo frowned and asked, "Did you go to pick up manure?" "Damn. Is that so exaggerated?" Luo Qin lowered his head and smelled it. "No. I just went to help Brother Su and the others feed the piglets in the pigpen. And flushed the pigpen by the way. I didn't stay there for long." Bai Wuluo said coldly. "You can't smell it yourself anymore. Forget it. Where is the thing?" Luo Qin took out a card from his pocket, with Yuanshan's company logo printed on it. On the left was a slightly immature 1-inch blue background photo of a young man, and next to it was the name of the card owner, Wei Lan. "This is something my friend left me before he died." Luo Qin's eyes sank. This card brought back too many painful experiences that he didn't want to recall. He used to work at Yuanshan, but I don't know what the permission card at that time is now. Bai Wuluo quickly turned the card over and covered the employee information on the front. "Be careful, don't let others see it." "This card should be scrapped too?" Luo Qin asked. After all, he is just an ordinary employee of Yuanshan, who participated in the research and development experiment of the Lantian virus. That's enough. All those who have participated in the Lantian project, as long as they have been exposed to the core technology, the information is stored in Yuanshan's database, which is now the shared database of Ark. Bai Wuluo said. The Ark was established not long ago, and the security system is at its weakest right now. Before Zhu Yin helps Li Muki write a complete security program, the database will remain sealed. which means that the information of all previous participants has not been deleted. If the data stored in the card is rewritten, it may be possible to get away with it. Luo Qin scratched his head, but Wei Lan is dead. The information on the card and the user don't match. Bai Wu Luo thought for a moment. I'm not sure. If it's Xu Yin, he may be able to solve this problem. But he is Li Muqi's man after all. I can't take the risk. He handed the card back to Luo Qin and said, "Come with me. I have to discuss this with my brother." Before Luo Qin went to Shui Liang's dormitory, Bai Wu Luo forced him to take a bath. And he was not done until his whole body was filled with the strong fragrance of cheap shower gel. When the two knocked on Shui Liang's dormitory door, a quarrel was heard from inside. And then someone overturned something, and footsteps came towards the door. They quickly stepped aside, and saw that the person who pushed the door out was actually Nian Yu. The other person's face, which had been ill for a long time, was filled with a kind of weak anger. He glanced at the two people at the door with a dull look, and left without saying a word. Bai Wu Luo poked his head into the door in confusion, and saw Shui Liang standing in front of the window, with an overturned chair at his feet. "Brother?" Bai Wu Luo walked in. "What happened to Brother Yu?" Shui Liang turned around with a complicated expression on his face. He was so inexplicable. He suddenly came to me and said he wanted to participate in the Ark project and undergo the human reconstruction experiment. Of course, I told him it was impossible and he should not even think about it. Why did he suddenly think of this? Bai Wu Luo was surprised. Is it because there are more volunteers participating in the Ark's election recently, and he is a little affected? Speaking of which, it is true recently, Li Muqi proposed to select strong young people from the army and police forces to participate in the Ark's human reconstruction experiment in order to train more human reconstruction soldiers. He had proposed it once before, but was rejected by the military. However, since the attack on the Youth Innovation Park, the military's attitude has obviously softened, and Li Muqi has taken the opportunity to promote it. As a result, this human experiment, which should never be promoted on a large scale, was actually unanimously approved by the top management of the Ark. Shui Liang was dissatisfied with this, but he could not show it. After all, Zhao Fangluo also tended to support Li Muqi. The power of the mercenaries in Baida town has already posed a threat to the safe zone. If they do not expand their own combat power, I am afraid that the weeds that have quietly grown under the wall will grow wildly into vines that cover the sky and the sun in the future. Now everyone knows that the giant lizard stole the Ark's raw stone and is conducting experiments in secret. And it seems to be quite successful. Luo Qin said, if the giant lizard group is allowed to develop, it will sooner or later threaten the Ark. The people of the Ark are probably more worried about this. It's not as serious as you think. Shui Liang shook his head. Wu Luo closed the door. After Bai Wu Luo closed the door, he opened the drawer next to him and took out something. It was a blue raw stone crystal, which was completely broken and lost its original luster. It was no different from an ordinary colored ore. Shui Liang carefully placed the raw stone in his palm, blew away the powder on it, and the stone shook, dropping a few pieces of debris. This is a sample of the inactivated Tai Sui from the waste chemical raw material recycling box of the Ark laboratory, Shui Liang said. Recently, Zhu Yin and his team have been testing the performance of the ore, and have scrapped a lot of raw stones. The experimental principle of recreating humans is to extract the living virus from the Tai Sui raw stone, rewrite the virus gene, and then test its binding degree with the individual experimental subject. He closed his palm, put the stone back in place, and said to Luo Qin, the part of the Tai Sui raw stone mined in the early stage, the virus attached to it is very active, and it can even survive for a long time after leaving the mother body. These high-quality first-generation raw stones were used to cultivate the first batch of reconstructed humans, including Cheng Qingyao's combat force and all members of the Blue Flame Brigade. Luo Qin asked, are these raw stones also in Fangzhou's hands? Bai Wu Luo shook his head, no longer. After the outbreak of the infection, the batch of Tai Sui mother bodies was originally escorted to Hangzhou by a group of local garrisons in Latian. But they were besieged by a large number of zombies on the way, and the entire army was wiped out, and even the remaining samples were all destroyed in the explosion. The ores mined later never achieved the same effect as the original stones. Luo Qin thought for a while, and asked, are the stones that Fangzhou uses for experiments now different from those used on you? Shui Liang nodded and said, very different. I can also confirm that the mercenaries who attacked Jingchuang Park before used the original stones mined later. Their speed and strength are much different from ours, and even their natural physical advantages cannot make up for this difference. So after the destruction of the first generation of raw stones, it is doomed to be impossible to cultivate reconstructed humans of the same level as us. All reconstructed humans who succeeded in the experiment will undergo a strength test. The person who has reached the highest score so far is my brother. Li Miyuki wanted to copy my brother's case, but he has not succeeded in these years. Bai Wulu explained. Jima Ro is the last first-generation reconstructed human. The only remaining first-generation raw stone samples in Jima Song's hands were used on him. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the army transporting the first-generation raw stones had an accident. I suspect that Li Miyuki is unwilling to lose the bargaining chip to compete with the army, so he secretly supports those mercenaries. I heard that he is going to restart the idea of the Safe Zone Professional Qualification Examination. Luo Qin asked. It is said that the Ark is short of talents, so it is preparing to recruit all kinds of talents from the survivors. Xue Liyang said, yes. This proposal has also been passed. The exam is scheduled for June, and anyone can sign up. Luo Qin is not interested in this exam. He runs around when he is free now, helping the army repair cars, going out for practical training with Xue Liyang, and helping the rescue team grow vegetables and raise pigs. Although he can't earn much, he has made many friends over a period of time and has a wide network of contacts. A breeding farm has recently been built in the safe zone. The chickens and ducks collected by the army from all over the country are kept in it. The animal feces are used to grow vegetables and irrigate the land. The Ark headquarters and nearby camps have achieved the most basic self-sufficiency. The Ark Committee proposed a sustainable development policy for the safe zone at its regular meeting last month. The survivors who are able to work on the registration book are assigned to various jobs in exchange for coupons for food and daily necessities. After half a month, the entire Ark safe zone has been operating very efficiently and orderly, and even a large amount of supplies have been accumulated. Luo Qin thought about it and said casually, it's better for me to join the army directly than to take that test. I'm tired of studying anyway. I'll go wherever you are. Just feed your pigs. Xue Liyang glanced at him and said, nothing else. No way. Luo Qin had long been accustomed to his decisive rejection and said listlessly, I know. You won't agree every time anyway. I disagreed to protect you. Otherwise, I would have just found a resettlement area and thrown you away. Who would care about you until now? Xue Liyang stretched out her finger and tapped his chest. Do you know that Li Miyuki will not let go of anyone who can be used by him? Jimo Ro is monitored from all sides every day, and people of all kinds are watching him 24 hours a day. Do you want to do the same? Luo Qin was stunned for a moment, and suddenly smiled and grabbed his finger, and shook it flatteringly. I know, I won't mention it next time. He took out Wei Lan's permission card from his pocket, and put it in Xue Liyang's hand. Lizzie, I have something to discuss with you. Xue Liyang looked at the thin card, and asked, what is it? Can you find someone who can crack this permission card? Luo Qin asked him. Ordinary people don't have the permission to enter the Ark headquarters. Places like the archives room and the computer room require at least second-class permission to enter. I think Wei Lan gave me this card, and he probably wanted to tell me something. You can use my authority, Xue Liyang said. No need for witnesses, just use it directly. Luo Qin shook his head and said, I don't want Li Miyuki to know that you are using your authority to help me check these things. If I am exposed, at least it won't affect you. If you really think about it, I will help you get the first-class authority of this card. Xue Liyang looked at him hesitantly and said, I happen to have someone here who can help you. Don't worry, it's not Li Miyuki's people. Luo Qin felt mixed emotions. Originally thought Xue Liyang would not approve of him getting to the bottom of his past. After all, those deep-buried secrets may tear apart everything he is now. He didn't want his peaceful and stable life to be disrupted. But he didn't want his past to be a gray fog forever. He had dreamed of his childhood countless times. The scenes and characters in his dreams glowed with strange and unreal light, which almost woke him up every night. After waking up, he had a splitting headache, but his chest was empty, as if a piece of it had been dug out. Now, the illusory past was separated from him by a piece of frosted glass, as hazy as the moon in the clouds, which made him feel uneasy, anxious and fearful. Xue Liyang told him that if he had to face his past one day, she would definitely stand by him. This sentence seemed to be a life-saving straw for Luo Qin. so that his whole heart could not stop leaning toward Shui Liang. Lichi, Luo Qin said softly. No matter what happens in the future, you will always be here. Right? Shui Liang patted his back and nodded gently. Don't worry. Chapter 96 1 in 100. Northwest. East of the office building, 10 common mutants. Shui Liang swung the knife in her hand and walked toward the street. The communicator rustled, and someone's breathing was heard. On the bus stop on the West Street, 2 level 2 mutants snipers. Please be careful to shoot them. Yes. Chinnu adjusted her headset and aimed the crossbow in her hand at the bus stop half a street away. A bloody head just half appeared from the back, and the sharp arrow on her string flew out in an instant, piercing the zombie's skull with a ding. The other one roared angrily and quickly hid behind the bus stop sign. There was no movement for a long time. Chinnu lay motionless on the sniper position and aimed at the gap on the side of the advertising light box. Something flashed behind the light box. She saw the right moment and quickly released the arrow. After the shrill cry, the street returned to silence. Chinnu breathed a sigh of relief and picked up the intercom and said, Deputy Captain, the second-level mutant has been solved. Falcon's voice came from the intercom. He was running from the east street with another team, and the zombies were attracted and ran wildly behind him. Open fire. Concentrate on killing. The gunshots rang out deafeningly, and the barrels of the special forces burst into flames, and the zombies that flooded the street fell back like a receding tide. A large number of zombies behind them were still driven by instinct and rushed forward one after another, and were shot and killed in the blockade of bullets. There are still some upstairs. Watch your head. Black Panther just roared, and zombies rained down from the windows upstairs like dumplings. Everyone immediately reacted and raised their guns to shoot. The team was a little scattered, but soon they gathered into a formation. Chinnu focused his attention and shot another arrow, nailing the zombie that jumped down from the upstairs to the wall. The zombies on the east street have been dealt with, Falcon said. Deputy Captain, we are ready to return to the team. Agree to return to the team. Return to the gathering place, and wait for my instructions. There was only one left on Shui Liang's side. He raised his knife and split the face of the zombie opposite in half. The whole head hung down on both sides like a peeled grape, and blood and flesh were dripping. He put away the knife, silently wiped the blood off it, and said, We have killed all the zombies in the office building. Sun Ling, immediately lead the people to clear the way ahead, and set up a defense line before the next batch of zombies wander here. Sun Ling responded in a communicator, and turned around to call for help. Also, Shui Liang suddenly added, After everyone is gathered, Sun Ling will come to see me. Sun Ling's expression was a little stiff for a moment, but he quickly replied, Yes. Shui Liang returned to the car, opened the door, and sat down to rest. Falcon threw a bottle of water from the back row, so that he could drink some to moisten his throat. After all, he had just finished commanding, and his mouth was dry. Falcon sat there wiping his knife, and asked casually, Deputy Captain, why didn't Luo Qin come to drive today? Shui Liang thought of something, and smiled. Give him a day off today, so he won't work. Yes, he is really capable, and he doesn't complain about being tired. Falcon leaned back in his seat, and began to chatter, not knowing whether it was a compliment from the heart, or just to make Shui Liang happy. To be honest, Deputy Captain, Luo Qin is really good. I have a good eye for people. Shui Liang looked a little cocky, and his side face was illuminated by the sun, like a sculpture. He is just very good. Falcon was shocked. Hey, stop. Stop. Deputy Captain, you are laughing too much. You are our blue flame. The team's facade, is it not good to show this useless look to others? Shui Liang touched his face, and said guiltily, Is it as exaggerated as you say? I don't know who it was, who chased Xiao Chen and got him, and didn't return to the dormitory building in the middle of the night, and howled like a ghost, which caused me to be punished. Falcon was happy, and crossed his legs and swung around. Deputy Captain, you are really, and you are turning your elbow outward, and you are showing off. Shui Liang glanced at him. Come on, you turn one in for me to see? The several teams sent out to deploy defenses came back one after another. Shui Liang counted the number of people, closed the door, and got in the car, and said on the intercom, Let's go, we're going back. Sun Ling and he were in the same car, and there was some silence after getting in the car. Shui Liang touched his pocket, took out a piece of candy, and handed it to her. Why do you look so unhappy? Have a candy. Deputy Captain. Sun Ling took the candy, rested his head on the backrest of the car, and arched his back a few times in frustration. I made a mistake in the reconnaissance today. Why did you make a mistake? Shui Liang didn't look back, leaning back on the chair and asked. Tell me about it. I didn't pay attention to coordinating with my teammates, and I was too aggressive to fight alone. Shui Liang didn't comment. Come with me later. I want to talk to you. The convoy drove into the Ark, and people in protective clothing immediately came to the door to spray disinfectant. Shui Liang looked at the disinfectant mist on the window, and turned to Falcon and said, There is no task in the team this afternoon, so let's give everyone an afternoon off. Please notify them, and let them have a rest. Yes, Deputy Captain. Sun Ling followed Shui Liang out of the car, and the two of them went to the disinfection room to disinfect their whole bodies. Shui Liang did not take the initiative to say anything during this time. Sun Ling followed him silently and walked into the Ark building. Cha-cha-ka. Shui Liang suddenly called her name, and Sun Ling was stunned, and her eyes suddenly became a little hot. She had not used her real name for a long time. Shui Liang was the only one who often called her by this name, and most of the time it was when they were together in private. She thought Shui Liang would say something critical, but he only asked something else. It's Luo Qin's birthday today. What do you think I should give him? Sun Ling did not react for a long time. She stared at Shui Liang's back and was so nervous that she repeated his words again. What should I give? Shui Liang looked back at her and smiled. What's wrong with you? Ah, no. Nothing. Sun Ling came back to his senses with a start. Is Luo Qin's birthday today? Yes. He will be 20 years old after today. But he told me that he didn't want to make a big deal, and that it would be fine if the two of them just quietly got along. Shui Liang looked a little distressed. I don't know what to give him. After thinking about it, it seems that nothing is good enough. People in love are all like this. Sun Ling snorted. I feel that giving the stars and the moon is not good enough. Deputy Captain, you seem like a child after you started dating Luo Qin. Shui Liang said dissatisfiedly. How could I? The elevator stopped at this floor, and the two walked in, discussing what birthday gifts to give. The Sun Ling leaned against the wall of the car, rubbing against it like a maggot, and sighed helplessly. Deputy Captain, I think you don't need to send anything. Go back tonight and give him a kiss, and he will be happy for half the night. What are you thinking about all day long? Shui Liang stretched out his hand and tapped her forehead. I have news to tell you. Fangzhou plans to expand the safe zone in Tibet this year. There are still many survivors who need help. Do you want to go home and take a look? I can get you a place. The Sun Ling was silent for a moment, and shook his head. No. I don't want to go back. My family is gone. There is no point in me going back. She was not lying. She really didn't want to go back. For years ago, she and her family were nomadic at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, and were robbed and slaughtered by a group of horse bandits who crossed the border. Her parents and brother were also taken away on horses, but she managed to break free from the bandits' grip and rolled off the horse, dying. That year, the foot of Kunlun Mountain was full of blooming flowers and grass. She walked towards home with her last breath, and came to the edge of a lake in a daze, having exhausted all her strength. That was the day she met Shui Liang. In her blurred vision, there was only a man in military uniform running towards her. Since then, she was taken back to the southern Xinjiang military region. She joined the army at the age of 17. The happiest thing during that time was her older brother, who would come to visit her from time to time. She learned about the existence of the Blue Flame Brigade from Shui Liang. The following year, she began to work hard and successfully passed the selection test of the Blue Flame Brigade and was transferred to the Xinjiang military region. Shui Liang was like a brother to her. The family affection and dependence that were lost in the vast snow and wind of Kunlun Mountain with her family were continued in this person, who was only 4 years older than her. Okay. If you don't want to go back, forget it. Shui Liang didn't insist anymore, and touched Sun Ling's head. Then stay in Hanno, since everyone is here anyway. Sun Ling's eyes were clear and bright, and his slightly blue pupils flickered, like a clear blue lake in the mountains of the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Ethereal and pure, without any worldly desires and greed. She blinked, grabbed Shui Liang's clothes, and whispered, Deputy Captain, are you still criticizing me? Shui Liang asked slowly, why should I criticize you? Where do you think you did wrong? Am I not suitable to carry out missions with everyone? Sun Ling became more and more annoyed as he spoke. I always feel that I am inferior in many areas, and will hold others back. Everyone in Lanyan is very powerful, more powerful than me. When the elevator reached the floor, Shui Liang and Sin Ling walked out one after the other. He looked down at Sin Ling and said, "You know, not only those who are strong enough to have no flaws are qualified to enter Lanyan. Those who are extremely strong do not need to cooperate with others. Too strong strength will deprive him of the possibility of cooperating with others. No one in Lanyan is particularly perfect, including me, but we are not based on the strength of one person, Cha-Cha-Ka." Sin Ling looked at him without blinking, seemingly touched. "Blue Flame cannot do without any one person. You are the scout that the captain and I carefully selected. In the female soldier selection in Kunlun Mountain. You are the only one who finally passed the hundreds of contestants. Because you are better than other candidates. So we chose you." Shui Liang continued. "Your teammates will always have your back. In fact, you have done a good job in every mission. Behind your actions are all the team members. Do you know? There is no better scout than you." Cha-Cha-Ka. Sin Ling puffed up his cheeks, obviously coaxed, and followed Shui Liang all the way with a silly smile. "Okay. I have to go out and do something. It's a day off this afternoon." "Relax," Shui Liang told her. "I'm leaving." Sin Ling and Shui Liang said goodbye, and they went their separate ways. She walked through the long corridor, and as soon as she stepped into the rest area, she felt a wave of heat coming towards her. This was a greenhouse built by Li Muki a few years ago. He specially opened a hollow garden connecting the 3 floors, planted some green plants, and arranged a landscape of small bridges and flowing water. A gurgling stream ran through the strange rockery in the garden, and there were even goldfish flicking their tails in it. She likes coming to this place recently. It is very quiet and can make her feel relaxed. Just like when she was on the Qinghai Plateau. After being in a daze for a long time, the communication terminal in the pocket of the military uniform suddenly rang. This is the result of Zhu Yan's recent experiment on the Ark's intranet. It is said that he is still developing new functions to improve the internal communication system of the Ark. The terminal screen showed Luo Qin's code. Sin Ling deliberately left the other party alone for a long time, so that Luo Qin would feel that he was not in a hurry to answer the phone. Then he pressed the answer button slowly. "Humph. If you have anything to do, please contact Cha-Cha-Ka." Luo Qin's terrified voice came from the other side. "Help. Sin Ling?" Before she could ask again, Luo Qin interrupted with another cry for help. "I'm in the swimming pool on the east side of the Ark. Come quickly the next second." The communication was disconnected. Sin Ling was frightened and broke into a cold sweat. And the non-existent antelope's tail ball was all blown up. The scene of Luo Qin being seriously injured was still vivid in her mind. Sin Ling always felt that the cause of this incident was her serious dereliction of duty. She had been hiding from him for many days. She quickly calmed down and dialed Shui Liang's communication code, but no one answered the call. The beeping dial sound continued, making her more and more panicked, fearing that the last incident would happen again. Sin Ling didn't have time to wait for Shui Liang to reply. She stuffed the terminal into her pocket and ran away, as fast as a flash of smoke. At this moment, outside the Ark, in the abandoned swimming pool, Luo Qin squatted on the ground, staring intently at the terminal screen, and then a smile of success appeared on his face. Shui Liang's voice came from behind. "Luo Qin, what are you doing? The door is open here. Let's go in." "Coming." Luo Qin stood up, turned off Shui Liang's terminal, and walked towards the swimming pool. "Lizzie, be careful, stand behind me." Shui Liang took a step back, looking at him. "Then why didn't you help when I opened the door just now?" "Luo Qin, you just punched the door open. I was scared. I need to calm my heart." Shui Liang poked him lightly with her elbow. "Just keep talking nonsense." Chapter 97 Taboo Experiment. When Sin Ling arrived at the swimming pool, Cheng Qingyao and Bai Wuluo were sitting outside. Seeing her rushing over, they were a little confused. "Well, what are you doing here?" "Officer Cheng, Xiao Bai." Sin Ling ran over anxiously. "Is Luo Qin inside?" Bai Wuluo glanced at the swimming pool gate. "Yes, I just went in a while ago. What's wrong?" Seeing his unhurried look, Sin Ling became more anxious. "Luo Qin is in trouble. I want to go in and take a look." When she said this, she found that the two people opposite her did not react. Looking again, these two door gods were actually sitting here playing poker. "I don't know how to play two-player poker." Looking at the scene, it should be a train. Cheng Qingyao threw the cards in his hand, picked up another one, asked, "What did he do again?" Sin Ling grabbed his shoulders and shook him anxiously. Officer Chung, stop playing cards, go and save people. Chung Qingya was dizzy, and held Sun Ling's hand, and said in confusion, wait, wait, wait. Calm down. He just called me, and said help. And then the call was disconnected. Sun Ling explained. Forget it, I'll go in first, and you contact the deputy captain. After she said that, she didn't give the two people time to react, and she ran in. Chung Qingya stared blankly at the back of Sun Ling disappearing behind the gate, and turned to look at Bai Wuluo. Wuluo, is this the encrypted code within your Blue Flame Brigade? Bai Wuluo thought for a while, and said, I think I have guessed a little bit. It was Luo Qin. That bastard. Who tricked Sun Ling here? Chung Qingya said. How come she is easier to trick than me? Bai Wuluo looked at him. You are easier to trick. Chung Qingya. You knew my brother was still alive 2 years ago. But you didn't tell me. Chung Qingya put down the poker, and was overjoyed. We've won a game. And we're even. Sun Ling had just run into the swimming pool, when he heard a strange sound coming from deep inside the venue, similar to the sound of metal dragging on the ground. She drew her saber from her waist, made a defensive posture, and slowly approached inside. Before the disaster, this was the largest swimming club in Hangzhou City, and the city team often organized training here. The entire venue has 4 floors in total. The front half of the first floor is the leisure reception hall. Walking in through the fitting room is the public swimming pool, which covers a large area and has a complex structure. Therefore, when the street was cleaned up, this place was not completely cleared. The dripping sound in the drainage pipe echoed in his ears, and Sun Ling swallowed his saliva, both physically and mentally tense. She didn't find anything unusual along the way, but felt that it was too quiet, which was definitely not a good sign. Suddenly there was a clang in front of her, and something metal fell to the ground in the depths of the corridor and rolled a few times. Sun Ling quickened his pace, and quickly flashed into the shadows at the corner. Observing the situation ahead, a zombie was wandering back and forth at the door of the fitting room on the left. Sun Ling quietly moved over and cut the other's neck with a knife. Then he searched the fitting rooms on both sides, but didn't find Luo Qin's shadow. She started to wonder, and turned to the swimming pool. The door leading to the innermost part was tightly closed, and the cracks were covered with stains of unknown origin, which were already half dried, making it almost impossible to open the door. The antelope resisted the acid in her stomach, kicked the door open, and then immediately raised her knife to defend herself. However, it was quiet inside the door, and no infected creatures rushed over. She looked at the scene in the swimming pool, opened her mouth, and was shocked. What she saw was a space filled with huge black monsters. The originally spacious swimming pool was now full of the black objects that had just crawled on the door. The wall pillars, ceiling and pool walls have been squeezed and deformed by this thing. And judging from its direction, it is even expanding outward. The antelope walked forward, and always felt that the oppression of this black giant was very strong, which made her feel uncomfortable from the bottom of her heart. She looked around, and just as she was hesitating whether to withdraw, she saw a figure coming out from the top of the thing, with a light figure and very agile movements. Luo Qin. The antelope was stunned for a moment, and said angrily, You lied to me again. Luo Qin looked down at the words, and smiled without surprise. You came so quickly. Little tail? The antelope almost bit its back teeth, and realized that it had been fooled again. Luo Qin grabbed the lifeguard stand with one hand, and was about to jump down, when his foot suddenly slipped, and he fell headfirst. At this moment, something roared in his ear, and a black shadow rushed straight towards Luo Qin from the bottom of the abandoned swimming pool, with claws as ferocious as ghosts, and was about to pounce on him and tear him to pieces. Before he could finish speaking, the antelope had already jumped onto the edge of the swimming pool like lightning, and the saber in his hand flew out, neatly piercing the black shadow's head, and then sank into the black shadow behind him with a clang. It was obvious that he had used all his strength, and was quite fierce. Luo Qin only felt the wind of the knife brushing his cheek, cutting off a section of his hair, as if he flashed at the gates of hell very quickly, and his face turned pale with fear. Little girl, did you want to cut me to death just now? Sun Ling grabbed him and beat him. You liar. You liar. Aren't you feeding the pigs? Why are you here? Luo Qin smiled and hid back, saying, Waiting for your deputy team leader. Why, is it strange that I appear at the place where my boyfriend works? Sun Ling was full of anger, and kicked the corpse with a split head next to him hard, just to vent his anger. Luo Qin squatted down and took a closer look at the corpse. It was a highly rotten secondary mutant, whose muscles and bones had expanded to the limit of carbon-based life. Even if it didn't die under the knife of the antelope, it would probably die soon. Seeing that his face was very solemn, the antelope thought that he was really scared by himself. He hesitated for a long time, and was about to apologize when he heard Luo Qin say, "No, I have killed this thing once just now." "What?" The antelope was also stunned, and immediately turned back to observe the surrounding environment vigilantly. Fortunately, there seemed to be no other mutants here. There was another noise above her head. Siling looked up and saw Shui Liang jumping down from a broken gap in the ceiling and landing on the branch of the black giant. "Sunling, why are you here?" After he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and glanced at Luo Qin. "You did it, didn't you?" Luo Qin stood up and smiled brightly. "Chia Cha Ka is amazing. She saved my life just now. Including the time at the logistics park, she has saved me twice." Senling's eyes dimmed. Last time, she felt that her actions were not very good. Luo Qin was kidnapped by mercenaries right under her nose, and he almost died in front of her and Shui Liang. Shui Liang landed lightly, looked at the lifeless infected body on the ground. "You've worked hard, but there are no tasks in the afternoon. Why don't you take a rest?" Senling muttered, "I have nothing to do." She walked to Shui Liang, looked up at the black behemoth, and asked, "Deputy Captain, what is this? It's so disgusting." Shui Liang wiped the knife in her hand clean, put it back into the sheath, and said calmly, "This is the original variant of Tai Sui, the breeding ground for the Lantian virus to coexist. I noticed something was wrong here a long time ago. I took some time to come and take a look today. There is indeed something wrong." Senling reached out to pull out her saber. When the blade pulled out the black object, some filaments came out, like rotten fungi, very disgusting. She rubbed the knife clean on the sole of her shoe, and a layer of hair stood up all over her body. "Is this the Tai Sui? How can it grow here and become so big?" Shui Liang looked up at the second floor, brows furrowed. "It's all destroyed, but we can still find some clues. Someone must have tried to cultivate a living Tai Sui before. But after it grew so big, it suddenly died for some reason, and destroyed the secret experimental base. This is an experiment that is absolutely forbidden to be carried out by private individuals without authorization, even in the end times when order is shattered. It is strictly controlled. The original Tai Sui is the best culture dish for breeding the Lantian virus. But man-made things are always unstable and extremely dangerous. Someone dared to take risks under the nose of the Ark. Perhaps not for provocation, but for the convenience of collusion with the inside. Shui Liang's previous speculation about the presence of a ghost inside the Ark was obviously true, but he was not sure whether this person was Li Muki. Luo Qin pointed in another direction. "I just checked there, and there were traces of human activities, but most of them have been removed, and it was done relatively cleanly. It seems that they left in a hurry, and they don't want to be traced. Normal Tai Sui will not look like this," Shui Liang said. "This is an experimental subject, just like Yuanshan made them." Shui Liang suddenly felt creepy. He stopped talking. His uneasiness suddenly increased. He changed the subject. "Let's leave here first." "Let's go." When they walked to the door, Sunling suddenly grabbed Luo Qin and asked depressedly, "It's your birthday today. Didn't the deputy captain give you a day off? Usually, I and the deputy captain come to investigate such things. Is it because I'm not in good condition these 2 days? I seem to have caused trouble for the deputy captain again. Chia Cha Ka. You are already very strong and very powerful." Luo Qin interrupted her. "Don't always think that it was your mistake. You should think like this. If it weren't for you, I would have almost died." Senling was very surprised and stared at him with wide eyes. Luo Qin cleared his throat and continued to say, "Everything depends on human effort. But the same thing, how it is presented in the end, depends on the angle from which you look at it. For me, you saved me twice. Cha Cha Ka." Senling was silent for a moment, and asked, "Did you fall down on purpose just now?" Luo Qin pretended to laugh twice, and said, "Well, I did pretend to fall down, but I really didn't expect that thing to rush out. Fortunately, you came early. Otherwise, I would be really miserable." Senling sighed. Really couldn't understand Luo Qin. Why he could live so lively, without worries, fearless. Even if his heart was shot, he could still find time to have fun. She was a little envious. Shui Liang had already walked a long way, and found that there was no one around. So she stopped and looked back in confusion. What are you two whispering about? Let's go! Luo Qin turned to Shui Liang, and suddenly raised his voice without warning. Lizzie, Chia Cha Ka said she saved me. I must repay her. I have to give her 2 chicken legs for dinner. The sling was struck by lightning, and stood there for a long time, and when Luo Qin ran away, he remembered to chase. When did I ask you to repay me? You are talking nonsense. Shui Liang had no choice but to. She could let Luo Qin hide behind her. Then you should get her 2 chicken legs to eat tonight. At this moment, Simling was inexplicably accused of having only chicken legs in his eyes. It was so unfair that he just moved his lips, and hadn't spoken yet. But Luo Qin interrupted him. Deputy Captain. Look at him. Luo Qin. Simling was furious. Is my tone so disgusting? Luo Qin, are you going to eat the chicken legs or not? Simling stopped as if it was wound up, staring at its toes very embarrassedly. Eat, she said. More. Add more cumin. Shui Liang took out a test tube from his pocket and threw it to Simling. Give this to Wu Luo. He and Cheng Qingyao know how to make it. Have a good rest in the afternoon. Don't bother. Simling would be driven crazy by Luo Qin if he stayed any longer, and ran away with the things as if he had been pardoned. Shui Liang looked at the back that disappeared around the corner, smiled and shook his head. You are really good, Luo Qin. Luo Qin finally relaxed, rubbed the back of his neck comfortably. Hey, can we do it this afternoon? Shui Liang listened to him with a smile. And suddenly the whole person froze, and suddenly raised his hand to cover his heart. A terrible pain pierced his lungs at that moment, as if a needle pierced his flesh and blood, and came out from the depths of his heart, almost tearing his reason apart. Lychee? Luo Qin hurriedly supported him, sweating profusely. What's wrong? Shui Liang's vision was blurred for a moment. He suddenly felt lucky that he was with Luo Qin, otherwise, the moment his weakness was exposed, he would most likely be hit by a fatal blow. The long-term memory of killing and fighting in his body had forced him to be so alert. It's so uncomfortable. Shui Liang's face turned pale, as if he had an intuition, looking back at the dead body of Tai Sui. Let's go first, Luo Qin. Let's leave here. Chapter 98 Tumbleweed. Someone knocked on the door of the dormitory. Shui Liang raised his head. Come in. Luo Qin pushed the door open and entered, and then diligently locked it. Shui Liang turned around in her chair, and leaned on the table. Why did you knock on the door when you came in? I'm afraid you'll change clothes inside. Luo Qin smiled pretentiously, and walked toward Shui Liang. What are you doing? Shui Liang naturally put her hands on his waist, and laughed and said, Come on, why are you pretending? When did you avoid me when I changed clothes? Luo Qin leaned down and held Shui Liang's face, and kissed her for a long time, and secretly rubbed her chest, but Shui Liang pushed him away. Don't make trouble, I really can't do it now, wait until the evening. But Shui Liang still felt a little sorry, and touched her abdominal muscles. The outline was very obvious, and it was obvious that he was working hard. Luo Qin asked him, Do you like to touch me? Shui Liang felt at ease. Yes. I will touch you. It was simply rude and overbearing. Does it still hurt here? Luo Qin stretched out his palm, and touched his chest carefully. Have you rested well? Shui Liang pinched the other's fingers and shook his head. It's okay. Maybe the virus in the body suddenly became active. It's normal. I asked Wu Luo to look at the Tai Sui samples in the swimming pool. It's of little reference value. I can only speculate that someone wanted to replicate the cultivation environment of the first generation of Tai Sui, but obviously failed. Luo Qin lowered his head and glanced at the table. Seeing several spread-out city tourism maps, he asked Shui Liang, Aren't you a local? Do you still need to look at the map? Locals don't go to many attractions in Hangzhou. Some of the top-ranked check-in landmarks on the internet are right in front of my house. I have never been there once in my life. Shui Liang said. Let's see where I'll take you to play later. Is there any place you want to go? Luo Qin kissed him again and said, You decide. I have never been to the north. Everything is new to me. As long as I go out with you, I am willing to move a bench to watch the zombie show. But he thought about it seriously, and suddenly said, I want to go to your home. Shui Liang was stunned. My home? Luo Qin nodded. You seem to have never mentioned your home. And you have never been back. I want to see where you lived when you were a child. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, and his hands on Luo Qin's waist tightened slightly. Luo Qin felt his movement, and said, It's okay. If you don't want to go back, we can go somewhere else. It was originally just a subtle idea, and he blurted it out when he was relaxed. If Xue Liang didn't want to, he wouldn't force it. But Xue Liang was silent for a few seconds, then looked up and smiled at him. Sure. I'll take you if you want to go. It just so happens that I haven't been back for many years, and it's time to go home and have a look. Xue Liang changed his clothes before going out. He always felt that Luo Qin's birthday should have a sense of ceremony. At least for him. In the future, he might be the only one who remembers Luo Qin's birthday. Xue Liang's long-lost casual outfit is more eye-catching than usual. Luo Qin sat on the chair, crossed his legs and stared at Xue Liang for a long time, then stood up and put his arm around his waist, and said with satisfaction, "Let's go out for a date." The camp outside the Ark has been expanded a lot recently, with the headquarters as the center, and is gradually extending to all directions. There are many survivors who have fled to Hangzhou from other places. They will first gather at several highway exits in the direction of the city, and then take the army's trucks that are specially used to pick up survivors, and be escorted all the way to the survivor camp near the Ark. The survivors who have just entered the Ark, as long as they agree to sign the Ark agreement, can obtain the right to reside in the Ark safe zone. Just signing a word will get a stable residence, and meet daily food and clothing. After weighing the pros and cons, almost no one will refuse. So most of the survivors who have just arrived choose to join without hesitation. The Youth Entrepreneurship Park, which temporarily housed the survivors, has become the Ark's granary. Every day, several trucks of reserve grain are sent to the park, which are made into canned food and biscuits that are easy to store and distributed to the survivors on time and in quantity. Everything seems to be developing in a safe and stable direction, just like the original intention of the establishment of the Ark. The two of them passed through the unloading area outside the camp and planned to cross along the abandoned road. A car stopped on the side of the road and suddenly honked. With a deliberate sense of rhythm, Suyu just jumped out of the car, carrying a box on his shoulder. "Yo. Going out?" He was wearing a washed-out denim jacket with the words Walker Rescue Team printed on the back, which were almost invisible. His dark skin was sweating, and he had obviously been busy for a long time and had no time to rest. Luo Qin bumped fists with him. "Brother Su, you promised to give me a day off today. Don't regret it." Su Yugang laughed heartily. "I'm not a person who doesn't keep his word. You can't help me today. I can't get away. So I'll just wish you a happy birthday here." "You're welcome. Is there a difference between a few words?" Luo Qin waved his hand. "Should I express my gratitude?" Su Yugang laughed and scolded. "Little bastard. I knew you were like this." He put down the box, turned around and took 2 bottles of mini draft beer from the car, which were all stocks recycled from the brewery. "Look, this is the beer that the Germans like to drink. I secretly saved it for you." When others asked, I said I had no more. After the reorganization of the Ark, many rescue teams were incorporated into the Ark Self-Defense Force, including Su Yogong's Walker Rescue Team, which was mainly responsible for the transportation and distribution of daily supplies. The advantage of being recruited is that they don't have to hand in all the materials they collected. Fanzhou tacitly allows them to keep a portion for themselves. This is a customary rule. Luo Qin has a good relationship with people here. Sometimes when they get something good, many people will secretly leave a portion for him. Su Yogong's people are all good hunters. Occasionally, they go out hunting, and when they come back, they will ask Luo Qin to cook for them. He himself is not shy at all. He eats meat and drinks wine, and lives a very comfortable life. However, Luo Qin is not the kind of person who comes here to eat and drink for free. He can hear clearly any movement in Fanzhou's camp while drinking and chatting. Xue Liang couldn't ask about these things, but Luo Qin was free enough and had the ability to make others share information willingly. The intelligence network was the key to gaining a foothold in the Ark, and Luo Qin understood this well enough. "That's nice." Luo Qin tooted twice and put the wine into his coat pocket. He deliberately picked this coat with pockets that could hold a lot of things. It was bulging, and he didn't know what was stuffed in it. Su Yugang wiped his face and pointed in the direction of the Ark's gate. "I've asked the little girl to take the chicken leg away." "What an interesting girl. She looks so beautiful eating a chicken leg." Luo Qin smiled and said, "That's fine. Thank you for troubling Brother Su. We'll go first, and I'll help you unload 2 more boxes of goods later." Xue Liang led him through the streets covered with barbed wire, and then stepped out of the safe area. There were large blocks that had not been cleaned yet. And various infected creatures lived here, which were full of dangers. You're still eating well, Shui Liang suddenly said with a smile. You've only been here for a short time, and you've almost occupied half of Li Muki's hill. Luo Qin whistled leisurely a few times, and said, everyone has their own reason for living. Lichi, you have to know what the tumbleweed way of living is. Shui Liang was stunned. What? Luo Qin explained to him patiently. Tumbleweed means that no matter how low you fall, as long as you still have a breath, you can find a way to survive. Luo Qin sometimes said one or two words that Shui Liang thought were particularly meaningful, but the other party didn't care about it, just thought it was common, because he lived like this for the first 10 years, and in the places around the welfare home, there were many people who lived like this. Lizzie, you should always believe in someone who wants to live. Luo Qin looked at him. Actually, Brother Su and the others are not stupid. They know that I am asking for information for you, but they are still willing to tell me. Do you know why? Shui Liang shook his head. I don't know. Luo Qin said, because you can see that they want to live, Lizzie. Even if they are tumbleweeds, they need water to survive, and you are the only one who is willing to give them that sip of water. Shui Liang turned his head and looked at Luo Qin in surprise. He actually knew what he had been thinking about these days. Pressure, rumors, speculation and misunderstanding. The tides in the Ark rose and fell, and sometimes the spearheads were especially directed at him. It's not that he didn't waver, doubting whether everything he insisted on was meaningful. Just stick to what you want to do. Lizzie, no matter what you do, I will only follow you. Luo Qin rested his arms behind his head, and a spring breeze came out of the corner of his mouth. We are the one. Shui Liang stretched out his hand and shook it with him. Okay. Shui Liang's home is in an old housing area not far from Fangzhou. The place is called Beima Lane. It looks inconspicuous, but it has a history of hundreds of years. Shui Liang suddenly had an idea and told Luo Qin the origin of this lane. He said that there was an emperor who was exiled to the people due to a coup in his childhood. He was found by the old officials of the court and became the emperor in his teens. Later, when he was middle-aged, he came here incognito. Standing at the entrance of the lane, he saw that the scene he saw when he was a child was no longer the same. He couldn't help but sigh. Life is like a white horse passing through a crack in the sky. It's gone in a flash. So he named this place Baiju Lane. Luo Qin suddenly felt something was wrong when he heard it, and asked, no, isn't it called Baiju Lane? How come after hundreds of years, it has changed from classical Chinese to vernacular Chinese? His question made Shui Liang stunned, and he couldn't think of a reasonable explanation for a long time. I don't know either. I heard it from my brother. I didn't ask this question when I was a child. Just listen. Why are you so serious? The alley was overgrown with weeds, and the road was full of broken bricks. It was so desolate as if no one had lived there for hundreds of years. Several courtyards at the entrance were covered with mottled red couplets, which looked a bit eerie in the cold and desolate scene. The branches of the dead tree poked into the windows from the courtyard wall, and a few pieces of broken glass were stuck on the window frames, which were shaky in the wind. The alley was in a mess, and there were faint traces of blood everywhere. The tragedy that happened here could not be completely washed away. Those traces that were difficult to wash away would forever silently engrave this unprecedented disaster. Shui Liang actually felt a sense of unfamiliarity with the streets and alleys here. The alleys and storefronts that used to be bustling with people were now dead silent. The past days seemed to fade away in his memory as he walked into this alley. I haven't been back for a few years? Shui Liang said to himself. It's so quiet. Luo Qin, Beima Alley has never been so quiet. Luo Qin walked forward side by side with him. His eyes swept over the courtyard walls and low houses on both sides. Curiosity overwhelmed everything. He imagined his childhood, the young Shui Liang carrying a school bag through these wide streets and narrow alleys day after day. As the sun rose and the moon set, his current shadow and Shui Liang's past shadow were gradually overlapping. Perhaps it is precisely because of his own lack of past that Luo Qin is so obsessed with memories. Shui Liang's home is in a two-story building at the deepest part. Before entering, Luo Qin saw small advertisements for lock opening and changing, bedwetting treatment, and sewer unclogging all over the yard and walls. He joked, did the emperor come back and see advertisements everywhere? So he sighed? He hasn't been back for more than 10 years. I didn't expect that the business scope of the people has expanded to this extent. Can we stop talking about the emperor? Shui Liang was going upstairs. Hearing this, he looked back at him helplessly. I want to beat you up. Chapter 99 Ancestral House. The whole building is Shui Liang's home. There is a pear tree in the yard. At this time, the pear blossoms are already in full bloom. However, the iron door on the first floor is locked with a large copper lock. It is covered with slippery green moss. It is difficult to open it in a short time. The two of them went straight to the second floor by the outer stairs. Shui Liang pulled out the iron wire from the red line on his wrist and pried open the lock with the same trick. I believe you are a rich second generation. Luo Qin sighed as he entered the door. There is such a house in Hangzhou, which is enough to buy 10 single-family villas in Shining. There is no price in the market. People in Hangzhou rarely sell their ancestral homes, unless they are really desperate and can't survive. Shui Liang said lightly. This is my mother's house, which is close to the city. When I was a child, I would only come back to live during the winter and summer vacations. I moved here to live permanently after my family went bankrupt. The house is decorated very simply, with an atmosphere of the 1990s. As soon as Luo Qin entered the door, he saw a row of photo frames hanging on the opposite wall. He recognized Shui Liang at a glance, and walked forward involuntarily, looking at them one by one with curiosity. The first photo was probably a photo of Shui Liang in kindergarten. She was small like a glutinous rice dumpling, standing sideways in the snow, with her hands clasped in front of her chest, as if clapping, and her smile was innocent and childish. A woman squatted next to her, with long black hair hanging down her shoulders, and her expression looking at the camera was gentle and elegant. You knew how to pose for photos when you were a child. You are really handsome. Luo Qin smiled. Is this your mother? You really look like her, especially the eyebrows and eyes. Shui Liang was born with a pair of gentle eyes, which were exactly the same as the woman in the photo. Shui Liang in the next photo is a few years older than the previous one. He seems to be in elementary school. He is wearing a black summer uniform and is packing his backpack in front of the school bus. He is surrounded by children of the same age. Shui Liang is the only one who is outstandingly good-looking. Luo Qin can hardly take his eyes off him, and his heart is filled with shouts of so cute. My brother took these photos of the outing. Shui Liang lowered his voice when he said this. I seem to have had an argument with him that day. He doesn't look very happy. After Luo Qin heard him say this, he looked carefully and found that the corners of the little boy's mouth in the photo were indeed drooping, as if he was deliberately not looking at the camera. That's pretty too. Luo Qin pointed at the photo. Even when angry, she looks pretty. Most of the photos behind were family photos. Luo Qin saw the largest family photo. In the middle was a man and a woman, sitting together with a smile on their faces. They were Shui Liang's parents. The couple each held a half-grown baby in their arms. Their innocent eyes were curiously looking at their parents who were hugging them. Shui Liang stood in the middle behind the couple, with one hand on the back of the chair, looking blankly at the camera. The young man standing next to him was obviously his brother, who had passed away many years ago. The moment Luo Qin saw the young man's face, something flashed through his mind, as if he had short-circuited. He held his temple and supported the table. His fingers accidentally touched the porcelain doll ornament on the table, making a bang. Luo Qin? Shui Liang quickly supported him and reached out to touch his forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Luo Qin shook his head. He couldn't tell what he felt, but he felt a sudden pain in his head. He opened his eyes and said to Shui Liang, It's okay. I just think your brother looks a lot like you. The young man and Shui Liang in the photo both have very gentle looks, but the man sitting there has a hint of ferocity, with two sharp eyebrows across his forehead, which looks very oppressive. Although he has a smile on his lips, his eyes are very cold. However, Luo Qin soon discovered something even stranger. In this family photo, Shui Liang's eyes don't seem as bright as in the previous ones. Instead, there is a kind of indifference that doesn't match his age. This feeling makes him a little uneasy. This is Sixian and Simu. Shui Liang pointed at the two babies in her arms. They are so ugly. They are exactly the same. Why are there no photos of you when you were a teenager? Luo Qin was a little disappointed. I want to see what you look like then. Yes. In my room? Shui Liang looked at the door behind the living room and said, Nian, you took messy photos of me every day. And he developed them and put them in the album. Luo Qin followed Shui Liang into the room, and was disappointed as soon as he opened the door. He stretched out his hand and blew it in the air. and found that the room was completely covered with dust. There was a thin layer of dust everywhere, and it was obvious that it had not been cleaned for a long time. From the bedroom window, he could just see the branches of the pear blossoms in the yard. The window was full of clusters of 5-petal pear blossoms, which were very beautiful. Xue Liang lifted the bed sheet, covered his mouth and nose with his hand, and dragged a box out from underneath. It was filled with all kinds of books, records and small gadgets, which were popular more than 10 years ago and had a strong sense of age. He flipped through the albums a few times and took out a few albums, that's all. Luo Qin spread the albums on the bed and flipped through them page by page. For the first time, he thanked Nian Yu from the bottom of his heart. Xue Liang, who was obviously not keen on taking photos, was photographed with so many photos of her school days. The albums included photos of Xue Liang in school uniforms, as well as photos of her at home or in her casual outfits. The moments that were recorded inadvertently were also the most relaxing moments for her. One of the albums contained almost all photos from her childhood, when Xue Liang was still as soft as a white steamed bun. Many childhood photos have the figure of Xue Liang's brother, but after he grew up a little, that young man never appeared again. Luo Qin wanted to collect a few photos at first, but he didn't expect that after reading a few books, he actually wanted every one of them, and couldn't bear to give up any of them. Lychee, you know. Luo Qin flipped through the photos with relish. Nuwa must have been in a good mood when she pinched you. You were so cute when you were a teenager. Xue Liang turned his head to look at the photos on the table, and smiled inside. It turns out that so many years have passed since I was 18, he said with a bit of sadness. I have forgotten what I was thinking when I was 18. Miss me? Luo Qin immediately answered. Xue Liang looked at him, and responded to his joke seriously. I think about it occasionally. Luo Qin leaned over, wrapped his arms around Xue Liang's waist, and put his chin on his shoulder. It doesn't matter, you didn't meet me when you were 18, but you had a boyfriend who loved you the most in the world when you were 22. There was a rare photo of Xue Liang and others in the album. The background was a barbecue stall. Bai Wuluo and Chang Qingyao were both in it, and he didn't recognize most of the others. But Xue Liang in the photo was not looking at the camera, which made him look out of place with the others. The people in the photo, Xue Liang said to himself. Some of them are no longer here. Luo Qin dug out some of Xue Liang's school notebooks, notes, and test papers in his bedroom. As he read them, he imagined Xue Liang, who was still a student at that time. From the carefully drawn words, Xue Liang's appearance has hardly changed from now. I don't know if it's the effect of the experiment, but his appearance seems to be still in his teens. Xue Liang's hair was much longer when she was a student than it is now. The soft hair hung down from the side of her face, lazy and pleasing to the eye, telling the impressive youth, and I don't know how many people's youth memories these pictures are imprinted in. A homework book was a little dusty. Luo Qin picked it up and shook it, and a photo flew out from the pages. Xue Liang was tidying up the cabinet, and didn't notice this. Luo Qin picked up the photo casually, staring at the scene on it in a trance. It was a photo of Xue Liang sitting in front of a piano in a black dress. He had a slender and well-proportioned figure, exuding the unique slenderness of a teenager. Behind him was an open window, and the curtains were blown up by the wind, slightly sticking to him. Xue Liang's fingers were on the keys. His expression was immersed and focused, playing a song. Luo Qin pinched the thin photo, and an inexplicably familiar feeling surged in his heart, with a little sadness that he didn't know where it came from, which made him feel very uncomfortable. At this time, Xue Liang just closed the cabinet and turned around. Luo Qin subconsciously hid the photo in his sleeve, turned his head and smiled at Xue Liang. You wrote very neatly when you were a child. Did you practice calligraphy? No. Xue Liang shook his head. I wrote it according to the copybook. Even a plowing cow can write it well. Luo Qin was about to say that he couldn't write well, but he swallowed it back silently. He thought of the photo in his sleeve and asked, didn't you learn to play a musical instrument when you were a kid? For example, piano? You have such long fingers, which makes you suitable for playing the piano. Xue Liang's expression did not change. He just denied it lightly. No, I'm not interested. And having long fingers does not necessarily mean you can play the piano well. Many famous pianists in history have ordinary fingers, or even short and thick fingers. Hands with broad palms and fleshy knuckles are suitable for playing some passionate and powerful or long-span songs. Luo Qin stared at him blankly. Xue Liang was also stunned. realizing that he had said too much. He turned his head and coughed softly. Many people know it. But you don't know it. This is the first time I know it, Luo Qin murmured. He quietly put the photo into the inner pocket of his clothes, his heart pounding. And he always felt that he was doing something sneaky. After the two came out of Shui Liang's house, they found that it was raining outside. Luo Qin stood under the eaves and stretched out his hand to look outside. The rain is not heavy. He glanced at Shui Liang. Shui Liang looked at him when he heard it. And the moment their eyes met, Luo Qin grabbed Shui Liang's arm and rushed into the rain like crazy. I knew it. Shui Liang struggled a bit, then just gave up and ran out with Luo Qin. The spring rain was fine and slanting, hitting people's faces like spider silk, and soon evaporated into water vapor. Luo Qin wiped his face and smiled at Shui Liang. I have been to your house and met your parents. How can you break into the house to meet your parents? Shui Liang teased him. You call this robbing? What are you robbing? Robbing people? Luo Qin quickly grabbed his waist with both hands and tickled him. Did we forget to take our household registration book? Chapter 100 Promise. Shui Liang asked knowingly. What do you want the household registration book for? Luo Qin was about to say, of course, for marriage, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of a hint of expectation in Shui Liang's eyes, and the badness that had been rooted in his bones since childhood suddenly became a little uncontrollable. He moved his lips and replied to the other party in a nonchalant tone. It's okay, I'm not doing anything. No. Shui Liang frowned. Say it again. Luo Qin laughed out loud and moved his hands from the other party's waist to his shoulders and said, okay. Okay, I'll say it for you. You like me so much that you want to marry me, and in order to get me, I don't hesitate to take advantage of me. Stop it. Shui Liang covered his mouth. You're crazy. Luo Qin took the opportunity to put his arm around Shui Liang's neck, and the two kissed through their palms, and the ends of her hair were slightly wet by the rain. The intoxication in Shui Liang's eyes at this moment was almost exactly the same as the performance photo that Luo Qin secretly collected. Luo Qin was a little dazed, and the picture of the other person sitting in front of the piano in peace and quiet flashed in his mind again. He gathered his hair, lifted the bangs that blocked his forehead, and his vision became clearer. Wait a minute. Luo Qin took out a DV from his pocket, which was the one Cheng Qingyao used to shoot the video on Shui Liang's birthday. He turned on the DV and started recording, and smiled at Shui Liang. Lizzie, look here. Shui Liang looked at the camera, and their eyes met, and they saw eagerness in each other's eyes. Luo Qin moved aside to ensure that both of them were in the camera at the same time. And then he cleared his throat and said, I am Luo Qin, and the person next to me is my boyfriend. He is the person I love most in the world. He lowered the camera and zoomed out, just facing the faces of the two people, and it was frozen in silence for a few seconds. Luo Qin turned his face, held Shui Liang's chin, and lowered his head to exchange a kiss with the other party. His flexible tongue entangled in her, swept across the sensitive lower teeth, and he was satisfied to receive Shui Liang's involuntary moan. The kiss in the rain was wet and sticky, mixed with the shameful sound of water. Shui Liang's face instantly turned red to the root of his neck. He was a little dizzy from the kiss. His legs, which could not stand, were spread apart by Luo Qin and stuck to the wall. His hands were hanging on each other weakly, and his whole body was burning like fire. The DV could no longer capture any pictures. Luo Qin's hands unconsciously dropped, tightly hugging Shui Liang's waist, kissing and sucking the soft tip of his tongue. The faces and bodies of both of them were soaked with rain, so they simply closed their eyes and kissed each other immersingly. Lychee. Luo Qin's lips moved to the side of Shui Liang's neck, leaving a row of faint teeth marks, and kissed his earlobe tenderly. I like you. Shui Liang trembled, and Luo Qin happened to kiss him on the neck. He opened his eyes. His vision was blurred, and he only saw a few petals falling from the top of his head and sliding down Luo Qin's shoulders. Yeah, I know. He hugged Luo Qin. His eyes suddenly felt a little sour. I like you too. A sparrow landed next to a puddle on the side of the road, and lowered its head to peck at the rain. Suddenly, there were footsteps. The sparrow flapped its wings alertly, jumped to one side, and hid in the shadow of the trash can. When the footsteps faded away, it flapped its wings again and jumped out. Luo Qin turned his head and took a look. He seemed a little curious about the sparrow just now, How about I catch a bird and roast it for you tonight? I can also go to Brother Sue to get some seasonings. Shui Liang was not interested. He shook his head and said, I don't want to eat it. Didn't you just say you would catch a rabbit for me? Where is the rabbit? I'll go to the mountain to find it for you in a few days. Luo Qin said, I can make a trap to catch rabbits. I can catch a nest of them at a time. They are especially delicious when roasted. Shui Liang thought about it and said, Forget it. It's not safe outside. Who knows if there are anything else in the mountain besides rabbits? He suddenly stopped and looked at the window of a store beside him with bright eyes. This is a cake shop. There is still a brightly colored cream strawberry cake in the dilapidated window, which emits one of the few lights from the old era in this turbulent end of the world. But this is obviously just a realistic cake model. Fresh cakes will rot and deteriorate in just one day, not to mention what will happen after half a year. This is so lifelike. Shui Liang leaned over, stretched out his hand and touched it. Isn't it delicious? Luo Qin crossed his arms, raised his chin proudly. I can make it. It's much better than this. Then make it for me. Shui Liang looked at him, curled his lips. I like strawberry flavor. Okay. When I get all the ingredients, I will make a good cake for you. Luo Qin began to calculate the list of ingredients in his mind. There is not enough for your birthday, and the time and materials do not allow it. Next time, I will make it for you alone. Shui Liang hesitated for a few times, but still said to Luo Qin, I remember when I was a child. I really wanted to eat the kind of cake full of strawberries in the cake shop. My father could see that I wanted to eat it at a glance. Luo Qin asked casually, So he bought it for you? Shui Liang shook his head and continued, No. So he decided never to buy strawberry cake for me, because he had to let me know that he had the power to control all my preferences and even my life. If I didn't obey, I would never get what I wanted. Luo Qin was stunned, feeling his heart hurt by Shui Liang's words. He held her hand comfortingly and said, But even if you obey, he won't let you eat it. Right? Yeah. Shui Liang nodded without any fluctuation in his expression. Before I was 14, I had never eaten strawberry cake. 1 year after my father died, Uncle Zhao bought me a strawberry cake for my birthday. I took a bite and thought, it turns out that the things I wanted to eat so much before are not so delicious. When I'm 18, I can buy strawberry cakes at will, but I don't like them anymore. What he longed for but couldn't get when he was 8, he no longer wanted when he was 18. Now he's 22, and he suddenly wants to try what Luo Qin's strawberry cake tastes like. Luo Qin lowered his head and whispered intimately, I'll make it for you. Okay. Shui Liang took his eyes off the lonely model and said, Then don't lie to me. The two took advantage of the day and went to the ancient city near the safety zone. It's very large, and it takes a day to walk along the scenic route. The only advantage is that you don't have to pay for the ticket. Pushing the power-off turnstile and walking inside, it is the snack street of the old town. Now only the shops and houses that have been destroyed are left. Several sightseeing cars are parked on the road at the entrance. Some dried blood is coagulated on the car windows. There are still countless zombies wandering in the ancient city. They will retreat into the depths of these ancient monuments during the day. And at night, the streets and corners of the ancient city will be filled with the howling of monsters. The ground is full of garbage, overturned scenic facilities, and discarded backpacks and shoes. The once bustling attractions have become deserted. The wild grass grows wildly on the stone road, almost covering the original road. Shui Liang led Luo Qin to climb up the city wall. Looking down from the 100-meter-high wall, it seemed that everything was trampled underfoot like dust. The bricks of the ancient city wall had been in disrepair for a long time, and had become loose. Shui Liang walked ahead as if walking on flat ground, but Luo Qin was a little afraid of heights, and he followed with gritted teeth. I came here more often when I was a kid. Shui Liang's skirt was blown back by the wind, like a white bird flapping its wings in the wind. There used to be a lot of snacks here, but it's a pity you came at the wrong time, otherwise I could pack you some Hangzhou specialties to take back. The two found a flat wall to sit down. Luo Qin took out the 2 bottles of wine Su Yugang had given him from his pocket, and was about to open them, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Shui Liang, who was leaning back to enjoy the breeze, handed the bottle over and said, Brother, help me screw on the bottle cap. Shui Liang still raised her head, looked at him with a smile, and took the bottle. When he was enchaîning, Luo Qin pretended to be weak. Whenever he wanted to drink water, he had to give it to Shui Liang to unscrew the bottle cap. Wei Lan rolled her eyes at him. With a pop, the bottle cap broke open at Shui Liang's fingertips. flew out in a spin, and fell straight down the city wall. There was a faint sound from below, and the echo hit the city wall, causing ripples in the silent ancient city. Luo Qin tilted his neck and drank a few mouthfuls of wine happily. It was indeed a good wine, mellow with a malt aroma, full of bubbles, and the feeling of entering the throat was like the tremor brought by singing at an electronic music festival. He put the bottle aside, wiped his mouth. Comfortable. Xue Liyang swung his legs leisurely, and was quite disdainful of the so-called good wine. He had no interest in this thing since he was a child. He occasionally tasted a few mouthfuls, and was choked by the bitter and spicy taste. Later, he simply stopped drinking, and would not be shaken no matter how much people persuaded him to drink. The sky was getting dark. The daylight in the northern hemisphere gradually lengthened as the sun's direct point moved northward. The scene during the day became very long and boring. Luo Qin used to dislike this kind of change. He thought that the sky that turned dark early in winter was where he felt safe. People could go back to their homes earlier and eat hot meals around the table. However, since he got together with Xue Liyang, he was no longer sensitive to the changes of the seasons. In Shining, he was alone most of the time, so the days were long, which made him feel that the days were wasted more obviously. Now that his life is no longer wandering, he can feel at peace. I don't think I've ever told you how I lived alone in Shining. Luo Qin hugged one leg, buried his face in his arms, and only showed his eyes to Xue Liyang. I lived in the school during junior high and high school, and there was nowhere to go. I only took a bus back to the welfare home to get a change of clothes during the monthly vacation. The welfare home would cancel the information of adult orphans on the register every year, allowing them to go out and make a living on their own. At that time, my only wish was to pass the exam to get out of that small place. At the age of 16, I was admitted to the biological science major of Shining Medical University. Wei Lan had also studied for a master's degree. He drove me to school on the first day of school, and was happier than I was. Even I thought that my future life would be very good. Luo Qin sighed softly. But before I had completed a full year, I committed a serious crime. The school said on the surface that it hoped I would consider whether to continue studying, but in fact it was trying to persuade me to drop out. Xue Liyang was silent for a while, and asked, "Did you choose to drop out of school?" Luo Qin shook his head. "No, at first. I wanted to go to school very much. But people around me began to look at me as if I was different, and I couldn't stay anywhere. Those who were warm and friendly to you before all became strangers overnight. Later I heard rumors from other dormitories that I killed someone." Xue Liyang clenched his right hand. His breathing became increasingly rapid, and he didn't even notice it. Luo Qin blinked, but still couldn't hide the pain in his eyes. "Do you know? This is not the first time I lost control in Baida Town. In my freshman year in the laboratory with Wei Lan, I don't remember what happened, and when I woke up, I was in the hospital. The school teacher told me I stabbed Wei Lan's chest and neck with a broken flask, and he almost died." Luo Qin still remembers the scene when he quietly packed his luggage and left the dormitory under the gaze of everyone. When he dragged his suitcase out of the university campus where he had only been with the university for a few months, the eyes of his classmates pierced him repeatedly like arrows, forcing him to speed up and flee the place. Fortunately, there is always a way out. With the help of the welfare home, he later took out a legacy that was said to be left by his biological parents, and bought a store in the mall, and began his career as a freelance worker who worked 3 days a week and rested 2 days a week. Commonly known as dropping out of school, half-employed, homeless vagrants. Xue Liyang came closer, put his arm around Luo Qin's shoulders, letting his head lean over. "It's okay, it's all over. I don't know, I really don't remember anything, just like I don't remember anything about my childhood." Luo Qin's voice became very light, somewhat hoarse after drinking. "Lizzie, I actually really want to know who I am, and why I have this kind of power. Every time I lose control, I hurt someone, either Wei Lan, or you, maybe someone else." Xue Liyang was speechless, slowly rubbed his shoulders, pulled him into his arms. Luo Qin lay on his chest. Nothing happened for a long time, only the sound of their hearts beating against each other. A few seconds later, Luo Qin burped.